Chapter I of Asphodel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Asphodel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter I. And she was fair as is the rose in May. "Oh, you glorious old soul, how I love you!" cried Daphne. It was a day on which common mortals were almost fainting with the heat, puffing and blowing and complaining, a blazing midsummer day, and even here in the forest of Fontainebleau, where the mere idea of innumerable trees was suggestive of shadow and coolness, the heat was barely supportable, a heavy slumberous heat, loud with the hum of millions of insects, perfumed with the breath of 1,000 pines. Daphne revelled in the fierce sunshine. She threw back her crest of waving hair, bright as yellow gold. She smiled up at the cloudless blue. She looked unwinkingly even at Sol himself, the mighty unquenchable king of the sky, glorious yonder in his highest heaven. She was lying at full length on a moss-grown block of stone at the top of a hill, which was one of the highest points in the forest, a hill-top overlooking on one side a fair sweep of champaign country, fertile valleys, church steeples, village roofs, vineyards and rose gardens, and winding streams, and on the other side woodlands stretching away into infinite distance, darkly purple. It was the choicest spot in a forest, which at its best is a poor thing compared with the immemorial growth of an old English wood. Here there are no such oaks and beeches as our Hampshire forest can show, no such lovely mystical glades, no such richness of undergrowth. Everything seems of yesterday, save here and there a tree that looks as if he had seen something of bygone generations, and here and there a wreck of an ancient oak, proudly labelled the Great Pharamond, or Le Chêne de Henri IV, with a placard hung round his poor old neck to say that he is not to be damaged on pain of amend. Such Pharamonds and Henris abound in the forest where Rufus was killed, and nobody heeds them. The owls build in them, the field mice find shelter in them, the woodpecker taps at them, unscared by placards or the threat of an amend. But in the Fontainebleau woods there are rocky glades which English forests cannot boast, wild walks between walls of gigantic granite boulders, queer shapes of monsters and animals in grey stone, which seem to leap out at one from the shadows as one passes. Innumerable pine trees, hills and hollows, pathways carpeted with red fir needles, mosses, ferns, and wildflowers, and a bluer, brighter sky than the heaven which roofs an English landscape. "Isn't this worlds better than Asnieres?" asked Daphne of her companion. "And aren't you ever so grateful to those poor girls for catching scarlet fever?" Asnieres was school and constraint, Fontainebleau was liberty. So if the forest had been a poorer place, Daphne, who hated all restraints, would have loved it. "Poor girls!" sighed Martha Dibb, a stupid, honest-minded young person, whose father kept an Italian warehouse in New Oxford Street, and whose mother had been seized with the aspiration to have her daughters finished at Continental schools, whereby one Miss Dibb was being half starved upon sausage and cabbage at Hanover, while the other grew fat upon croûte au pot and bouillie in the neighbourhood of Paris, and was supposed to be acquiring the true Parisian accent. "Poor girls, it was very bad for them," sighed Martha. "Yes, but it was very good for us," answered Daphne lightly. "And if it was a part of their destiny to have scarlet fever, how very nice of them to have it in the term instead of in the holidays, when we shouldn't have profited by it. And how lucky that we had that good-natured Miss Toby sent with us instead of one of the French governesses." "Lucky indeed!" cried Daphne, with her bright laugh. "That good simple Toby, with whom we can do exactly what we like, and who is the image of quiet contentment, so long as she has even the stupidest novel to read, and some acid drops to suck. I tremble when I think of the amount of acid drops she must consume in the course of a year." "Why do you give her so many?" asked the practical Martha. "They are my peace offerings when I have been especially troublesome," said Daphne, with the air of a sinner who gloried in her troublesomeness. "Poor dear old Toby! If I were to give her a block of sweet stuff as tall as King Cheops's pyramid, it wouldn't atone for the life I lead her." "I hope she won't get into trouble with Madame for letting us run wild like this," suggested Miss Dibb doubtfully. "How should Madame know anything about it? And do you think she would care a straw if she did?" retorted Daphne. "She will get paid exactly the same for us, whether we are roaming at large in this lovely old forest, or grinding at grammar and analysis and Racine and La Fontaine in the stuffy schoolroom at Asnieres, where the train goes shrieking over the bridge every half hour, carrying happy people to Paris, and gaiety, and theatres and operas, and all the good things of this life. What does Madame Tolmache care, so long as we are out of mischief? And I don't see how we can get into any mischief here, unless that lovely green lizard we saw darting up the grey rock just now should turn into an adder and sting us to death." "If Miss Toby hadn't a headache we couldn't have come out without her," said Martha musingly. "May Toby and her headache flourish! If she had been well enough to come with us we should have been crawling along the dusty white road at the edge of the forest, and should never have got here. Toby has corns. And now I am going to sketch," said Daphne in an authoritative tone. "You can do your crochet, for I really suppose now that to you and a certain class of intellects there is a kind of pleasure to be derived from poking an ivory hook into a loop of Berlin wool and pulling it out again. But please sit so that I can't see your work, Dib dear. The very look of that fluffy wool on this hot day almost suffocates me." Daphne produced her drawing block and opened her colour box, and settled herself in a half recumbent position on the great granite slab, and surveyed the wide landscape below her with that gaze of calm patronage which the amateur artist bestows on grand, illimitable, untranslatable nature. She looked across the vast valley, with its silver streak of river, and its distant spires, its ever varying lights and shadows, a scene which Turner would have contemplated with awe and a sense of comparative impotence, but which ignorance, as personified by Daphne, surveyed complacently, wondering where she should begin. "I think it will make a pretty picture," she said, "if I can succeed with it. Why don't you do a tree, or a cottage, or something, as the drawing master said we ought to do? Just one simple little thing that one could draw correctly?" asked Martha, who was provokingly well furnished with the aggravating quality of common sense. "Drawing masters are such grovellers," said Daphne, dashing in a faint outline with her facile pencil. "I would rather go on making splendid failures all my life than creep along the dull path of mediocre merit by the lines and rules of a drawing master. I have no doubt this is going to be a splendid failure, and I shall do a devil's dance upon it presently, as Müller used in the woods near Bristol, when he couldn't please himself. But it amuses one for the moment," concluded Daphne, with whom life was all in the present, and self the centre of the universe. She splashed away at her sky with her biggest brush, sweeping across from left to right with a wash of cobalt, and then began to edge off the colour into ragged little clouds, as the despised drawing master had taught her. There was not a cloud in the hot blue sky this midsummer afternoon, and Daphne's treatment was purely conventional. And now she began her landscape, and tried with multitudinous dabs of grey and green and blue, Indian red and Italian pink, ochre and umber and lake and sienna, to imitate the glory of a fertile valley basking in the sun. The colours were beginning to get into confusion. The foreground and the distance were all on one plane, and Daphne was on the point of flinging her block on the red sandy ground, and indulging in the luxury of a demon dance upon her unsuccessful effort, when a voice behind her murmured quietly, "Give your background a wash of light grey, and fetch up your middle distance with a little body colour." "Thanks awfully," replied Daphne, without looking round, and without the faintest indication of surprise. Painters in the forest were almost as common as gadflies. They seemed indigenous to the soil. "Shall I make my pine trunks umber or Venetian red?" "Neither," answered the unseen adviser. "Those tall pine stems are madder brown, except where the shadows tint them with purple." "You are exceedingly kind," said Daphne, stifling a yawn, "but I don't think I'll go on with it. I am so obviously in a mess. I suppose nobody but a Turner ought to attempt such a valley as that." "Perhaps not. Linnell or Vicott Cole might be able to give a faint idea of it." "Linnell!" exclaimed Daphne. "I thought he painted nothing but wheat fields, and that his only idea of nature was a blaze of yellow." "Have you seen many of his pictures?" "One. I was taken to the Academy last year." "Were you very pleased with what you saw?" "Delighted with the gowns and bonnets. It was a Saturday afternoon in the height of the season, and I plead guilty to seeing very little of the pictures. There were always people in the way, and the people were ever so much more interesting than the paintings." "What picture can compare with a well-made gown, or the latest invention in bonnets?" exclaimed the unknown with good-humoured irony. Daphne hacked the spoiled sheet off her block with a dainty little penknife, and looked at the daub longingly, wishing that the stranger would depart and leave her free to execute a pas seul upon her abortive effort. But the stranger seemed to have no idea of departure. He had evidently settled himself behind her on a camp stool or a rock or some kind of seat, and he meant to stay. She had not yet seen his face. She liked his voice, which was of the baritone order, full and round and grave, and his intonation was that of a man who had lived in what the world calls society. It might not be the best possible intonation, since orators and great preachers and successful actors have another style, but it was the tone approved by the best people, and the only tone that Daphne liked. A drawing master, no doubt, she thought, whose manners have been formed in decent society. She wiped her brushes and shut her colour box with languid deliberation, not yet feeling curious enough to turn and inspect the stranger, although Martha Dibb was staring at him, open-mouthed, as still as a stone, and the image of astonishment. Daphne augured from that gaping mouth of Martha's that the unknown must be somewhat eccentric in appearance or attire, and began to feel faintly inquisitive. She rose from her recumbent attitude on the rock, drew herself as straight as an arrow, shook out her indigo-coloured serge petticoat, from beneath whose hem flashed a pair of scarlet stockings and neat buckled shoes, shook loose her mane of golden bright hair, and looked deliberately round at nature generally, the woods, the rocks, the brigand's cave yonder, and the stalls where toys and trifles in carved wood were set out to tempt the tourist, and finally at the stranger. He lounged at his ease on a neighbouring rock, looking up at her with a provokingly self-assured expression. Her supposition had been correct, she told herself. He evidently belonged to the artistic classes, a drawing master or a third-rate water-colour painter, a man whose little bits of landscape or foreign architecture would be hung near the floor and priced at a few guineas in the official list. He was a Bohemian to the tips of his nails. He wore an old velveteen coat. Daphne was not experienced enough to know that it had been cut by a genius among tailors. A shabby felt hat lay on the grass beside him. Every one of his garments had seen good service, even to the boots, whose neat shape indicated a refinement that struggled against adverse circumstances. He was young, tall and slim, with long slender fingers, and hands that looked artistic without looking effeminate. He had dark brown hair cut close to a well-shaped head, a dark brown moustache shading a sensitive and somewhat melancholy mouth. His complexion was pale, inclining to sallowness, his nose well formed, his forehead broad and low. His eyes were of so peculiar a colour that Daphne was at first sorely perplexed as to whether they were brown or blue, and finally came to the conclusion that they were neither colour, but a variable greenish grey. But whatever their hue, she was fain to admit to herself that the eyes were handsome eyes, far too good for the man's position. Something of their beauty was doubtless owing to the thick dark lashes, the strongly marked brows. Just now the eyes, after a brief upward glance at Daphne, who fairly merited a longer regard, were fixed dreamily on the soft dreamlike landscape, the sun-steeped valley, the purple distance. It was a day for languorous dreaming, a day in which the world-worn soul might slip off the fetters of reality and roam at large in shadowland. "Dib," said Daphne, ever so slightly piqued at the unknown's absent air, "don't you think we ought to be going home? Poor dear Miss Toby will be anxious." "Not before 6 o'clock," replied the matter-of-fact Martha. "You told her with your own lips that she wasn't to expect us before 6. And what was the good of our carrying that heavy basket if we are not to eat our dinner here?" "You have brought your dinner!" exclaimed the stranger, suddenly waking from his dream. "How very delightful! Let us improvise a picnic." "The poor thing is hungry," thought Daphne, rather disappointed at what she considered a low trait in his character. Martha, with her face addressed to Daphne, began to distort her countenance in the most frightful manner, mutely protesting against the impropriety of sharing their meal with an unknown wanderer. Daphne, who was as mischievous as Robin Goodfellow, and doted on everything that was wrong, laughed these dumb appeals to scorn. "The poor thing shall be fed," she said to herself. "Perhaps he has hardly a penny in his pockets. It will be a pleasure to give him a good meal and send him on his way rejoicing. I shall feel as meritorious as the Good Samaritan." "Is this the basket?" asked the painter, pouncing upon the beehive receptacle which Martha had been hugging for the last 5 minutes. "Do let me be useful. I have a genius for picnics." "I never heard of such impertinence!" ejaculated Miss Dibb inwardly, and then she began to wonder whether the valuable watch and chain which her father had given her on her last birthday were safe in such company, or whether her earrings might not be suddenly wrenched out of her ears. And there was that reckless Daphne, who had not the faintest notion of propriety, entering into the thing eagerly as a capital joke, and making herself as much at home with the nameless intruder as if she had known him all her life. Miss Dibb had been Daphne's devoted slave for the last 2 years, had admired her and believed in her, and fetched and carried for her, and had been landed in all manner of scrapes and difficulties by her without a murmur. But she had never been so near revolt as at this moment, when her deep-rooted, thoroughly British sense of propriety was outraged as it had never in all Daphne's escapades been outraged before. A strange man, fairly well-mannered it is true, but shabbily clad, was to be allowed to hob and nob in a place of public resort with 2 of Madame Tolmache's young ladies. Martha looked despairingly round, as if to see that help was nigh. They were not alone in the forest. This hillside at the top of the rocky walk was a favourite resort. There were stalls for toys and stalls for refreshments close at hand. There were half a dozen groups of idle people, enjoying themselves under the tall pines and in the shadow of the big blue-grey rocks. The mother of one estimable family had taken off her boots, and was lying at full length with her stockings exposed to the libertine gaze of passers-by. Some were eating, some were sleeping. Children with cropped heads, short petticoats, and a great deal of stocking were flying gaudy coloured air balls, and screaming at each other as only French children can scream. There was not the stillness of a dense primeval wood, the awful solitude of the great dismal swamp. The place was rather like a bit of Greenwich Park or Hampstead Heath on a comparatively quiet afternoon in the middle of the week. Miss Dibb took heart of grace, and decided that her watch and earrings were safe. It was only her character that was likely to suffer. Daphne was dancing about among the rocks all this time, spreading a damask napkin on a smooth slab of granite, and making the most of the dinner. Her red stockings flashed to and fro like fireflies. She had a scarlet ribbon round her neck, and the dark serge gown was laced up the back with a scarlet cord, and with her feathery hair flying loose and glittering in the sun, she was as bright a figure as ever lit up the foreground of a forest scene. The unknown forgot to be useful, and sat on his granite bench lazily contemplating her as she completed her preparations. "What an idle person you are!" she exclaimed, looking up from her task. "Tumbler." He explored the basket and produced the required article. "Thanks. Corkscrew. Don't run away with the idea that you are going to have wine. The corkscrew is for our lemonade." "You needn't put such a selfish emphasis on the possessive pronoun," said the stranger. "I mean to have some of that lemonade." Daphne surveyed the banquet critically, with her head on one side. It was not a stupendous meal for two hungry schoolgirls and an unknown pedestrian, whom Daphne supposed to have been on short commons for the last week or two. There was half a roasted fowl, a fowl who in his zenith had no claim to be considered a fine specimen, and who seemed to have fallen upon evil days before he was sacrificed, so gaunt was his leg, so shrunken his wing, so withered his breast. There were some thin slices of carmine ham, with a bread-crumby edge instead of fat. Of one thing there was abundance, and that was the staff of life. 2 long brown loaves, the genuine pain de ménage, suggested a homely kind of plenty. For dessert there was a basket of wood strawberries, a thin slab of Gruyère, and some small specimens of high art confectionery, more attractive to the eye than the palate. "Now, Dibb, dear Grace, if you please," commanded Daphne, with a mischievous side glance at the unknown. That French grace of poor Martha's was a performance which always delighted Daphne, and she wanted the wayfarer to enjoy himself. The ongs and dongs were worth hearing. Gravely the submissive Martha complied, and with solemn countenance asked a blessing on the meal. "You can have all the fowl," said Daphne to her guest. "Martha and I like bread and cheese ever so much better." She tore one of the big brown loaves in two, tossed one half to Martha, and broke a great knob off the other for her own eating, attacking it ravenously with her strong white teeth. "You are more than good," replied the stranger, with his pleasantly listless air, as if there were nothing in life worth being energetic about. "You are actually self-sacrificing. But to tell you the honest truth, I have not the slightest appetite. I had my second breakfast at 1 o'clock, and I had much rather carve that elderly member of the feathered tribe for you than eat him. I wish he were better worthy of your consideration." Daphne looked at him doubtfully, unconvinced. "I know you're disparaging the bird out of kindness to us," she said. "You might just as well eat a good luncheon. Martha and I adore bread and cheese." She emphasized this assertion with a stealthy frown at poor Miss Dibb, who saw her dinner thus coolly confiscated for the good of a suspicious-looking interloper. "You dote upon Gruyère, don't you, Martha?" she demanded. "I like it pretty well," answered Miss Dibb sulkily, "but I think the holes are the nicest part." The stranger was cutting up the meagre fowl, giving the wing and breast to Daphne, the sinewy leg to Martha, who was the kind of girl to go through life getting the legs of fowls and the back seat in opera boxes and the worst partners at afternoon dances. Finding the unknown inflexible, and being herself desperately hungry, Daphne ended by taking her share of the poultry, while her guest ate a few strawberries and munched a crust of bread, lying along the grass all the while almost at her feet. It was a new experience, and the more horrified Martha looked, the more Daphne enjoyed it. What was life to her but the present hour, with its radiant sun and glad earth flushed with colour, the scent of the pines, the hum of the bees, the delight of the butterflies flashing across the blue? Utterly innocent in her utter ignorance of evil, she saw no snare in such simple joys. She had no premonition of danger. Her worst suspicion of the stranger was that he might be poor. That was the only social crime whereof she knew; and the more convinced she felt of his poverty, the more determined she was to be civil to him. He lay at her feet on a carpet of fir needles, looking up at her with an admiration almost as purely artistic as that which he had felt an hour ago for a green and purple lizard which he had caught asleep on one of the rocks, and which had darted up a sheer wall of granite, swift as a sunray, at the light touch of his finger tip. With a love of the beautiful almost as abstract as that which he had felt for the graceful curves and rainbow tints of the lizard, he lay and basked in the light of this schoolgirl's violet eyes, and watched the play of sunbeam and shadow on her golden hair. To him, too, the present hour was all in all, an hour of sunlight and perfume and balmiest atmosphere, an hour's sweet idleness, empty of thought and care. The face he looked at was not one of those perfect faces which would bear to be transfixed in marble. It was a countenance whose chief beauty lay in colour and expression, a face full of variety, now whimsically gay, now pouting, now pert, anon suddenly pensive. Infinitely bewitching in some phases, it was infinitely provoking in others, but under all conditions it was a face full of interest. The complexion was brilliant, the true English red and white; no ivory pale beauty this, with the sickly tints of Gibson's painted Venus, but the creamy fairness and the vivid rose of health and youth and happiness. The eyes were of darkest gray, that deep violet which under thick dark lashes looks black as night. The nose was short and retrousse, nothing to boast of in noses. The mouth was a trifle wide, but the lips were of loveliest form and richest carmine, the teeth flashing beneath them absolutely perfect. Above those violet eyes arched strongly marked brows of darkest brown, contrasting curiously with the thick fringe of golden hair. Altogether the face was more original in its beauty than any which the stranger had looked upon for a long time. "Have you any sketches to show us?" asked Daphne when she had finished her dinner. "No, I have not been sketching this morning, and if I had done anything I doubt if it would have been worth looking at. You must not suppose that I am a grand artist. But if you don't mind lending me your block and your colour box for half an hour, I should like to make a little sketch now." Cool, thought Daphne, but calm impudence is this gentleman's leading characteristic. She handed him block and box with an amused smile. "Are you going to paint the valley?" she asked. "No, I leave that for a new Turner. I'm only going to try my hand at a rock with a young lady sitting on it." "I'm sure Martha won't mind being painted," replied Daphne, with a mischievous glance at Miss Dibb, who was sitting bolt upright on her particular block of granite, the image of stiffness and dumb disapproval. She was a thick-set girl with sandy hair and freckles, not bad looking after her homely fashion, but utterly wanting in grace. "I couldn't think of taking such a liberty with Miss Martha," returned the stranger. "The free masonry of art puts me at my ease with you. Would you mind sitting quiet for half an hour or so? That semi-recumbent position will do beautifully." He sketched in rock and figure as he spoke, with a free, facile touch that showed a practised hand. "I'm sure you can paint beautifully," said Daphne, watching his pencil as he sat a little way off, glancing up at her every now and then. "Wait till you see how I shall interpret your lilies and roses. I ought to be as good a colourist as Rubens or John Phillip, to do you justice." She had fallen into a reposeful attitude after finishing her meal, her arms folded on the rock, her head resting on the folded arms, her eyes gazing sleepily at the sunlit valley in front of her. One little foot pendant from the edge of the greenish grey stone, the other tucked under her dark blue skirt, a mass of yellow tresses falling over one dark blue shoulder, and a scarlet ribbon fluttering on the other. Martha Dibb looked more and more horrified. Could there be a lower deep than this? To sit for one's portrait to an unknown artist in a shabby coat. The man was unquestionably a vagabond, although he did not make havoc of his aspirates like poor dear papa. And Daphne was bringing disgrace on Madame Tolmache's whole establishment. Suppose I should meet him in Regent Street one day after I leave school, and he were to speak to me. What would mamma and Jane say? Thought Miss Dibb. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Asphodel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Asphodel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 2. And this was gladly in the eventide. Daphne was as still as a statue, her vanity gratified by this homage to her charms. There had been nobody to admire her at Asnieres but the old music-master, into whose hat she had sometimes put a little bouquet from the trim suburban garden, or a spray of acacia from the grove that screened the maiden meditations of Madame Tolmache's pupils from the vulgar gaze of the outside world. She retained her recumbent attitude patiently for nearly an hour, half asleep in the balmy afternoon atmosphere, while the outraged Martha sat on her rock apart, digging her everlasting crochet hook into the fluffy mass of wool, and saying never a word. The stranger was nearly as silent as Martha. He was working industriously at his sketch and smoking his cigar as he worked, having first ascertained that the ladies were tolerant of the weed. He painted in a large dashing style that got over the ground very quickly and made a good effect. He had nearly finished his sketch of the figure on the rock, the indigo gown, scarlet ribbon, bright hair, and dark luminous eyes, when Daphne jumped up suddenly and vowed that her every limb was an agony to her. "I couldn't endure it an instant longer," she exclaimed. "I hope you've finished." "Not quite, but you may change your attitude as much as you like, if you'll only keep your head the same way. I'm working at the face now." "What are you going to do with the picture when it's finished?" "Keep it till my dying day." "I thought you would perhaps give it, I mean sell it, to me. I could not afford a large price, for my people are very poor, but—" "Your looking-glass will show you a better portrait than this poor sketch of mine. And in after years even this libellous daub will serve to remind me of a happy hour in my life." "I am glad you've enjoyed yourself," said Daphne, "but I really wish you had eaten that fowl. Have you far to go home to dinner?" "Only to Fontainebleau." "You are living there?" "I am staying there. I may strike my tent and be across the Jura to-morrow night. I never live anywhere." "But haven't you a home and people?" "I have a kind of home, but no people." "Poor fellow!" murmured Daphne, with exquisite compassion. "Are you an orphan?" "Yes. My father died 9 years ago, my mother last year." "How awfully sad! No brothers or sisters?" "None. I am a crystallization, the last of a vanishing race. And now I have done as much as I dare to your portrait. Any attempt at finish would result in failure. I am writing the place and the date in the corner of my sketch. May I write your name?" "My name?" exclaimed Daphne, her eyes sparkling with mischief, her cheeks curving into dimples. "Yes, your name. You have a name, I suppose, unless you are the nameless spirit of sunlit woodlands masquerading in a blue gown." "My name is Poppsea," faltered Daphne, whose latest chapter of Roman history had been the story of Nero and his various crimes, toned down and expurgated to suit young ladies' schools. Poppsea Sabina, thus chastely handled, had appeared nothing worse than a dressy lady of extravagant tastes, who took elaborate care of her complexion, and had a fancy for shoeing her mules with gold. "Did you say Poppet?" inquired the stranger. "No, Poppsea. You must have heard the name before, I should think. It is a Roman name. My father is a great classical scholar, and he chose it for me." "And pray what is your name?" "Nero." The stranger pronounced the word without moving a muscle of his face, still intent upon his sketch, for it is vain for a man to say he has finished a thing of that kind. So long as his brushes are within reach, he will be putting in new touches. There was not a twinkle in those dubious eyes of his, not an upward move of those mobile lips. He was as grave as a judge. " I don't believe it," cried Daphne, bouncing up from her rock. " Don't believe what ? That your name is Nero ? Why not ? Have I not as good a right to bear a Roman name as you have ? Suppose I had a classical father as well as you ? Why not ? It is too absurd." " Many things are absurd which yet are absolutely true." " And you are really called Nero, as really as you are called Poppsea? It is so dreadfully like a dog's name." " It is a dog's name, but you may call your dog Bill or Joe or Paul or Peter. I don't think that makes any difference. I would sooner have some dogs for my namesakes than some men." " Dib, dear," said Daphne, turning sharply upon the victim of her folly, the long-suffering, patient Martha, " what's the time ?" She had a watch of her own, a neat little gold hunter, but it was rarely in going order for 2 consecutive days, and she was generally dependent on the methodical Dibbs for all information as to the flight of time. " 5:15. Then we must be going home instantly. How could you let me stay so long, you foolish girl ? I am sure it must be more than an hour's walk to the town, and we promised poor dear Toby to be at home by 6." "It isn't my fault," remarked Miss Dibb. " I should have been glad to go ever so long ago, if you had thought fit." " Hurry up then, Dib, dear. Put away your crochet. Have you quite done with my block?" to the unknown. " Thank you muchly. And now my box. Those go into the basket. Thanks awfully," as he helped her to pack the tumblers, corkscrew, plates, and knives which had served for their primitive repast. " And now we will wish you good day, Mr. Nero." "On no account. I am going to carry that basket back to Fontainebleau for you, all along that dusty high road. We couldn't think of such a thing, could we, Martha ?"" I don't know that my opinion is of much account," said Martha stiffly. " Don't, you dear creature," cried Daphne, darting at her and hugging her affectionately. " Don't try to be ill-tempered, for you can't do it. The thing is an ignominious failure. You were created to be good-natured and nice and devoted, especially to me." "You know how fond I am of you," murmured Martha reproachfully, " and you take a mean advantage of me when you go on so." " How am I going on ? Is it very dreadful to let a gentleman carry a heavy basket for me ?"" A gentleman !" muttered Martha, with a supercilious glance at the stranger's well-worn velveteen. He was standing a little way off, out of hearing, taking a last long look at the valley. " Yes, and every inch a gentleman, though his coat is shabby, and though he may be as poor as Job, and though he makes game of me," protested Daphne, with conviction. " Have your own way," replied Martha. " I generally do," answered Daphne. And so they went slowly winding downhill in the westering sunshine, all among the grey rocks on which the purple shadows were deepening, the warm umber lights glowing, while the rosy evening light came creeping up in the distant west, and the voice of an occasional bird, so rare in this Gallic wood, took a vesper sound in the summer stillness. The holiday makers had all gone home. The French matron, who had taken her rest so luxuriously, surrounded by her olive branches, had put on her boots and departed. The women who sold cakes and fruit and wooden paper knives had packed up their wares and gone away. All was silence and loneliness, and for a little while Daphne and her companions wandered on in quiet enjoyment of the scene and the atmosphere, treading the mossy, sandy path that wound in and out among the big rocks, sometimes nearly losing themselves, and anon following the blue arrow points which a careful hand had painted on the rocks to show them which way they should go. But Daphne was not given to silence. She found something to talk about before they had gone very far. " You have travelled immensely, I suppose ?" she said to the stranger. " I don't know exactly what significance you attach to the word. Young ladies use such large words nowadays for such very small things. From a scientific explorer's point of view, my wanderings have been very limited, but I daresay one of Cook's tourists would consider me a respectable traveller. I have never seen the buried cities of Central America, nor surveyed the world from the top of Mount Everest, nor even climbed the Caucasus, nor wandered by stormy Hydaspes. But I have done Egypt and Algeria and Greece, and all that is tolerably worth seeing in southern Europe, and have tried my hand, or rather my legs at Alpine climbing, and have come to the conclusion that although nature is mountainous, life is everywhere more or less flat, stale, and unprofitable. I'm sure I shouldn't feel that if I were free to roam the world and could paint as sweetly as you do. I had a sweet subject, remember." "Please don't," cried Daphne. "I rather like you when you are rude, but if you flatter I shall hate you." "Then I'll be rude. To win your liking I would be more uncivil than Petruchio." "Catherine was a fool," exclaimed Daphne, skipping up the craggy side of one of the biggest rocks. "I've always despised her, to begin so well and end so tamely." "If you don't take care you'll end by slipping off that rock and spraining an ankle or two," said Nero warningly. "Not I," answered Daphne confidently. "You don't know how used I am to climbing. Oh, look at that too delicious lizard." She was on her knees admiring the emerald-hued, changeful creature. She touched it only with her breath, and it flashed away from her and vanished in some crevice of the rock. "Silly thing, did it think I wanted to hurt it when I was only worshipping its beauty?" she cried. Then she rose suddenly and stood on the rock, a slim girlish figure with fluttering drapery, poised as lightly as Mercury, gazing round her, admiring the tall slim stems of the beeches growing in groups like clustered columns, the long vista of rocks, the dark wall of fir trees mounting up and up to the edge of a saffron-tinted sky. For these loiterers had lost count of time since steady-going Martha looked at her reliable watch, and the last of the finches had sung his lullaby to his wife and family, and the golden ship called Soul had gone down to night's dark sea. "Come down, you absurd creature!" exclaimed Nero, with a peremptory voice, winding one arm about the light figure, and lifting the girl off the rock as easily as if she had been a feather-weight. "You are very horrid," protested Daphne indignantly. "You are ever so much ruder than Petruchio. Why shouldn't I stand on that rock? I was only admiring the landscape." "No doubt, and 2 minutes hence you would be calling upon us to admire a fine example of a sprained ankle." "I'm sure if your namesake was ever as unkind to my namesake, it's no wonder she died young," said Daphne, pouting. "I believe he was occasionally a little rough upon her," answered the artist with his imperturbable air. "But of course you have read your Tacitus and your Suetonius in the original. Young ladies know everything nowadays." "The Roman history we read is by a clergyman, written expressly for ladies' schools," said Miss Dibb demurely. "How intensely graphic and interesting that chronicle must be!" retorted the stranger. They had come to the end of the winding path among the rocks by this time, and were in a long straight road, cut through the heart of the forest, between tall trees that seemed to have outgrown their strength, weedy-looking trees planted too thickly, and only able to push their feeble growth up towards the sun, with no room for spreading boughs or interlacing roots. The evening light was growing grave and grey. Bats were skimming across the path uncomfortably near Daphne's flowing hair. Miss Dibb began to grumble. "How dreadfully we have loitered!" she cried, looking at her watch. "It is nearly 8, and we have so far to go. What will Miss Toby say?" "Well, she will moan a little, no doubt," answered Daphne lightly, "and will tell us that her heart has been in her mouth for the last hour, which need not distress us much, as we know it's a physical impossibility, and that anyone might knock her down with a feather, another obvious impossibility, seeing that poor Toby weighs 11 stone. And then I shall kiss her and make much of her, and give her the packet of nougat I mean to buy on the way home, and all will be sunshine. She takes a sticky delight in nougat. And now please talk and amuse us," said Daphne, turning to the artist with an authoritative air. "Tell us about some of your travels, or tell us where you live when you're at home." "I think I'd rather talk of my travels. I've just come from Italy." "Where you have been painting prodigiously, of course. It is a land of pictures, is it not?" "Yes, but nature's pictures are even better than the treasures of art." "If ever I should marry," said Daphne, with a dreamy look, as if she were contemplating an event far off in the dimness of 20 years hence, "I should insist upon my husband taking me to Italy." "Perhaps he wouldn't be able to afford the expense," suggested the practical Martha. "Then I wouldn't marry him," Daphne retorted decisively. "Isn't that rather a mercenary notion?" asked the gentleman with the basket. "Not at all. Do you suppose I should marry just for the sake of having a husband? If ever I do marry, which I think is more than doubtful, it will be, first and foremost, in order that I may do everything I wish to do, and have everything I want to have. Is there anything singular in that?" "No, I suppose it is a young beauty's innate idea of marriage. She sees herself in a glass, and recognizes perfection, and knows her own value." "Are you married?" asked Daphne abruptly, eager to change the conversation when the stranger became complimentary. "No." "Engaged?" "Yes." "What is she like?" inquired Daphne eagerly. "Please tell us about her. It will be ever so much more interesting than Italy, for, after all, when one hasn't seen, a country description goes for so little. What is she like?" "I could best answer that question in one word, if I were to say she is perfection." "You called me perfection just now," said Daphne pettishly. "I was talking of your face. She is perfection in all things, perfectly pure and true and good and noble. She is handsome, highly accomplished, rich." "And yet you go wandering about the world in that coat," exclaimed Daphne, too impulsive to be polite. "It is shabby, is it not? But if you knew how comfortable it is, you wouldn't wonder that I have an affection for it." "Go on about the young lady, please. Have you been long engaged to her?" "Ever since I can remember. In my heart of hearts she was my bright particular star when I was a boy at school. She was my sole incentive to work or decent behaviour when I was at the university. And now I am not going to say any more about her. I think I have told you enough to gratify any reasonable curiosity. Ask me conundrums, young ladies, if you please, or do something to amuse me. Remember, I am carrying the basket, and a man is something more than a beast of burden. My mind requires relaxation." Martha Dibb grinned all over broad, frank face. Riddles were her delight. She had little manuscript books filled with them in her scrawly, pointed writing. She began at once like a musical box that had been wound up, and did not leave off asking conundrums till they were half way down the long street leading to the palace near which Miss Toby and her pupils had their lodging. But Daphne had no intention that the stranger should learn exactly where she lived. Reckless as she was, mirthful and mischievous as Puck or Robin Goodfellow, she had still a dim idea that her conduct was not exactly correct, or would not be correct in England. On the Continent, of course, there must be a certain licence. English travellers dined at public tables and gamed in public rooms, were altogether more sociable and open to approach than on their native soil. It was only a chosen few, the peculiarly gifted in stiffness, who retained their glacial crust through every change of scene and climate, and who would perish rather than cross the street ungloved, or discourse familiarly with an unaccredited stranger. But even with due allowance for continental laxity, Daphne felt that she had gone a little too far. So she pulled up suddenly at the corner of a side street, and demanded her basket. "What does that mean?" asked the painter, with a look of lazy surprise. "Only that this is our way home, and that we won't trouble you to carry the basket any further. Thanks intensely, but I'm going to carry it to your door. It's awfully good of you to propose it, but our governess would be angry with us for imposing on the kindness of a stranger, and I'm afraid we should get into trouble." "Then I haven't a word to say," answered the painter, smiling at her blushing, eloquent face. Verily a speaking face, beautiful just as a sunlit meadow is beautiful because of the lights and shadows that flit and play perpetually across it. "Do you live in this street?" he asked. "No, our house is in the second turning to the right, 7 doors from the corner," said Daphne, who had obtained possession of the basket. "Good-bye." She ran off with light, swift foot, followed lumpishly and breathlessly by the scandalized Martha. "Daphne, how could you tell him such an outrageous story?" she exclaimed. "Do you think I was going to tell him the truth?" asked Daphne, still fluttering on, light as a lapwing. "We should have had him calling on Miss Toby to morrow morning to ask if we were fatigued by our walk, or perhaps singing the serenade from Don Giovanni under our windows to-night. Now, Martha, dearest, don't say one word. I know I have behaved shamefully, but it has been awful fun, hasn't it?" "I'm sure I felt ready to sink through the ground all the time," panted Martha. "Darling, the ground and you are both too solid for there to be any fear of that." They had turned a corner by this time, and doubling and winding, always at a run, they came very speedily to the quiet spot near the palace, where their governess had lodged them, in a low, blind-looking white house, with only one window that commanded a view of the street. They had been so fleet of foot, and had so doubled on the unknown, that from this upper window they had presently the satisfaction of seeing him come sauntering along the empty street, careless, indifferent, with dreamy eyes looking forward into vacancy, a man without a care. "He doesn't look as if he minded our having given him the slip one little bit," said Daphne. "Why should he?" asked the matter-of-fact Martha. "I daresay he was tired of carrying the basket." "Go your ways," said Daphne, with a faint sigh, waving her hand at the vanishing figure. "Go your ways, over mountain and sea, through wood and valley. This world is a big place, and it isn't likely you and I will ever meet again." Then, turning to her companion, with a sudden change of manner, she exclaimed, "Martha, I believe we have both made a monstrous mistake." "As how?" asked Miss Dibb stupidly. "In taking him for a poor artist." "He looks like one." "Not he. There is nothing about him but his coat that looks poor, and he wears that as if it were purple and ermine. Did you notice his eye when he ordered us to change the conversation? An eye accustomed to look at inferiors. And there is a careless pride in his manner, like a man who believes that the world was made on purpose for him, yet doesn't want to make any fuss about it. Then he is engaged to a rich lady, and he has been at a university. No, Martha, I am sure he is no wandering artist, living on his pencil." "Then he must think all the worse of us," said Martha, solemnly. "What does it matter?" asked Daphne, with a careless shrug. "We have seen the last of each other." "We can never be sure of that. One might meet him at a party." "I don't think you will," said Daphne, faintly supercilious. "And the chances are ever so many to one against even my meeting him anywhere." Here Miss Toby burst into the room. She had been lying down in an adjacent chamber, resting her poor bilious head, when the girls came softly in, and had only just heard their voices. "Oh, you dreadful girls, what hours of torture you have caused me!" she exclaimed. "I thought something must have happened." "Something did happen," said Daphne, whereupon Martha thought she was going to confess everything. "What? A lizard?" "Did it sting you?" "No. It darted away when I looked at it. A lovely glittering green thing. I wish I could tame one and wear it for a necklace. And I nearly fell off a rock. And I tried hard to paint the valley, and made a most dismal failure. But the view from the hill is positively delicious, Toby dear, and the rocks are wonderful. Huge masses of granite tumbled about among the trees anyhow, as if Titans had been pelting one another. It's altogether lovely. You must go with us to-morrow, Toby love." Miss Toby, diverted from her intention to scold, shook her head despondingly. "I should like it of all things," she sighed, "but I am such a bad walker, and the heat always affects my head. Besides, I think we ought to go over the palace to-morrow. There is so much instruction to be derived from a place so full of historical associations." "No doubt," answered the flippant Daphne, "though if you were to tell me that it had been built by Julius Caesar or Alfred the Great, I should hardly be wise enough to contradict you." "My dear Daphne, after you have been so carefully grounded in history," remonstrated Miss Toby. "I know, dear; but then, you see, I have never built anything on the ground. It's all very well to dig out foundations, but if one never gets any further than that. But we'll see the palace to-morrow, and you shall teach me no end of history while we are looking at pictures and things." "If my poor head be well enough," sighed Miss Toby, and then she began to move languidly to and fro, arranging for the refreshment of her pupils, who wanted their supper. When the supper was ready, Daphne could eat nothing, although 5 minutes before she had declared herself ravenous. She was too excited to eat. She talked of the forest, the view, the heat, the sky, everything except the stranger, and his name was trembling on her lips perpetually. Every now and then she pulled herself up abruptly in the middle of a sentence, and flashed a vivid glance at stolid Martha, her dark grey eyes shining like stars, full of mischievous light. She would have liked to tell Miss Toby everything, but to do so might be to surrender all future liberty. Headache or no headache, the honest little governess would never have allowed her pupils to wander about alone again, could she have beheld them, in her mind's eye, picnicking with a nameless stranger. There was a little bit of garden at the back of the low white house, hardly more than a green courtyard, with a square grass plot, and a few shrubs, into which enclosure the windows all looked, save that one peephole towards the street. Above the white wall that shut in the bit of green rose the foliage of a much larger garden, acacias shedding their delicate perfume on the cool night, limes just breaking into flower, dark-leaved magnolias, tulip trees, birch and aspen, a lovely variety of verdure. And over all this shone the broad disk of a ripening moon, flooding the world with light. When supper was over, Daphne bounded out into the moonlit garden and began to play at battledore and shuttlecock. She was all life and fire and movement, and could not have sat still for the world. "Come," she cried to Martha, "bring your battledore. A match for a franc's worth of nougat." Miss Dibb had settled herself to her everlasting crochet by the light of two tall candles. Miss Toby was reading a Tauchnitz novel. "I'm tired to death," grumbled Martha. "I'm sure we must have walked miles upon miles. How can you be so restless?" "How can you mope indoors on such an exquisite night?" exclaimed Daphne. "I feel as if I could send my shuttlecock up to the moon. Come out and be beaten." "No, you are too wise. You know that I should win to night." The little toy of cork and feathers quivered high up in the bright air. The slender swaying figure bent back like a reed as the girl looked upward. The fair golden head moved with every motion of the battledore as the player bent or rose to anticipate the flying cork. She was glad to be out there alone. She was thinking of the unknown all the time. She could not get him out of her mind. She had a vague, unreasonable idea that he must be near her, that he saw her as she played, that he was hiding somewhere in the shadow yonder, peeping over the wall, that he was in the moon, in the night, everywhere, that it was his breath which fluttered those leaves trembling above the wall, that it was his footfall which she heard rustling among the shrubs, a stealthy, mysterious sound, mingling with the plish-plash of the fountain in the next garden. She had talked lightly enough a little while ago of having seen the last of him, yet now, alone with her thoughts in the moonlit garden, it seemed as if this nameless stranger Chapter III of Asphodel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Asphodel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter III. And volatile as I was his usage. Another brilliant summer day, a cloudless blue sky, a world steeped in sunshine. On the broad, gravelled space in front of the palace railings, the heat and glare would have been too much for a salamander, and even Daphne, who belonged to the salamander species, in so much as she had an infinite capacity for enjoying sunshine, blinked a little as she crossed the shelterless promenade, under her big Tussore parasol, a delightfully cool-looking figure in a plain white muslin gown and a muslin shepherdess hat. Poor Miss Toby's chronic headache had been a little worse this morning. Heroically had she striven to fulfil her duty, albeit to lift her leaden head from the pillow was absolute agony. She sat at the breakfast table, white, ghastly, uncomplaining, pouring out coffee, at the very odour of which her bilious soul sickened. Vainly did Daphne entreat her to go back to bed, and to leave her charges to take care of themselves as they had done yesterday. "We won't go to the forest any more till you are able to go with us," said Daphne, dimly conscious that her behaviour in that woodland region had been open to blame. "We can just go quietly to the palace, and stroll through the rooms with the few tourists who are likely to be there to day. The Fontainebleau season has hardly begun, don't you know, and we may have nobody but the guide, and of course he must be a respectable person." "My dear, I was sent here to take care of you both, and I must do my duty," answered Miss Toby, with a sickly smile. "Yesterday my temples throbbed so that I could hardly move, but I'm a little better to day, and I shall put on my bonnet and come with you." She rose, staggered a few paces towards the adjacent chamber, and reeled like a landsman at sea. Then she sank into the nearest chair and breathed a weary sigh. "It's no use, Toby darling," cried Daphne, bending over her with tenderest sympathy. To be tender, sweet, and sympathetic in little outward ways, tones of voice, smiles, and looks, was one of Daphne's dangerous gifts. "My dearest Toby, why struggle against the inevitable?" she urged. "It is simply one of your regular bilious attacks. All you have to do is to lie quietly in a dark room and sleep it off, just as you have so often done before. To morrow you will be as well as I am." "Then why not wait till to morrow for seeing the palace," said Miss Toby faintly, "and amuse yourselves at home for once in a way? You really ought to study a little, Daphne. Madame will be horrified if she finds you have done no work all this time." "But I do work of an evening." "Sometimes, dearest," expostulated Daphne. "And I'm sure you would not like us to be half suffocated all day in this stifling little salon, poring over horrid books. We should be having the fever next, and then how would you account to Madame for your stewardship?" "Don't be irreverent, Daphne," said Miss Toby, who thought that any use of scriptural phrases out of church was a kind of blasphemy. "I think you would really be better indoors upon such a day as this, but I feel too languid to argue the point. What would you like best, Martha?" Miss Dibb, who employed every odd scrap of spare time in the development of her magnum opus in crochet work, looked up with a glance of indifference, and was about to declare her willingness to stay indoors for ever, so that the crochet counterpane might flourish and wax wide, when a stealthy frown from Daphne checked her. "Daphne would rather see the palace to day, I know," she replied meekly, "and I think," with a nervous glance at her schoolfellow, who was scowling savagely, "I think I would rather go too." "Well," sighed Miss Toby, "I have made an effort, but I feel that I could not endure the glare out of doors. You must go alone. Be sure you are both very quiet. If there are tourists about, don't giggle or look round at people, or make fun of their gowns and bonnets, as you are too fond of doing. It is horribly unladylike. And if any stranger should try to get into conversation with you, of course only a low-bred person would do such a thing. Pray remember that your own self-respect would counsel you to be dumb." "Can you suppose we would speak to any one?" exclaimed Daphne, as she tripped away to her little bedroom next door to Miss Toby's. It was the queerest little room, with a narrow white muslin curtained bed in a recess, and a marvellous piece of furniture which was washstand, chest of drawers, and dressing table all in one. A fly-spotted glass, inclining from the wall above this multum in parvo, was Daphne's only mirror. Here she put on her muslin hat, with a bouquet of blue cornflowers perched coquettishly on the brim, making a patch of bright cool colour that refreshed the eye. Never had she looked prettier than this midsummer morning. Even the fly-spotted clouded old glass told her as much as that. If he were to be doing the chateau to day, she thought, tremulous with excitement, how strange it would be. But that's not likely. He is not of the common class of tourists who all follow the same beaten track. I dare say he will idle away the afternoon in the woods, just as he did yesterday." Martha, shall we go to the forest to-day, and leave the chateau to be done to-morrow with Toby? Daphne asked when she and her companion were crossing the wide parade ground, where the soldiers trotted by with a great noise and clatter early in the morning, with a fanfare of trumpets and an occasional roll of a drum. It might seem kinder to poor dear Toby, don't you know? I think it would be very wrong, Daphne, answered the serious Martha. We told Miss Toby we were going to the palace, and we are bound to go straight there and nowhere else. Besides, I want to see the pictures and statues and things, and I'm sick to death of that forest. After one day? Oh, Martha, what an unromantic soul you must have. I could live and die there, if I had pleasant company. I've always envied Rosalind and Celia. They must have been very glad when they got home, said Martha. Out of the blinding whiteness of the open street they went in at a gate to a gravelled quadrangle, where the sun seemed to burn with yet more fiery heat. Even Daphne felt breathless, but it was a pleasant feeling, the delight of absolute summer, which comes so seldom in the changeful year. Then they went under an archway and into the inner quadrangle, with the white palace on all sides of them. It wanted some minutes of 11, and they were shown into a cool, official-looking room, where they were to wait till the striking of the hour. The room was panelled, painted white, a room of Louis XIV's time, most likely. What little furniture there was being quaint and rococo, but not old. The blinds were down, the shutters half closed, and the room was in deep shadow. "How nice!" gasped Martha, who had been panting like a fish out of water all the way. "It is like coming into a grotto," said Daphne, sinking into a chair. "It is not half so nice as the forest," said a voice in the semi-darkness. Daphne gave a visible start. She had mused upon the possibility of meeting her acquaintance of yesterday, and had decided that the thing was unlikely, yet her spirits had been buoyed by a lurking idea that he might crop up somehow before the day was done. But to find him here at the very beginning of things was startling. "Did you know that we were coming here to-day?" she faltered. "Hadn't the slightest idea, but I wanted to see the place myself," he answered coolly. Daphne blushed rosy red, deeply ashamed of her foolish, impulsive speech. The stranger had been sitting in that cool shade for the last 10 minutes, and his eyes had grown accustomed to the obscurity. He saw the blush, he saw the bright, expressive face under the muslin hat, the slim figure in the white frock, every line sharply accentuated against a grey background, the slender hand in a long Swedish glove. She looked more womanly in her white gown and hat, and yet more childlike than she had looked yesterday in blue and scarlet. They sat for about 5 minutes in profound silence. Daphne, usually loquacious, felt as if she could not have spoken for the world. Martha was by nature stolid and inclined to dumbness. The stranger was watching Daphne's face in a lazy reverie, thinking that his hurried sketch of yesterday was not half so lovely as the original, and yet it had seemed to him almost the prettiest head he had ever painted. "The provoking minx has hardly one good feature," he thought. "It is an utterly unpaintable beauty, a beauty of colour, life, and movement. Photograph her asleep, and she would be as plain as a pikestaff. How different from—" He gave a faint sigh, and was startled from his musing by the door opening with a bang, and an official calling out, "This way, ladies and gentlemen." They crossed the blazing courtyard in the wake of a brisk little gentleman in uniform, who led them up a flight of stone steps and into a stony hall, thence to the chapel, and then to an upper story, and over polished floors through long suites of rooms, every one made more or less sacred by historical memories. Here was the table on which Napoleon the Great signed his abdication, while his old guard waited in the quadrangle below. Daphne looked first at the table and then out of the window, almost as if she expected to see that faithful soldiery drawn up in the stony courtyard, grim bearded men who had fought and conquered on so many a field, victors of Lodi and Arcola, Austerlitz and Jena, Friedland and Wagram, and who knew now that all was over and their leader's star had gone down. Then the two rooms hallowed by noble Marie Antoinette, lovely alike in felicity and in ruin. Smaller, prettier, more homelike rooms came next, where the citizen king and his gentle wife tasted the sweetness of calm domestic joys, a tranquil, gracious family circle, to be transferred with but a brief interval of stormy weather to the quiet reaches of the Thames in Horace Walpole's beloved county of Twits. Then back to the age of tournaments and tented fields, and lo, they were in the rooms which courtly Francis built and adorned, and glorified by his august presence. Here, amidst glitter of gold and glow of colour, the great king, Charles V.'s rival and victor, lived and loved, and shed sunshine upon an adoring court. Here, from many a canvas, fresh as if painted yesterday, looked the faces of the past. Names fraught with romantic memories sanctify every nook and corner of the palace. Everywhere appears the cipher of Diana of Poitiers, linked with that of her royal lover, Henry II. Catherine de' Medici must have looked upon those interlaced initials many a time in the period of her probation, looked and held her peace, and schooled herself to patience, waiting till fortune's wheel should turn and bring her day of power. Here, in this long, lofty chamber, sunlit, beautiful, the faded Monaldeschi's lifeblood stained the polished floor. To say the least of it, the act was an impertinence on Queen Christina's part, seeing that she was only a visitor at Fontainebleau, said the stranger languidly. Don't you think so, Poppea? Daphne required to have the whole story told her, that particular event not having impressed itself on her mind. I have read all through Bonnechose's History of France, and halfway from the beginning again, she explained. But when one sits droning history in a row of droning girls, even a murder doesn't make much impression upon one. It's all put in the same dull, dry way. This year there was a great scarcity of corn. The poor in the provinces suffered extreme privations. Queen Christina of Sweden, while on a visit at Fontainebleau, ordered the execution of her counsellor, Monaldeschi. There was also a plague at Marseilles. The Dauphin died suddenly in the 15th year of his age. The king held a bed of justice for the first time since he ascended the throne. That is the kind of thing, you know. I can conceive that so bald a calendar would scarcely take a firm grip upon one's memory, assented the stranger. Details are apt to impress the mind more than events. After this came the rooms which the Pope occupied during his captivity, rooms that had double and treble memories. Here a nuptial chamber, there a room all aglitter with gilding, a room that had sheltered Charles V, and afterwards fair and not altogether fortunate Anne of Austria. Daphne felt as if her brain would hardly hold so much history. She felt a kind of relief when they came to a theatre where plays had been acted before Napoleon III and his lovely empress in days that seemed to belong to her own life. I think I was born then, she said naively. There had been no other visitors, no tourists of high or low degree. The two girls and the unknown had had the palace to themselves, and the guide, mollified by a 5-franc piece slipped into his hand by the gentleman, had allowed them to make their circuit at a somewhat more leisurely pace than that brisk trot on which he usually insisted. Yet for all this it was still early when they came down the double flight of steps and found themselves once again in the quadrangle, the court of farewells, so called from the day when the great emperor bade adieu to pomp and power, and passed like a splendid apparition from the scene he had glorified. The sun had lost none of its fervour, nay, had ascended to his topmost heaven, and was pouring down his rays upon the baking earth. "Let us go to the gardens and feed the carp," said Nero, and it was an infinite relief, were it only for the refreshment of the eye, to find themselves under green leaves and by the margin of a lovely lake, statues of white marble gleaming yonder at the end of verdant arcades, fountains plashing. Here under the trees a delicious coolness and stillness contrasted with the glare of light on the open space yonder, where an old woman sat at a stall set out with cakes and sweetmeats ready to supply food for the carp feeders. Yes, let us feed the carp, cried Daphne, running out into this sunlit space, her white gown looking like some saintly raiment in the supernatural light of a transfiguration. That will be lovely. I have heard of them. They are intensely old, are they not? Older than the palace itself. They are said to have been here when Henry and Diana walked in yonder alleys, replied Nero. I believe they were here when the Roman legions conquered Gaul. One thing seems as likely as the other, doesn't it, Poppæa? I don't know about that, but I like to think they are intensely old, answered Daphne, leaning on the iron railing and looking down at the fish, which were already competing for her favours, feeling assured she meant to feed them. The old woman got up from her stool and came over to ask if the young lady would like some bread for the carp. Yes, please, a lot, cried Daphne, and she began to fumble in her pocket for the little purse with its 3 or 4 francs and half-francs. The stranger tossed a franc to the woman before Daphne's hand could get to the bottom of her pocket, and the bread was forthcoming, a large hunch off a long loaf. Daphne began eagerly to feed the fish. They were capital fun, disputing vehemently for her bounty, huge grey creatures which looked centuries old, savage, artful, vicious exceedingly. She gave them each a name. One she called Francis, another Henry, another Diana, another Catherine. She was as pleased and amused as a child, now throwing her bit of bread as far as her arm could fling it, and laughing merrily at the eager rush of competitors, now luring them close to the rails, and smiling down at the grey snouts yawning for their prey. Do you think they would eat me if I were to tumble in among them? Asked Daphne. Greedy creatures, they seem ravenous enough for anything. There, they have devoured all my bread. Shall I buy you some more? Please, no. This kind of thing might go on forever. They are insatiable. You would be ruined. Shall we go under the trees? If you like. But don't you think this sunshine delicious? It's so nice to bask. I think I'm rather like a cat in my enjoyment of the sun. Your friend seems to have had enough of it, said Nero, glancing towards a sheltered bench to which Miss Dibb had discreetly withdrawn herself. Martha, I had almost forgotten her existence. The carp are so absorbing. Let us stay in the sunshine. We can rejoin your friend presently. She has taken out her needlework and seems to be enjoying herself. Another strip of her everlasting counterpane, said Daphne. That girl's persevering industry is maddening. It makes one feel so abominably idle. Would you be very shocked to know that I detest needlework? I should as soon expect a butterfly to be fond of needlework as you, answered Nero. Let me see your hand. She had taken off her glove to feed the carp, and her hand lay upon the iron rail, dazzlingly white in the sunshine. Nero took it up in his, so gently, so reverently, that she could not resent the action. He took it as a priest or physician might have taken it, altogether with a professional or scientific air. Do you know that I am a student of chiromancy? He asked. How should I, when I don't know anything about you, and I don't even know what chiromancy is? The science of reading fate and character from the configuration of the hand. Why, that is what gypsies pretend to do, cried Daphne. You surely cannot believe in such nonsense. I don't know that my belief goes very far, but I have found the study full of interest, and more than once I have stumbled upon curious truths. So do the most ignorant gypsy fortune-tellers, retorted Daphne. People who are always guessing must sometimes guess right. But you may tell my fortune all the same, please. It will be more amusing than the carp. If you approach the subject in such an irreverent spirit, I don't think I will have anything to say to you. Remember, I have gone into this question thoroughly from a scientific point of view. I am sure you are wonderfully clever, said Daphne, and then in a coaxing voice, with a lovely look from the sparkling grey eyes, she pleaded, Pray tell my fortune. I shall be wretched if you refuse. And I should be wretched if I were to disoblige you. Your left hand, please, and be serious, for it is a very solemn ordeal. She gave him her left hand. He turned the soft, rosy, childish palm to the sunlight, and pored over it as intently as if it had been some manuscript treatise of Albertus Magnus, written in cipher, to be understood only by the hierophant in science. "You are of a fitful temper," he said, "and do not make many friends. Yet you are capable of loving intensely, one or two persons perhaps, not more. Indeed, I think only one at a time, for your nature is concentrative rather than diffuse." He spoke slowly and deliberately, coldly indifferent as an antique oracle, with his eyes upon her hand all the time. He took no note of the changes in her expressive face, which would have told him that he had hit the truth. "You are apt to be dissatisfied with life." "Oh, indeed I am," she cried with a weary sigh. "There are times when I do so hate my life and all things belonging to me, except just one person, that I would change places with any peasant girl trudging home from market." "You are romantic, variable. You do not care for beaten paths, and have a hankering for the wild and strange. You love the sea better than the land, the night better than the day." "You are a wizard," cried Daphne, remembering her wild delight in the dancing waves as she stood on the deck of the Channel steamer, her intense love of the winding river at home, the deep rapid stream, and of fresh salt breezes and a free ocean life; remembering, too, how her soul had thrilled with rapture in the shadowy courtyard last night, when her shuttlecock flew up towards the moon. "You have a wonderful knack of finding out things," she said. "Go on, please." He had dropped her hand suddenly, and was looking up at her with intense earnestness. "Please go on," she repeated impatiently. "I have done. There is no more to be told." "Nonsense. I know you are keeping back something. I can see it in your face. There is something unpleasant, or something strange. I could see it in the way you looked at me just now. I insist upon knowing everything." "Insist! I am only a fortune teller so far as it pleases me. Do you think if a man's hand told me that he was destined to be hanged, I should make him uneasy by saying so? But my case is not so bad as that." "No, not quite so bad as that," he answered lightly, trying to smile. The whole thing seemed more or less a joke, but there are some natures so sensitive that they tremble at the lightest touch, and Daphne felt uncomfortable. "Do tell me what it was," she urged earnestly. "My dear child, I have no more to tell you. The hand shows character rather than fate. Your character is as yet but half developed. If you want a warning, I would say to you, beware of the strength of your own nature. In that lies your greatest danger. Life is easiest to those who can take it lightly, who can bend their backs to any burden, and be grateful for every ray of sunshine." "Yes," she answered contemptuously, "for the drudges. But please tell me the rest. I know you read something in these queer little lines and wrinkles," scrutinizing her pink palm as she spoke. "Something strange and startling, for you were startled. You can't deny that." "I am not going to admit or deny anything," said Nero, with a quiet firmness that conquered her, resolute as she was when her own pleasure or inclination was in question. "The oracle has spoken. Make the most you can of his wisdom." "You have told me nothing," she said, pouting, but submissive. "And now let us go out of this bakery, under the trees yonder, where your friend looks so happy with her crochet work." "I think we ought to go home," hesitated Daphne, not in the least as if she meant it. "Home? Nonsense. It isn't 1 o'clock yet, and you don't dine at 1, do you?" "We dine at 6," replied Daphne with dignity, "but we sometimes lunch at 1:30. Your luncheon isn't a very formidable affair, is it? Hardly worth going home for." "It will keep," said Daphne. "If there's anything more to be seen, Martha and I may as well stop and see it." "There are the gardens, beyond measure lovely on such a day as this, and there's the famous vinery. And I think, if we could find a very retired spot out of the ken of yonder beardless patrol, I might smuggle in the materials for another picnic." "That would be too delightful," cried Daphne, clapping her hands in childish glee, forgetful of fate and clairvoyance. They strolled slowly through the blinding heat towards that cool grove where patient Martha sat weaving her web, as inflexible in her stolid industry as if she had been one of the fatal sisters. "What have you been doing all this time, Daphne?" she asked, lifting up her eyes as they approached. "Feeding the carp. You have no idea what fun they are. I wonder you are not afraid of a sunstroke." "I'm never afraid of anything, and I love the sun. Come, Martha, roll up that everlasting crochet and come for a ramble. We are going to explore the gardens, and by Mr. Nero is going to get us some lunch." Martha looked at the unknown doubtfully, yet not without favour. She was a good, conscientious girl, but she was fond of her meals, and a luncheon in the cool shade of these lovely groves would be very agreeable. She fancied, too, that the stranger would be a good caterer. He was much more carefully dressed to-day, in a grey travelling suit. Everything about him looked fresh and bright, and suggestive of easy circumstances. She began to think that Daphne was right, and that he was no Bohemian artist living from hand to mouth, but a gentleman of position, and that it would not be so very awkward to meet him in Regent Street when she should be shopping with Mamma and Jane. They strolled along the leafy aisle, on the margin of the blue bright lake, faintly stirred by lightest zephyrs. They admired the marble figures of nymph and dryad, which Martha thought would have looked better if they had been more elaborately clad. They wasted half an hour in happy idleness, enjoying the air, the cool umbrage of lime and chestnut, the glory of the distant light yonder on green sward or blue placid lake, enjoying nature as she should be enjoyed, in perfect carelessness of mind and heart, as Horace enjoyed his Sabine wood, singing his idle praise of Linage as he wandered empty of care. They found at last an utterly secluded spot where no eye of military or civil authority could reach them. "Now, if you two young ladies will only be patient and amuse yourselves here for a quarter of an hour or so, I will see what can be done in the smuggling line," said the unknown. "I could stay here for a week," said Daphne, establishing herself comfortably on the velvet turf, while Martha pulled out her work-bag and resumed her crochet hook. "Take your time, Mr. Nero. I am going to sleep." She threw off her muslin hat and laid her cheek upon the soft mossy bank, letting her pale golden hair fall like a veil over her neck and shoulders. They were in the heart of a green bosquet, far from the palace, far from the beaten track of tourists. Nero stopped at a curve in the path to look back at the recumbent figure, the sunny falling hair, the exquisite tint of cheek and chin and lips, just touched by the sun ray glinting through a break in the foliage. He stood for a few moments admiring this living picture, and then walked slowly down the avenue. "A curious idle way of wasting a day," he mused, "but when a man has nothing particular to do with his days, he may as well waste them one way as another. How lovely the child is in her imperfection, a faulty beauty, a faulty nature, but full of fascination. I must write a description of her in my next letter to my dear one. How interested she would feel in this childish, undisciplined character." But somehow, when his next letter to the lady of his love came to be written, he was in a lazy mood, and did not mention Daphne. The subject, to be interesting, required to be treated in detail, and he did not feel himself equal to the task. "Isn't he nice?" asked Daphne, when the unknown had departed. "He is very gentlemanlike," assented Martha, "but still I feel we are doing wrong in encouraging him." "Encouraging him!" echoed her schoolfellow. "You talk as if he were a stray cur that had followed us." "You perfectly well know what I mean, Daphne. It cannot be right to get acquainted with a strange gentleman as we have done. I wouldn't have Mamma or Jane know of it for the world." "Then don't tell them," said Daphne, yawning listlessly, and opening her rosy palm for a nondescript green insect to crawl over it. "But it seems such a want of candour," objected Martha. "Then tell them and defy them. But whatever you do, don't be fussy, you dear, good-natured old Martha, for of all things fussiness is the most detestable in hot weather. As for Mr. Nero, he will be off and away across the Jura before to-morrow night, I daresay, and he will forget us, and we shall forget him, and the thing will be all over and done with. I wish he would bring us our luncheon. I'm hungry." "I feel rather faint," admitted Martha, who thought it ungenteel to confess absolute hunger. "That bread we get for breakfast is all sponginess. Shall you tell your sister about Mr. Nero?" "That depends. I may, perhaps, if I should be hard up for something to say to her." "Don't you think she would be angry?" "She never is angry. She is all sweetness and goodness and belief in other people. I've spent very little of my life with her, or I should be ever so much better than I am. I should have grown up like her, perhaps, or just a little like her, for I'm afraid the clay is different, if my father would have let me be brought up at home." "And he wouldn't?" asked Martha. She had heard her friend's history very often, or as much of it as Daphne cared to tell, but she was always interested in the subject, and encouraged her schoolfellow's egotism. Daphne's people belonged to a world which Miss Dibb could never hope to enter, though perhaps Daphne's father, Sir Vernon Lawford, had no larger income than Mr. Dibb, whose furniture and general surroundings were the best and most gorgeous that money could buy. "No. When I was a little thing I was sent to a lady at Brighton, who kept a select school for little things, because my father could not bear a small child about the house. When I grew too tall for my frocks, and was all stocking and long hair, I was transferred to a very superior establishment at Cheltenham, because my father could not be worried by the spectacle of an awkward growing girl. When I grew still taller, and was almost a young woman, I was packed off to Madame Tolmache to be finished. And I am to be finished early next year, I believe, and then I am to go home, and my father will have to endure me." "How nice for you to go home for good! And your home is very beautiful, is it not?" asked Martha, who had heard it described 100 times. "It is a lovely house in Warwickshire, all amongst meadows and winding streams, a long, low, white house, don't you know, with no end of verandahs and balconies. I have been there very little, as you may imagine, but I love the dear old place all the same." "I don't think I should like to live so far in the country," said Martha. "Clapham is so much nicer." "Connais pas," said Daphne indifferently. The unknown came sauntering back along the leafy arcade, but not alone. An individual quite as fashionably clad, and of appearance as gentlemanlike, walked a pace or two behind him. "Well, young ladies, I have succeeded splendidly as a smuggler, but I thought two could bring more than one, so I engaged an ally. Now, Dickson, produce the Cliquot." The individual addressed as Dickson took a gold-topped pint bottle out of each side pocket. He then, from some crafty lurking place, drew forth a crockery encased pie, some knives and forks, and a couple of napkins, while Nero emptied his own pockets and spread their contents on the turf. He had brought some wonderful cherries, riper and sweeter looking than French fruit usually is, several small white paper packages which suggested confectionery, a tumbler, and half a dozen rolls, which he had artfully disposed in his various pockets. "We must have looked rather bulky," he said, "but I suppose the custodians of the place were too sleepy to take any notice of us." "The nippers, Dickson?" "Yes. Thoughtful man. You can come back in an hour for the bottles and the pie dish." Dickson bowed respectfully and retired. "Is that your valet?" asked Daphne. "He has the misfortune to fill that thankless office." Daphne burst out laughing. "And you travel with your own servant?" she exclaimed. "It is too absurd. Do you know that yesterday I took you for a poor strolling artist, and I felt that it would be an act of charity to give you half a guinea for that sketch. You would not have obtained it from me for 1,000 half-guineas. No, I do not belong to the hard-up section of humanity. Perhaps many a penniless scamp is a better and happier man than I, but although poverty is the school for heroes, I have never regretted that it was not my lot to be a pupil in that particular academy. And now, young ladies, fall to, if you please. Here is a Perigord pie, which I am assured is the best that Strasbourg can produce, and here are a few pretty tiny kickshaws in the way of pastry, and here, to wash these trifles down, is a bottle of the Widow Cliquot's champagne." "I don't know that I ever tasted champagne in my life." "How odd!" cried Martha. "What, not at juvenile parties?" "I have never been at any juvenile parties." "We have it often at home," said Martha, with a swelling consciousness of belonging to wealthy people. "At picnics, and whenever there is company to luncheon. The grown-ups have it every evening at dinner if they like. Papa takes a particular pride in his champagne." They grouped themselves upon the grass, hidden from all the outside world by rich summer foliage, much more alone than they had been yesterday in the heart of the forest. Honest Martha Dibb, who had been sorely affronted at the free and easiness of yesterday's simple meal, offered no objection to the luxurious feast of to-day. A man who travelled with his valet could not be altogether an objectionable person. The whole thing was unconventional, slightly incorrect even, but there was no longer any fear that they were making friends with a vagabond, who might turn up in after life and ask for small loans. He is evidently a gentleman, thought Martha, quite overcome by the gentility of the valet. I dare say papa and mamma would be glad to know him. Her spirits enlivened by the champagne, Miss Dibb became talkative. "Do you know Clapham Common?" she asked the stranger. "I've heard of such a place. I believe I have driven past it occasionally on my way to Epsom." He answered listlessly, with his eyes on Daphne, who was seated in a lazy attitude, her back supported by the trunk of a lime tree, her head resting against the brown bark, which made a sombre background for her yellow hair, her arms hanging loose at her sides in perfect restfulness, her face and attitude alike expressing a dreamy softness, as of one for whom the present hour is enough, and all time and life beyond it no more than a vague dream. She had just touched the brim of the champagne glass with her lips, and that was all. She had pronounced the Perigord pie the nastiest thing she had ever tasted, and she had lunched luxuriously upon pastry and cherries. "I live on Clapham Common when I'm at home," said Martha. "Papa has bought a large house with a Corinthian portico, and we have ever so many hot houses. Papa takes particular pride in his grapes and pines. Are you fond of pines?" "Not particularly," answered Nero, stifling a yawn. "And where do you live when you are at home, my pretty Poppea?" he asked, smiling at Daphne, who had lifted one languid arm to convey a ripe red cherry to lips that were as fresh and rosy as the fruit. "In Oxford Street," answered Daphne coolly. Miss Dibb's eyebrows went up in horrified wonder. She gave a little gasp, as who should say, "This is too much," but did not venture a contradiction. "In Oxford Street? Why, that is quite a business thoroughfare. Is your father in trade?" "Yes, he keeps an Italian warehouse." Martha became red as a turkey cock. This was a liberty which she felt she ought to resent at once. But, sooth to say, the matter-of-fact Martha had a wholesome awe of her friend. Daphne was very sweet. Daphne and she were sworn allies. But Daphne had a sharp tongue, and could let fly little shafts of speech, half playful, half satiric, that pierced her friend to the quick. "I hope there is nothing that I need be ashamed of in my father's trade," she said gravely. "Of course not," faltered the stranger. "Trade is a most honourable employment of capital and intelligence. I have the greatest respect for the trading classes. But you seemed surprised when I told you my father's position." "Yes, I confess that I was surprised. You don't look like a tradesman's daughter, somehow. If you had told me that your father was a painter, or a poet, or an actor even, I should have thought it the most natural thing in the world. You look as if you were allied to the arts." "Is that a polite way of saying that I don't look quite respectable?" "I'm not going to tell you what I mean. You would say I was paying you compliments, and I believe you have tabooed all compliments. I may be ruder than Petruchio, didn't you tell me so in the forest yesterday? But any attempt at playing Sir Charles Grandison will be resented." "I certainly like you best when you are rude," answered Daphne. She was not as animated as she had been yesterday during their homeward walk. The heat and the supreme stillness of the spot invited silence and repose. She was, perhaps, a little tired by the exploration of the chateau. She sat under the drooping branches of the lime, whose blossoms sweetened all the air, half in light, half in shadow, while Martha, who had eaten a hearty luncheon and consumed nearly a pint of Cliquot, plodded on with her crochet work and tried to keep the unknown in conversation. She asked him if he had seen this and that and the other operas, theatres, horticultural fêtes, labouring hard to make him understand that her people were in the very best society, as if opera boxes and horticultural fêtes meant society, and succeeded only in boring him outrageously. He would have been content to sit in dreamy silence, watching Daphne eat her cherries. Such an occupation seemed best suited to the sultry summer silence, the perfumed atmosphere. But Martha thought silence must mean dullness. "We are dreadfully quiet to-day," she said. "We must do something to get the steam up. Shall we have some riddles? I know lots of good ones that I didn't ask you yesterday." "Please don't," cried Nero. "I'm not equal to it. I think a single conundrum would crush me. Let us sit and dream." How sweet it were, hearing the downward stream, with half-shut eyes, ever to seem falling asleep in a half-dream. to dream and dream like yonder amber light, which will not leave the myrrh bush on the height. Martha looked round inquiringly. She did not see either myrrh bush or height in the landscape. They were in a level bit of the park, shut in by trees. "Is that poetry?" she asked. "Well, it's the nearest approach to it that the last half-century has produced," replied the unknown, and then he went on quoting. "But propped on beds of amaranthine moly, how sweet, while warm airs lull us, blowing lowly, with half-dropped eyelids still, beneath a heaven dark and holy, to watch the long bright river drawing slowly his waters from the purple hill. Poppæa, I wish you and I were queen and king of a lotus island, and could idle away our lives in perpetual summer." "We should soon grow tired of it," answered Daphne. "I am like the little boy in the French story book. I delight in all the seasons, and I dare say you skate, hunt, and do all manner of things that couldn't be done in summer." "True, my astute empress. But when one is setting under lime boughs on such a day as this, eternal summer seems your only idea of happiness." He gave himself up to idle musing. Yes, he was surprised, disappointed even, at the notion of this bright-haired nymph's parentage. There was no discredit in being a tradesman's daughter. He was very far from feeling a contempt for commerce. There were reasons in his own history why he should have considerable respect for successful trade, but for this girl he had imagined a different pedigree. She had a high-bred air, even in her reckless unconventionality, which accorded ill with his idea of a prosperous tradesman's daughter. There was a poetry in her every look and movement, a wild untutored grace, which was the strangest of all flowers to have blossomed in a parlour behind a London shop, reared in the smoke and grime of Oxford Street, brought up amidst ever-present considerations of pounds, shillings, and pence. The girl and her surroundings were so incongruous that the mere idea of them worried him. "And by she will marry some bloated butcher or pompous coach-builder, and spend all her days among the newly rich," he thought. "She will grow into the fat wife of a fat alderman, and overdress and overeat herself, and live a life of prosperous vulgarity." The notion was painful to him, and he was obliged to remind himself that there was very little likelihood of his ever seeing this girl again, so that the natural commonplaceness of her fate could make very little difference to him. Better to be vulgarly prosperous and live to be a great-grandmother than to fulfill the prophecy written on her hand. He said to himself, "What does it matter? Let us enjoy to-day, and let the long line of to-morrows rest in the shadow that wraps the unknown future. To-morrow I shall be on my way to Geneva, panting and stifling in a padded railway carriage, with oily Frenchmen who will insist upon having the windows up through the heat and dust of the long summer day, and I shall look back with envy to this delicious afternoon." They sat under the limes for a couple of hours, talking a little now and then in a desultory way, Martha trying her hardest to impress the unknown with the grandeurs and splendours of Lebanon Lodge, Clapham Common, Daphne saying very little, content to sit in the shade and dream. Then, having taken their fill of rest and shadow, they ventured out into the sun and went to see the famous grapery, and then Martha looked at her watch and protested that they must go home to tea. Miss Toby would be expecting them. Nero went with them to the gates of the palace, and would fain have gone further, but Daphne begged him to leave them there. "You would only frighten our poor governess," she said. "She would think it quite a terrible thing for us to have made your acquaintance. Please go back to your hotel at once." "If you command me to do so, I must obey," said Nero politely. He shook hands with them for the first time, gravely lifted his hat, and walked across to his hotel. It was on the opposite side of the way, a big white house with a garden in front of it, and a fountain playing. The two girls stood in the shadow watching him. "He is really very nice," said Martha. "I think mamma would like to have him at one of her dinner parties. But he did not tell us anything about himself, did
Chapter 4 of Asphodel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Asphodel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 4. courteous she was, discreet and debonaire. The world was 9 months older since Daphne picnicked in the park at Fontainebleau, and the scenery of her life was changed to a fair English landscape in one of the fairest of English shires. Here, in fertile Warwickshire, within 3 miles of Shakespeare's birthplace, within a drive of Warwick and Leamington and Kenilworth and Stoneleigh Park, to say nothing of ribbon-weaving, watchmaking Coventry, Daphne wandered in happy idleness through the low-lying water-meadows, which bounded the sloping lawns and shady gardens of South Hill. South Hill was a gentle elevation in the midst of a pastoral valley. A long, low, white house, which had been added to from time to time, crowned the grassy slope, and from its balconied windows commanded one of the prettiest views in England, a landscape purely pastoral and rustic, low meadows through which the Avon wound his silvery way between sedgy banks, with here a willowy islet and there a flowery creek. On one side, the distant roofs and gables and tall spire of Stratford, seen above intervening wood and water. On the other, a gentle undulating landscape, bounded by a range of hills, purple with distance. It was not an old house. There was nothing historical about it, though South Hill, with between 300 and 400 acres, had belonged to Sir Vernon Lawford's family since the reign of Elizabeth. There had been an ancient mansion, but the ancient mansion, being an unhealthy barrack of small, low rooms, and requiring the expenditure of £5,000 to make it healthy and habitable, Sir Vernon's father had conceived the idea that he could make a better use of his money if he pulled down the old house and built himself a new one. Whereupon the venerable pile was demolished, much to the disgust of archaeologists, and an Italian villa rose from its ashes, a house with wide French windows opening into broad verandas, delicious places in which to waste a summer morning, or the idle after-dinner hour watching the sunset. All the best rooms at South Hill faced the south-west, and the sunsets there seemed to Madeline Lawford more beautiful than anywhere else in the world. It was a house of the simplest form, built for ease and comfort rather than for architectural display. There were long, cool corridors, lofty rooms below and above stairs, a roomy hall, a broad, shallow staircase, and at one end of the house a spacious conservatory, which had been added by Sir Vernon soon after his marriage. This conservatory was the great feature of South Hill. It was a lofty stone building, with a double flight of marble steps descending from the drawing-room to the billiard-room below. Thus drawing-room and billiard-room both commanded a full view of the conservatory through wide glass doors. There were melancholy associations for Sir Vernon Lawford in this wing, which he had added to South Hill. He had built it to give pleasure to his first wife, an heiress and the most amiable of women. But before the building was finished, the first Lady Lawford was in her grave, leaving a baby girl of 2 months old behind her. The widower grieved intensely, but he proved no exception to the general rule that the more intense the sorrow of the bereaved, the more speedily does he or she seek consolation in new ties. Sir Vernon married again within 2 years of his wife's death, and this time, instead of giving satisfaction to the county by choosing one of the best born and wealthiest ladies within its length and breadth, he picked up his wife somewhere on the continent, a fact which in the opinion of the county was much in her disfavour, and when he brought her home and introduced her to his friends, he was singularly reticent as to her previous history. The county people shrugged their shoulders and doubted if this marriage would end well. They had some years later the morbid satisfaction of being able to say that they had prophesied aright. The second Lady Lawford bore her husband 2 children, a boy and a girl, and within a year of her daughter's birth mysteriously disappeared. She went to the south of France, it was said, for her lungs, though everybody's latest recollection of her was of a young woman in the heyday of health, strength, and beauty, somewhat self-willed, very extravagant, inordinately fond of pleasure, and governing her husband with the insolence of conscious beauty. From that southern journey she never came back. Nobody ever heard any explicit account of her death, yet after 2 or 3 years it became an accepted fact that she was dead. Sir Vernon travelled a good deal, while his maiden sister kept house for him at South Hill, and superintended the rearing of his children. Madeline, daughter and heiress of the first Lady Lawford, was brought up and educated at home. Loftus, the boy, went to a private tutor at Stratford, and thence to Rugby, where he fell ill and died. Daphne's childhood and early girlhood were spent almost entirely at school. Only a week ago she was still at Asnieres, grinding away at the everlasting prosy old books, reciting La Fontaine's fables, droning out long sing-song speeches from Athalie or Iphigenie, teasing poor patient Miss Toby, domineering over Martha Dibb. And now her education was supposed to be finished, and she was free to roam like a wild thing about the lovely grounds at South Hill, in the water meadows where the daffodils grew in such rank luxuriance, and where, years ago, when she was a little child, and had crowned herself with a chaplet of those yellow flowers, scarcely brighter than her hair, a painter friend of her father's had called her Asphodel. How well she remembered that sunny morning in early April, ages ago. Childhood seemed so far off at 17. How distinctly she remembered the artist whose refined and gentle manners had won her childish heart. She had been so little praised at South Hill that her pulses thrilled with pleasure when her father's friend smiled at her flower-crowned head and cried, "What a lovely picture! Look, Lawford, would not you like me to paint her just as she is at this moment, with her hair flying in the wind and that background of rushes and blue water?" But Sir Vernon turned on his heel with a curt, half-muttered answer, and the 2 men walked on and left her, smoking their cigarettes as they went. She remembered how, in a blind, childish fury, scarce knowing why she was angry, she tore the daffodil crown from her hair and trampled it underfoot. To the end of his visit the painter called her Asphodel, and one morning, finding her alone in the garden, he carried her off to the billiard-room and made a sketch of her head with its loose, tangled hair. A head which appeared next year on the line at the Royal Academy and was raved about by all artistic London. And now it was early April again, and she was a girl in the fair dawn of womanhood, free to do what she liked with her life, and there were many things that she was beginning to understand, things not altogether pleasant to her womanly pride. She was beginning to perceive very clearly that her father did not love her, and was never likely to love her, that her presence in his home gave him no pleasure, that he simply endured her as part of the burden of life, while to her sister he gave love without stint or measure. True that he was by nature and habit selfish and self-indulgent, and that the love of such a man is at best hardly worth having. But Daphne would have been glad of her father's love were the affection of ever so poor a quality. His indifference chilled her soul. She had been accustomed to command affection, to be petted and praised and bowed down to for her pretty looks and pretty ways, to take a leading position with her schoolfellows, partly because she was Sir Vernon Lawford's daughter, and partly for those subtle charms and graces which made her superior to the rank and file of schoolgirls. Yet, though Sir Vernon was wanting in affection for his younger daughter, Daphne was not unloved at South Hill. Her sister Madeline loved her dearly, had so loved her ever since those unforgotten summer days when the grave girl of 9 and the toddling 2-year-old baby wandered hand in hand in shrubberies and gardens, and seemed to have the whole domain of South Hill to themselves, Sir Vernon and Lady Lawford being somewhere on the Continent, and the maiden aunt being a lady very much in request in the best society in the neighbourhood, and very willing to take the utmost enjoyment out of life, and to delegate her duties to nurses and maids. The love that had grown up in those days between the sisters had been in no wise lessened by severance. They were as devoted to each other now as they had been in the dawn of life. Madeline loving Daphne with a proud, protecting love, Daphne looking up to Madeline with intense respect and believing in her as the most perfect of women. "I'm afraid I shall never be able to leave off talking," said Daphne upon this particular April morning, when she had come in from a long ramble by the Avon, with her apron full of daffodils. "I seem to have such a world of things to tell you." "Don't put any check upon your eloquence, darling. You won't tire me," said Madeline in her low, gentle voice. She had a very soft voice, and a slow, calm way of speaking, which seemed to most people to be the true patrician tone. She spoke like a person who had never been in a hurry, and had never been in a passion. The sisters were in Madeline's morning room, sometimes called the old drawing room, as it had been the chief reception room at South Hill before Sir Vernon built the west wing. It was a large airy room, painted white, with chintz draperies of the lightest and most delicate tints, apple blossoms on a creamy ground, the furniture all of light woods, the china celadon or turquoise, but the chief beauty of the room, its hothouse flowers, tulips, gardenias, arums, hyacinths, pansies, grouped with exquisite taste on tables and in jardinières, on brackets and mantelpiece. The love of flowers was almost a passion with Madeline Lawford, and she was rich enough to indulge this inclination to her heart's content. She had built a long line of hothouses in one of the lower gardens, and kept a small regiment of gardeners and boys. She could afford to do this, and yet to be Lady Bountiful in all the district round about South Hill. So nobody ventured to blame her for the money she spent upon horticulture. She was a very handsome woman, handsome in that perfectly regular style about which there can be no difference of opinion. Some might call her beauty cold, but all must own she was beautiful. Her profile was strongly marked, the forehead high and broad, the nose somewhat aquiline, the mouth proud, calm, resolute, yet infinitely sweet when she smiled. The eyes almost black, with long dark lashes, sculptured eyelids, and delicately pencilled brows. She wore her hair as she might have worn it had she lived in the days of Pericles and Aspasia, simply drawn back from her forehead and twisted into a heavy Greek knot at the back of her head. No fringed locks or fluffiness gave their factitious charm to her face. Her beauty was of that calm, statuesque type, which has nothing to do with chic, piquancy, dash, audacity, or any of those qualities which go such a long way in the composition of modern loveliness. All her tastes were artistic, but her love of art showed itself rather in the details of daily life than in any actual achievement with brush or pencil. She worked exquisitely in crewels and silks, drew her own designs from natural flowers, and produced embroideries on linen or satin which were worthy to be hung in a picture gallery. She had a truly feminine love of needlework, and was never idle. In this, the very reverse of Daphne, who loved to loll at ease, looking lazily at the sky or the landscape, and making up her mind to be tremendously busy by and by. Daphne was always beginning work and never finishing anything, while every task undertaken by Madeline was carried on to completion. The very essence of her own character was completeness, fulfilling every duty to the uttermost, satisfying in fullest measure every demand which home or society could make upon her. "I'm sure you'll be tired of me, Lena," protested Daphne, kneeling on the fender stool, while Madeline sat at work in her accustomed place, with a Japanese bamboo table at her side for the accommodation of her crewels. "You can't imagine what a capacity I have for talking." "Then I must be very dull," murmured Madeline, smiling at her. "You have been home a week." "Well, certainly, you have had some experience of me, but you might think my loquacity a temporary affliction, and that when I had said my say after nearly 2 years of separation, 'Oh, Lena, how horrid it was spending all my holidays at Asnieres,' I should subside into comparative silence. But I shall always have worlds to tell you. It is my nature to say everything that comes into my mind. That's why I got on so well with Dib." "Was Dib a dog, dear?" "A dog!" cried Daphne, with a sparkling smile. "No, Dib was my schoolfellow, a dear good thing. Stupid, clumsy, innately vulgar, but devoted to me. A poor thing, but mine own, as Touchstone says. We were tremendous chums." "I am sorry you should make a friend of any innately vulgar girl, Daphne dear," said Madeline gravely. "And don't you think it rather vulgar to talk of your friend as Dib?" "We all did it," answered Daphne with a shrug. "I was always called Lawford. It saves trouble and sounds friendly. You talk about Disraeli and Gladstone. Why not Dib and Lawford?" "I think there's a difference, Daphne. If you were very friendly with this Miss Dib, why not speak of her by her Christian name?" "So be it, my dearest. In future she shall be Martha, to please you. She really is a good, inoffensive soul. Her father keeps a big shop in Oxford Street, but the family live in a palace on Clapham Common, with gardens and vineries and pineries and goodness knows what. When I call her vulgar, it is because she and all her people are so proud of their money, and measure everything by the standard of money. Martha was very inquisitive about my means. She wanted to know whether I was rich or poor, and I really couldn't inform her. Which am I, Lena?" Daphne looked up at her sister as if it were a question about which she was slightly curious, but not a matter of supreme moment. A faint flush mounted to Madeline's calm brow. The soft dark eyes looked tenderly at Daphne's eager face. "Dearest, why trouble yourself about the money question? Have you ever felt the inconvenience of poverty?" "Never. You sent me everything I could possibly wish for, and I always had more pocket money than any girl in the school, not excepting Martha, though she took care to inform me that her father could have allowed her 10 times as much if he had chosen. No, dear, I don't know what poverty means, but I should like to understand my own position very precisely, now that I am a woman, don't you know? I am quite aware that you are an heiress. Everybody at South Hill has taken pains to impress that fact upon my mind. Please, dear, what am I? Darling, Papa is not a rich man, but he— Madeline paled a little as she spoke, knowing that South Hill had been settled on her mother, and her mother's children after her, and that, in all probability, Sir Vernon had hardly any other property in the world. He will provide for you, no doubt, and if he were unable to leave you much by and by, I have plenty for both. I understand, said Daphne, growing pale in her turn. I am a pauper. Daphne! My mother had not a sixpence, I suppose, and that is why nobody ever speaks of her, and that is why there is not a portrait of her in this house where she lived and was admired and loved. I was wrong to call Dib vulgar for measuring all things by a money standard. It's other people's measure as well as hers. Daphne, how can you say such things? Didn't I tell you that I say everything that comes into my head? Oh, Madeline, don't for pity's sake think that I envy you your wealth, you who have been so good to me, you who are all I have to love in this world. It is not the money I care for. I think I would just as soon be poor as rich, if I could be free to roam the world like a man. But to live in a great house, waited on by an army of servants, and to know that I am nobody, of no account, a mere waif, the penniless daughter of a penniless mother, that wounds me to the quick. My dearest, my pet, what a false, foolish notion. Do you think anybody in this house values you less because I have a fortune tied to me by all manner of parchment deeds, and you have no particular settlement, and have only expectations from a not over-rich father? Do you think you are not admired for your grace and pretty looks, and that by and by there will not come the best substitute which modern life can give for the prince of our dear old fairy tales, a good husband, who will be wealthy enough to give my darling all she can desire in this world? I'm sure I shall hate him, whoever he may be, said Daphne, with a short, impatient sigh. Madeline looked at her earnestly, with the tender motherly look which came naturally to the beautiful face when the elder sister looked at the younger. She had put aside her cruel work at the beginning of this conversation, and had given all her attention to Daphne. "Why do you say that, dearest?" she asked gravely. "Oh, I don't know really, but I'm sure I shall never marry." "Isn't it rather early to make up your mind on that point?" "Why should it be? Hasn't one a mind and a heart at 17 as well as at 27? I should like well enough to have a very rich husband by and by, so that, instead of being Daphne the pauper, I might be Mrs. Somebody, with ever so much a year settled upon me for ever and ever. But I don't believe I shall ever see anybody I shall be able to care for." "I hope, darling, you haven't taken it into your foolish head that you care for someone already. Schoolgirls are so silly." "And generally fall in love with the dancing master," said Daphne with a laugh. "I think I tried rather hard to do that, but I couldn't succeed. The poor man wore a wig, a dreadfully natural, dreadfully curly wig, like the pictures of Lord Byron. No, Lena, I pledge you my word that no dancing master's image occupies my breast." "I am glad to hear it," answered Madeline. "I hope there is no one else." Daphne blushed rosy red. She took a gardenia from the low glass vase on her sister's work table, where the white waxen flowers were clustered in the centre of a circle of purple pansies, and began to pick the petals off slowly, one by one. "He loves me not," she whispered softly, smiling all the while at her own foolishness, till the smile faded slowly at the sight of the barren stem. "Loves me not," she sighed. "You see, fate is against me, Lena. I am doomed to die unmarried." "Daphne, do you mean that there is someone?" faltered Madeline, more in earnest than it might seem needful to be with a creature so utterly childlike. "There was a man once in a wood," said Daphne, with crimson cheeks and downcast eyelids, yet with an arch smile curling her lips all the while. "There was a man whom Martha and I once met in a wood in our holidays. Papa would have me spend my holidays at school, you see, and I have thought since, sometimes, mere idle fancy no doubt, that he is the only man I should ever care to marry, and that is impossible, for he is engaged to someone else. So you see I am fated to die a spinster." "Daphne, what do you mean? A man whom you met in a wood, and he was engaged, and you don't mean that you and your friend Miss Dibb made the acquaintance of a strange man whom you met while you were out walking?" exclaimed Madeline, aghast at the idea. "Surely you were too well looked after for that. You never went out walking alone, did you? I thought French women were so extremely particular." "Of course they are," replied Daphne, laughing. "I was only drawing on my imagination, dearest, just to see that solemn face of yours. It was worth the trouble. No, Lena dear, there is no one. My heart is as free as my shuttlecock when I send it flying over the roof, scaring the swallows. And now, let us talk about your dear self. I want you to tell me all about Mr. Goring, about Gerald. I suppose I may call him by his Christian name, as he is to be my brother-in-law by and by." "Your brother, dear." "Thank you, Lena, that sounds ever so much nicer. I am so short of relations. Then I shall always call him Gerald. What a pretty name." "He was called after his mother, Lady Geraldine." "I see. She represented the patrician half of his family, and his father the plebeian half, I believe. The father was a Dibb, was he not? A money grubber?" "His father was a very worthy man, who rose from the ranks and made his fortune as a contractor." "And Lady Geraldine married him for the sake of his worthiness? And you and Gerald are going to spend his money?" "Mr. Goring and his wife were a very united couple, I believe, Daphne. There is no reason why you should laugh at them." "Except my natural malice, which makes me inclined to ridicule good people." "You should have said that, Madeline, for you look as if you meant it." "Was the contractor's name always Goring?" "No, he was originally a Mr. Giles, but he changed his name soon after his marriage, and took the name of his wife's maternal grandfather, a Warwickshire squire." "What a clever way of hooking himself on to the landed gentry," said Daphne. "And now, please tell me all about Gerald. Is he very nice?" "You may suppose that I think him so," answered Madeline, going on with the fashioning of a water lily on a ground of soft grey cloth. "I can hardly trust myself to praise him, for I fear I should say too much. How is it that I have seen no photograph of him? I expected to see 6 portraits of him in this room alone. But I suppose you have an album crammed with his photos somewhere under lock and key." "He has not been photographed since he was a schoolboy. He detests photography, and though he has often promised me that he would sacrifice his own feelings so far as to be photographed, he has never kept his word." "That is very bad of him," said Daphne. "I am bursting with curiosity about his looks, but perhaps," she faltered with a deprecating air, "the poor thing is rather plain, and that is why he does not care to be photographed." "No," replied Madeline with her gentle smile. "I do not think his worst enemy could call him plain, not that I should love him less if he were the plainest of mankind." "Yes, you would," exclaimed Daphne with conviction. "It is all very well to talk about loving a man for his mind, or his heart, and all that kind of thing. You wouldn't love a man with a potato nose or a pimply complexion if he were morally the most perfect creature in the universe. I am very glad my future brother is handsome." "That is a matter of opinion. I don't know your idea of a handsome man." "Let me see," said Daphne, clasping her hands above her head in a charmingly listless attitude, and giving herself up to thought. "My idea of good looks in a man? The subject requires deliberation. What do you say to a pale complexion, inclining to sallowness, dreamy eyes under dark straight brows, forehead low, yet broad enough to give room for plenty of brains, mouth grave, and even mournful in expression, except when he smiles? The whole face must light up like a god when he smiles. Hair darkest brown, short, straight, silky?" "One would think you had seen Mr. Goring and were describing him," said Madeline. "What, Lena, is he like that? It is so difficult to realise a description, but really yours might do for Gerald. Yet I dare say the image in your mind is totally different from that in mine." "No doubt," answered Daphne, and then, with a half-breathed sigh, she quoted her favourite Tennyson, "No two dreams are alike." "You will be able to judge for yourself before long," said Madeline. "Gerald is coming home in the autumn." "The autumn?" cried Daphne. "That is an age to wait, and then I suppose you are to be married immediately." "Not till next spring. That is my father's wish. You see, I don't come of age till I'm 25, and there are settlements and technical difficulties. Papa thought it best for us to wait, and I did not wish to oppose him. I believe it is all my father's selfishness. He can't bear to lose you." "Can I be angry with him for that?" asked Madeline, smiling tenderly at the thought of her father's love. "I am proud to think that I am necessary to his happiness." "But there is your happiness and Mr. Goring's to be considered. It has been such a long engagement, and you have been kept so much apart. It must have been a dreary time for you. If ever I am engaged, I hope my young man will always be dancing attendance upon me." "My father thought it best that we should not be too much together, for fear we should get tired of each other," said Madeline with an incredulous smile. "And as Gerald is very fond of travelling, and wanted change after the shock of his mother's death, Papa proposed that he should spend the greater part of his life abroad until my 25th birthday. The separation would be a test for us both, my father thought." "A most cruel, unjustifiable test," cried Daphne indignantly. "Your 25th birthday, forsooth! Why, you will be an old woman before you are married. In all the novels I ever read, the heroine married before she was 20, and even then she seemed sometimes quite an old thing. 18 is the proper age for orange blossoms and a Brussels veil." "That is all a matter of opinion, pet. I don't think young lady novelists of 17 and 18 have always the wisest views of life. You must not say a word against your father, Daphne. He always acts for the best." "I have never heard of a domestic tyrant yet of whom that could not be said," retorted Daphne. "However, darling, if you are satisfied, I am content, and I shall look forward impatiently to the autumn, and to the pleasure of making my new brother's acquaintance. I hope he will like me." "No fear of that, Daphne. I am not at all sure of winning his regard, Look at my father. I would give a great deal to be loved by him, yet he detests me." "Daphne, how can you say such a thing?" "It is the truth. Why should I not say it? Do you suppose I don't know the signs of aversion as well as the signs of love? I know that you love me. You have no need to tell me so. I do not even want the evidence of your kind acts. I am assured of your love. I can see it in your face. I can hear it in every tone of your voice. And I know just as well that my father dislikes me. He kept me at a distance as long as ever he could, and now that duty, or his regard for other people's opinion, obliges him to have me at home, he avoids me as if I were a roaring lion, or something equally unpleasant. Only be patient, dear. You will win his heart in time," said Madeline soothingly. She had put aside the water-lily, and had drawn her sister's fair head upon her shoulder with caressing fondness. "He cannot fail to love my sweet Daphne when he knows her better," she said. "I don't know that. I fancy he was prejudiced against me when I was a little thing and could scarcely have offended him, unless it was by cutting my teeth disgustingly, or having nettle rash, or something of that kind. Lena, do you think he hated my mother?" Madeline started and flushed crimson. "Daphne, what a question! Why, my father's second marriage was a love match, like his first." "Yes, I suppose he was in love with her, or he would hardly have married a nobody," said Daphne in a musing tone. "But he might have got to hate her afterwards." At this moment the door was opened, and a voice, full, round, manly in tone, said, "Madeline, I want you." Lena rose hastily, letting her work. Chapter 5 of Asphodel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Asphodel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 5. Thou lovest me, that wot I well certain. Many a time since her home-coming had Daphne been on the point of telling her sister all about that more or less anonymous traveller, whom she called the man in the wood. But her picnicking adventures, looked at retrospectively from the strictly correct atmosphere of home, seemed much more terrible than they had appeared to her at Asnières, where a vague hankering after forbidden pleasures was an element in the girlish mind, and where there was a current idea that the most appalling impropriety was allowable, provided the whole business were meant as a joke. But Daphne, seated at Madeline's feet, began to feel doubtful if there were any excuse for such joking, and after that one skirmishing approach to the subject, she said no more about the gentleman who had called himself Nero. It was hateful to her to have a secret, were it the veriest trifle, from her sister, but the idea of Madeline's disapproval was still more repugnant to her, and she was very certain that Madeline would disapprove of the whole transaction in which Mr. Nero had been concerned. "I could never tell her how thoroughly at home I felt with him," mused Daphne. "How easy and natural our acquaintance seemed, just as if we had been destined from the very beginning of time to meet at that hour and at that spot. And to part so soon," added Daphne with a sigh. "It seemed hardly worth while to meet." Yes, it was a mystery upon which Daphne brooded very often in the fair spring weather, as she wandered by her beloved river. Strange that two lives should meet and touch for a moment, like circles on yonder placid water, meet and touch and part and never meet again. The rings on the river break when they touch, thought Daphne. They are fatal to each other. Our meeting had no significance. 2 summer days, and it was all over and ended. I wonder whether Nero ever thought of Poppaea after he left Fontainebleau. Poppaea! What a silly name! And what a simpleton he must have thought me for assuming it. Of all things at South Hill, where there was so much that was beautiful, Daphne loved the river. It had been her delight when she was a tiny child, hardly able to syllable the words that were meant to express admiration. She had wanted to walk into the water, had struggled in her nurse's arms to get at it, and make herself a part of the thing that seemed so beautiful. Then, when she was just a little older and a little wiser, it had been her delight to sit on the very edge of the stream, to sit hidden in the rushes, spelling out a fairy tale. In those early days she would have been happy if the world had begun and ended in those low-lying meadows, where daffodils and orchises and bluebells grew in such rich abundance that she could gather and waste them all day long, yet make no perceptible difference in their number. Where the lazy cattle stood half the day, breast high in the weedy water, dreaming with wide-open eyes. Where the shadow of a bird flitting across the stream was the only thing that gave token of life's restlessness. Later there came a happy midsummer holiday, when her father was away at M, nursing his last fancied disorder, and she and Madeline were alone together at South Hill, under the protection of the maiden aunt, who never interfered with anybody's pleasure so long as she could enjoy her own way of life. And in a willow-shaded creek Daphne found a disused, forgotten punt, which had lain stagnant in the mud for the last 7 years, and with the aid of a youth who worked in the gardens, she had so patched and caulked and painted this derelict as to make it tolerably watertight, and in this frail and clumsy craft she had punted herself up and down a shallow tributary of the deep, swift Avon, as far afield as she could go without making Madeline absolutely miserable. And now, being finished, and a young woman, Daphne asked herself where she was to get a boat. She had plenty of pocket money. There was an old boathouse under one of the willows where she could keep her skiff. She had learnt to swim at Asnières, so there could be no danger. So she took counsel with the garden youth, who had grown into a man by this time, and asked him whether he could buy her a boat, and where. "That's according to the kind of boat as you might fancy, miss," answered her friend. "There's many a kind of boats, you see." "Oh, I hardly know, but I should like something light and pretty, a long, narrow boat, don't you know?" And Daphne went on to describe an outrigger. "Lord, miss, it would be fearful dangerous. You'd be getting here among the weeds and upsetting them. You'd better have a dinghy. That's safe and comfortable like." "A dinghy's a thing like a washing tub, isn't it?" "Rather that shape, miss." "I wouldn't sit in such a thing for the world. No, Bink, if I can't have a long, narrow boat with a sharp nose, I'll have a punt." "I think I should really like a punt. I was so fond of that one. I feel quite sorry that the rats ate it. Yes, you must buy me a punt. There'll be plenty of room in it for my drawing-board, and my books, and my crewel work, for I mean to live on the river when the summer comes. How soon can you buy me my punt?" I think as how you'd better have a dinghy, miss, said Bink. It's all very well pushing about a punt in the creeks when you was a child, but a punt don't do in deep water. You can have a nice-shaped dinghy, not too much of a tub, you know, and a pair of sculls, and I'll teach you how to row. I can order it any afternoon that I can get an holiday, miss. There's a good boat builder at Stratford. I'll order he to build it. How lovely! Cried Daphne, clapping her hands. A boat built on purpose for me. It must have no end of cushions, for my sister will come with me very often, of course. And it must be painted in the early English style. I'll have a dark red dado. A what, miss? A dado, Bink. The lower half of the inside must be painted dark red, and the upper half a lovely cream colour, and the outside must be a dark greenish brown. You understand, don't you? Not over well, miss. You'd better write it down for the boat builder. I'll do better than that, Bink. I'll make a sketch of the boat and paint it in the colours I want, and she, must have a name, I suppose. Boats has names mostly, miss. My boat shall not be nameless. I'll call her. A pause, then a sudden dimpling smile and a bright blush, loveliness thrown away on Bink, who stood at ease leaning on his hoe and staring at the river. I'll call her Nero. An hero, miss? What hero? The old Duke of Wellington? He were an hero, weren't he? Or Nelson? That's more a name for a boat. Nero, Bink. Nero. I'll write it down for the boat builder. You'd better, please, miss. I never was good at remembering names. When Daphne had given Bink the sketch, with full authority to commission her boat, she had an afterthought about her father. The boat-house was his property. Even the river in some measure belonged to him. He had at least riparian rights. So after dinner that evening, when Madeline and she were sitting opposite each other in silence at the pretty table, bright with velvety gloxinias and maidenhair ferns, while Sir Vernon leant back in his chair, sipping his claret and grumbling vaguely about things in general, the indolence of his servants, the unfitness of his horses, the impending ruin of the land in which he lived, and the crass ignorance of the pig-headed body of men who were pretending to govern it, Daphne, in a pause of the paternal monologue, lifted up her voice. "Papa, may I have a dinghy, please? I can buy it with my own money." "A dinghy?" exclaimed Sir Vernon. "What in heaven's name is a dinghy?" He had an idea that it must be some article of female attire or of fancy work, since his frivolous young daughter desired to possess it. "A dinghy is a kind of boat, Papa." "Oh, a dinghy!" exclaimed Sir Vernon, as if she had said something else in the first instance. "What can you want with a dinghy?" "I am so dearly fond of the river, Papa, and a dinghy is such a safe boat, Bink says." "Who is Bink?" "One of the under-gardeners." "A curious authority to quote. So you want a dinghy, and to row yourself about the river like a boy?" "There is no one to notice me, Papa." "The place is secluded enough, so long as you don't go beyond our own meadows. I desired Madame Tolmache to have you taught swimming. Can you swim?" "Yes, Papa. I believe I am a rather good swimmer." "Well, you can have your boat. It is a horribly masculine taste, always provided you do not go beyond our own fields. I cannot have you boating over half the county." shall be quite happy to keep to our own fields, Papa," Daphne answered meekly. She enlisted the devoted Bink in her service next morning. He patched up the old boat-house and whitewashed the inside walls, much to the displeasure of Mr. McCloskey, the head gardener, a gentleman in broadcloth and a top hat, who seemed to do little more than walk about the grounds, smoke his pipe in the hothouses, plan expensive improvements, and order costly novelties from the most famous nurseries at home and abroad. Bink ought to have been wheeling manure from the stable during that very afternoon, which he had devoted to the repair of the boat-house, and Mr. McCloskey declared that the future well-being of his melon-bed was imperilled by the young man's misconduct. "I shall complain to Sir Vernon," said McCloskey. "I beg your pardon, Mr. McCloskey, but Miss Daphne told me to do it." "Miss Daphne, indeed! I can't have my gardeners interfered with by Miss Daphne," exclaimed McCloskey, as much as to say that his master's second daughter was a person of very small account. He gave Daphne a lecture that evening in very broad Scotch, when he met her in the rose garden. "You'll be meddling with my roses next, miss, I suppose," he said severely. "You young ladies from boarding school have no respect for anything." "Your roses!" cried Daphne, with a contemptuous glance at the closely pruned twigs of the standards, which at this early period looked as if they would never flower again. "When I shall see any, I shall know how to appreciate them." "Roses, indeed! I wonder you like to mention them. Everything flowers a month earlier in France than you can make it do here. I had a finer gloire de Dijon nodding in at my window at Asnières this time last year than you ever saw in your life." And she marched off, leaving McCloskey with a dim idea that in any skirmish with this young lady he was likely to be worsted. How ardently she had longed for home a few weeks ago, when she was counting the days that must pass before the appointed date of her return, under the wing of Madame Tolmache, who crossed the Channel reluctantly once or twice a year to escort pupils, and was prostrate in the cabin throughout the brief sea passage, leaving the pupils to take care of themselves, and so horribly ill on landing that the pupils had to take care of her. So long as South Hill was in the future, Daphne had believed that perfect happiness awaited her there, gladness without a flaw. But now that she was at home, established, a recognized member of the family for all her life to come, she began to discover that even at South Hill life was not perfect happiness. She was devotedly fond of Madeline, and Madeline was full of affection, careful, anxious, almost maternal love for her. There was no flaw in her gladness here, but every hour she spent in her father's company made her more certain of the one painful fact, that he did not care for her. There was even in her mind the terrible suspicion that he actually disliked her, that he would have been glad to have her out of his way, married, dead and buried, anything, so that she might be removed from his path. She was very young, and her spirits had all the buoyancy of youth that has never been acquainted with sordid cares. So there was plenty of gladness in her life. It was only now and then that the thought of her father's indifference, or possible dislike, drifted like a passing cloud across her mind, and took the charm out of everything. "What a lovely place it is," she said to Madeline one evening after dinner when they were strolling about the lawn, where 3 of the finest deodaras in the county rose like green towers against the warm western sky. "I am fonder of it every day, yet I can't help feeling that I'm an interloper." Daphne, you, the daughter of the house? A daughter, not the daughter, answered Daphne. Sometimes I fancy that I'm a daughter too many. You should have heard how McCloskey talked to me yesterday because I had taken Bink from his work for an hour or two. If I had been a poor little underpaid nursery governess, he couldn't have scolded me more severely. And I think servants have a knack of finding out their master's feelings. If I had been a favourite with my father, McCloskey would never have talked like that. A favourite? What nonsense! It is so obvious that I bore him awfully. Daphne, if you are going to nurse this kind of fancy, you will never be happy, Madeline said earnestly, winding her arm round her sister as they sauntered slowly down the sloping lawn, side by side. You must make every allowance for papa. He is not a demonstrative man. His manner may seem cold, perhaps. Cold? Cried Daphne. It is ice. I feel I have entered the frigid zone directly I go into his presence. But he is not cold to you. He has love enough and to spare for you. We have been so much together. I have learned to be useful to him. Yes, you have spent your life with him, while I have been an outcast and an alien. Daphne, you have no right to speak like that. My father is a man of peculiar temper. It pleased him to have only one daughter at home till both were grown up. You were more lively than I, younger by 7 years, and he fancied you would be noisy. He is a nervous man, wanting an atmosphere of complete repose. And now you are grown up and have come home for good. And I really cannot see any reason why you should complain. No, there is nothing to complain about, cried Daphne bitterly. Only that I have been cheated out of a father's love. Not by you, Lena, dearest. No, not by you, she exclaimed, when her sister would have spoken. I am not base enough to be jealous of you. You who have been my good angel always. No, dear, but he has cheated me. My father has cheated me in not giving me a chance of getting at his heart when I was a child. What is the good of me trying now? I come home to him as a stranger. How can he be expected to care for me? If he doesn't love you now, my pet, and mind, I don't admit that it is so, he will soon learn to be fond of you. He can't help admiring my sweet young sister, said Madeline with tearful eyes. I will never plague you about him any more, dear, protested Daphne with a penitent air. I will try to be satisfied with your affection. You do love me, don't you? With all my strength. And to do my duty in that state of life, etc., etc., etc. Talking of duty, Daphne, I have been wanting to make a suggestion for the last week or two, said Madeline gently. Don't you think it would be better for you if you were to employ yourself a little more? Employ myself? Cried Daphne. Why, I have been tremendously busy for the last 3 days, about the dinghy. Dearest, you are laughing at me. I mean that at 17 and a half, interjected Daphne with dignity. At 17 your education can hardly be completed. I know ridiculously little, though I have been outrageously crammed. I am afraid all the science and languages and literature have got mixed up in my brain somehow, said Daphne, but I am awfully fond of poetry. I know a good deal of Tennyson by heart. I could repeat every line of the Lotus Eaters, if you asked me, said Daphne, blushing unaccountably. I think you ought to read, dear, pursued Madeline gravely. Why, So I do. Didn't I read 3 volumes of Care for Somebody in a single day, in order that the book might go back to Mudie's? That rubbishing story. Daphne, dear, you know I am talking of serious reading. Then you had better find somebody else to talk to, said Daphne. I never could pin my mind to a dull book. My thoughts go dancing off like butterflies, skimming away like swallows. I could no more plod through a history, or a volume of Voyages in Timbuktu, or Sir Somebody's Memoirs at the Court of Queen Joan of Naples, or a waiting woman's recollections of Peter the Great, than I could fly. There are a few characters in history I like to read about, in short instalments. Napoleon the Great, for instance. There is a hero for you. Bloodthirsty, but nice. Mary Stuart, Julius Caesar, Sir Walter Raleigh, Columbus, Shakespeare. These shine out like stars. But the dull, dead level of history, the going out of the Whigs and the coming in of the Tories, the everlasting battles in the Netherlands or the Punjab. I envy you your faculty of taking interest in such dry-as-dust stuff, but I cannot imitate you. I like to be able to talk to Papa, and to Gerald by and by, said Madeline shyly. Does Papa talk of the Punjab? Not often, dear, but in order to understand the events of one's own day, it is necessary to know the history of the past. Papa likes to discuss public affairs, and I generally read the Times to him every morning, as you know. Yes, answered Daphne, I know you are his slave. Daphne, it is my delight to be useful to him. Yes, that is the sort of woman you are, always sacrificing your own happiness for other people. But I love you for it, dearest, exclaimed Daphne, with one of her sudden gushes of affection. Only don't ask me to improve myself, darling, now that I am tasting perfect liberty for the first time in my life. Think how I have been ground and polished and governessed and preached at and backboarded, drawing up her slim figure straight as an arrow, and dumbbelled and fifth positioned for so many weary years of my life, and let me have my fling of idleness at home. I began to wonder if I really had a home. My father kept me away from it so long. Let me be idle and happy, Lena, for a little while. I shall mend by and by. My pet, do you suppose I don't wish you to be happy? But I don't want your education to come to a full stop because you have left school. Let me learn to be like you if I can. There could be no higher education than that. Flatterer! No, Lena, no one can flatter perfection. And Madeline stopped her with a kiss, blushing at her praise. And then they turned and walked slowly back to the house, across the dewy lawn, where the shadows of the deodaras had deepened and lengthened with the rising of the moon. Daphne paused on the terrace to look back at the low-lying river gleaming between its willowy banks, so beautiful and ghostly a thing in the moonlight that it almost seemed as if it belonged to another world. How lovely it is out of doors, sighed Daphne. Doesn't it seem foolishness to shut oneself up in a house? Stay a little longer, Lena. Papa would not like to be deserted, dear, and Aunt Rhoda talked about coming in this evening. Then I'm in for a lecture, said Daphne. Aunt Rhoda told me to go and see her, and I haven't been. There was a brilliant light in the billiard-room, and the two girls went in through the conservatory and down the marble steps to the room where they were most likely to find their father at this time of the evening. Sir Vernon Lawford was not an enthusiastic billiard player, Indeed, he was not enthusiastic about anything except his own merits, of which he had a very exalted opinion. He played a game of billiards every evening, because it kept him awake and kept him in gentle movement, which state of being he considered good for his health. He played gravely, as if he were doing his duty to society, and played well, and though he liked to have his elder daughter in the room while he played, and could bring himself to tolerate the presence of other people, he resented anything distracting in the way of conversation. Seen in the bright white light of the Carcel lamps, Sir Vernon Lawford, at 53 years of age, was still a handsome man, a tall, well-set-up man, with a hard, clearly chiselled face, eyes of lightish grey, cold and severe in expression, grey hair and whiskers, hands of feminine delicacy in shape and colour, and something rigid and soldier-like in his bearing, as of a man who had been severely drilled himself, and would be a martinet in his rule over others. He was bending over the table with frowning brow, meditating a difficult stroke, as the two girls came softly in through the wide doorway, two tall, slim figures in white gowns, with a background of flowers and palms showing dimly behind them, and beyond the foliage and flowers the glimmer of a marble balustrade. A fashionably dressed lady of uncertain age, the solitary spectator of the game, sat fanning herself in silence by the wide marble fireplace. Sir Vernon's antagonist came quietly forward to greet Madeline and her sister. "I am so glad you have come in," he said confidentially. "I am getting ignominiously licked. I had a good mind to throw up the sponge and bolt out into the garden after you just now. Only I thought if I didn't take my licking decently, Sir Vernon would never play with me again. Isn't it too delicious out there among the deodaras?" "Heavenly!" exclaimed Daphne. "And the river looks like the chemin du paradis. I wonder you can stay in this glaring room." Sir Vernon had made up his mind by this time, and with a slow and gentle stroke made a cannon and sent his adversary's ball into a pocket. "Just like my luck," said the adversary, while Sir Vernon again deliberated. He was a man of about 27, tall, broad-shouldered, good-looking, with something of a gladiatorial air in his billiard-room undress. He was fair, with a healthy Saxon colour and Saxon blue eyes, features not chiselled, but somewhat heavily moulded, yet straight and regular withal. Hair a lightish brown, cropped closely to a well-shaped head. Forehead fairly furnished with intellectual organs, but not the brow of poet or philosopher, wit or savant. A good average English forehead, a good average English face, beaming with good nature, as he stands by Madeline's side, chalking his cue as industriously as if chalk could win the game. This was Edgar Turchill, of Hawksyard Grange, Sir Vernon Lawford's most influential and pleasantest neighbour, a country squire of old family and fair fortune, owner of one of the most interesting places in the county, a real Warwickshire manor house, and the only son of his widowed mother. The lady by the fireplace now began to think she had been neglected long enough, and beckoned Daphne with her fan. She beckoned the girl with an authoritative air, which distinctly indicated relationship. "Come here and sit by me, child," she whispered, tapping the fender stool with the point of her embroidered shoe, whereupon Daphne meekly crouched at the lady's feet, prepared for the worst. Why have you never been to the rectory? Daphne twisted her fingers in and out of her slender watch-chain with an embarrassed air. Indeed, hardly know why, Aunt Rhoda, she faltered. Perhaps it was because I was enjoying myself so much. Everything at home was so new to me, you see. The gardens, the river, the meadows. You were enjoying yourself so much that you had no inclination to see your aunt and uncle? Uncle? Echoed Daphne. Oh, you mean the rector? Of course. Is he not your uncle? Is he, aunt? I know he's your husband, but as you only married him a year ago, and he hadn't begun to be my uncle when I was last at home, it never occurred to me. That by my marriage with him he had become your uncle? That looks like ignorance, Daphne, or want of proper feeling, said the rector's wife with an offended air. It was ignorance, Aunt Rhoda. At Madame Tolmache's they taught us so much geography and geology and astronomy, don't you know, that they were obliged to keep us in the dark about uncles and aunts. And am I really to call the rector uncle? It seems quite awful. Why awful? Because I have looked up to him all my life as a being in a black silk gown who preached long sermons and would do something awful to me if I laughed in church. I looked upon him as the very embodiment of the church, don't you know, and should hardly have believed that he wanted breakfast and dinner and wore out his clothes and boots like other men. When he came to call, I used to run away and hide myself. I had an idea that he would scold me if I came in his way, take me to task for not being a Christian, or ask me to repeat last Sunday's gospel. And to think that he should be my uncle! How curiously things come round in this life. I hope you will not cease to respect him, and that you will learn to love him, said Aunt Rhoda severely. Learn to love him? Do you think he would like it? Asked Daphne doubtfully. He would like you to behave to him as a niece ought, Daphne. Marmaduke considers my relations his own. I'm sure it's very good of him, said Daphne, but I should think it must come a little difficult after having known us so long in quite another capacity. The rector's wife gave her niece a look of half interrogation, half disapproval. She did not know how much malice might lurk under the girl's seeming innocence. She and Daphne had never got on very well together in the old days, when Miss Lawford was the mistress of South Hill and the arbiter of her nieces' lives. A year ago, and Rhoda Lawford, at 43, was still Rhoda Lawford, and any idea of matrimonial promotion which she had once cherished might fairly be supposed to have expired in the cold shade of a neighbourhood where there were very few marriageable men. But Rhoda had begun life as a girl with considerable pretensions. She had never asserted herself or been put forward by her friends as a beauty. The material for that kind of reputation was wanting. But she had been admired and praised for her style, her manner, her complexion, her hair, her hands, her feet, her waist, her shoulders. She was a young lady with good points, and had been admired for her points. People had talked of her as the elegant Miss Lawford, and as, happily, elegance is a quality which time need not impair, Rhoda had gone on being elegant for 25 years. The waist and shoulders, the hands and feet, had never been out of training for a quarter of a century. More ephemeral charms had bloomed and faded, and many a fair friend of Rhoda's, who had triumphed in the insolence of conscious beauty, was now a passée matron, of whom her acquaintance said pityingly, You have no idea how pretty that woman was 15 years ago. But the elegant Miss Lawford's attractions were unimpaired, and the elegant Miss Lawford had not yet surrendered the hope of winning a prize in the matrimonial lottery. The living of Baddesley with Arden was one of those fat sinecures which are usually given to men of good family and considerable private means. The Reverend Marmaduke Ferrers was the descendant of a race well rooted in the soil, and had, by the demise of 2 bachelor uncles and 3 maiden aunts, accumulated to himself a handsome property in land and houses and the safer kind of public securities. These legacies had fallen in at longish intervals, some of the aunts being slow in relaxing their grip upon this world's gear. But had all the wealth of a Westminster or a Rothschild been poured into the Reverend Marmaduke's lap, he would not have renounced the great tithes of Baddesley with Arden, or the important, and in a manner judicial and dictatorial position which he held as rector of those 2 small parishes. Mr. Ferrers loved the exercise of authority on a small scale. He had an autocratic mind, but it was a very small mind, and it suited him to be the autocrat of 2 insignificant pastoral villages, rather than to measure his power against the men of cities. To hector Giles for getting drunk on a Saturday night, to lecture Joan for her absence from church on Sunday, afforded the rector as much delight as a bigger man might have felt in towering over the riot of a Republican chamber or proroguing a rump parliament. Mr. Ferrers had been rector of Baddesley 30 years, and in all that time he had never once thought of taking to himself a wife. He had a lovely old rectory and a lovelier garden. He had the best servants in the neighbourhood, partly because he was a most exacting master, and partly because he paid his housekeeper largely and made her responsible for everybody else. The whole machinery of his life worked with a delightful smoothness. He had nothing to gain from matrimony in the way of domestic comfort, and there is always the possibility of loss. Thus it happened that, although he had gone on admiring Miss Lawford for a round dozen years, talking of her as a most ladylike and remarkably well-informed person, pouring all his small grievances into her ear, confiding to her the most recondite details of any little complaint from which he happened to suffer, consulting her about his garden, his stable, his parish, it had never occurred to him that he should improve his condition or increase his happiness by making the lady his wife. Yet, throughout this time, Rhoda Lawford had always had it in her mind that if all other views failed, she could wind up fairly well by marrying the rector. It was not at all the kind of fate she had imagined for herself years ago in the freshness of her charms, but it would be a respectable match. Nobody could presume to pity her, or say that she had done badly. The rector was 10 years her senior, so nobody could laugh at her for marrying a youth. Altogether, there would be a fitness and a propriety about the alliance, which would be in perfect harmony with the elegance of her person and the spotlessness of her character. On her 40th birthday, Miss Lawford told herself that the time had now come when the rector must be taken seriously in hand and taught to see what was good for himself. A friendship which had been meandering on for the last 12 years must be brought to a head. Dangling attention and old-fashioned compliments must be reduced into something more tangible. In a word, the rector must be converted from a friend into a suitor. It had taken Miss Lawford 2 years to open the Reverend Marmaduke's eyes, but at the end of those 2 years the thing was done, and the rector was sighing, somewhat apoplectically, for the approach of his wedding day, and the privilege of claiming Rhoda for his own. The whole process had been carried out with such consummate tact that Marmaduke Ferrers had not the faintest suspicions that the matrimonial card which he had drawn had been forced upon him. He believed in his engagement as the spontaneous growth of his own mind. "Strange that I should have known you so long, my Rhoda, and only discovered lately that you were so dear to me," he murmured in his fat voice, as he dawdled with his betrothed in one of those shadowy Warwickshire lanes which seem made for the meandering of lovers. His Rhoda smiled tenderly, and then they began to talk about the new carpet for the rectory drawing-room, the Sèvres garniture de cheminée, which Sir Vernon had given his sister for a wedding present, dwelling rather upon the objective than the subjective side of their position, as middle-aged lovers are apt to do. "I hope you will not mind my keeping Todd," said the rector presently, pausing to recover his breath, and plucking a dog-rose in absence of mind. "Dearest, have I any wish in opposition to yours?" murmured Rhoda, but not without a shadow of sourness in the droop of her lips, for she had a shrewd idea that so long as the rector's housekeeper, Mrs. Chapter VI of Asphodel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Asphodel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter VI. Love maketh all to gone misway. Aunt Rhoda was not a person to be set at defiance, even by Daphne, who was by no means a tractable spirit. She had said, "Come to the rectory," and had said it with such an air of offended dignity that Daphne felt she must obey, and promptly, lest a worse lecture should befall her. So directly after luncheon on the following day she changed her gown and prepared herself for the distasteful visit. Madeline was going to drive to Warwick with her father, so Daphne would have to perform her penance alone. It was a lovely afternoon in the first week of May, the air balmy and summer-like, the meadows looking their greenest before the golden glory of buttercup time. Yonder in the reedy hollows the first of the marsh marigolds were opening their yellow cups and smiling up at the yellow sun. The walk to Arden Rectory was something over a mile, and it was as lovely a walk as anyone need care to take, through meadows, beside flowery hedgerows, with the river flowing near, but almost hidden by a thick screen of willows, and then by one of the most delightful lanes in the county, a green arcade of old elms, with here a spreading oak, and there a mountain ash, to give variety to the foliage. Daphne set out alone, as soon as she had seen the carriage drive away from the door, but she was not destined to go her way unaccompanied. Half-way down the avenue she met Mr. Turchill, strolling at a lazy pace, a cigar in his mouth, and a red setter of Irish pedigree at his heels. At sight of Daphne he threw away his cigar and took his hands out of his pockets. "I was coming up to the hill to ask somebody to play a game of billiards, and everybody seems going out," he said. They had known him so long in an easy-going, neighbourly way that he almost took rank as a relation. Daphne, who had spent so much of her life away from home, had naturally seen less of him than anybody else, but as she had been a child during the greater part of their acquaintance, he had fallen into the way of treating her as an elder brother might have done, and he had not yet become impressed with the dignity of her advancing years. For him she was still the Daphne he had romped with in the Christmas holidays, and whose very small pony it had been his particular care to get broken. "I met Madeline and Sir Vernon going to Warwick." "Why go to Warwick? What is there for any one but a Cook's tourist to do in Warwick? But I thought you would be at home. You haven't a bad notion of billiards, and you might have helped a fellow to while away an afternoon." "You are like the idle boy in the spelling-book story, wanting someone to play with you," said Daphne, laughing at him. He had turned and was walking beside her, the docile setter following meekly, like a dog who felt that he was of no consequence in the world now that the days of sport were done. "Well, the hunting's all over, don't you know, and there's no more shooting, and I never cared much for fishing, and I've got such a confoundedly clever bailiff that he won't let me open my mouth on the farm, so the days do hang rather heavy on a fellow's hands." "Why don't you take to Alpine climbing?" suggested Daphne. "I don't mean Mont Blanc, everybody does that, but the Matterhorn, or Monte Rosa, or something. If I were a young man, I should amuse myself in that way." "I don't set an exaggerated value on my life, but when I do make up my mind to throw it away, I think I'll do the thing more comfortably," replied Edgar Turchill. "Don't trouble yourself to suggest employment for me. I'm not complaining of my life. There's a good deal of loafing in it, but I rather like loafing, especially when I can loaf in pleasant company. Where are you going, and may I go with you?" "I'm going on a duty visit to Aunt Rhoda and my new uncle. Isn't it rather dreadful to have an uncle thrust upon one in that way?" "Well," returned Edgar deliberately, "I must say if I had the choosing of my relations I should leave out the rector. But you needn't mind him. Practically he's no more to you than he was before he married your aunt." "I don't know," said Daphne doubtfully. "He may take liberties. He was always a lecturing old thing, and he'll lecture ever so much more now that he's a relation." "But you needn't stand his lecturing. Just tell him quietly that you don't hold with clerical interference in the affairs of the laity." "He got me ready for my confirmation, and that gave him a kind of hold over me," said Daphne. "You see, he found out the depth of my ignorance." "I'll wager he'd be ploughed in a divinity exam to-morrow," said Edgar. "These old heathens of village parsons got their degrees in a day when the dons were a set of sleepy-headed old duffers like themselves. But don't let's talk about him. What is Madeline going to do in Warwick?" "She and my father are going to make some calls in the neighbourhood, and I believe she has a little shopping to do." "Why didn't you go with them?" "Papa does not like to have 3 people in the barouche. Besides, I had promised to call on my aunt. She talked to me quite awfully last night about my want of proper feeling in never having visited her in her new house." "Why didn't you wait till she asked you to dinner? They give capital dinners at the rectory, but their feeds are few and far between. I don't want to say anything rude about your aunt, but she strikes me as a lady who has too keen an appreciation of the value of money to fritter it away upon other people." "Why don't you say at once that she's horribly stingy?" said the outspoken Daphne. I don't think she ever spent 6pence, except upon her own clothes, all the time she lived in my father's house, and I know she was always getting gowns and bonnets out of Madeline. I've seen her do it. But please, don't let's talk of her any more. It's rather worse than talking of him. I shall have to kiss her and call her dear aunt presently, and I shall detest myself for being such a hypocrite. They had gone out by the lodge gate by this time, the lodge with its thatched roof and dormer window, like a big eye looking out under a shaggy penthouse eyebrow. The lodge by which there grew one of those tall deodaras which were the chief glory of the grounds at South Hill. They crossed the high road and entered the meadow path which led towards Arden Rectory, and the setter, finding himself at large in a field, frisked about a little, as if with a faint suspicion of partridges. "Oh, by the by," began Daphne, in quite a new tone, "now that we are alone, I want you to tell me all about Lena's engagement. Is he nice?" Edgar Turchill's face clouded over so darkly that the look seemed a sufficient answer to her question. "Oh, I see," she said. "You don't like him?" "I can't say that. He's an old acquaintance, a friend, a kind of family connection even, for his mother's grandmother was a Turchill. But to be candid, I don't like the engagement." "Why not, unless you know something against him?" "I know nothing against him. He is a gentleman. He is 10 times cleverer than I, 10 times richer, a great deal handsomer, my superior in every way. I should be a mean cad if I couldn't acknowledge as much as that. But—" "You think Lena ought to have accepted him?" "I think the match in every way suitable, natural, inevitable. How could he help falling in love with her? Why should she refuse him?" "You are talking in riddles," said Daphne. "You said it is a suitable match, and a minute ago you said you did not like the engagement." "I say so still. Can't you imagine a reason for my feelings?" Daphne contemplated him thoughtfully for a few moments as they walked on. His frank English face looked graver than she ever remembered to have seen it, grave to mournfulness. "I'm very sorry," she faltered. "I see. You were fond of her yourself. I'm desperately sorry. I should have liked you ever so much better for a brother." "Don't say that till you have seen Gerald. He has wonderful powers of fascination. He paints and poetizes and all that kind of thing, don't you know, the sort of thing that pleases women. He can't ride a little bit. No seat, no hands." "How dreadful!" cried Daphne, aghast. "Does he tumble off?" "I don't mean that. He can stick in his saddle somehow, and he hunts when he's at home in the season. But he can't ride." "Oh," said Daphne, as if she were trying to understand this distinction. "Yes, Daphne, I don't mind your knowing it, now it's all over and done with," pursued Edgar, glad to pour his griefs into a friendly ear. "You're my old playfellow, almost like a little sister, and I don't think you'll laugh at me. Will you, dear?" "Laugh at you?" cried Daphne. "If I do, may I never be able to smile again." "I asked your sister to marry me. I had gone on loving her for I don't know how long before I could pluck up courage to ask the question. I was so afraid of being refused, and I knew if she would only say yes, that my mother would be the proudest woman in the county, for she positively adores Madeline. And I knew Lena liked Hawksyard, and that was encouraging. So one day, about 4 years ago, I got desperate, and asked the plain question in a plain way. Heaven knows how much of my happiness hung on the answer, but I couldn't have screwed any poetry out of myself to save my life. I could only tell her the honest truth, that I loved her as well as man ever loved woman. "Well?" asked Daphne. It was no use. She said no, so kindly, so sweetly, so affectionately, for she really likes me, you know, in a sisterly way, that she made me cry like a child. Yes, Daphne, I made a miserable ass of myself. She must have despised such unmanly weakness. And then in a few minutes it was all over. All my hopes were extinguished, like a candle blown out by the wind, and all my future life was dark. And I had to go back and tell the poor mother that the daughter she wanted was never to come to Hawksyard. "I am so sorry for you," faltered Daphne. "Thank you, dear. I knew you would be sympathetic. The blow was a crusher, I assure you. I went away for a few months deer-stalking in the Highlands, but lying on a mountain-side in a grey mist for hours on end, not daring to move an eyelash, gives a fellow too much time for thought. I was always thinking of Madeline, and my thoughts were just 250 miles due south of the Stag when he came across, so I generally shot wide and felt myself altogether a failure. Then I tried a month in Normandy and Brittany with a knapsack, thinking I might walk down my trouble. But I found that tramping from one badly drained town to another badly drained town, all infected with garlic, and looking at churches I didn't particularly want to see, was a sham kind of consolation for a very real disappointment. So I made up my mind to come back to Hawksyard and live it down. And I have lived it down," concluded Edgar exultantly. "You don't care for Madeline any longer?" "Not care for her? I shall worship her as long as I have breath in my body. But I have resigned myself to the idea that somebody else is going to marry her, that the most I can ever be to her is a good, useful, humdrum kind of friend, who will be godfather to one of her boys by and by, ready to ride helter-skelter for the doctor if any of her children show symptoms of measles or whooping cough, glad to take dummy of an evening when she and her husband want to play whist, or to entertain the boys at Hawksyard for their summer holidays, while she and he are enjoying a tete-a-tete ramble in the Engadine. That is the sort of man I shall be." "How good you are," said Daphne, slipping her hand through his arm with an affectionate impulse. "Ah, my little Daphne, it will be your turn to fall in love some of these days. Put it off as long as you can, dear, for there's more pain than pleasure in it at best." Daphne gave an involuntary sigh. "And then I hope you'll confide in me just as freely as I have confided in you. I may be useful as an adviser, you know, having had my own troubles." "You could only advise me to be patient and give up all hope," said Daphne, drawing her hand from his arm. "What would be the good of such advice? But I shall never trouble you. I am not going to fall in love, ever." She gave the last word an almost angry emphasis. "Poor little Daphne! As if you could know anything about it," exclaimed Edgar, smiling incredulously at her. "That kind of thing comes upon one unawares. You talk as if you could choose whether you would fall in love or not, like Hercules between his two roads, deliberating whether he should go to the right or the left. Ah, my dear, when we come to that stage of our journey, there is but one road for us, and whether it lead to the Garden of Eden or the Slough of Despond, we must travel over it." "You're getting poetical," exclaimed Daphne scornfully. "I didn't know that was in your line. But please tell me about Gerald. I have never seen him, you know. He was always at Oxford, or roaming about the world somewhere when I was at home for the holidays. I have been at home so little, you see," she interjected with a piteous air. "I used to hear a great deal about a very wonderful personage, enormously rich, fabulously clever, and accomplished, and handsome, and I grew rather to hate him, as one is apt to hate such perfection. And then one day I got a letter from Lena, a letter brimming over with happiness, to say that she and this demigod were engaged to be married, but it was to be a long engagement, because the other demigod, my father, wished for delay. So you see I know very little about my future brother." "You are sure to like him," said Edgar with a somewhat regretful air. "He has all the qualities which please women. Another man might be as handsome, or even handsomer, yet not half so sure of winning a woman's love. There is something languid, lackadaisical, poetical, I suppose Madeline would call it, in his appearance and manner, which women admire." "I hope he is not effeminate," exclaimed Daphne. "I hate a womanish man." "No, I don't think anyone could call him effeminate, but he is dreamy, bookish, fond of lolling about under trees, smoking cigarettes and reading verses." "I'm certain I shall detest him," said Daphne with conviction, "and it will be very dreadful, since I must pretend to like him for Lena's sake. You must stand by me, Edgar, when he is at the Hill. You and I can chum together, and leave the lovers to spoon by themselves. Oh, by the by, of course you haven't lived on the Avon all your life without being able to row a boat?" "No, I can row pretty well." "Then you must teach me, please. I am going to have a boat, my very own. It is being built for me. You'll teach me to row, won't you, Edgar?" she asked with a pleading smile. "I shall be delighted." "Thanks tremendously. That will be ever so much better than learning of Bink." "Indeed? And who is Bink?" asked Edgar, somewhat dashed. "One of the under gardeners. Such an honest creature, and devoted to me." "I see. And your first idea was to have been taught by Bink?" "If there had been no one else," she admitted apologetically. "You see, having ordered a boat, it is essential that I should learn to row." "Naturally." They had arrived at the last field by this time. The village lay before them in the sunlight, an old grey church in an old churchyard on the edge of the river, a cluster of half-timbered cottages, with walls of wattle and dab, a homestead dwarfed by rickyards and barns, and finally the rectory, a low, many-gabled house, half-timbered, like the cottages, a regular 16th-century house, with clustered chimneys of massive ruddy brown brickwork, finished by a stone coping in which the Martins had built from time immemorial. "I can't tell you how glad I am to have you with me," said Daphne as they came near the stile. "It will take the edge off my visit." "Oh, but I did not mean to go in with you. I only walked with you for the pleasure of being your escort." "Nonsense! You are going in, and you are going to stay till I go home, and you're going back with me to dinner. I'm sure you must owe Aunt Rhoda a call. Just consider now if you don't." Edgar, who had a guilty memory of being a guest at one of the rector's rare but admirable dinners just 5 weeks ago, blushed as he admitted his indebtedness. "I certainly haven't called since I dined there," he said, "but the fact is, I don't get on very fast with your aunt, although I've known her so long." "Of course not. I never knew any one who could get on with her, except Lena, and she's an angel." They came to the stile, which was what the country people call a tumble-down stile, all the timbers of the gate sliding down with a clatter when a handle is moved, and leaving space for the pedestrian to step over. The rectory gate stood before them, a low, wide gate, standing open to admit the entrance of a carriage. The garden was lovely, even before the season of bedding out plants and carpet horticulture. For the last 20 years the rector had annually imported a choice selection of Dutch bulbs, whereby his flower-beds and borders on this May afternoon were a blaze of colour: tulip, hyacinth, ranunculus, polyanthus, each and every flower that blooms in the sweet youth of the year. And as a background for the level lawn with its many flower-beds, there was a belt of such timber and an inner circle of such shrubs as are only to be found in a garden that has been cultivated and improved for a century or so. Copper beeches, Spanish chestnuts, curious specimens of the oak tribe, the feathery foliage of acacia and mountain ash, the pink bloom of the wild plum, and the snowy clusters of the American crab, deodara, cypress, yew, and in the foreground arbutus and syringa, lilac, laburnum, guelder rose, with all the family of laurel, laurustinus, and bay. A shrubbery so exquisitely kept that not a blighted branch or withered leaf was to be seen in the spacious circle which fenced and protected that smiling lawn from all the outer world. The house was in its way as perfect as the garden. There were many rooms, but none large or lofty. The rectory had all the shortcomings and all the fascinations of an old house: wide hearths and dog-stoves, high mantelpieces, deep recessed casements, diamond panes, leaden lattices, massive roughly hewn beams supporting the ceilings, a wide shallow staircase, rooms opening one out of another, irregular levels, dark oak floors, a little stained glass here and there, real old glass of rich dark red or sombre green or deep dull topaz. The house was delightfully furnished, though Mr. Ferrers had never taken any trouble about it. Many a collector, worn out before his time by the fever and anxiety of long summer afternoons at Christie's, would have envied Marmaduke Ferrers the treasures which had fallen to him without the trouble of collecting. Residuary legatee to all his aunts and uncles, he had taken to himself the things that were worth having among their goods and chattels, and had sold all the rubbish. The aunts and uncles had been old-fashioned, non-locomotive people, hoarding up and garnering the furniture of past generations. Thus had the rector acquired Chippendale chairs and tables, old Dutch tulip-wood cabinets and bureaus, Louis XV commodes, Elizabethan clocks, Derby and Worcester, Bow, Bristol, Leeds and Swansea crockery, with a sprinkling of those dubious jugs and bowls that are generally fathered on Lowestoft. Past generations had amassed and hoarded in order that the rector might be rich in art treasures without ever putting his hand in his pocket. Furniture that had cost a few pounds when it was bought was now worth hundreds, and the rector had it all for nothing, just because he came of a selfish, celibate race. The Chippendale furniture, the Dutch marquetry work, old china and old plate had all been in Miss Lawford's mind when she took the rector in hand and brought him to see her fitness for his wife. True that her home at South Hill was as elegant and in all things as desirable, but there was a wide difference between living under the roof of her brother, more or less on sufferance, and being mistress of her own house. Thus the humbler charms of the rectory impressed her more than the dignity of the hill. Sir Vernon Lawford was not a pleasant man to whom to be beholden. His daughters were now grown up. Madeline was sovereign mistress of the house which must one day be her own, and Rhoda Lawford felt that to stay at the hill would be to sink to the humdrum position of a maiden aunt, for whom nobody cared very much. Mrs. Ferrers was sitting in a Japanese chair on the lawn, in front of the drawing-room windows, nursing a black and white Japanese pug, and rather yearning for someone from the outer world, even in that earthly paradise where the guelder roses were all in bloom, and the air was heavy with the odour of hawthorn blossom. "At last!" she exclaimed, as Daphne and her companion made their timorous advance across the velvet turf, mown twice a week in the growing season. "You too, Mr. Turchill. I thought you were never coming to see me." "After that delightful evening with the Mowbrays and the people from Liddington, it was too ungrateful of me," said Edgar. "If you call me Mr. Turchill, I shall think I am never to be forgiven." "Well, then, it shall be Edgar as it was in the old days," said Mrs. Ferrers, with a faint suspicion of sentiment. There had been a time when it had seemed to her not altogether impossible that she should become Mrs. Turchill. Hawksyard Grange was such a delicious old place, and Edgar was her junior by only 14 years. "I don't want you to make ceremonious calls just because you happen to have dined here, but I want you to drop in often because you like us. I want you to bring me breathings of the outside world. The life of a clergyman's wife in a country parish is so narrow. I feel hourly becoming a vegetable." Mrs. Ferrers looked complacently down at her tea-gown of soft, creamy Indian silk, copiously trimmed with softer Breton lace, and felt that at least she was a very well-dressed vegetable. Knots of palest blue satin nestled here and there among the lace. A cluster of hothouse roses, large velvety yellow roses, reposed on Mrs. Ferrers' shoulder, and agreeably contrasted with her dark, smoothly banded hair. She prided herself on the classic form of her small head and the classic simplicity of her coiffure. "I think we all belong, more or less, to the vegetable tribe about here," said Mr. Turchill. "There is something sleepy in the very air of our pastoral valleys. I sometimes long to get away to the stone wall country yonder, on the Cotswolds, to breathe a freer, more wakeful air." "I can't say that I languish for the Cotswolds," replied Mrs. Ferrers, "but I should very much like a fortnight in Mayfair. Do you know if your father and Madeline are going to London this season, Daphne?" "I think not. Papa fancies himself not quite well enough for the fatigue of London, and Lena does not care about going. It had been Sir Vernon's habit to take a furnished house at the West End for part of May and June, in order to see all the picture galleries and hear all the operas that were worth being heard, and to do a little visiting among his very select circle of acquaintance. He was not a man who made new acquaintances if he could help it, or who went to people because they lived in big houses and gave big dinners. He was exclusive to a fault, detested crowds, and had a rooted conviction that every new man was a swindler who was destined to end his career in ignominious bankruptcy. It had gone hard with him to consent to his daughter's engagement with a man who on the father's side was a parvenu, but he had consoled himself as best he might with the idea of Lady Geraldine's blue blood and Mr. Goring's very substantial fortune. "And so you are no longer a schoolgirl, Daphne, and have come home for good?" said Mrs. Ferrers, dropping her elegant society manner and putting on a sententious air which Daphne knew too well. I hope you are going to try and improve yourself, for what girls learn at school is a mere smattering, and that you are aware how much room there is for improvement, in your carriage, for instance." "I haven't any carriage, aunt, but papa is going to let me keep a boat," said Daphne, who had been absently watching the little yellow butterflies skimming above the flame-coloured tulips. "My dear, I am talking of your deportment. You are sitting most awkwardly at this moment, one shoulder at least 3 inches higher than the other." "Don't worry about it, aunt," said Daphne indifferently. "Perhaps it's a natural deformity." "I hope not. I think it rests with yourself to become a very decent figure," replied Mrs. Ferrers, straightening her own slim waist. "Here comes your uncle, returning from his round of duty in time to enjoy his afternoon tea." The rector drove up to the gate in a low park phaeton drawn by a sleek bay cob, a cob too well fed and lazy to think of running away, but a little apt to become what the groom called a bit above himself, and to prance and toss his head in an arrogant manner, or even to shy at a stray rabbit as if he had never seen such a creature before, and hadn't the least idea what the apparition meant. The rector's round of duty had been a quiet drive through elm-shadowed lanes and rustic occupation roads, with an occasional pull-up before the door of a cottage or a farmhouse, where, without alighting, he would inquire in a fat, pompous voice after the welfare, spiritual and temporal, of his parishioners, and then shedding on them the light of a benignant smile or a few solemn words of clerical patronage, he would give the reins a gentle shake and drive off again. This kind of parochial visitation, lasting for about 2 hours, the rector performed 2 or 3 times a week, always selecting a fine afternoon. It kept him in the fresh air, gave him an appetite for his dinner, and maintained pleasant relations between the pastor and his flock. Mr. Ferrers flung the reins to his groom, a man of middle age, in sober dark livery, and got himself ponderously out of his carriage on to the gravel drive. He was a large man, tall and broad, with a high bald head, red-brown eyes of the protuberant order, a florid complexion, pendulous cheeks and chin, and mutton-chop whiskers of a warm chestnut. He was a man whose appearance, even to the stranger, suggested a life devoted to dining. A man to whom dinner was the one abiding reality of life, the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow, a memory, and actuality, a hope. He was the man for whom asparagus and peas are forced into untimely perfection, the man who eats poached salmon in January and gives a fabulous price for the first of the grouse, the man for whom green geese are roasted in June, and who requires immature turkeys to be fatted for him in October, who can enjoy oysters at 4d. apiece, who thinks 90 shillings a dozen a reasonable price for dry champagne, and would drive 30 miles to secure a few dozen of the late Colonel Somebody's famous East India sherry. Rhoda had married the Reverend Marmaduke with her eyes fully opened to the materialistic side of his character. She knew that if she wanted to live happily with him, and to exercise that gentle and imperceptible sway, which vulgar people call henpecking, she must make dinner the chief study of her life. So long as she gave full satisfaction upon this point, so long as she could maintain a table in which the homely English virtue of substantial abundance was combined with the artistic variety of French cooking, so long as she anticipated the rector's fancies and forestalled the seasons, she would be sure to please. But an hour's forgetfulness of his tastes or prejudices, a single failure, an experimental dish, would shatter for the time being the whole fabric of domestic bliss, and weaken her hold of the matrimonial sceptre. The rector's wife had considered all this before she took upon herself the responsibilities of married life. Supremely indifferent herself to the pleasures of the table, she had to devote one thoughtful hour of every day to the consideration of what her husband would like to eat, drink, and avoid. She had to project her mind into the future to secure for him novelty of diet. Todd, the housekeeper, had ministered to him for many years and knew all his tastes, but Mrs. Ferrers wanted to do better than Todd had done, and to prove to the rector that he had acted wisely in committing himself to the dulcet bondage of matrimony. She was a clever woman, not bookish or highly cultured, but skilled in all the small arts and devices of daily life, and so far she had succeeded admirably. The rector, granted the supreme indulgence of all his desires, was his wife's admiring slave. He flattered her, he deferred to her, he praised her, he boasted of her to all his acquaintance as the most perfect thing in wives, just as he boasted of the sleek bay as the paragon of cobs, and his garden as the archetype of gardens. And now, for the first time, Daphne had to salute this great man in his new character of an uncle. She went up to him timidly, a graceful, gracious figure in a pale yellow batiste gown, a knot of straw-coloured marguerites shining on her breast, her lovely liquid eyes darkened by the shadow of her Tuscan hat. "How do you do, uncle?" she said, holding out a slender hand in a long, loose Swedish glove. The rector started, and stared at her dumbly, whether bewildered by so fair a vision, or taken aback by the unexpected assertion of kinsmanship, only he himself knew. "Bless my soul!" he cried. "Is this Daphne? Why, the child has grown out of all knowledge. How d'ye do, my dear? Very glad to see you. You'll stop for dinner, of course. You and Turchill. How d'ye do, Turchill?" The rector had a troublesome trick of asking everybody who crossed his threshold in the afternoon to dinner. He had an abiding idea that his friends wanted to be fed, that they would rather dine with him than go home, and that if they refused, their refusal was mere modesty and self-denial, and ought not to be accepted. Vainly had Rhoda lectured her spouse upon this evil habit. Vainly had she tried to demonstrate to him that an afternoon visit should be received as such, and need not degenerate into a dinner party. The rector was incorrigible. Hospitality was his redeeming virtue. "Thanks awfully," replied Daphne, "but I must go home to dinner. Papa and Lena expect me. Of course Mr. Turchill can do as he likes." "Then Turchill will stay," said the rector. "My dear rector, you are very kind, but I must go home with Daphne. I brought her, don't you see, and I'm bound to take her back. There might be a bull or something." "Do you think I am afraid of bulls?" cried Daphne. "Why, I love the whole cow tribe. If I saw a bull in one of our meadows, I should walk up to him and make friends." The rector surveyed the yellow damsel with an unctuous smile. "It would be dangerous," he said in his fat voice, "if I were the bull." "Why?" "I should be tempted to imitate an animal famous in classic story, and swim the Avon with you on my back," replied the rector. "Duke," said Mrs. Ferrers with her blandest smile, "don't you think you had better rest yourself in your cool study while we take our tea? I'm sure you must be tired after your long drive. These first warm days are so exhausting. I'll bring you your cup of tea." "Don't trouble yourself, my love," replied the rector. "Daphne can wait upon me. Her legs are younger than yours." This unflattering comparison, to say nothing of the vulgar allusion to legs, was too much for Rhoda's carefully educated temper. She gave her Marmaduke a glance of undisguised displeasure. "I am not so ancient or infirm as to find my duties irksome," she said severely. "I shall certainly bring you your tea." The rector had a weakness about pretty girls. There was no harm in it. He had lived all his life in an atmosphere of beauty, and no scandal had ever arisen about peeress or peasant. He happened to possess an artistic appreciation of female loveliness, and he took no trouble to disguise the fact. Youth and beauty and freshness were to him as the very wine of life, second only to actual Clicquot or Roederer, Clos Vouget or Marcobruna. His wife was too well acquainted with this weakness. She had known it for years before she had secured Marmaduke for her own, and she flattered herself that she could cure him of this inclination to philander, but so far the curative process had been a failure. But Marmaduke, though inclined to folly, was not rebellious. He loved a gentle doze in the cool shade of his study, where there were old-fashioned easy chairs of a shape more comfortable than has ever revealed itself to the mind of modern upholsterer. The brief slumber gave him strength to support the fatigue of dressing for dinner, for the Reverend Marmaduke was as careful of the outward man as of the inner, and had never been seen in slovenly attire, or with unshaven visage. Mrs. Ferrers sank into her chair with a sigh of relief as the rector disappeared through the deep rustic porch. The irreproachable butler, who had grown grey in Mr. Ferrers' service, brought the tea-tray, with its Japanese cups and saucers. Edgar Turchill subsided upon a low rustic stool at Daphne's feet, just where his length of arm would enable him to wait upon the two ladies. They made a pretty domestic group, the westering sun shining upon them, the Japanese pug fawning at their feet, flowers and foliage surrounding them, birds singing, bees humming, cattle lowing in the neighbouring fields. Edgar looked up admiringly at the bright young face above him, eyes so darkly luminous, a complexion of lilies and roses, that exquisite creamy whiteness which goes with pale auburn hair, that lovely varying bloom which seems a beauty of the mind rather than of the person, so subtly does it indicate every emotion and follow the phases of thought. Yes, the face was full of charm, though it was not the face of his dreams, not the face he had worshipped for years before he presumed to reveal his love for the owner. If a man cannot win the woman he loves, it were better surely that he should teach himself to love one who seems more easily attainable. The bright particular star shines afar off in an inaccessible heaven, but lovely humanity is here at his side, smiling on him, ready to be wooed and won. Edgar's reflections did not go quite so far as this, but he felt that he was spending his afternoon pleasantly, and he looked forward with complacency. Chapter VII of Asphodel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Asphodel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter VII. His heart bathed in a bath of bliss. Daphne's boat came home from the builders at the end of 3 weeks of longing and expectation, a light, wherry-shaped boat, not the tub-like sea-going dinghy, but a neat little craft which would have done no discredit to a Thames waterman. Daphne was in raptures. Mr. Turchill was impressed into her service, in no wise reluctant, and all the mornings of that happy June were devoted to the art of rowing a pair of sculls on the rapid Avon. Never had the river been in better condition. There was plenty of water, but there had been no heavy rains since April, and the river had not overflowed its natural limits. The stream ran smoothly between its green and willowy banks, just such a lenient tide as Horace loved to sing. When Daphne took up a new thing, it was a passion with her. She was at the exuberant age when all fresh fancies are fevers. She had had her fever for water-colours, for battledore and shuttlecock, for crewel work. She had risen at daybreak to pursue each new delight, but this fancy for the boat was the most intense of all her fevers, for the love of the river was a love dating from infancy, and she had never been able to gratify it thoroughly until now. Every evening in the billiard-room she addressed the same prayer to Edgar Turchill when she bade him good night. "Come as early as you can tomorrow morning, please." And to do her pleasure, the Squire of Hawksyard rose at cock-crow, and rode 6 miles in the dewy morning, so as to be at the boat-house in Sir Vernon's meadow before Arden church clock struck 7. Let him be there as early as he might, Daphne was always waiting for him, fresh as the morning, in her dark blue linen gown and sailor hat, the sleeves tucked up to the elbow to give free play to her supple wrists, her arms lily-white in spite of wind and weather. "It's much too good of you," said she, in her careless way, not ungrateful, but with the air of a girl who thinks men were created to wait upon her. "How very early you must have been up." "Not so much earlier than you. It is only an hour's ride from Hawksyard, even when I take it gently." "And you have had no breakfast, I dare say?" "I have had nothing since the tumbler of St. Galmier you poured out for me in the billiard-room last night." "Poor dear soul," sighed Daphne, with a pause after each word. "How quite too shocking. We must institute a gipsy tea-kettle. This kind of thing shall not occur again." She looked at him with her loveliest smile, as much as to say, "I have made you my slave, but I mean your bondage to be pleasant." When he came to the boat-house next morning, he found a kettle singing gaily on a rakish-looking gipsy stove, a table laid for breakfast inside the boat-house, a smoking dish of eggs and bacon, and the faithful Bink doing butler, rough and rustic, but devoted. "I wonder whether she has read Don Juan," thought Edgar. The water, the gipsy breakfast, the sweet face smiling at him, reminded him of an episode in that poem. "Were I shipwrecked tomorrow, I would not wish to awaken in a fairer paradise," he said to himself, while Bink adjusted a camp stool for him, breathing his hardest all the time. "This is a delicious surprise," he exclaimed. "The eggs and bacon?" "No, the privilege of a tete-a-tete breakfast with you." "Tete fiddlestick! Bink is my chaperone. If you are impertinent, I will ask Mr. McCloskey to join us tomorrow morning. Sugar?" "Yes, of course, sugar and cream. Aren't the eggs and bacon nice? I cooked them. It was Bink's suggestion. I was going to confine myself to rolls and strawberry jam, but the eggs and bacon are more fun, aren't they? You should have heard how they frizzled and sputtered in the frying-pan. I had No idea bacon was so noisy. "Your first lesson in cookery," said Edgar. "We shall hear of you graduating at South Kensington." "My first lesson, indeed! Why, I fried pancakes over a spirit lamp ever so many times at Asnieres, and I don't know which smelt nastiest, the pancakes or the lamp. Our dormitory got into awful disgrace about it." She had seated herself on her camp stool and was drinking tea, while she watched Edgar eat the eggs and bacon with an artistic interest in the process. "Is the bacon done?" she asked. "Did I frizzle it long enough?" "It's simply delicious. I never ate such a breakfast." It was indeed a meal in fairyland. The soft clear morning light, the fresh yet balmy atmosphere, the sunlit river and shadowy boathouse, all things about and around lent their enchantment to the scene. Edgar forgot that he had ever cared for anyone in the world except this girl, with the soft grey eyes and sunny hair and all too captivating smile. To be with her, to watch her, to enjoy her girlishness and bright vivacity, to minister to her amusement and wait upon her fancies. What better use could a young man, free to take his pleasure where he liked, find for his life? And far away in the future, in the remoteness of years to come, Edgar Turchill saw this lovely being, tamed and sobered and subdued into the pattern of his ideal wife, losing no charm that made her girlhood lovely, but gaining the holier graces of womanhood and wifehood. Today she was little more than a child, seeking her pleasure as a child does, draining the cup of each new joy like a child, and he knew that he was no more to her than the agreeable companion of her pleasures. But such an association, such girlish friendship so freely given, must surely ripen into a warmer feeling. His pulses could not be so deeply stirred, and hers give no responsive throb. There must be some sympathy, some answering emotion in a nature so intensely sensitive. Cheered by such hopeful reflections, Mr. Turchill ate an excellent breakfast, while Daphne somewhat timorously tried an egg, and was agreeably surprised to find it tasted pretty much the same as if the cook had fried it. A little leathery, perhaps, but that was a detail. "I feel so relieved," she said. "I shouldn't have been surprised if I had turned them into chickens. And now, if you have quite finished, we'll begin our rowing. I have a conviction that if I don't learn to feather properly today, I shall never accomplish it while I live." The boat was ready for them, moored to a steep flight of steps which Bink had hewn out of the bank after his working hours. He had found odd planks in the wood-house, and had contrived to face the steps with timber in a most respectable manner, rewarded by Daphne by sweet words and sweeter looks, and by such a shower of shillings that he had opened a post-office savings-bank book on the strength of her bounty, and felt himself on the road to fortune. There was the boat in all the smartness of new varnished wood. Daphne had given up her idea of a Pompeian red dado to oblige the boat-builder. There were the oars and sculls, with Daphne's monogram in dark blue and gold, and there, glittering in the sunlight, was the name she had chosen for her craft in bright golden letters: Nero. "What a queer name to choose," said Edgar. "He was such an out-and-out beast, you know." "Not a bit of it," retorted Daphne. "I read an article yesterday in an old volume of Cornhill in which the writer demonstrates that he was rather a nice man. He didn't poison Britannicus. He didn't make away with his mamma. He didn't set fire to Rome, though he did play the violin beautifully. He was a very accomplished young man, and the historians of his time were silly gobe-mouches who jotted down every ridiculous scandal that was floating in society. I think that what's his name, ought to be ashamed of himself." "Oh, Nero has been set on his legs, has he?" said Edgar carelessly, as he took the rudder lines, while Daphne bent over her sculls and began, rather too vehemently, to feather. "And I suppose Tiberius was a very meritorious monarch, and all those scandals about Capri were so many airy fictions?" "Well, it doesn't make much difference to us, does it? Except that it will go hard with me by and by, when my boys come to learn the history of the future, to have the young scamps tell me that all I learnt at Rugby was bosh." "At Rugby?" cried Daphne, suddenly earnest. "You were at Rugby with my brother, weren't you? Were you great friends?" Edgar leant over the boat, concerned about some weeds that were possibly interfering with the rudder. "We didn't see much of each other. He was ever so much younger than I, you know." "Was he nice? Were people fond of him?" "Everybody was dreadfully sorry when he died of scarlet fever, poor fellow," answered Edgar, without looking at her. "Yes, it was terrible, was it not? I can just remember him. Such a bright, handsome boy, full of life and spirits. He used to tease me a good deal, but that is the nature of boys. And then, when I was at Brighton, there came a letter to say that he was dead, and I had to wear black frocks for ever so long. Poor Loftus! How dearly I should have loved him if he had lived." "Yes, it would have been nice for you to have a brother, would it not?" said Edgar, still with a shade of embarrassment. "Nice? It would have been my salvation to have someone of my own kindred, quite my brother. I love Madeline with all my heart and soul, but she is only my half-sister. I always feel that there is a difference between us. She is my superior. She comes of a better stock. Nobody ever talks of my mother or my mother's family, but Lena's parentage is in everybody's mouth. She seems to be related, at least in heraldry, to everybody worth knowing in the county. But Loftus would have been the same clay that I am made of, don't you know, neither better nor worse. Blood is thicker than water." "That's a morbid feeling of yours, Daphne." "Is it? I'm afraid I have a few morbid feelings." "Get rid of them. There never was a better sister than Madeline is to you." "I know it. She is perfection. But that only makes her further away from me. I reverence her, I look up to her and admire her, but I can never feel on an equality with her." "That shows your good sense. It is an advantage for you to have someone to look up to." "Yes, but I should like someone on my own level as well." "You've got me," said Edgar bluntly. "Can't you make a brother of me for the nonce?" "For ever and always, if you like," replied Daphne. "I'm sure I've got the best of the bargain. I don't believe any brother would get up at 5 o'clock to teach me to row." Edgar felt very sure that Loftus would not have done it, that short-lived youth having been the very essence of selfishness, and debased by a marked inclination towards juvenile profligacy. "Brothers are not the most self-sacrificing of human beings," he said. "I think you'll find finer instances of devotion in an Irish or a Scottish foster-brother than in the Saxon blood relation. But Madeline is a sister in 1,000. Take care of that willow," as the boat shot under the drooping foliage of an ancient pollard. "How bright and happy she looked last night." "Yes, she had just received a long letter from Gerald, and he talks of coming home sooner than she expected him. He will give up his fishing in Norway, though I believe he had engaged an inland sea all to himself, and he will be home before the end of July. Isn't that nice? I am dying with curiosity to see what he is like. Didn't I describe him to you? In the vaguest way. You said I was sure to like him. Now I have an invincible conviction that I shall detest him, just because it is my duty to feel a sisterly affection for him. Take care that you keep within the line of duty, and that your affection doesn't go beyond the sisterly limit, said Edgar with a grim smile. There is no fear of the other thing. What a savage look! Cried Daphne laughingly. How horridly jealous you must be of him. Hasn't he robbed me of my first love? Demanded Edgar. And now, don't be so gloomy. Didn't you tell me that you had got over your disappointment, and that you meant to be a dear, useful bachelor uncle to Madeline's children by and by? I don't know about being always a bachelor, said Edgar doubtfully. That would imply that I hadn't got over my disappointment. That is what you said the other day. I am only quoting yourself against yourself. I like to think of you as a perpetual bachelor for Lena's sake. It is a more poetical idea than the notion of your consoling yourself with somebody else. Yet a man does generally console himself. It is in human nature. Don't say another word, cried Daphne. You are positively hateful this morning, so low and material. I'm afraid it must be the consequence of eggs and bacon. Such a vulgar, unaesthetic breakfast. Bink's idea. I shall give you bread and butter and strawberries tomorrow, if McCloskey will let me have any strawberries. If you were to talk a little less and row a little more, I think we should get on faster, suggested Edgar, smiling at her. They had got into a spot where a little green peninsula jutted out into the stream, and where the current was almost a whirlpool. The boat had been travelling in a circle for the last 5 minutes, while Daphne plied her sculls, unconscious of the fact. They were nearing Stratford. The low-level meadows lay round them. The tall spire rose yonder, above the many-arched Gothic bridge, built by good Sir Hugh Clopton before Shakespeare was born. William Shakespeare must have crossed it many and many a time, with the light foot of boyhood, a joyous spirit, finding ineffable delight in simplest things. And, again, after he had lived his life and had measured himself amidst the greatest minds of his age, in the greatest city of the world, and had toiled and conquered independence and fame, and came back rich enough to buy the great house hard by the grammar school, how often must he have lounged against the grey stone parapet, in the calm eventide, watching the light linger and fade upon the reedy river, bats and swallows skimming across the water, the grand old Gothic church embowered in trees, and the level meadows beyond. They were in the very heart of Shakespeare's country. Yonder, far away to their right, lay the meadow path by which he walked to Shottery. Memories of him were interwoven with every feature in the landscape. "My father told me I was not to go beyond our own meadows," said Daphne. "But of course he meant when I was alone. It's quite different when you are with me." "Naturally. I think I am capable of taking care of you." This kind of thing went on for another week of weather, which at worst was showery. They breakfasted in the boat-house every morning, Daphne exercising all her ingenuity in the arrangement of the meal, and making rapid strides in the art of cookery. It must be confessed that Mr. Turchill seemed to enjoy the breakfasts suggested by the vulgar-minded Bink, rather more than those which were direct emanations of Daphne's delicate fancy. He liked broiled mackerel better than cream and raspberry jam. He preferred devilled kidneys to honeycomb and milk rolls. But whatever Daphne set before him, he ate with thankfulness. It was so sweet to spend his mornings in this bright, joyous company. It was a grand thing to have so intelligent a pupil, for Daphne was becoming very skilful in the management of her boat. She was able to navigate her bark safely through the most difficult bits of the deep, swift river. She could shoot the narrow arches of Stratford Bridge in as good style as a professional waterman. But when two young, pure-minded people are enjoying themselves in this frank, easy-going fashion, there is generally someone of mature age near at hand to suggest evil and to put a stop to their enjoyment. So it was in this case. The rector's wife heard of her niece's watery meanderings and gipsy breakfasts, and took upon herself to interfere. Mr. McCloskey, who had reluctantly furnished a dish of forced strawberries for the boat-house breakfast, happened to stroll over to Arden Rectory in the afternoon with a basket of the same fruit, as an offering from himself to Mrs. Ferrers, an inevitable half-crown tip to the head gardener, and dear at the price in the lady's opinion. Naturally, a man of McCloskey's consequence required refreshment after his walk, so Mrs. Todd entertained him in her snug little sanctum next the pantry, with a dish of strong tea and a crusty knob of home-baked bread, lavishly buttered. Whereupon, in the course of conversation, Mr. McCloskey let fall that Miss Daphne was carrying on finely with Mr. Turchill of Hawksyard, and that he supposed that would be a match some of these days. Pressed for details, he described the early breakfasts at the boat-house, the long mornings spent on the river, the afternoons at billiards, the tea-drinkings in the conservatory. All this Todd, who was an irrepressible gossip, retailed to her mistress next morning, when the bill of fare had been written, and the campaign of gluttony for the next 24 hours had been carefully mapped out. Mrs. Ferrers heard with the air of profound indifference which she always assumed on such occasions. "McCloskey is an incorrigible gossip," she said, "and you are almost as bad." But, directly she had dismissed Todd, the fair Rhoda went up to her dressing-room and arrayed herself for a rural walk. Life in a pastoral district, with a husband of few ideas, will now and then wax monotonous, and Rhoda was glad to have some little mental excitement, something which made it necessary for her to bestir herself, and which enabled her to be useful, after her manner, to her kith and kin. "I shall not speak to her father yet," she said to herself. "He has strict ideas of propriety, and might be too severe. Madeline must remonstrate with her." She walked across the smiling fields, light of foot, buoyed up by the pleasing idea that she was performing a Christian duty, that her errand was in all things befitting her double position as near relation and pastor's wife. She felt that if fate had made her a man, she would have been an excellent bishop. All the sterner duties of that high calling, visitations, remonstrances, suspensions, would have come easy to her. She found Madeline in the morning-room, the French windows wide open, the balcony full of flowers, the tables and mantelpiece and cabinets all abloom with roses. "Sorry to interrupt your morning practice, dearest," said Mrs. Ferrers as Madeline rose from the piano. "You play those sweet classic bits so deliciously. Mendelssohn, is it not?" "No, Raff." "How early you are, Aunt Rhoda." "I have something very particular to say to you, Lena, so I came directly I had done with Todd." This kind of address from a woman of Rhoda's type generally forebodes unpleasantness. Madeline looked alarmed. "There's nothing wrong, I hope?" she faltered. "Not absolutely, not intentionally wrong, I trust," said Mrs. Ferrers, "but it must be put a stop to immediately." Madeline turned pale. In the days that were gone, Aunt Rhoda had always been a dreadful nuisance to the servants. She had been perpetually making unpleasant discoveries, peculations, dissipations, and carryings on of divers kinds. Not unfrequently she had stumbled upon mares' nests, and after making everybody uncomfortable for a week or two, had been constrained to confess herself mistaken. Her rule at South Hill had not been peace. And now Lena feared that, even outside the house, Aunt Rhoda had contrived to make one of her terrible discoveries. Someone had been giving away the milk, or selling the corn, or stealing garden stuff. "What is it, Aunt Rhoda?" Mrs. Ferrers did not give a direct answer. Her cold grey eyes made the circuit of the room, and then she asked, "Where is Daphne?" "In her own room, lying down, I think, tired out with rowing." "And where is Mr. Turchill?" "Gone home. He had some important business, I believe, a horse to look at." "Oh, he does go home sometimes." "How curiously you talk, Aunt Rhoda. Is there any harm in him coming here as often as he likes? He is our oldest friend. Papa treats him like a son." "Oh, no harm, of course, if Vernon is satisfied. But I don't wonder Daphne is tired, and is lying down at midday. A horribly lazy, unladylike habit, by the way. Are you aware that she is down at the boat-house before 7 every morning?" "Certainly, aunt. It is much nicer for her to row at that early hour than later in the day. Edgar is teaching her. She is quite safe in his care." "And do you know that there is a gipsy breakfast every morning in the boat-house?" "I have heard something about a tea-kettle and ham and eggs. Daphne has an idea that she is learning to cook." "And do you approve of all this?" Madeline smiled at the question. "I like her to be happy. I think she wastes a good deal of time, that she is doing nothing to carry on her education. But idleness is only natural in a girl of her age, and she has been at home such a short time, and she is so fond of the river. Has it never occurred to you, Madeline, that there is some impropriety in these tete-a-tete mornings with Edgar Turchill?" "Impropriety? Impropriety in Daphne being on friendly terms with Edgar? Edgar, who has been brought up with us almost as a brother?" "With you, perhaps, not with Daphne. She has spent most of her life away from South Hill. She is little more than a stranger to Mr. Turchill." "She would be very much surprised if you were to tell her so, and so would Edgar. Why, he used always to make himself her playfellow in her holidays, before she went to Madame Tolmache." "That was all very well while she was in short frocks. But she is now a woman, and people will talk about her." "About Daphne? My innocent, childlike sister, little more than a child in years, quite a child in gaiety and light-heartedness. How can such an idea enter your head, Aunt Rhoda? Surely the most hardened scandal-monger could not find anything to say against Daphne." "My dear Madeline," began Mrs. Ferrers severely, "you are usually so sensible in all you do and say that I really wonder at the way you are talking this morning. There are certain rules of conduct, established time out of mind, for well-bred young women, and Daphne can no more violate those rules with impunity than anyone else can. It is not because she wears her hair down her back and her petticoats immodestly scanty that she is to go scot-free," added Aunt Rhoda in a little involuntary burst of malevolence. She had not been fond of Daphne as a child. She liked her much less as a young woman. To a well-preserved woman of 40, who still affects to be young, there is apt to be something aggravating in the wild freshness and unconscious insolence of lovely 17. "Aunt Rhoda, I think you forget that Daphne is my sister, my very dear sister." "Your half-sister, Madeline. I forget nothing. It is you who forget that there are reasons in Daphne's antecedents why we should be most especially careful about her." "It is unkind of you to speak of that, aunt," protested Madeline, blushing. "As to Edgar Turchill, he is my father's favourite companion. He is devoted to all of us. There can be no possible harm in his being a kind of adopted brother to Daphne." "He was an adopted brother to you 3 years ago, and we all know what came of it." "Pshaw! That was a foolish fancy, and is all over and done with." "The same thing may happen in Daphne's case." "If it should, would you be sorry? I am sure I should not. I know my father would approve." "Oh, if Vernon is satisfied with the state of affairs, I can have nothing further to say," replied Mrs. Ferrers with dignity. "But if Daphne were my daughter, and heaven forbid I should ever have such a responsibility as an overgrown girl of that temperament, I would allow no boat-house breakfastings, no meanderings on the Avon. However, it is no business of mine," concluded Mrs. Ferrers with an injured air, having said all she had to say. "How is your water-lily counterpane getting on?" "Nearly finished," answered Madeline, delighted to change the conversation. "It will be ready for papa's birthday." "How is my brother, by the by?" "He has been complaining of rheumatic pains. I am afraid we shall have to spend next winter abroad." "What nonsense, Lena! It is mere hypochondria on Vernon's part. He was always full of fancies. He is as well as I am." "He does not think so himself, aunt, and he ought to know best." "I'm not sure of that. A hypochondriac may fancy he has hydrophobia, but he is not obliged to be right. You foster Vernon's imaginary complaints by pretending to believe in them." Lena did not argue the point, perceiving very plainly that her aunt was out of temper. Nor did she press that lady to stay to luncheon, nor offer any polite impediment to her departure. But the interference of starched propriety had the usual effect. Lightly as Madeline had seemed to hold her aunt's advice, she was too thorough a woman not to act upon it. She went up to Daphne's room directly Mrs. Ferrers left the house. She stole softly in, so as not to disturb the girl's slumber, and seated herself by the open window, calmly to await her waking. Daphne's room was one of the prettiest in the house. It had a wide window overlooking the pastoral valley and winding Avon. It was neatly furnished with birchwood and turquoise cretonne and white and gold crockery, but it was sorely out of order. Daphne's gowns of yesterday and the day before were flung on the sofa. Daphne's hats of all the week round were strewed on tables and chairs. A sunshade lay across the dressing-table among the brushes, and scent bottles, and flower-glasses, and pincushions, and trumpery. She had no maid of her own, and her sister's maid, in whose articles of service it was to attend upon her, had renounced that duty as a task impossible of performance. No well-drilled maid could have anything to do, except when positively obliged, with such an untidy and unpunctual young lady. A young lady who would appoint to have her hair dressed and her gown laced at 7, and to come running into the house breathless and panting at 20 minutes to 8, a young lady who made hay of her cuffs and collars whenever she was in the hurry, and whose drawer of ribbons was always being upheaved as if by an earthquake. Daphne, being remonstrated with and complained of, protested that she would infinitely rather wait upon herself than be worried. "You are all goodness, Lena dear, but half a maid is no maid. I would rather do without one altogether," she said. The room was not absolutely ugly, even in its disorder. All the things that were scattered about were pretty things. There were a good many ornaments, such as are apt to be accumulated by young ladies with plenty of pocket money and very little common sense. Mock Venetian glass flower vases of every shape and colour, Japanese cups and saucers, and fans and screens, Swiss brackets, willow pattern plates, a jumble of everything trumpery and fashionable, flowers everywhere, and the atmosphere sickly sweet with the odour of tuberose. Daphne stirred in her sleep, faintly conscious of a new presence in the room, sighed, turned on her pillow, and presently sat up, flushed and tousled, in her indigo gown, just as she had come in from her boating excursion. "Have you had a nice nap, dear?" "Lovely. I was awfully tired. We rowed to Stratford Weir." "And you are quite able to row now?" "Edgar says I scull as well as he does." "Then, dearest, I think you ought to dispense with Edgar in future, and keep to our own meadows, as papa said he wished you to do." "Oh," said Daphne, "is that a message from my father?" "No, dear, but I am sure it will be better for you to consider his wishes upon this point. He is very particular about being obeyed." "Oh, very well, Lena. Of course, if you wish it, I will tell Edgar the course of lessons is concluded. He has been awfully good. It will be rather slow without him, but I was beginning to find the breakfasts a weight on my mind. It was so difficult to maintain variety, and Bink has such low ideas. Do you know that he actually suggested sausages, pork sausages in June? And I could not make him comprehend the nauseousness of the notion." "Then it is understood, darling, that you row by yourself in future? I know my father would prefer it." "You prefer it, Lena. That is enough for me," answered Daphne in her coaxing way. "But I think I ought to give Edgar some little present for all his goodness to me. A smoking cap, or a cigar case, or an antimacassar for his mother. I could work it in crewels, don't you know?" "You never finish anything, Daphne." "Because the beginning is always so much nicer. But if I should break down in this, you would finish it, wouldn't you, Lena?" "With pleasure, my pet." Edgar was told that evening that his services as a teacher of rowing would no longer be required, and though the fact was imparted to him with infinite sweetness,
Chapter 8 of Asphodel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Asphodel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 8. God wot that worldly joy is sown ago. Perfect mistress of her boat, Daphne revelled in the lonely delight of the river. She felt no grief at the loss of Mr. Turchill's company. He had been very kind to her, he had been altogether devoted and unselfish, and the gipsy breakfasts in the old boat house had been capital fun. But these delights would have palled in time, while the languid pleasure of drifting quietly down the stream, thinking her own thoughts, dreaming her own dreams, could never know satiety. She was so full of thoughts, sweet thoughts, vague fancies, visions of an impossible future, dreams which made up half her life. What did it matter that this airy, fantastic castle she had built for herself was no earthly edifice, that she could never live in it or be any nearer it than she was to-day? To her the thing existed, were it only in dreamland, and it was a part of herself and of her life. It was of more consequence to her than the commonplace routine of daily existence, the dressing and dining and driving and visiting. Had her life been more varied, full of duty, or even diversified by the frivolous activity of pleasure, she could not have thus given herself up to dreaming. But she had few pleasures and no duties. Madeline held her absolved from every care and every trouble on the ground of her youth. She did not like parish work of any kind. She hated the idea of visiting the poor. So Madeline held her excused from that duty, as from all others. Her mind would awaken to the serious side of life when she was older, her sister thought. She seemed now to belong to the flowers and butterflies, and the fair ephemeral things of the garden. Thus Daphne, ignored by her father, indulged by her sister, enjoyed a freedom which is rarely accorded to a girl of 17. Her aunt Rhoda looked on and disapproved, and hoped piously that she would come to no harm, and was surprised at Lena's weakness, and thought Daphne's bright little boat a blot upon the landscape when it came gliding down the river below the rectory windows. The parson's rich glebe was conterminous with Sir Vernon Lawford's property, and Daphne hardly knew where her father's fields ended, or where the church fields began. Edgar Turchill, degraded from his post of instructor, still contrived to spend a considerable portion of his life at South Hill. If he was not there for lawn tennis in the afternoon, with the rector's wife for a fourth, he was there in the evening for billiards. He fetched and carried for Madeline, rode over to Warwick to get her a new book, or to Leamington to match a skein of crewel. There was no commission too petty for him, no office too trivial or lowly, so that he might be permitted to spend his time with the sisters. Daphne thought this devotedness a bad sign, and began to fear that the canker was at his heart, and that he would die for love of Madeline when the fortunate Gerald came home to claim her. "You poor creature," she said to him one day, "you foolish moth. Why flutter round the flame that must destroy you? I declare you are getting worse every day." "You are wrong," said Edgar. "I believe I am getting cured." What did Daphne dream about in those languid summer mornings, as her boat moved slowly down the stream in the cool shadow of the willows, with only a gentle dip of the sculls now and then to keep her straight? Her thoughts were all of the past. Her fancies were all of the future. Her thoughts were of the nameless stranger who went across the Jura last year, one little year ago, almost at this season. Her dreams were of meeting him again. Yet the chances against such a meeting reduced it almost to an impossibility. "The world is so horribly large," she reflected sadly, "and I told him such atrocious stories. It will be a just punishment if I never see him any more. Yet how am I to live through my life without ever looking on his face again? It had gone so far as this. It seemed to her almost an absolute need of her soul that they two should meet and know more of each other. The ardent, sensitive nature had been thus deeply impressed by the first bright and picturesque image presented to the girlish fancy. It was something more than love at first sight. It was the awakening of a fresh young mind to the passion of love. She had changed from a child to a woman in the hour when she met the unknown in the forest. "Who is he? What is he? Where shall I find him?" she asked herself. "He is the only man I can ever love. He is the only man I will ever marry. All other men are low and commonplace beside him." The river was the confidant and companion of all her dreams, the sweet, lonely river, flowing serenely between green pastures, where the cattle stood in tranquil idleness, pastern deep in purple clover. She had no other ear into which to whisper her secret. She had tried ever so many times to tell Madeline, and had failed. Lina was so sensible, and would be deeply shocked at such folly. How could she tell Lina, whose wooing had been conducted in the most conventionally correct manner, with everybody's consent and approval, that she had flung her heart under the feet of a nameless stranger, of whom the only one fact she knew was that he was engaged to be married? So she kept this one foolish secret locked in her own breast. The passion was not deep enough to make her miserable, or to spoil the unsophisticated joys of her life. Perhaps it was rather fancy than passion. It was fed and fostered by all her dreams. But her life was in no wise unhappy because this love lacked more substantial food than dreaming. God had given her that intense delight in nature, that love of his beautiful earth, for which Faustus thanked his Creator. Field, streamlet, wood, and garden were sources of inexhaustible pleasure. She loved animals of all kinds, the gray Jersey cows in the marshy water meadows, the house dogs and yard dogs and stable terriers, supposed to be tremendous at rats, yet never causing any perceptible diminution of that prolific race. The big white horses at the farm, with their coarse plebeian tails tied up into tight knots, their manes elaborately plaited, and their harness bedizened with much brazen ornamentation. Madeline's exquisite pair of dark chestnuts, thoroughbred to the tips of their delicate ears, Sir Vernon's massive roadster, Boiler and Crock, the old carriage horses. Daphne had an affection for them all. They were living things, with soft, friendly eyes, more unvaryingly kind than human eyes, and they all seemed to love her. She was more at her ease with them than in the dimly lighted, flower-scented drawing-room, where Sir Vernon always seemed to look at her as if he wished her away, and where her aunt worried her about her want of deportment. With Lina she was always happy. Lina's love and gentleness never varied. Daphne came home after a morning wasted on the river to sit at her sister's feet while she worked, or to lie on the sofa while Lina read to her, glad to get in the thin edge of the educational wedge in the form of an interesting article from one of the quarterlies, or a few pages of good poetry. Daphne was a fervent lover of verse, so that it came within the limits of her comprehension. Her tastes were catholic. She worshipped Shakespeare. She adored Byron and Shelley and Tennyson, Mrs. Browning, and the simpler poems of Robert Browning, and she had heard vaguely of verses written by a poet called Swinburne. But this was all she had been permitted to learn of the latest development of the lyric muse. Byron and Tennyson, it is needless to say, were her especial favourites. One makes me feel wicked, and the other makes me feel good, but I adore them both," she said. "I don't see what you can find in Childe Harold to make you wicked," argued Madeline, who had the old-fashioned idea, hereditary of course, that Byron was the poet of the century. "Oh, I can hardly tell you, but there is a something, a sense of shortcoming in the world generally, an idea that life is not worth living, that amidst all that is most beautiful and sacred and solemn and interesting upon earth, one might just as well be dead. One would be better off than walking about a world in which virtue was never rightly rewarded, truth and honour and courage, or lofty thoughts, never fairly understood, where everything is at sixes and sevens, in short. I know I express myself horribly, but the feeling is difficult to explain." "I think what you mean is that Byron, even at his loftiest and best, wrote like a misanthrope." "I suppose that's it. Now Tennyson, though his poetry never lifts me to the skies, makes me feel that earth is a good place and heaven better, that high thoughts and noble deeds bear their fruit somehow and somewhere, that it is better to suffer a good deal and sacrifice one's dearest desires in the cause of duty and right than to snatch some brief joys out of life and perish like the insects that are born and die in a day." "I'm so glad you can enjoy good poetry, dear," said Madeline, delighted at any surcease of frivolity in her young sister. "Enjoy it! I revel in it. It is my delight. Pray don't suppose that I dislike books, Lina. Only keep away from me grammars and geographies, and biographies of learned men, and voyages to the North Pole. There is a South Pole, too, isn't there, dear? Though nobody even seems to worry about it. And you may read me as many books as you like." "How condescending of you, little one," said Madeline, smiling at the bright young face looking up from the sofa pillow on which Daphne's golden head reclined in luxurious restfulness. "Well, I will read to you with pleasure. It will be my delight to help to carry on your education, for though girls learn an immense number of things at school, they don't seem to know much when they come away. We will read together for a couple of hours a day, if you like, dear." "Till Gerald comes home," retorted Daphne. "He will not let you give me 2 hours of your life every day. He will want you all to himself." "He can join our studies. He is a great reader." "Expose my ignorance to a future brother-in-law? Not for worlds!" cried Daphne. "Let us talk about him, Lina. Aren't you delighted to think he is coming home?" "Yes, I am very glad. How do my father and Gerald get on together?" "Not too well, I am sorry to say. Papa is fonder of Edgar than of Gerald. You know how prejudiced he is about race and high birth. I don't think he has ever quite forgiven Gerald his father's trade. But there is Lady Geraldine to fall back upon. Surely she makes amends." "Hardly, according to papa's ideas. You see, the earldom of Harrenville is only a creation of Charles II's reign, and his peerages are not always respectable. I believe there were scandals about the first countess. Her portrait by Sir Peter Lely hangs in the refectory at Goring Abbey. She was a very lovely woman, and Lady Geraldine was rather proud of being thought like her." "Although she was not respectable," said Daphne. "And was there really a likeness?" "Yes, and a marked one. I can see it even in Gerald, who is the image of his mother. The same dreamy eyes, the same thoughtful mouth. But you will be able to judge for yourself when Gerald comes home, for I have no doubt we shall be going over to the Abbey." "The Abbey! It is a very old place, I suppose?" "No, it was built by Mr. Goring." "Why Abbey? Surely that means an old place that was once inhabited by monks." "It was Mr. Goring's fancy. He insisted upon calling his house an abbey. It was foolish, of course, but though he was a very good man, I believe he had a slight leaven of obstinacy in his disposition, and when once he had made up his mind about anything he was not to be turned from his purpose. Perverse old creature! And is the Abbey nice? It is as grand and as beautiful a place as money could make it. There are cloisters copied from those at Muckross, and the dining room has a Gothic roof, and is called a refectory. The situation is positively lovely, a richly timbered valley, sheltered by green hills. And you are to be mistress of this magnificent place. Oh, Lina, what shall I do when you are married, and I am left alone here, tete-a-tete with papa? How shall I support my life? Dearest, by that time you will have learned to understand your father, and you will be quite at your ease with him. I think not. I am afraid he is one of those mysteries which I shall never fathom. My love, that is such a foolish notion. Besides, in a year or two my Daphne may have a husband in a house of her own, perhaps a more interesting place than Goring Abbey, added Lina, thinking of Hawksyard, which seemed to her Daphne's natural destination. June ripened and bloomed and grew daily more beautiful. It was peerless weather, with just such blue skies and sunny noontides as there had been at Fontainebleau last year, but without the baking heat and the breathless atmosphere. Here there were cool winds to lift the rippling hair from Daphne's brow, and cool grass under her feet. She revelled in the summer beauty of the earth. She spent almost all her life out of doors, on the river, in the woods, in the garden. If she studied, it was under the spreading boughs of the low Spanish chestnut, which made a tent of greenery on the lawn. Sometimes she carried her drawing-book to some point of vantage on a neighbouring hill, and sketched the outline of a wide range of landscape, and washed in a sky, and began a tree in the foreground, and left off in disgust. She never finished anything. Her portfolio was full of beginnings, not altogether devoid of talent: mouse-coloured cows, deep red oxen, every kind of tree and rock, an old English cottage, or rickyard, or grey stone village church, but nothing finished, the stamp of an impetuous, impatient temper upon all. There had been no definite announcement as to Gerald's return. He was in Sweden, seeing wonderful falls and grottos, which he described in his letters to Madeline, and he was coming back soon, perhaps before the end of July. He had told the Abbey servants to be prepared for him at any time. This indefiniteness kept Madeline's mind in a somewhat perturbed state, yet she had to be outwardly calm and full of thoughtfulness for her father, who required constant attention. His love for his elder daughter was the one redeeming grace of a selfish nature. It was a selfish love, for he would have willingly let her waste her life in maiden solitude for the sake of keeping her by his side. But it was love, and this was something in a man of so stern and unyielding a temper. He liked her to be always near him, always within call, his companion abroad, his counsellor at home. He consulted her about all the details of his estate and her own, rarely wrote a business letter without reading it to her. She was wanted in his study continually. When he was tired, after a morning's business, she read the newspapers to him, or a heavy political article in Blackwood, or one of the quarterlies, were he inclined to hear it. She never shirked a duty, or considered her own pleasure. She had educated herself to be her father's companion, and counted it a privilege to minister to him. "Faultless daughter, perfect wife," said Sir Vernon, clasping her hand as she sat beside his sofa. "Goring is a lucky fellow to get such a prize. Why should he not have a good wife, dear father? He is good himself. Remember what a good son he was. To his mother, admirable. I doubt if he and old Goring hit it quite so well. I wish he came of a better stock." "That is a prejudice of yours, father." It is a prejudice that I have rarely seen belied by experience. I wish you had chosen Edgar. There is a fine fellow for you, a lineal descendant of that Turchill who was Sheriff of Warwickshire in the reign of the Confessor. Shakespeare's mother could trace her descent from the same stock, so you see that Edgar can claim alliance with the greatest poet of all time." "I should never have thought it," said Madeline laughingly. "His lineage doesn't show itself in his conversation. I like him very much, you know, papa. Indeed, I may say I love him, but it is in a thoroughly sisterly fashion. By the bye, papa, don't you think he might make an excellent husband for Daphne?" she faltered, with downcast eyes, as she went on with her crewel work. "She would be an uncommonly fortunate girl if she got him," retorted Sir Vernon, with a clouding countenance. "He is too good for her." "Oh, father, can you speak like that of your own daughter?" remonstrated Lina. "Is a man to shut his eyes to a girl's character because she happens to bear his name?" asked Sir Vernon impatiently. "Daphne is a lump of self-indulgent frivolity." "Indeed, you are mistaken," cried Lina. "She is very sweet-tempered and loving." "Sweet-tempered! Yes, I know the kind of thing. Winning words, pretty looks, trivial fascinations, a creature whose movements you watch, fascinated by her variety, as you watch a bird in a cage. Graceful, beautiful, false, worthless. I have some experience of the type." "Father, this is the most cruel prejudice. What can Daphne have ever done to offend you?" "Done! Is she not her mother's daughter? Don't argue with me about her, Lina. She is here beside my hearth, and I must make the best of her. God grant she may come to no harm, but I am full of fear when I think of her future." "Then you would be glad if Edgar were to propose for her, and she were to accept him?" "Certainly. It would be the very best thing that could happen to her. I should only feel sorry for him, but I don't think a man who once loved you would ever content himself with Daphne. He is very attentive to her." "Que sera, sera," murmured Sir Vernon languidly. It was Midsummer Day, the hottest, brightest day there had been yet, and Daphne had given herself up to unmixed enjoyment of the warmth and light and cloudless blue sky. Sir Vernon and Madeline had a luncheon engagement at a house beyond Stoneleigh, a drive of 11 miles each way, so dinner had been postponed from 8 to half past, and Daphne had the livelong day to herself, free to follow her own devices, free even from the company of her devoted slave Edgar, who would have hung upon her like a burr had he been at home, but who was spending a few days in London with his mother, escorting that somewhat homely matron to picture galleries, garden parties, and theatres, and trying to rub off a year's rural rust by a week's metropolitan friction. Edgar was away. The light park phaeton with the chestnuts had driven off at 11:30. Madeline, looking lovely in a Madras muslin gown and a bonnet made of roses, her father content to loll in the low seat by her side, while she managed the somewhat vivacious cobs. Daphne watched the carriage till it vanished at a curve of the narrow wooded drive, and then ran back to the house to plan her own campaign. "I will have a picnic," she said to herself, "a solitary, selfish, Robinson Crusoe-like picnic. I will have nobody but Tennyson and Lena's collie to keep me company. Goldie and I will go trespassing, and find a sly secret corner in Charlecote Park where we can eat our luncheon. I believe it is against the law to stray from the miserable footpath, but who cares for law on Midsummer Day? I shall feel myself almost as brave as Shakespeare when he went poaching, and thank goodness there is no Justice Shallow to call me to order." She ran to her own room for a basket, a picturesque beehive basket, the very one she had carried, and he had carried, at Fontainebleau. What a foolish impulse it must have been which made her touch the senseless straw with her lips, remembering whose hand had held it. Then to the housekeeper's room to forage for provisions. The wing of a chicken, a thick wedge of pound cake, a punnet of strawberries, a bottle of lemonade, a couple of milk rolls. Mrs. Spicer would have packed these things neatly in white paper, but Daphne bundled them into the basket anyhow. "Don't trouble "You dear good soul, they are only for Goldie and me," she said. "You may just as well have things nice, miss. There, you have forgot the salt if I wasn't here. And if you're going to take that there obstreperous collie, you'll want something more substantial." "Give me a slice of beef for him, then, and a couple more of your delicious rolls," asked Daphne coaxingly. "My Goldie mustn't be starved. And be quick like a love, for I'm in an awful hurry." "Lor, miss, when you've got all the day before you, you'll be fearful lonesome." "What with Goldie and the Idylls of the King?" exclaimed Daphne, glancing downwards at her little green cloth volume. "Ah, well, I know when young ladies have got a nice novel to read they never feel lonesome," said Mrs. Spicer, filling every available corner of the basket, with which Daphne stepped off gaily to summon Goldie. Goldie was a bright yellow collie, intensely vivacious, sharp-nosed, brown-eyed, a dog that knew not what it was to be quiet, a dog you might lose at the other end of the county, confident that he would scamper home across wood and hill and valley as straight as the crow's flight. He spent half his life tied up in the stable yard, and the other half rushing about the country with Daphne. He travelled an incalculable number of miles in the course of an ordinary walk, and was given to racing cattle. He worshipped Daphne, and held her in some awe on this cattle question, would leap into the air with mad delight when she was kind to him, or grovel at her feet when she was angry. "Now, Goldie dear, if you and I are to lunch in Charlecote Park, I must take a strap for you," said Daphne, as they started from the stable yard, Goldie proclaiming his rapture by clamorous barking. "It will never do for you to go racing the Lucy, dear, or even the Lucy oxen. We should get into worse trouble than Shakespeare did, for Shakespeare had not such a frigid father as mine. I dare say old John the Glover was an easy-going, indulgent soul, whom his son could treat anyhow." It was only a walk of 2 miles across the fields to Charlecote, 2 miles by meadows that are as lovely and as richly timbered as they could have been in Shakespeare's time. High farming is not yet the rule in Warwickshire. Hedges grow high and wild. Broad oaks spread their kingly branches above the rich, rank grass. Dock and mallow, foxglove, fern, and dog rose thrive and bloom beside every ditch, and many a fair stretch of grass by the roadside. A no-man's land of pleasant pasture offers space for the hawker's van, or the children's noonday sports, or the repose of the tired tramp, lying face downwards in a rapture of rest, while the skylark trills in the distant blue above him, and the rustle of summer leaves soothes his slumber. It is a lovely country, lovely in its simple, pastoral English beauty, calm and fitting cradle for a great mind. After the fields came a lane, a green arcade with a leafy roof, through which the sun rays crept in quivering lines of light, and then the gate that opened on the footpath across Charlecote Park. Yonder showed the grey walls of the house, venerable on one side, modern on the other, and the stone single-arched bridge, and the lake, narrowing to a dull, sluggish-looking stream that seemed to flow nowhere in particular. The tallest and stoutest of the elms looked too young for Shakespeare's time, but here and there appeared the ruin of a tree, hollow of trunk, gaunt of limb, whose green branches may once have sheltered the deer he stole. The place was very lonely. There was nobody to interfere with Daphne's pleasure, or even to object to the collie, who crept meekly to her side, held by a strap, and casting longing looks at the distant oxen. She wandered about in the loneliest bits of the park, supremely indifferent to rules and regulations as to where she might go and where she might not, till she finally deposited her basket and sunshade under a stalwart oak, and sat down at the foot thereof, with Goldie still strapped and constrained to virtue. She fastened one end of the strap to the lowest branch of the tree, Goldie standing on end, licking her hands all the time. "Now, dear, you are as comfortable as in your own stable yard. You can admire the cows and sheep in the distance, standing about so peacefully in the sunshine, as if they had never heard of sunstroke. But you can't hunt them, and now you shall have your dinner." It was a very quiet picnic, perhaps even a trifle dull, though at the worst it might be better to picnic alone among the four-footed beasts in Charlecote Park than to assume a forced gaiety in a party of stupid people at the conventional banquet of doubtful lobster and tepid champagne in one of the time-honoured haunts of the Cockney picnicker. Daphne thought of Midsummer Day in the year that was gone, as she sat eating her chicken and sipping her lemonade, half of which had been lost in the process of uncorking. How gay she had been, how foolishly, unreasonably glad! And now a great deal of the flavour had gone out of her life since her 17th birthday. How happy Lina looks, now that the time for her lover's return draws near, she thought. She has something to look forward to, some reason for counting the days, while to me time is all alike, one week just the same as another. I am a horribly selfish creature. I ought to feel glad of her gladness. I ought to rejoice in her joy. But nature made me out of poor stuff, didn't she, Goldie dear? She laid her bright head on the collie's tawny coat. The pale gold of her soft flowing hair contrasted and yet harmonized with the ruddy hue of the dog, and made a picture fair to look upon. But there was no one wandering in Charlecote Park to paint Daphne's portrait. She was very lucky in not being discovered by a party of eager Americans, spectacled, waterproofed, hyper-intelligent, and knowing a great deal more about Shakespeare's biography than is known to the duller remnant of the Anglo-Saxon race still extant on this side the Atlantic. She ate her strawberries in dreamy thoughtfulness, and fed Goldie to repletion, till he stretched himself luxuriously upon her gown, and dreamed of a chase he was too lazy to follow, had he been ever so free. Then she shut the empty basket, propped herself up against the rugged old trunk, and opened the Idylls. It is a book to be read over and over again, for ever and ever, just one of those rare books of which the soul knows no weariness, like Shakespeare or Goethe's Faust or Childe Harold, a book to be opened haphazard anywhere. But Daphne did not so open the volume. Elaine was her poem of poems, and it was Elaine she read to-day in that placid shade amidst green pastures and venerable trees under a cloudless sky. Lancelot was her ideal man, faulty, but more lovable in his faultiness than even the perfect Arthur. Yet what woman would not wish, even the guilty one grovelling at his feet, to be Arthur's wife? She read slowly, pondering every word, for that fair young Saxon was to her a very real personage, a being whose sorrows gave her absolute pain as she read. Time had been when she could not read Elaine's story without tears, but to-day her eyes were dry, even to the last, when her fancy saw the barge gliding silently down the stream, with the fair dead face looking up to the sky, and the waxen hands meekly folded above the heart that had broken for love of Lancelot. I wonder how long his sorrow lasted, she thought as she closed the book, and then she clasped her hands above the fair head resting against the rugged bark of the oak, and gave herself up to daydreams, and let the afternoon wear on as it might, in placid enjoyment of the atmosphere and the landscape. Charlecote church clock had struck 5 when she plucked herself out of dreamland with an effort, unstrapped her dog from the tree, took up her empty basket, and started on the journey home. She had ample leisure for her walk. Dinner was not to be until 8:30, and Sir Vernon and his daughter were hardly likely to be back till dinner time. It was a stately feast to which they had been bidden, a feast in honour of somebody's coming of age, a champagne breakfast for the quality, roasted oxen and strong ale for the commonalty, speechifying, military bands, and altogether ponderous entertainment. Sir Vernon had groaned over the inevitable weariness of the affair in advance, and had talked of himself as a martyr to neighbourly feeling. The homeward walk in the quiet afternoon light was delicious. Goldie, released from his strap directly they left Charlecote, ran and leaped like a creature possessed. Oh, how he enjoyed himself with the first herd they came to, scampering after innocent milch cows, and endangering his life by flying at the foreheads of horned oxen. Daphne let him do as he liked. She wandered out of her way a little to follow the windings of her beloved river. It was between 7 and 8 when she dispatched Goldie to his stable yard and went into the cool, shady hall, where 2 old orange trees in great green crockery tubs scented the air. The butler met her on her way to the morning room. "Oh, if you please, Miss Daphne, Mr. Goring has arrived and would like to see you before you dress for dinner. He was so disappointed at finding Miss Lawford away from home, and he would like to have a talk with you." Daphne looked at the tumbled white gown — it was the same she had worn last year at Fontainebleau — and thought of her tousled hair. "I am so shamefully untidy," she said. "I think I had better dress first, Brooks." "Oh, don't, Miss Daphne. You look nice enough, I'm sure. And I daresay Mr. Goring is impatient to hear all about Miss Lawford, or he wouldn't have asked so particular to see you." "Of course not. No, perhaps he won't notice my untidiness. I'll risk it. Yet first impressions." "I don't want him to think me an underbred schoolgirl," muttered Daphne as she opened the drawing-room door. The room was large and full of flowers and objects that broke the view, and all the glow and glory of a summer sunset was shining in at the wide west window. For a moment or so Daphne could see no one. The room seemed empty of humanity. There was the American squirrel revolving in his big airy cage. There lay Fluff, the Maltese terrier, curled into a silky ball in a corner of the sofa, and that seemed all. But as Daphne went timidly towards the window, a figure rose from a low chair, a face turned to meet her. She lifted her clasped hands to her breast. Chapter 9 of Asphodel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Asphodel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 9. Of colour pale and dead was she. "And so you are Daphne," said Mr. Goring, taking both her hands and looking at her with an amused smile, not without tender admiration of the fair pale face and widely opened blue eyes. Months afterwards he remembered the scared look in those lovely eyes, the death-like pallor of the complexion. But just now he ascribed Daphne's evident agitation to a schoolgirl's natural discomfiture at being found out in a risky escapade. "And so you are Daphne," he repeated. "Why, you told me your father was a grocer in Oxford Street. Was not that what schoolboys call a crumper?" "No," said Daphne, recovering herself, and a sparkle of mischief lighting up her eyes. "It was strictly true of Martha Dibb's father." "And you adopted your friend's parent for the nonce? A thoroughly Roman custom, that of adoption, and in harmony with your Roman name. By the way, were you christened Poppaea Daphne, or Daphne Poppaea?" He had been amusing himself with the squirrel for the last half hour, but he found Daphne's embarrassment ever so much more amusing than the squirrel. He felt no more seriously about the one than about the other. "Don't," exclaimed Daphne. "You must have known quite well from the first moment that my name wasn't Poppaea, just as well as I knew that yours wasn't Nero." "Well, I had a shrewd suspicion that you were romancing about the name, but I swallowed the grocer. That was too bad of you. Do you know that you made me quite unhappy? I was miserable at the idea that such a girl as you could be allied with grocery. A ridiculous prejudice, was it not, in a man whose father began life as a day labourer?" Daphne had sunk into a low chair by the squirrel's cage, and was feeding that pampered favourite with the green points of some choice conifer. She seemed more taken up by his movements than by her future brother-in-law. Her agitation had passed, yet she was pale still, only the faintest bloom in her fair cheek, the pink of a wild rose. "Please don't tell Lina," she pleaded, with her eyes on the squirrel. "Oh, she doesn't know anything about it, then?" "Not a word. I dared not tell her. When I tried to do so, I became suddenly aware how horridly I had behaved. Martha Dibb and I were silly, thoughtless creatures, acting on the impulse of the moment." "I don't think there was much impulse about Miss Dibb," said Mr. Goring. "It seemed to me that she only looked on." "It is disgustingly mean of you to say that," exclaimed Daphne, recurring to her schoolgirl phraseology, which she had somewhat modified at South Hill. "Forgive me, and I must really hold my tongue about our delicious picnics. Of course I shall obey you, little one, but I hate secrets, and am a bad hand at keeping them. I shall never forget those 2 happy days at Fontainebleau. How strange that you and I, who were destined to become brother and sister, should make each other's acquaintance in that haphazard, informal fashion. It seemed almost as if we were fated to meet, didn't it? Was that the fate you read in my hand?" "No," he answered, suddenly grave. "That was not what I read. Pshaw!" he added in a lighter tone. "Chiromancy is all nonsense. Why should a man not too much given to belief in the things that are good for him to believe, pin his faith on a fanciful science of that kind? I've left off looking at palms ever since that day at Fontainebleau. And now tell me about your sister. I'm longing to see her. To think that I should have stumbled on just the one particular afternoon on which she was to be so long away. I pictured her sitting by yonder bamboo table, like Penelope waiting for her Odysseus. Do you know that I have come straight through from Bergen without stopping?" "And you have not been home to your abbey?" "My abbey will keep. By the bye, how is the place looking? The gardens all in their beauty, I suppose?" "I have never seen it." "Never? Why, I thought Lina would be driving over once or twice a week to survey her future domain. I take it positively unkind that you have never seen my abbey, my cloisters where never monk walked, my refectory where never monk ate, my chapel where no priest ever said mass. I should have thought curiosity would have impelled you to go and look at Goring Abbey. It is such a charming anomaly, but it pleased my poor father to build it, so I must not complain." "I thought you ought to be very proud of it, when you consider how hard your father must have worked for the money it cost," said Daphne bluntly. "Yes, John Giles had to put a long career of honest labour behind him before he became Giles Goring and owner of Goring Abbey. He was a good old man. I feel sorry sometimes that I am not more like him." "Lina says you are like your mother." "Yes, I believe I resemble her side of the house. It was by no means the more meritorious side, for the Heronvilles were always loose fish, while my father was one of the best men who ever wore shoe leather. Do you think Lina will be pleasantly surprised by my return?" "Do I think it?" echoed Daphne. "Why, she has been longing for your coming, counting every hour. I know that, though she has not said as much. I can read her thoughts." "Clever little puss. Daphne, do you know I am quite delighted to find that my grocer's daughter of Fontainebleau Forest is to be my new sister." "You are very good," returned Daphne rather stiffly. "It is 8 o'clock, so I think, if you'll excuse me, I had better go and dress for dinner." "Wait till your people come home. I've ever so many questions to ask." There is the carriage. You can ask them of Lina herself." She ran out of the room by the glass door leading into the conservatory, leaving Mr. Goring to meet his betrothed at the opposite door. She ran through the conservatory to the garden. The sun was sinking in a sea of many-coloured clouds yonder on the edge of the hills, and the river at the bottom of the valley ran between the rushes like liquid gold. Daphne stood on the sloping lawn, staring at the light like a bewildered creature. She stood thus for some minutes, motionless, with clasped hands, gazing at the sunset. Then she turned and walked slowly back to the house. There was no one to watch her, no one to think of her at this moment. Gerald and Lina were together in the drawing-room, steeped in the rapture of reunion. "Let me be rational, let me be reasonable, if I can," Daphne said to herself. She re-entered the house by an obscure door at the east end, and went up to her own room. There, in the soft evening light, she cast herself upon her knees by the bed and prayed with all the fervour of her untried soul, prayed that she might be kept from temptation and led to do the thing that was right. Prayer so earnest, in a nature so light and reckless, was a new experience. She rose from her knees like a new creature, and fancied she had plucked the evil weed of a fatal fancy out of her heart. She moved about her room calmly and quietly, dressed herself carefully, and went back to the drawing-room 2 minutes before the half-hour, radiant and smiling. Madeline was still in the gown she had worn at the déjeuner. She had taken off her hat, and that was all, too happy in her lover's company to spare 5 minutes for the revision of her toilet. Gerald had done nothing to improve his travelling attire. Even the dust of the long railroad journey from Hull was still upon his clothes. "Gerald tells me that you and he have made friends already, Daphne," said Lina in a happy voice. She was standing by her lover's side in front of the open window, while Sir Vernon sat in an easy-chair devouring his Times, and trying to make up for the lost hours since the post came in. "Yes, Daphne and I have sworn eternal friendship," exclaimed Gerald gaily. "We mean to be a most devoted brother and sister. It was quite wonderful how quickly we broke the ice, and how thoroughly at home we became in a quarter of an hour." "Daphne is not a very terrible personage," said Madeline, smiling at her sister's bright young face. "Well, darling, had you a happy day all by yourself? I was almost glad you were not with us. The coming of age was a very tiresome business. I had 10 times rather have been in our own gardens with you." "The whole entertainment was ineffably dull," said Sir Vernon, without looking from his paper. And now the well-bred butler glided across the threshold and gently insinuated that dinner was served, if it might be the pleasure of his people to come and eat it. Whereupon Mr. Goring gave his arm to Madeline, and Sir Vernon, for the first time since his younger daughter's return, felt himself constrained to escort her to the dining-room, or leave her to follow in his wake like a lap-dog. He deliberated for a moment or two as to which he should do, then made a hook of his elbow and looked down at her dubiously, as much as to say that she might take it or leave it. Daphne would have much liked to refuse the proffered boon, but she was in a dutiful mood to-night, so she meekly slipped her little gloved hand under her parent's sleeve, and walked by his side to the dining-room, where he let her hand drop directly they were inside the door. Every one at South Hill hated a glare, so the dining-room, like the drawing-room, was lighted by moderator lamps under velvet shades. 2 large brazen lamps with deep-fringed purple shades hung a little way above the table, 2 more lighted the sideboard. The French windows stood wide open, and across a balcony full of flowers appeared the shadowy landscape and the cool evening sky. Sir Vernon was tired and out of spirits. He had very little to say about anything except the proceedings of the afternoon, and all his remarks upon the hospitalities at which he had assisted were of an abusive character. He could eat no dinner, his internal economy having been thrown altogether out of gear by the barbarity of a solid meal at 3 o'clock. His discontent would have effectually damped the spirits of any human beings except lovers. Those privileged beings inhabit a world of their own. So Madeline and Gerald smiled at each other, and talked to each other across the roses and lilies that beautified the dinner table, and seemed unconscious that anything unpleasant was going on. Daphne watched them thoughtfully. How lovely her sister looked in the new light of this perfect happiness! How unaffectedly she revealed her delight at her lover's return! "How good it was of you to come back a month sooner than you had promised, Gerald," she said. "My dear girl, I have been pining to come home for the last 6 months, but as you and your father and I had chalked out a certain portion of Europe which I was to travel over, I thought I ought to go through with it. But if you knew how heartily sick I am of going from pillar to post, of craning my neck to look at the roofs of churches, and dancing attendance upon grubby old sacristans, and riding up narrow pathways on mules, and having myself and my luggage registered through from the bustling commercial city I am sick of, to loathing after 24 hours' experience to the sleepy mediaeval town which I inevitably tire of in 10, you would be able to understand my delight in coming back to you and placid Warwickshire. By the by, why didn't you take Daphne to see the Abbey? She tells me she has never been over to Goring. I should have had no pleasure in showing her your house." "Our house," interjected Gerald, "while you were away." "Well, dearest, it was a loving fancy, so I won't scold you for it. We'll have a—" he paused for an instant, looking at Daphne with a mischievous smile. "We'll have a picnic there to morrow." "Why a picnic?" grumbled Sir Vernon. "I can understand people eating out of doors when they have no house to shelter them, but nobody but an idiot would squat on the grass to dine, if he could get at chairs and tables. Look at your gypsies and hawkers now. You seldom catch them picnicking. If their tent or their caravan is ever so small and stuffy, they generally feed inside it." "Never mind the hawkers," exclaimed Gerald contemptuously. "A fig for common sense. Of course everybody in his senses knows that such a dinner as this is much more comfortable than the most perfect picnic that ever was organized. But for all that, I adore picnics, and we'll have one to morrow, won't we, Daphne?" He looked across the table at her in the subdued lamplight, smiling, and expecting to see a responsive smile in her eyes, but she was preternaturally grave. "Just as you like," she said. "Just as I like! What a chilling repulse! Why, unless Madeline and you approve of the idea, I don't care a straw for it. I'll punish you for your indifference, Miss Daphne. You shall have a formal luncheon in the refectory, at a table large enough for 30, and groaning under my father's family plate, Gerards of the reign of Victoria, strictly ponderous and utilitarian." "What a lovely light there is in the western sky," said Gerald, as Madeline and her sister rose from the table. "Shall we all walk down to the river before we join Sir Vernon in the billiard room? You'd like to try your hand against me, sir, I suppose, now that I come fresh from benighted lands where the tables have no pockets." "Yes, I'll play a game with you presently." Gerald and the two girls went into the verandah, and thence by a flight of shallow steps to the lawn. It was a peerless night after a peerless day. A young moon was shining above the topmost branches of the deodaras, and touching the Avon with patches of silvery light. The scene was lovely, the atmosphere delicious, but Daphne felt that she was one too many, though Madeline had linked an arm through hers. Those two had so much to talk about, so many questions to ask each other. "And you have really come home for good?" said Madeline. For good, dearest, for the brightest fate that can befall a man, to marry the woman he loves, and settle down to a peaceful, placid life in the home of his ancestor. I have been a rover quite long enough, and I shall rove no more, except at your command. There are places I should love to visit with you, Gerald. Switzerland, Italy, the Tyrol. We will go wherever you please, dearest. It will be delightful to me to show you all that is fairest on this earth, and to hear you say, when we are hunting vainly for some undiscovered nook where we may escape from the tourist herd, after all, there is no place like home. I shall only be too much inclined to say that. I love our own country and the scenery I have known all my life. We must start early to morrow, Lina. We have a great deal of business to get through at the Abbey. Business? Yes, dear. I want you to give me your ideas about the building of new hothouses. With your passion for flowers, the present amount of glass will never be enough. What do you say to sending McCloskie over to meet us there? His opinion, as a practical man, might be of use. If Mr. McCloskie is going to picnic with you, I'll stay at home," said Daphne. "I admire the gentleman as a gardener, but I detest him as a human being." "Don't be frightened, Daphne," said Gerald, laughing. "It is a levelling age, but we have not yet come to picnicking with our gardeners." "Mr. McCloskie is such a very superior person," retorted Daphne. "I don't know what he might expect." They had strolled down to the meadow by the river, a long stretch of level pasture, richly timbered, divided from the gardens by a ha, over which there was a light iron bridge. They lingered for a little while by this bridge, looking across at the river. "Do you know that Daphne has started a boat," said Madeline, "and has become very expert with a pair of sculls. She rowed me down to Stratford the day before yesterday, and back against the stream." "Indeed. I congratulate you on a delightful accomplishment, Daphne. I don't see why girls should not have their pleasure out of the river as well as boys. I've a brilliant idea. The Abbey is only 5 miles up the stream. Suppose we charter Daphne's boat for to morrow. I can pull a pretty good stroke, and the distance will be easy between us two. Will your boat hold 3 of us comfortably, do you think, Daphne?" "It would hold 6." "Then consider your services retained for to morrow. I shall enjoy the miniature prettiness of the Avon, after the mightier streams I have been upon lately." "I don't suppose Lina would like it," faltered Daphne, not appearing elated at the idea. "Lina would like it immensely," said her sister. "I shall feel so safe if you are with us, Gerald." "What a strange girl you are, Daphne. A week ago you were eager to carry me to the end of the world in your boat." "You can have the boat, of course, if you like, and I'll pull if you want me," returned Daphne, somewhat ungraciously. "But I think you'll find 5 miles of the Avon rather a monotonous business. It is a very lovely river if you take it in sections, but as both banks present a succession of green fields and pollard willows, it is just possible for the human mind to tire of it." "Daphne, you are an absolute cynic, and at 17!" exclaimed Gerald, with pretended horror. "What will you be by the time you are 40?" "If I am alive, I daresay I shall be a very horrid old woman," said Daphne. "Perhaps something after the pattern of Aunt Rhoda. I can't conceive anything much worse than that." "Papa will be waiting for his game of billiards," said Lina. "We had better hurry back to the house." They were met on the threshold of the conservatory by Mrs. Ferrers. That lady had a wonderful knack of getting acquainted with everything that happened at South Hill. If there had been a semaphore on the roof she could hardly have known things sooner. "My dear Gerald, what a delightful surprise you've given us!" she exclaimed. "I put on my hat the instant the rector had said grace. I left him to drink his claret alone, a thing that has not happened since we were married, and walked over to bid you welcome. How well you are looking! How very brown you have grown! I'm so glad to see you." "It was very good of you to come over on purpose, Mrs. Ferrers." "May I not be Aunt Rhoda instead of Mrs. Ferrers? I should like it ever so much better. Next year I shall be really your aunt, you know." "And the rector will be your uncle," said Daphne pertly. He is mine already, and he is ever so much kinder than when I was only his parishioner." Mrs. Ferrers shot a piercing look, half angry, half interrogative, at her younger niece. The rector had shown a reprehensible tendency to praise the girl's beauty, had on one occasion gone so far as to offer her a patriarchal kiss, from which Daphne had recoiled involuntarily, saying afterwards to her sister that one must draw the line somewhere. "Vernon is gone to bed," said Aunt Rhoda. "He felt thoroughly wearied out after the gathering at Holmesley, which seems from his account to have been a very dull business. I'm glad the rector and I declined. A cold luncheon is positive death to him." "Then we needn't go indoors yet awhile," said Gerald. "It is lovely out here. Shall I fetch a wrap for you, Lina?" Mrs. Ferrers was carefully draped in her china crape shawl, one of Madeline's wedding gifts to her aunt, and costly enough for a royal present. "Thanks. There is a shawl on a sofa in the drawing-room." "Let Daphne fetch it," interjected Mrs. Ferrers, and her niece flew to obey, while the other three sauntered slowly along the broad terrace in front of the windows. There were some light iron chairs and a table at one end of the walk, and here they seated themselves to enjoy the summer night. "As our English summer is a matter of about 5 weeks, broken by a good deal of storm and rain, we ought to make the most of it," remarked Gerald. "I hope we shall have a fine day for the Abbey to morrow." "You are going to take Lina to the Abbey?" "Yes, for a regular business like inspection, that we may see what will have to be improved or altered or added or done away with before next year." "How interesting! I should like so much to drive over with you. My experience in housekeeping matters might possibly be of use." "Invaluable, no doubt," answered Gerald, with his easy-going, half listless air. "But we must postpone that advantage until the next time. We are going in Daphne's boat, which will only comfortably hold 3," said Gerald, with a calm contempt for actual truth, which horrified Madeline, who was rigidly truthful even in the most trivial things. "Going in Daphne's boat? What an absurd idea!" "Don't say that, Aunt Rhoda, for it's my idea," remonstrated Gerald. "But I can't help saying it, when you have half a dozen carriages at your disposal, and when the drive to Goring is absolutely lovely. To go in a horrid little boat." "It's a very nice boat, Aunt Rhoda, and Daphne manages it capitally," said Lina. "I think it will be a delightfully dreamy way of going," said Gerald. "We shall take our time about it. There is no reason we should hurry. I shall order a carriage to meet us at the bottom of Goring Lane, where we shall land. If we prefer to drive home, we can do so." "My dear Gerald, you and Madeline are the best judges of what is agreeable to yourselves, but I cannot help thinking that you are encouraging Daphne in a most unbecoming pursuit." The appearance of Daphne herself, with the shawl, put a stop to the argument. She folded the soft woolen wrap round her sister, and then stooped to kiss her. "Good night, Lina," she said. "Going to bed so early, Daphne? I hope you are not ill." "Only a little tired after my rambles. Good night, Aunt Rhoda. Good night, Mr. Goring," and Daphne ran away. "Aunt Rhoda might drive over and meet us at Goring, Gerald," suggested Madeline, who was always thoughtful of other people's pleasure, and did not wish her aunt to fancy herself ignored. "Certainly. I shall be charmed if you think it worth your while," said Gerald. "Then I shall certainly come. My ponies want exercise, and to morrow is one of the rector's parochial days, so he won't miss me for an hour or two. What time do you contemplate arriving at the Abbey?" "Oh, I suppose between 1 and 2, the orthodox luncheon hour," answered Gerald. Daphne was up and dressed before 5 o'clock next morning. She had set her little American alarm clock for 5, but that had been a needless precaution, since she had not slept above a quarter of an hour at a time all through the short summer night. She had seen the last glimmer of the fading moon, the first faint glow of sunlight flickering on her wall. She stole softly downstairs, unlocked doors, and drew bolts with the silent dexterity of a professional housebreaker, feeling almost as guilty as if she had been one. And in the cool, quiet morning, while all the world beside herself seemed asleep, she ran lightly across the dewy lawn, down to the iron bridge by which she had stood with Madeline and Gerald last night. Then she crossed the meadow wading ankle deep in wet grass, and scaring the placid kine, and thus to the boat house. She went in and got into her boat, which was drawn up under cover, and carefully protected by linen clothing. She whisked the covering off, and seated herself on the floor of the boat in front of the place of honour, above which appeared the name of the craft in gilded letters on the polished pine, Nero. She took out her penknife, and began carefully, laboriously, to scrape away the gilt lettering. The thing had been so conscientiously done, the letters were so sunk and branded into the wood, that the task seemed endless. She was still digging and scraping at the first letter, when Arden church clock struck 6, every stroke floating clear and sweet across the river. "What an utter idiot I was!" she said to herself in an exasperated tone, emphasizing each word with a savage dig of her knife into the gilded wood. "And how shall I ever get all these letters out before breakfast time?" "Why attempt it?" asked a low, pleasant voice close at hand, and Daphne, becoming suddenly aware of the odour of tobacco mixed with the perfumes of a summer meadow, looked up and saw Gerald Goring lounging against the door post, smoking a cigarette. "Why erase the name?" he asked. "It is a very good name, classical, historical, and not altogether inappropriate. Nero was a bold builder himself, you know." "Was he?" said Daphne, sitting limply in the bottom of her boat, completely unnerved. "Yes, the vessel he built was a failure, or at any rate the result of his experiment was unsatisfactory, but the intention was original and deserves praise. I am sorry you have spoilt the first letter of his name." "Don't distress yourself," exclaimed Daphne, jumping up and stepping briskly out of her boat. "I am going to change the name of my boat, and I thought I could do it this morning as a surprise for Lina, but it was a more difficult business than I supposed, and now I must run home as fast as I can, and make myself tidy for breakfast. My father is the essence of punctuality. But as 8:30 is his breakfast hour, you need not be in a desperate hurry. It has only just struck 6. Will you come for a stroll?" "No, thank you. I have ever so much to do before breakfast." "Czerny's Studies of Philosophy?" "No." "French grammar?" "No. Be sure you are ready to start directly after breakfast." Daphne scampered off through the wet grass, leaving Mr. Goring Chapter 10 of Asphodel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Asphodel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 10. And spending silver had he right enow. At 10 o'clock, Daphne was down at the boat house again, ready for the aquatic excursion, looking as fresh and bright as if nothing had ever occurred to vex her. She wore a workmanlike attire of indigo serge, no gay fluttering scarlet ribbons this time. Her whole costume was studiously plain, from the sailor hat to the stout Cromwell shoe and dark blue stocking, the washed leather glove and leathern belt with a broad steel buckle. Madeline's flowing muslin skirts and flowery hat contrasted charmingly with her sister's more masculine attire. "This looks like business," said Gerald, as Bink ran the boat into the water and held her while the ladies stepped on board. "Now, Daphne, whichever of us gets tired first must forfeit a dozen pairs of gloves." "I think it will be you, from the look of you," returned Daphne, as she rolled up her sleeves and took hold of an oar in an offhand, waterman-like manner. "When you are tired, I'll take the sculls." "Well, you see, I am likely to be in very bad form. It is 4 years since I rowed in the 'Varsity race." "What, you rowed in the great race? What affectation to talk about being in bad form. I should think a man could never forget training of that kind." "He can never forget the theory, but he may feel the want of practice." However, I fancy I shall survive till we get to Goring Lane, and that you'll win no gloves to day. I suppose you never wear anything less than 12 buttons." "Madeline gives me plenty of gloves, thank you," replied Daphne with dignity. "My glove box is not supported by voluntary contributions." "Daphne, do you know that for a young woman who is speedily to become my sister, you are barely civil?" said Gerald. "I beg your pardon. I'm practising a sisterly manner. I never met with a brother and sister yet who were particularly civil to each other." They were rowing quietly up the stream, lowering their heads now and then to clear the drooping tresses of a willow. The verdant banks, the perpetual willows, were beautiful, but with a monotonous beauty. It was the ripe middle of the year, when all things are of one rich green, meadows and woods and hills, and in a country chiefly pastoral there must needs be a touch of sameness in the landscape. Here and there a spire showed above the trees, or a grey stone mansion stood boldly out upon the green hillside. Daphne had so arranged cushions and wraps upon the principal seat as to conceal the mutilated mane. Gerald rowed stroke. She sat in the bows, and Madeline reclined luxuriously in the stern with a Maltese terrier Fluff in her lap. "If we are lucky, we shall be at the Abbey an hour and a half before your aunt and her ponies," said Gerald. It was extremely obliging of her to volunteer the inestimable boon of her advice, but I fancy we should get on quite as well without her. "It would have been unkind to let her think we didn't want her," said Madeline deprecatingly. "That is so like you, Lina. You will go through life putting up with people you don't care about, rather than wound their feelings," said Gerald carelessly. "Aunt Rhoda is my father's only sister. I am bound to respect her." "I've no doubt the Old Man of the Sea was a very estimable person in the abstract," said Gerald, "but Sinbad shunted him at the first opportunity. Don't look so distressed, dearest. Aunt Rhoda shall patronize us and dictate to us all our lives, if it please you. By the bye, what has become of your devoted slave and ally Turchill? I expected to find him on the premises when I arrived at South Hill." "He went up to London last week with his mother to make a round of the theatres and picture galleries. They will be home in a few days, I daresay. I wonder he can exist out of Warwickshire. He is so thoroughly bucolic, so permeated by the flavour of his native soil." "He is very kind and good and true-hearted," protested Daphne, flushing indignantly, "and he is your old friend and kinsman. I wonder you can speak so contemptuously of him, Mr. Goring." "What, my vixenish little Pope Daphne?" cried Gerald, colouring at this slip of the tongue. "Is it thus the cat jumps? I would not underrate Edgar for worlds. He is out and away the best fellow I know. But however much you may admire him, little one, that his mind is essentially bucolic is a fact, and facts are stubborn things. You have no right to say that I admire him. I respect and esteem him, and I am not ashamed to own as much, though you may think it a reason for laughing at me," retorted Daphne, still angry. "He taught me to row this very boat. He used to get up every morning at a ridiculously early hour in order to be at South Hill in time to give me a lesson before breakfast. A man might do twice as much for your beaux yeux, and yet deem it no self-sacrifice." "Don't," cried Daphne. "Didn't I tell you ages ago that I detest you when you flatter me?" Madeline looked up with momentary wonder at that expression, ages ago. But Daphne was so given to wild exaggerations and a schoolgirl latitude of phrase that ages ago might naturally mean yesterday. "Daphne, dearest, what has put you out of temper?" she asked gently. "I'm afraid you're getting tired." "If she give in before we get to Goring Lane, I shall claim a dozen pairs of gloves." "I am not the least little bit tired. I could row you to Naseby, if you liked," replied Daphne heartily, whereupon the lovers began to talk of their own affairs, somewhat lazily, as suited the summer morning and the quiet landscape, where a light haze that yet lingered over the fields seemed the cool and misty forecast of a blazing afternoon. Goring Lane was an accommodation road, leading down from the home farm to the meadows on the river bank, and here they found a light open carriage and a pair of strong country-made grey horses waiting for them. Gerald had sent his valet over before breakfast to make all arrangements for their reception. The man was waiting beside the carriage, and to Daphne's horror she beheld in him the grave gentleman in grey who had helped to convey provisions for the Fontainebleau picnic. But not a muscle of the valet's face betrayed the fact that he had ever seen this young lady before. At the end of the lane they came into a shady park-like avenue, and then to a grey stone gateway, pillared, mediaeval, grandiose. On the summit of each granite pillar a griffin of the most correct heraldic make grasped a shield, and on the shield were quarterings that hinted at a palmer's pilgrimage in the Holy Land, and a ragged staff that suggested kindred with the historic race of Dudley. The lodge-keeper's wife and her 3 children were standing by the open gate, ready to duck profusely in significance of delight in their lord's return. The male bird, as usual, was absent from the nest. Nobody ever saw a man at an entrance lodge. The avenue of limes was of but 30 years' growth, but there was plenty of good old timber on the broad expanse of meadow land, which Mr. Goring had converted into a park. There was a broad blue lake in the distance, created by the late Mr. Goring, an island in the middle of it, also of his creation, while a fleet of rare and costly foreign aquatic birds of Mr. Goring's importation were sailing calmly on the calm water. And yonder in the green valley, with a wooded amphitheatre behind it, stood the Abbey, built strictly after the fashion of the 15th century, but every block of stone and every lattice obviously of yesterday. It wouldn't be half a bad place if it would only mellow down to a sober greyness, instead of being so uncomfortably white and dazzling, said Gerald, as they drew near the house. It is positively lovely, answered Madeline. She was looking at the gardens, which 30 years of care and outlay had made about as perfect as gardens of the Italian style can be. They were not such old English gardens as Lord Bacon wrote about. There was nothing wild, no intricate shrubberies, no scope for the imagination, as there was at South Hill. All was planned and filled in with a Dutch neatness. The parterres were laid out in blocks, and in the centre of each rose a fountain from a polished marble basin. Statues by sculptors of note were placed here and there against a background of tall orange trees, arbutus or yew. Everything was on a large scale which suited this palatial Italian manner. Such a garden might have fitly framed the palace of a Medici or a Borgia. Nay, in such a garden might Horace have walked by the side of Maecenas, or Virgil recited a portion of his Aeneid to Augustus and Octavia. There was a dignity, a splendour in these parterres which Daphne thought finer than anything she had seen even at Versailles, whither Madame Tolmache had escorted her English pupils on a certain summer holiday. "The rose garden will please you better than this formal pleasaunce, I dare say," said Gerald. "It is on the other side of the house, and consists wholly of grass walks and rose trees. My dear mother gave her whole mind to the cultivation and improvement of her gardens. I believe she was rather extravagant in this one matter, at least I've heard my father say so, but I think the result justified her outlay." "And yet you want to build more hot houses on my account, Gerald?" "Surely arrangements that satisfy Lady Geraldine will be good enough for me," said Madeline. "Oh, one ought to go on improving. Besides, you are fonder of exotics than my mother was, and the rage for church decoration is getting stronger every day. You will have plenty of use for your hot houses. And now we will go and take a sketchy survey of the house before we interview the worthy MacCloskie. Has Miss Lawford's gardener arrived?" Gerald asked of the gentleman in grey, who had occupied the box seat and was again in attendance at the carriage door, while a portly butler and a powdered footman, both of the true English pattern, waited in the Gothic porch. "Yes, sir. Mr. MacCloskie is in the housekeeper's room." "I hope they have given him luncheon." "No, sir, thank you, sir. He would take nothing but a glass of claret and a cigar. He has taken a stroll round the garden, sir, so as to be prepared to give an opinion." The house was deliciously cool, almost as if ice had been laid on in the pipes which were used in winter for hot water. The hall was as profoundly Gothic as that at Penshurst. It was difficult to believe that the reek of a log fire piled in the middle of the stone floor had never gone up through yonder rafters, that the rude vassals of a feudal lord had never squatted by the blaze, or slept on yonder ponderous oaken settles. Nothing was wanting that should have been there to tell of an ancient ancestry. Armor that had been battered and dented at Cressy or Bannockburn, or at any rate most skilfully manipulated at Birmingham, adorned the walls. Banners drooped from the rafters, heads of noble stags that had been shot in Arden's primeval wood, spears and battle axes that had been used in the Crusades, and collected in Wardour Street, gave variety to the artistic decoration of the walls, while tapestry of undoubted antiquity hung before the doorways. These things had given pleasure to Mr. Giles Goring, but to his son they were absolutely obnoxious. Yet the father had been so good a father, and had done such honest and useful work in the world before he began to amass this trumpery, that the son had not the heart to dislodge anything. They went through room after room, all richly furnished, all strictly mediaeval, old oak carving collected in the Low Countries, cabinets that reached from floor to ceiling, sideboards large enough to barricade a Parisian boulevard, all the legends of Holy Writ exemplified by the patient Fleming's chisel, polished oaken floors, panelled walls. The only modern rooms were those at one end of the abbey, which had been refurnished by Lady Geraldine during her widowhood, and here there was all the lightness and grace of modern upholstery of the highest order, satinwood furniture and pale tinted draperies, choice water colours and choicer porcelain on the walls, books in every available nook. "How lovely!" cried Daphne, who had not been impressed by the modern mediaevalism of the other rooms. "This is where I should like to live." Lady Geraldine's morning room looked into the rose garden. She had not been able to do away with the mullioned windows, but a little glass door, an anachronism, but vastly convenient, had been squeezed into a corner to give her easy access to her favourite garden. Madeline looked at everything with tender regard. Lady Geraldine had been fond of her and kind to her, and had most heartily approved her son's choice. Tears dimmed Lena's sight as she looked at the familiar room, which seemed so empty without the gracious figure of its mistress. "I fancied you would like to occupy these rooms by and by, Lina," said Gerald. "I should like it of all things." "And can you suggest any alterations, any improvements?" "Gerald, do you think that I would change a thing that your mother cared for? The rooms are lovely in themselves, but were they ever so old-fashioned or shabby, I should like them best as your mother left them." "Lina, you are simply perfect," exclaimed Gerald tenderly. "You are just the one faultless woman I have ever met. Chaucer's Grisel was not a diviner creature." "I hope you are not going to try my sister, as that horrid man in the story tried Grisel," cried Daphne, bristling with indignation. "I only wish I had lived in those days, and had the reversion of Count Walter as a widower. I'd have made him repent his brutality." "I've no doubt you would have proved skilful in the art of husband government," said Gerald, "but you needn't be alarmed. Much as I admire Grisel, I shan't try to emulate her husband. I could not leave my wife in agony and walk away smiling at the cleverness of my practical joke." "Well, Lina, then it is settled that in these rooms there is to be no alteration," he added, turning to Madeline, who had been taking up the volumes on a little ebony bookstand and looking at their titles. "Please make no alteration anywhere. Let the house be as your father and mother arranged it." "My sweet conservative! And we are to keep all the old servants, I conclude. They are all of my father's and mother's choosing." "Pray keep them all. If you could anyway find room for MacCloskie without offending your head gardener." "MacCloskie shall be superintendent of your own special hot houses, my darling. It will be an easy, remunerative place, good wages, and plenty of perquisites." A grinding of wheels on the gravel and a tremendous peal of the bell at the principal entrance proclaimed the advent of a visitor. "Aunt Rhoda, no doubt," said Gerald. "Let us be sober." They went back to the hall to greet the new arrival. It was Mrs. Ferrers's youthful groom, a smart young gentleman of the tiger species, who had made that tremendous peal. Mrs. Ferrers's roan ponies were scratching up the gravel, but Mrs. Ferrers was not alone. A gentleman had just dismounted from a fine, upstanding bay, and that gentleman was Edgar Turchill. "So glad to see you here, Aunt Rhoda," cried Gerald. "Why, Turchill, they told me you were in London." Came home last night. Rode over to South Hill this morning. Overtook Mrs. Ferrers on the way, and I asked him to come on with me, and to join in our round of inspection," said Aunt Rhoda. "I hope I did not do very wrong." "You did very right. I don't think Turchill feels himself much of a stranger at the Abbey, even though it has been a very inhospitable place for the last year or so. And now, before we go in for any more business, let's proceed to luncheon. Your boat has had a most invigorating effect on my appetite, Daphne. I'm simply famished." "So you came in Daphne's boat. She rows pretty well, doesn't she?" asked Edgar, with a glance of mingled pride and tenderness at his pupil. "She might win a cup to morrow. You have reason to be proud of her." They all went into the refectory, where, under the lofty open timber roof, a small oval table looked like an island in a sea of Turkey carpet and polished oak flooring. "It would have served you right if we had had the long dinner table," Gerald said to Daphne, as he passed her with Mrs. Ferrers on his arm. "I thought we were going to picnic in the park," said Madeline. "Daphne Neither you nor Daphne seem to care about it," replied Gerald. "This is a great deal more sensible," remarked Mrs. Ferrers. "Oh, I don't know. It's awfully jolly to eat one's luncheon under the trees in such weather as this," said Edgar. "For Mr. Turchill's particular gratification, we will have afternoon tea in the cloisters," said Gerald. "Blake, to the butler, let there be tea at 4:30 on the grass in the cloisters." Daphne could eat or drink very little, though Edgar, who sat next to her, was pressing in his offers of lobster mayonnaise and cold chicken cutlets, sole à la maître d'hôtel, Perigord pie. She was looking about her at the portraits on the walls. Facing her hung Prescott Knight's picture of the man who began his career by wheeling barrows, and who ended it by building mighty viaducts, levelling hills, filling valleys, and making the crooked paths straight. It was a brave, honest English face, plain, rugged even, the painter having in no wise flattered his sitter, but a countenance that was pleasanter to the eye than many a handsome face, a countenance that promised truth and honour, manliness and warm feelings in its possessor. Daphne looked from the portrait on the wall to the present master of the Abbey. No, there was not one point of resemblance between Gerald Goring and his father. Then she looked at another portrait hanging in the place of honour above the wide Gothic mantelpiece, Lady Geraldine by Buckner, the picture of an elegant, high-bred woman of between 30 and 40, dressed in amber satin and black lace, one bare arm lifted to pluck a rose from a lattice, the other hand resting on a marble balustrade, across which an Indian shawl had been flung carelessly. Face and figure were both perfect after their kind, figure tall and willowy, a swan's neck, a proud and pensive countenance, with eyes of the same doubtful colour as Gerald's, the same dreamy look in them. Then Daphne turned her gaze to the other end of the room, where hung the famous Sir Peter Lely, a replica of the well-known picture in Hampton Court, for which replica Mr. Giles Goring had paid a preposterous price to a poor and proud member of his wife's family, who was lucky enough to possess it. Strange that a single-minded, honest-hearted man like John Giles Goring should have been proud of his son's descent from a king's mistress, and should have hung the portrait of Felicia, Countess of Heronville, above the desk at which he read family prayers to his assembled household. Yes, Lady Heronville's eyes were like Gerald's, dreamily beautiful. Everybody at the table had plenty to say except Daphne. She was absorbed by her contemplation of the pictures. Edgar was concerned at her want of appetite. He tried to entertain her by telling her of the plays and pictures he had seen. "Your father ought to take you to town before the season is over. There is so much to see," he said, "and though I am told that all the West End tradespeople are complaining, it seems to me that London was never so full as this year. Hyde Park in the morning and afternoon is something wonderful." "I should like to go to the opera," said Daphne rather listlessly. "Madame Tolmache took us to hear Faust one evening. She said that an occasional visit to the opera was the highest form of cultivation for the youthful mind. I believe she had a box given her by the music master, and that she turned it to her own advantage that way, charging it in her bills, don't you know. I shall never forget that evening. It was at the end of August, and Paris was wrapped in a white mist, and the air had a breathless, suffocating feeling, and the streets smelt of overripe peaches. But when we got out of the jolting fly that took us from the station to the theatre, and went to a box that seemed in the clouds, we had to go up so many stairs to reach it, and the music began, and the curtain went up. It was like being in a new world. I felt as if I were holding my breath all the time. Even Martha Dibb, that stupid, good-natured girl I told you about, seemed spellbound, and sat with her mouth open, gasping like a fish. Nilsson was Marguerite, and Faure was Mephistopheles. I shall remember them to the end of my life. You'll hear them again often, I hope. Nilsson was singing the other night when I took my mother to hear Wagner's great opera. The music is quite the rage, I believe, but I don't like it as well as Don Giovanni. Luncheon was over by this time, a formal, ceremonious luncheon, such as Daphne detested. It was her punishment for having been uncivil last night, when the picnic idea was mooted. And now they all repaired to the gardens, and perambulated the parterre, and criticized the statues, Leda with her swan, Venus with an infant Cupid, Hebe offering her cup, Ganymede on his eagle, all the most familiar personages in Lempriere. The fountains were sending up their rainbow spray in the blazing afternoon sun. The geraniums and calceolarias and pansies and petunias and all the tribe of begonias and house leeks newly bedded out seemed to quiver in the fierce bright light. "For pity's sake, let us get out of this burning flowery furnace," cried Gerald. "Let's go to the rose garden. It's on the shady side of the house, and within reach of my mother's favourite tulip trees." The rose garden was a blessed refuge after that exposed parterre facing due south. Here there was velvet turf on which to walk, and here were trellised screens and arches wreathed with the yellow clusters of the Céline Forestier and the Devancienses. Mrs. Ferrers was a person who always discoursed of flowers by their botanical or fashionable names. She did not call a rose, but went into raptures over a Marguerite de Saint-Amand, a Garnet Wolseley, a Gloire de Vitry, or an Etienne Levé, as the case might be. Here, smoking his cigar, which he politely suppressed at their approach, they discovered Mr. McCloskey, the hard-faced, sandy-haired Scottish gardener. "You have been taking a look at my grounds, I hear, McCloskey," Mr. Goring said pleasantly. "Yes, sir, I've looked about me a bit. I think I've seen pretty well everything. And the hot houses leave room for improvement, I suppose?" "Well, sir, I'm not wishing to say anything disrespectful to your architect," began McCloskey, with that deliberation which gave all his speeches an air of superior wisdom. But if he had tried his hardest to spend the maximum of money in attaining the minimum of space and accommodation, to say nothing of his ventilation and his heating apparatus, which are just abominable, he couldn't have succeeded better than he has, unconsciously. "Dear me, Mr. McCloskey, that's a bad account, and yet the gardeners here have managed to rub on very decently for a quarter of a century, with no better accommodation than you have seen to day." "Ay, sir, that's where it is. They just rubbed on, poor fellows, and I can only say that it's very creditable to them to do as well as they have done. And if they're about a quarter of a century behind the times, nobody can blame them. Then we must build new houses. That's inevitable, I conclude." "Yes, sir, if you want to grow exotics." "Yet I used to see a good deal of stephanotis about the rooms in my father's time." "Ay, there's a fine plant growing in a bit of a glass shed," says Mr. McCloskey, with ineffable contempt. "Necessity's the mother of invention, Mr. Goring. Your gardeners have done just wonders. But with all deference to you, sir, that kind of thing wouldn't suit me. And if Miss Lawford has any idea of my coming here by and by," with a respectful glance at his mistress as he stood at ease, contemplating the spotless lining of his top hat, "Miss Lawford would like you to continue in her service when she is Mrs. Goring. Perhaps you will be good enough to give me an exact specification of the space you would require, and the form of house you would suggest. I wish Miss Lawford to be in no way a loser when she exchanges South Hill for Goring Abbey." "Thank you, sir. You are very good, sir," murmured the Scotsman, as if it were for his gratification the houses were to be built. "This is a very fine place, sir. It would be a pity if it were to be behind the times in any particular." The head gardener bowed and withdrew, every one, even Aunt Rhoda, breathing more freely when he had vanished. "Isn't he too utterly horrid?" asked Daphne. "If there is a being I detest in this world, it is he. Were I in Lena's place, I should take advantage of my marriage to get rid of him. But she will just go down to her grave domineered over by that man," concluded Daphne, mimicking MacCloskie's northern tongue. "He is not the most agreeable person in the world," said Lina, "but he is thoroughly conscientious." "Did you ever know a disagreeable person who did not set up for being a paragon of honesty?" exclaimed Daphne contemptuously. They roamed about the rose garden, which was a lovely place to loiter in upon a summer's day, and lingered under the tulip trees, where there were rustic chairs and a rustic table, and every incentive to idleness. Beyond the tulip trees there was a shrubbery on the slope of the hill, a shrubbery which sheltered the rose garden from bleak winds and made it a thoroughly secluded spot. While the rest of the party sat talking under the big broad-leaved trees, Daphne shot off to explore the shrubbery. The first thing that attracted her attention was a large wire cage among the laurels. "Is that an aviary?" she asked. "No," answered Gerald, rising and going over to her. "These are my father's antecedents." He pulled away the laurel branches which had spread themselves in front of the cage, and Daphne saw that it contained only a shabby old barrow, a pickaxe, and shovel. "Those were the stock in trade with which my father began his career," he said. "I don't believe he had even the traditional half-crown. I've no doubt if he had possessed such a coin his mates would have made him spend it on beer. He began life a barefooted, ignorant lad upon a railroad in the north of England, and before his 40th birthday he was one of the greatest contractors and one of the best informed men of his time. But he never mastered the right use of the aspirate, and he never could bring himself to wear gloves. It was his fancy to keep those old tools of his, and to take his visitors to look at them after they had gone the round of house and gardens." "I hope you are proud of him," said Daphne, with a bright penetrating glance which seemed to pierce Mr. Goring's soul. "I should hate you if I thought that, even for one moment in your life, you could feel ashamed of such a father." "Then I'm afraid I must endure your hate," said Gerald. "No, I've never felt ashamed of my father. He was the dearest, kindest, most unselfish, most indulgent father that ever spoiled an unworthy son. But I have occasionally felt ashamed of that barrow when it has been exhibited and explained to a new acquaintance, and I have seen that the new acquaintance thought the whole thing, the mock mediaeval abbey and the barrow and my dear simple-hearted dad, one stupendous joke." "I should be more ashamed of Felicia, Countess of Heronville, than of that barrow, if I were you," exclaimed Daphne, flushed and indignant. "You little radical. Mistress Felicia was by no means an exemplary person, but she was one of the loveliest women at Charles's court, where lovely women congregated by common consent, while all the ugly ones buried themselves at their husbands' country seats, and thought that some fiery comet must be swooping down upon the world because of wickedness in high places. Don't be too hard upon poor Lady Heronville. She died in the zenith of her charms, while quite a young woman." "Do you think she ought to be pitied for that?" demanded Daphne. "Why, it was the brightest fate heaven could give her. The just punishment for her evil ways would have been a long, loveless old age, and to see her beauty fade day by day, and to know that the world she loved despised and forgot her. 'Whom the gods love die young,' was said of old, and many deaths do they escape by this." "Where did you find those lines, little one?" "In a book we used to read aloud at Madame Tolmache's. Gems from Byron." "Oh, I see. Mere chippings. Diamond dust. I was afraid you'd been at the Koh-i-Noor itself." "Are we to have some tea, Gerald?" asked Madeline, crossing to them and looking at her watch as she came. "It is 4:30, and we must be going home soon." "To the cloisters, ladies and gentlemen, to all that there is of the most mediaeval in the Abbey." They passed under a Gothic archway and found themselves on a square green lawn, in the midst of which was another fountain in a genuine old marble basin, a Roman relic dug up 30 years ago in the peninsula of Portland. A cloistered walk surrounded this grass plot. A striped awning had been put up beside the fountain, and under this the tea table was spread. "Now, Lina, let us see if you can manage that ponderous tea kettle," said Gerald. "It is the handsomest I ever saw," sleepily remarked Mrs. Ferrers, who had found the afternoon somewhat dreary, since nobody had seemed to want her advice about anything. "But I must confess that I prefer the rector's George
Chapter 11 of Asphodel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Asphodel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 11. Yeve me my death, or that I have a shame. Sir Vernon Lawford was sitting alone in his study on the morning after the visit to Goring Abbey, when the door opened suddenly with a sharp jerk, and his younger daughter stood before him. The very manner in which the door opened told him, before he looked up from his desk, that the intruder was Daphne, and not the always welcome Madeline. He looked at his daughter with cold, severe eyes, as at a person who had no right to be there. Ever since she could remember, Daphne had feared her father much more than she loved him. But never had he seemed to her so awful a being as he appeared this morning in his own room, surrounded by all the symbols of power, the bronze bust of Cicero looking down at him from the bookcase, his dispatch-box open at his side, bristling with pen-knives and paper-knives and stern official stationery, his ponderous silver inkstand, presented by the Warwickshire Yeomanry in acknowledgment of his merits as colonel, his Russia leather-bound dictionaries and directories, and brazen letter-weighing machine, and all the pomp and circumstance of his business life about him. "Well, Daphne, what do you want?" he asked, looking at her without a ray of sympathetic feeling in his handsome grey eyes. "If you please, papa," she faltered, blushing deeply under that severe gaze, and pleating up the edge of her lawn-tennis pinafore in supreme nervousness, "I don't think I'm really finished." "Finished?" he exclaimed, looking at her as if he thought she was an idiot. "Finished what? You never finish anything, or begin anything either, so far as I can hear, that is worth doing." "My education, I mean, papa," she said, looking at him with eyes so lovely in hue and expression, so piteous in their timid pleading, that they ought to have touched him. "I know you sent me to Madame Tolmache to be finished, and that she was very expensive, but I'm afraid I came away horribly ignorant, and I begin to feel that a year or two more of schooling would be of very great value to me. I am older now, don't you know, papa, and I should try more earnestly to improve myself. Indeed, papa, I would work very hard this time," urged Daphne, remorsefully remembering how little she had worked in the past. "I don't care where you send me, to Asnieres, or to Germany, or anywhere, so that I could only go on with my education." "Go on with it at home," answered Sir Vernon contemptuously. "You can read and write and spell, I suppose?" "Yes. I have some of your letters asking me for different things in those pigeonholes. Any woman who can do as much as that can improve herself. There are books enough on those shelves," with a glance at his classical and correct collection, "to make you wiser than any woman need to be. But as for this freak of wanting to go back to school—" "It is no freak, papa. It is my most earnest desire. I feel it would be better for all of us." She had changed from red to white by this time, and stood before her father like a culprit, downcast and deadly pale. "It would not be better for me, who would have to pay the bills. I've paid a pretty penny already for your education, and you may suppose how vastly agreeable it is to me to hear your frank confession of ignorance." "It is best for me to tell the truth, papa. Do not deny me this favour. It is the first great thing I have ever asked of you." "It is a very foolish thing, and I should be a fool if I humoured your caprice." She gave a little cry of mental pain. "How can I convince you that it is no caprice?" she asked despairingly. "I was lying awake all last night thinking about it. I am most thoroughly in earnest, papa." "You were thoroughly in earnest about your boat, and now you are tired of it. You were intensely anxious to come home, and now you are tired of home. You are a creature of whims and fancies." "No, I'm not tired of my boat," she cried passionately. "I love it with all my heart, and the dear river, and this place, and Madeline, and you, if you would only let me love you. Father," she said in a low, tremulous voice, coming hurriedly to her father and kneeling at his feet, with clasped hands uplifted beseechingly, "there are times in a woman's life when a light shines suddenly upon her, showing her where her duty lies. I believe that it is my duty to go back to school, somewhere in France or Germany, where I can get on with my education and grow serious and useful, as a woman ought to be. It will be very hard. It will be parting from all I love best in the world, but I feel and know that it is my duty. Let me go, dear father. The outlay of a few pounds cannot affect you." "Can it not? That shows how little you know of the world. When a man is overweighted, as I am in this place, living up to every sixpence of his income, and so fettered that he cannot realise an acre of his estate, every 100 he has to spend is of moment. Your education has been a costly business already, and I distinctly refuse to spend another sixpence on it. If you have not profited by my outlay, so much the worse for you. Get up, child." She was still on her knees, looking at him in blank despair. "This melodramatic fooling is the very last thing to succeed with a man of my stamp. I detest heroics." "Very well, father," she answered in a subdued tone, strangling her sobs and standing straight and tall before him. "I hope, if you should ever have cause to blame me for anything in the future, you will remember this refusal today." "I shall blame you if you deserve blame, you may be sure of that," he answered harshly. "And never praise me when I deserve praise, and never love me, or sympathise with me, or be a father to me, except in name?" "Precisely," he said, looking downward with a gloomy brow, "except in name. And now be kind enough to leave me. I have a good many letters to write." Daphne obeyed without a word. When she was in the corridor outside, and had shut the door behind her, she stopped for a few moments, leaning against the wall, looking straight before her with a countenance of inexpressible sadness. "It was the only thing I could do," she murmured with a heavy sigh. Sir Vernon told his elder daughter that afternoon of Daphne's absurd fancy about going back to school. "Did you ever hear of such a mass of inconsistency?" he exclaimed angrily. "After worrying you continually with appealing letters to be brought home, she is tired of us all, and wants to be off again in less than 6 months." "It is strange, papa, especially in one who is so thoroughly sweet and loving," said Madeline thoughtfully. "Do you know, I'm afraid it must be my fault." "In what way?" "I have been urging her to continue her education, and perhaps I may have inadvertently given her the idea that she ought to go back to school." "That is simply to suppose her an idiot, and unable to comprehend plain English," retorted Sir Vernon testily. "You are always making excuses for her. Hark! he cried, as a bright girlish laugh came ringing across the summer air. "There she is, playing tennis with Churchill. Would you suppose that 2 hours ago she was kneeling to me like a tragedy queen, her eyes streaming with tears, entreating to be sent back to school?" "I'll reason her out of her fancy, dear father. She always gives way to me when I wish it." "I'm glad she has just sense enough to understand your superiority." "Dearest father, if you would be a little more affectionate to her, in your manner, I mean, I believe she would be a great deal happier." Another ringing laugh from Daphne. "She is monstrously unhappy, is she not?" exclaimed Sir Vernon. "My dear Lena, that girl is a born comedienne. She will always be acting tragedy or comedy all her life through. This morning it was tragedy. This afternoon it is comedy. Do not let yourself be duped by her." "Believe me, papa, you misjudge her." "I hope it may be so." "Daphne, what is this fancy of yours about going back to school?" asked Madeline, when she and her sister were sitting in the conservatory that evening, in the sultry summer dusk, while Sir Vernon and the 2 young men were talking politics over their claret. "I was quite grieved to hear of it, believing as I did that you are very happy at home." "Why, so I am, intensely happy, with you, darling," answered Daphne, taking her sister's hand and twisting the old-fashioned brilliant hoops which Lena had inherited from her grandmother, round and round upon the slender finger. "So I am, dear, utterly happy. But happiness is not the be-all and end-all of this life, is it, Lena? The rector is continually telling us that it isn't, in those prosy, port-winey old sermons of his. But if he were only candid about his feelings, he would say that the end and aim of this life was dinner. I don't suppose I was born only to be happy, was I, Lena? We unfortunate mortals are supposed to belong to the silkworm rather than to the butterfly species, and to work out a career of usefulness in the grub and worm stages before we earn the right to flutter feebly for a little while as elderly moths. Youth, from a Christian point of view, is meant for work and self-abnegation and duty and all that kind of thing, isn't it, Lena?" "Every stage of life has its obligations, dearest, but your duties are very easy ones," answered Madeline gently. "You have only to be respectful and obedient to your father, and to do as much good as you can to those who need your kindness, and to be grateful to God for the many good gifts he has lavished upon you." "Yes, I suppose that upon the whole I am a very fortunate young person, although I am a pauper," said Daphne sententiously. "I have youth and the use of all my faculties, and a ridiculously good constitution. I know I can walk knee-deep in wet grass and never catch cold, and drink quarts of iced water when I am in a fever of heat, and do all manner of things that people consider tantamount to suicide, and be none the worse for my folly. And then I have a fine house to live in, though I have the sense that I am nobody in it, and I have a very aristocratic father to look at. Yes, Madeline, I have all these things, and they are of no account to me. But I have your love, and that is worth them all 100 times over." The sisters sat with clasped hands, Madeline touched by the wayward girl's affection. The moon was shining above the deodaras. The last of the nightingales was singing amidst the darkness of the shrubbery. "Why do you want to go back to school, Daphne?" asked Lena again coaxingly. "I don't want to go." "But this morning you were begging papa to send you back." "Yes, I had an idea that I ought to improve myself this morning." But as papa refused to grant my request in a very decisive manner, I have put the notion out of my head. I thought that another year with Madame Tolmache might have improved my French, and reconciled me to the necessity for a subjunctive mood, which I never could see while I was Asnières, or that a 12-month in Germany might have enabled me to distinguish the verbs that require the dative case after them, from the verbs that are satisfied with the accusative, which at present is a thing utterly beyond me. But papa says no, and as I am much fonder of boating and tennis and billiards than of study, I am not going to find fault with papa's decision. This was all said so lightly, with so much of the natural recklessness of a high-spirited girl who had never had a secret in her life, that Madeline had not a moment's doubt of her sister's candour. Yet there was a hardness in Daphne's tone to-night that grieved her. "Who is fond of billiards?" asked Gerald's lazy tones, a little way above them, and looking up, they saw him leaning with folded arms upon the broad marble balustrade. "Are you coming up to the drawing-room to give us some music, or are we coming down to the billiard-room to play a match with you?" he inquired. "Whichever my father likes," answered Madeline. "Sir Vernon will not play this evening. He has gone to his room to read the evening papers. I think he has not forgiven Churchill for the series of flukes by which he won that game last night. Edgar and I will have a clear stage, and no favour this evening, and we mean to give you two young ladies a tremendous licking." "You will have an easy victim in me," said Madeline. "I have not played half a dozen times since you left home." "Devotion surpassing Penelope's. And Daphne, I suppose, is still a tyro at the game. We must give you 75 out of 100. "You are vastly condescending," exclaimed Daphne, drawing herself up. "You will give me nothing. I don't care how ignominiously I am beaten, but I will not be treated like a baby." "Und etwas schnippnisch doch zulich," quoted Mr. Goring, smiling to himself in the darkness. And now Edgar Turchill came out of the drawing-room, and the two young men went down the shallow flight of steps to the conservatory, where Madeline and her sister were still seated in their wicker-work chairs, in front of the open door, through which the moonlit garden looked so fair a scene of silent peace. "Daphne is quite right to reject your humiliating concessions," said Edgar. "She and I will play against you and Madeline, and beat you." "Easily done, my worthy Saxon," answered Gerald, who was apt to make light of his friend's ancient lineage in a good-natured, easy-going way. "I have never given more than a fraction of my mind to billiards." "Then you must be a deuced bad player," said Edgar bluntly. They all went down into the billiard-room, where Daphne's eyes sparkled with unaccustomed fire in the lamplight, as if the mere notion of the coming contest had fevered her excitable brain. Turchill, who was thoroughly earnest in his amusements, took off his coat with the air of a man who meant business. Gerald Goring slipped out of his as if he were going to lie down for an after-dinner nap on one of the broad morocco-covered divans. And now began the fight. Gerald and Madeline were obviously nowhere from the very beginning. Daphne had a firmness of wrist, a hawk-like keenness of eye, an audacity of purpose that accomplished miracles. The more difficult the position, the better her stroke. Her boldness conquered where a more cautious player must have failed. She sent her adversary's ball rattling into the pockets with a dash that even stimulated Gerald Goring to applaud his antagonist. And while she swelled the score by the most startling strokes, Edgar crept quietly after her with his judicious and careful play, doing wonderful things with his arms behind his back, in the easiest manner. "I throw up the sponge," cried Gerald, after struggling feebly against his fate. "Lina, dearest, forgive me for my candour, but you are playing almost as wretchedly as I. We are both out of it. You two young gladiators had better finish the game by playing against each other up to 100, while Lina and I look on and applaud you. I like to see youth energetic, even if its energies are misdirected." He seated himself languidly on the divan, which commanded the best view of the table. Lina sat by his side, her white hands moving with an almost rhythmical regularity as she knitted a soft woollen comforter for one of her numerous pensioners. "My busy Penelope, don't you think you might rest from your labours now that Ulysses is safe at home and the suitors are all put to flight?" asked Gerald, looking admiringly at the industrious hands. "You have no idea how horribly idle you make me feel." "I think idleness is the privilege of your sex, Gerald, but it would be the penalty of ours. I am wretched without some kind of work." "Another case of misdirected energy," sighed Gerald, throwing himself lazily back against the India-matting dado and clasping his hands above his head as he watched the antagonists. Daphne was playing as if her life depended on her victory. Her slim figure was braced like a young athlete's, every muscle of the round white arm defined under her muslin sleeve, the bare supple wrist and delicate hand looking as strong as steel. She moved round the table with the swift lightness of some wild thing of the woods, graceful, shy, untamable, half savage, yet wholly beautiful. Edgar Turchill went on all the while in his business-like way, playing with either hand, and behaving just as coolly as if he had been playing against Sir Vernon. Yet, every now and then, when it was Daphne's turn to play, he fell into a dreamy, contemplative mood, and stood on one side watching her as if she were something too wonderful to be quite human. "There's a stroke!" he cried, as she left him tight under the cushion, with nothing to play for. "I taught her. Oughtn't I to be proud of such a pupil?" "You taught me sculling, and lawn tennis, and billiards," said Daphne, considering what she should do next. "All I have ever learnt worth knowing." "Daphne," murmured Madeline, looking up reproachfully from her ivory needles. "I say it advisedly," argued Daphne, making another score. "Edgar, I am not at all sure you are marking honestly. Mr. Goring would mark for us if he were not too lazy." "Not too lazy," murmured Gerald languidly, "but too delightfully occupied in watching you. I would not spoil my pleasure by mixing it with business for the world." "What is the use of book learning?" continued Daphne, going on with her argument. "I maintain that Edgar has taught me all I know worth knowing, for he has taught me how to be happy. I adore the river, I dote upon billiards, and next best after billiards, I like lawn tennis. Do you suppose I shall ever be happier for having learnt French grammar or the rule of 3? "Daphne, you are the most inconsistent person I ever met with," said Madeline, almost angry. "Only this morning you wanted to go back to school to finish your education." "Did she?" asked Gerald, suddenly attentive. "That was all nonsense," exclaimed Daphne, colouring violently. Mr. Turchill laughed heartily at the idea. "Go back to school!" he exclaimed. "What, after having tasted liberty, and learnt to shoot Stratford Bridge, and to beat her master at billiards? For that last cannon makes the 100, Daphne. Back to school, indeed! What a little humbug you must be to talk of such a thing!" "Yes," answered Daphne coolly, as she put away her cue and came quietly round to her sister's side. "I am a little bit of a humbug. I think I try to humbug myself sometimes. I persuaded myself this morning that I really thirsted for knowledge, but my father contrived to quench that righteous thirst with a very big dose of cold water, so henceforth I renounce all attempts to improve myself." The clock on the chimney-piece struck the half-hour after 10. "I ordered my dog-cart for 10, said Gerald. "I hope we have not transgressed, Lena, by staying so late." "I'm not going till 11, unless Miss Lawford sends me away," said Turchill. 11 is the mystic hour at which Sir Vernon usually tells me to go about my business. I know the ways and manners of the house better than a wretched wanderer like you, whose last idea of time is derived from some wretched old Dalecarlian town clock. "We had better go back to the drawing-room," suggested Madeline. "My father has finished his letters by this time, I dare say." "Then good night, everybody," said Daphne. "I'm going into the garden to cool myself after that fearful struggle, and then to bed." She ran off through the conservatory, while Gerald was opening the opposite door for Madeline to go up to the drawing-room by the indoor staircase. Daphne stopped to draw breath on the moonlit terrace. "How ridiculously I have been gabbling," she said to herself, with her hands clasping her burning forehead. "Why can't I hold my tongue? I am detestable to myself and everybody." "Daphne," said someone close at her side, in a tone of friendliest concern, "I'm afraid you're really tired." It was Edgar Turchill, who had followed her through the conservatory. "Tired? Not at all. I would play against you again to-night, and beat you, if it were not too late. But I am sure you are tired. There is something in your voice, strained, unnatural. Have you been vexed to-day? My poor little Daphne," he went on tenderly, taking her hand. "Something has gone wrong with you, I am sure. Has your aunt been lecturing?" "No. My father was unkind to me this morning, and I was weak enough to take his unkindness to heart, which I ought not to have done, being so well broken into it." "And did you really and truly wish to go back to school?" "I really and truly felt that I was an ignoramus, and that I had better go on with my education while I was young enough to learn." "Daphne, if you had all the knowledge of all the girls in Girton screwed into that little golden head of yours, you wouldn't be one whit more charming than you are now." "I dare say the effect would be the other way, but I might be a great deal more useful. I might teach in a poor school, or nurse the sick, or do something in some way to help my fellow creatures. But sculling and billiard playing and lawn tennis, isn't it a horridly empty life?" "If there were not birds and butterflies, and many bright useless things, this world wouldn't be half so beautiful as it is, Daphne." "Oh, now you are dropping into poetry like Mr. Wegg, and I must go to bed," she retorted, with good-humoured petulance, cheered by his kindness. "Good night, Edgar. You are always good to me. I shall always like you," she said gently. "Always like me? Yes, I hope so, Daphne. Do you still think that you would rather have had me than Gerald Goring for your brother?" 10,000 times. "Yet he is a thoroughly amiable fellow, kind to everyone, generous to a fault." "A man with 1 million of money can't be generous," answered Daphne. "He can never give anything that he wants for himself, Generosity means self-sacrifice, doesn't it? It was generous of you to leave Hawksyard at 6 in the morning in order to teach me to scull." "I would do a great deal more than that to please you, and count it no sacrifice," said Edgar gravely. "I am sure you would," answered Daphne, with easy frankness. She was so thoroughly convinced that he would never leave off caring for Madeline, and would go down to his grave fondly faithful to his first misplaced affection, that no word or tone or look of his, however significant, suggested to her any other feeling on his part than an honest brotherly regard for herself. "Tell me what you think of Goring, now that you have had time to form an opinion about him." "I think that he is devoted to Lena, and that is all I want to know about him," answered Daphne decisively. "And do you think him worthy of her?" "Oh, that is a wide question. There was never a man living except King Arthur that I should think absolutely worthy of my sister Madeline. But as he is lying in Glastonbury Abbey, I think Mr. Goring will do as well as anyone else. I hope Lena will govern him, for his own sake as well as hers." "You think him weak, then?" "I think him self-indulgent, and a self-indulgent man is always a weak man, isn't he? Look at Gladstone now, a man of surpassing energy, of illimitable industry, a man who will eat a snack of cold beef and drink a glass of cold water for his luncheon, at his desk, in the midst of his work, anyhow. Mr. Lambton, the new member who went up to see him, gave us a sketch of him in his study, living so simply and working so hard, so thoroughly homely and unaffected." "Daphne, I thought you were a hardened little Tory." "So I am, but I can admire the individual though I may detest his politics. That is the kind of man I should like Lena to marry. A man without a selfish thought, a man made of iron. Don't you think a wife might hurt herself now and then against the rough edges of the iron? Those unselfish men are apt to demand a good deal of self-sacrifice from others." "And you think Lena was made to sit in a drawing-room all her life, among hot-house flowers? Well, I believe she will be very happy at Goring Abbey. She likes a quiet domestic life, and to live among the people she loves. And Mr. Goring's selfishness will hardly trouble her. She has had such splendid training with papa." "Daphne, do you think it is quite right to speak of your father in that way?" asked Edgar reproachfully. He was wounded by her flippant tone, hurt by every evidence of faultiness in one whom he hoped the future would develop into perfect woman and perfect wife. "Would you like me to be a hypocrite?" "No, Daphne, but if you can't speak of Sir Vernon as he ought to be spoken of, don't you think it would be better to say nothing at all? For the future I shall be dumb, in deference to Mr. Turchill and the proprieties. But it was nice to have one friend in the world with whom I could be thoroughly confidential," she added coaxingly. "Pray be confidential with me." "I can't, if you once begin to lecture. I have a horror of people who talk to me for my own good. That is Aunt Rhoda's line. She is never tired of preaching to me for my good, and I never feel so utterly bad as I do after one of her preachments. And now I really must say good night. Don't forget that you are engaged to dine at the rectory to-morrow." "Are not you and Lena going?" "Yes, and Mr. Goring. It's to be a regular family gathering. Papa is asked, but I cherish a faint hope that he may not feel in the humour for going." "I beg your pardon," exclaimed Daphne, making him a ceremonious curtsy. "My honoured parent has been invited, and wherever he is, his children must be happy. Is that the kind of thing you like?" she asked, tripping away to the little half-glass door at the other end of the terrace. Edgar ran after her to open the door for her, but she was fleet as Atalanta, and there was nobody to distract her with golden apples. She shut the door and drew the bolt, just as Edgar reached it, and nodded a smiling good-night to him through the glass. He stopped to see the white frock vanish from the lamp-lit lobby, and then turned away to light a cigarette and take a solitary turn on the terrace before going back to the drawing-room to make his adieus. It was a spot where a man might love to linger on such a night as this. The winding river, showing in fitful glimpses between its shadowy willows, the distant woods, the dim lights of the little quiet town, the tall spire rising above the trees, made up a landscape dearer to Edgar Turchill's honest English heart than all the blue mountains and vine-clad valleys of the sunny south. He was a son of the soil, with all his desires and prejudices and affections rooted in the land on which he had been born. "How sweet, how completely lovable she is," he said to himself, meditating over that final cigarette, "and how thoroughly she trusts me. Her mind is as clear as a rivulet, Chapter XII of Asphodel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Asphodel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter XII. And to the dinner fast they hem sped. Mr. McCloskey's suggestions for new hothouses at Goring Abbey were on so large a scale as to necessitate a good deal of consultation with architect and builder before the new constructions and alterations of existing structures were put in hand. The head gardener at South Hill had tried his hardest to secure the whole organisation and direction of the work for himself, and to have large powers in the choice of the men who were to carry it out. "You'll not need any architect, Mr. Goring, if you'll just let me explain my mind to the builder," said this modest Caledonian. "Architects know a deal about the Parthenon and the Temple of the Winds, and that kind of old-fashioned classical stuff, but there's not one of 'em knows how to plan a good workable hothouse, or to build a flue that won't smoke when the wind's contrary. Architects are very good for the fronts of clubhouses and civil service stores and that like, but if you trust your new houses to an architect, I'll give odds when they're done there'll be no place for me to put my coals. If you'll just give me free scope—" "You are very good, Mr. McCloskey," answered Gerald with velvety softness. "But my father was a thoroughly practical man, and I believe he knew as much of the science of construction as any man living. Yet he always employed an architect when he wanted anything built for himself, were it only a dustbin. I'll stick to his lines." "Very well, sir, you must please yourself. But an orchid house is a critical thing to build. The outside of it may be as handsome as St. Peter's at Rome, but your orchids won't thrive unless they like the inside arrangements, and for them you'll want a practical man." "I'll get a practical man, Mr. McCloskey, you may be sure of that," answered Gerald, ineffably calm, though the Scot was looking daggers. The morning before Mrs. Ferrers's family dinner was devoted to the architect, who came down from London to Goring Abbey, expressly to advise and be instructed. He was entertained at luncheon at the Abbey, and Lena drove over under her aunt's wing to meet him, while Gerald's thoroughbred hack, a horse of such perfect manners that it mattered very little whether his rider had hands or no hands, ambled along the turfy borders of the pleasant country road beside the phaeton. Daphne had her day all to herself, since, knowing her to be alone at South Hill, Edgar had no excuse for going there. And, as Mr. Turchill argued with himself, a man must give some portion of his life to the dearest old mother and the most picturesque old house in the county. So Edgar, with his fancies flying off and circling about South Hill, contrived to spend a moony day at home, mending his fishing rods, reviewing his guns, writing a few letters, and going in and out of his mother's homely, old-fashioned morning-room 20 times between breakfast and luncheon. Mrs. Turchill had been invited to the family dinner at Arden Rectory, and had accepted the invitation, though she was not given to dissipation of any kind, and she and her son found a good deal to say about the coming feast during Edgar's desultory droppings in. "I hope you'll like her, mother," said Edgar, stopping, with a gun in one hand and an oily rag in the other, to look dreamily across the moat to the quiet meadows beyond, where the dark red Devon cows contrasted deliciously with the fresh green turf sprinkled with golden buttercups and silvery marguerites. "Like her?" echoed Mrs. Turchill, lifting her soft blue eyes in mild astonishment from her matronly task of darning one of the best damask tablecloths. "Why, she is the sweetest girl I know. I would have given 10 years of my life for you to have married her." This was awkward for Edgar, who had spoken of Daphne while Mrs. Turchill thought of Madeline. "Not with my consent, mother," he said, laughing and reddening as he laughed. "I couldn't have spared a single year. But I wasn't speaking of Madeline just then. I know of old how fond you are of her. I was talking of poor little Daphne, whom you haven't seen since she came from her French school." "French school!" exclaimed Mrs. Turchill contemptuously. "I hate the idea of those foreign schools. Regular Jesuitical places, where they take girls to operas and theatres and give them fine notions," pursued the Saxon matron, whose ideas on the subject were slightly mixed. "Why couldn't Sir Vernon send her to the Mrs. Tompion at Leamington? That's a respectable school, if you like. Good evangelical principles, separate bedrooms, and plain English diet. I hope the French school hasn't spoilt Daphne. She was a pretty little girl with bright hair, I remember, but she had rather wild ways. Something too much of a tomboy for my taste." "She was so young, mother, when you saw her last. Not 15. "Well, I suppose French governesses have tamed her down, and that she's pretty stiff and prim by this time," said Mrs. Turchill, with chilling indifference. "No, mother. She is a kind of girl whom no training would ever make conventional. She is thoroughly natural, original even, and doesn't mind what she says." "That sounds as if she talked slang," said Mrs. Turchill, who, although the kindest of women in her conduct, could be severe of speech on occasion. "And of all things I detest slang in a woman. I hope she is industrious. The idleness of the young women of the present day is a crying sin." Edgar Turchill seemed hardly to be aware of this last remark. He was polishing the gun-metal industriously with that horrible oily rag which accompanied him everywhere on his muddling mornings at home. "She's accomplished, I suppose," speculated Mrs. Turchill. "Plays, sings, paints on velvet." "Yes, that's to say, I'm not sure about the velvet," answered Edgar faintly, not remembering any special artistic performances of Daphne's, except certain attempts on a drawing block, which had seemed to him too green and too cloudy to lead to much. and which he had never beheld in an advanced stage. "She is awfully fond of reading," he added, in a rather spasmodic manner, after an interval of silent thought. "The poetry she knows would astonish you." "That would be easy," retorted Mrs. Turchill. "My father and mother didn't approve of poetry, and Cowper, Thomson, and Kirke White were the only poets allowed to be read by us girls at old Miss Tompion's. These ladies are nieces of my Miss Tompion, you know, Edgar." "How can I help knowing it, mother, when you've told me 150 times?" exclaimed her son, more impatiently than his wont. "Well, Edgar, my dear, if you are tired of my conversation—" "No, you dear peppery old party, not a bit. Go on like an old dear as you are. Only I thought you were rather hard upon poor little Daphne just now." "How can I be hard upon her, when I haven't seen her for the last 3 years? Dear, dear, what a small place Leamington was in my time," pursued Mrs. Turchill, musing blandly upon the days of her youth. "But it was much more select. None of those rich people from Birmingham, none of these Londoners coming down to hunt, but a very superior class, invalids, elderly people who came to drink the waters, and to consult Dr. Jepson." "It must have been lively," murmured Edgar, not deeply interested. "It was not lively, Edgar, but it was select," corrected Mrs. Turchill with dignity, as she paused with her head on one side to admire the neatness of her own work. She was the kindest and best of mothers, but Edgar felt on this particular occasion that she was rather stupid and a trifle narrow in her ideas. A purely rustic life has its disadvantages, and a life which is one long procession of placid, prosperous days, knowing little more variety than the change of the seasons, is apt to blunt the edge of the keenest intellect. Mrs. Turchill ought to have been more interested in Daphne, Edgar thought. "She will be delighted with her when she sees her," he reasoned, comforting himself. "Who can help being charmed with a girl who is so thoroughly charming?" And then he took up his gun and his rag and strolled away to another part of the roomy old house, so soberly and thoroughly old-fashioned, not with the gimcrack spurious old-fashion of to-day, but with the grave, ponderous realities of centuries ago, walls 4 foot thick, deeply recessed windows, massive untrimmed joists, low ceilings, narrow passages, oak wainscoting, inconveniences and shortcomings of all kinds, but the subtle charm of the remote past, the romantic feeling of a house that has many histories, pervading everything. Edgar would not have changed Hawksyard and his 3,000 a year for Goring Abbey and 1 million. The house and the land around it, or at any rate the land, had belonged to his race from time immemorial, far back in the dim days of the Heptarchy. Tradition held that the first of the Turchills had been a sokeman who possessed a yard of land on the old feudal tenure, one of his obligations being that he should breed hawks for the king's falconers, and thus the place had come in time to be called Hawksyard, long after the last hawk bred there had flown away to join some wild branch of the honey buzzard family in the tree-tops of primeval Arden, and the yard of land had swelled into a very respectable manor. Edgar rather liked to believe that the founder of his race had been a sokeman, who had held 30 acres of land from the king at 1 penny an acre, and had furnished labourers for the royal harvest, and had ridden up and down the field with a wand in his hand to see that his men worked properly. This curious young man was as proud of Turchill the sokeman as of Turchill the high sheriff. If it was a humble origin, its humility was of such ancient date that it became distinction. Turchill of the 30 acres, was like Adam, or Paris, or David. In the long line of the Turchills, whose bones were lying in the vaults below Hawksyard Church, there had been men distinguished in the field, the church, and the law, men who had fought on sea and land, men who had won power in the state, and used it well, true alike to king and commons. But the ruck of the Turchills had been country squires like Edgar and Edgar's father, men who farmed their own land and lived upon it, and who had no ambitions and few interests or desires beyond their native soil. Hawksyard was a real moated grange. The house formed 3 sides of a quadrangle, with a heavily buttressed garden wall for the 4th side. The water flowed all around the solid base of the building, a wide, deep moat, well stocked with pike and eels, carp and roach. The square inner garden was a prim parterre of the 17th century, and there was not a flower grew there more modern than Lord Bacon's day. This was a Turchill fancy. All the novelties of 19th century horticulture might flourish in the spacious garden on the other side of the moat, but this little bit of ground within the grey old walls was a sacred enclosure, dedicated to the spirit of the past. Here the old yew trees were clipped into peacocks. Here grew rosemary, lavender, periwinkle, white, purple, and blue, germander, flags, sweet marjoram, primroses, anemones, hyacinths, and the rare fritillaria, double white violets which bloom in April and again at Bartholomew-tide, gillyflowers, sweetbriar, and the musk rose. Here the brazen sundial, on its crumbling stone pedestal, reminded the passer-by that no man is always wise. Here soft mosses, like tawny velvet, crept over the grey relics of an abbey that had been destroyed soon after the grange was built. The stone coffin of a mitred abbot, the crossed legs of a knightly crusader with a headless heraldic dog at his feet. Here was the small circular fish-pond into which the last of the abbots was supposed to have pitched head foremost and incontinently drowned himself, walking alone at midnight in a holy trance. Mrs. Turchill was almost as fond as Edgar was of Hawksyard, but her affection took a commonplace turn. She was not to the manor born. She had come to the Grange from a smart 19th century villa, and though she was very proud of the grave old house of which her husband had made her the mistress, her pride was mingled with an idea that Hawksyard was inconvenient, and that its old fashion was a thing to be apologised for and deprecated at every turn. Her chief delight was in keeping her house in order, and her servants were drilled to an almost impossible perfection in every duty appertaining to house-cleaning. Nobody's brasses, or oak floors, or furniture, or family plate, or pewter dinner-service ever looked so bright as Mrs. Turchill's. Nowhere were windows so spotless, nowhere was linen so exquisitely white, or of such satin-like smoothness. Mrs. Turchill lived for these things. When she was in London or at the seaside, she would be miserable on rainy days at the idea that Jane or Mary would leave the windows open, and that the brass fenders and firearms were all going to ruin. Edgar spent a moony, purposeless day, dawdling a good deal in the garden on the other side of the moat, where the long old-fashioned borders were full of tall white lilies and red moss roses, vivid scarlet geranium, heliotrope, and calceolaria, a feast of sweet scents and bright colours. There was a long and wide lawn without a flower-bed on it, a level expanse of grass, and on the side opposite the flower border there was a row of good old mulberry and walnut trees. Then came a light iron fence, and a stretch of meadow land beyond it. The grounds at Hawksyard made no pretence of being a park. There was not even a shrubbery, only that straight row of old trees standing up out of the grass, with a gravel walk between them and the fence, across which Edgar used to feed and fondle his cows, or coax the shy brood mares and their foals to social intercourse. He looked round his domain doubtfully to-day, wondering if it were good enough for Daphne, this poor table-land of a garden, a flat lawn, a long old-fashioned border crammed with homely flowers, the yew-tree arbour at the end of yonder walk. How poor a thing it seemed after South Hill, with its picturesque timber and extensive view, its broad terrace and sloping lawn, its rich variety of shrubs and conifers. "It isn't because I am fond of the place that she would care for it," he told himself despondently. "I'm afraid there's nothing romantic or striking about it, except the moat. I'm glad she's so fond of water." Edgar smoked a cigarette or two under the mulberry trees, looked at his cows, talked to some of his men, and thus contrived to wear away the afternoon till the clock over the gateway struck 5. "Mother's tea time. I'll go and have a cup with her," he said to himself. Going out to dinner was a tremendous piece of business with Mrs. Turchill. She was more serious and solemn about it than a strictly modern lady would feel about going to be married. Even in an instance of this kind, where the dinner was supposed to be entirely unceremonious, a friendly little gathering, arranged on the spur of the moment, she was still full of fuss and preparation. She had spent an hour in her bedchamber before luncheon, arranging and discussing with her maid Deborah what gown she would or would not wear on the occasion, and this discussion involved a taking out and unfolding of all her dinner gowns, and an offering of divers laces upon divers bodices to see which went best with which. A review of this kind generally ended by a decision in favour of black velvet, or satin, or silk, or brocade, as the case might be, Mrs. Turchill being much richer in gowns than in opportunities for wearing them. "I always like myself best in black," she would say, with a glance at the reflection of her somewhat florid complexion in the Chippendale glass. "You always look the lady in your velvet, Mum," Deborah would answer sententiously. Then, after a day of quiet usefulness about her house, the worthy matron would collect her energies over a leisurely cup of tea, and perhaps allow herself the refreshment of a nap after her tea, before she began the solemn business of the toilet. The carriage had been ordered for 7:15, though it was but half an hour's drive to Arden Rectory, and at 7 o'clock Mrs. Turchill was seated in the white parlour, in all the dignity of her velvet gown and point-lace cap, her hereditary amethysts, supposed to be second only to those once possessed by George III's virtuous consort, and her scarlet and gold Indian shawl. She was a comely matron, with a complexion that had never been damaged by cark or care, gas or late hours, a rosy-faced country-bred dame, with bright blue eyes, white teeth, and plentiful brown hair, in which the silver threads were hardly visible. Edgar was standing by the open window, just where he had stood in the morning with his gun, sorely perplexed as to the disposal of those 15 minutes which had to be got through before the most punctual of coachmen would bring the carriage to the door. The London papers were lying unheeded on the table. But Edgar had felt very little interest of late in the welfare of nations, or even in the last dreadful murder in Whitechapel. "I hope my cap is right," said Mrs. Turchill anxiously. "How could it be wrong, mother, when you've Deborah and your looking-glass, and have never been known to dress yourself in a hurry?" "I dislike doing anything in a hurry, Edgar. It is against my principles. But I never feel sure about the set of my cap. I am afraid Deborah's eye is not quite correct, and a glass is dreadfully deceiving. I wish you'd look, Edgar, if it isn't too much trouble." This was said reproachfully, as her son was kneeling on the window-seat, staring idly down into the moat, as if he wanted to discover the whereabouts of an ancient pike that had evaded him last year. "My dear mother," he exclaimed, turning himself about to survey her, "to my eye, which may be no better than Deborah's, that lace arrangement, which you call a cap, appears mathematically exact, as precise as your own straight, honest mind. There's Dobson with the carriage. Come along, mother." He led her out, established her comfortably in her own particular seat in the large landau, and seated himself opposite to her with a beaming countenance. "How happy you look, Edgar," said Mrs. Turchill, wondering at this unusual radiance. "One would think it were a novelty for you to dine out. Yet I'm sure," somewhat plaintively, "you don't very often dine at home." "The rectory dinners are not to be despised, mother." "Mrs. Ferrers is an excellent manager, and does everything very nicely. But as you don't much care what you eat, that would hardly make you so elated. I am rather surprised that you care about meeting Madeline and Mr. Goring so often," added Mrs. Turchill, who had not quite forgiven Lena for having refused to marry her son. "That is the worst of making a confidante of a mother. She has an inconveniently long memory." "I have nothing but kindly feelings for either of them," answered Edgar. "Don't you know that old song, mother? Shall I, wasting in despair, die because a woman's fair? I don't look much like wasting in despair, do I, old lady?" "I should be very sorry to see you unhappy, Edgar. But I shall never love any wife of yours as well as I could have loved Madeline." "Don't say that, mother. That's too hard on the future Mrs. Turchill." This was a curious speech from a youth who 6 months ago had protested that he should never marry. But perhaps this was only Edgar's fun. Mrs. Turchill shared the common delusion of mothers, and thought her son a particularly humorous young man. What a sweetly Arcadian retreat Arden Rectory looked on this fair summer evening, and how savoury was the odour of a sole au gratin, which blended with the flowery perfumes of the low panelled hall. The guests had wandered out through the window of the small drawing-room to the verandah and lawn in front of it. That long French window was a blot upon the architectural beauty of the half-timbered Tudor cottage, but it was very useful for circulation between drawing-room and garden. Mrs. Ferrers and Madeline were sitting under the verandah. Daphne was standing a little way off on the lawn, talking to the rector and Gerald Goring. She was speaking with intense animation, her face full of brightness. Edgar darted off to join the group directly he had shaken hands with the two ladies, leaving his mother to subside into one of those new-fangled bamboo chairs, which she felt assured would leave its basket-work impression on her velvet gown. "Edgar," cried Daphne, as he came towards her, "did you ever hear of such a heathen? A man born on the soil? A very pagan?" "Who is the culprit?" asked Edgar. "And what has he done?" "Mr. Goring has never seen Anne Hathaway's cottage." "I don't believe he knew who Anne Hathaway was till we told him," said the rector with his fat laugh. and he has ridden and driven through Shottery hundreds of times, and he never stopped to look at the cottage where Shakespeare, the most wonderful man in the whole world, wooed and won his wife." "I have heard it dimly suggested that she wooed and won him," remarked Gerald placidly. "She was old enough." "You are too horrid," cried Daphne. "Would you be surprised to hear that Americans cross the Atlantic 3,000 miles of winds and waves and sea-sickness on purpose to see Stratford-on-Avon and Shottery and Wilmcote and Snitterfield?" "I could believe anything of a Yankee," answered Gerald, unmoved by these reproaches. "But why Wilmcote? Why Snitterfield? They are as poky little settlements as you could find in any agricultural district." "Did you ever hear of such hideous ignorance?" cried Daphne. "And in a son of the soil? You are most unworthy of the honour of having been raised in Shakespeare's country. Why, John Shakespeare was born at Snitterfield, and Mary Arden lived with her father at Wilmcote, and it was there he courted her." "John, Mary, distant relations of the poets, I suppose?" inquired Gerald easily. "This is revolting," exclaimed Daphne. "But he is shamming. He must be shamming." "Punish him for his ignorance, whether it is real or pretended," cried Edgar. "Make him row us all down to Stratford to-morrow morning, and then we'll walk him over to Shottery, and make him give a new gown to the nice old woman who keeps the cottage." "A new gown!" echoed Daphne contemptuously. "He ought to be made to give her a cow, a beautiful mouse-coloured Channel Island cow." "I'll give her anything you like, as long as you don't bore me to death about Shakespeare. I hate sights and lions of all kinds. I went through Frankfurt without looking at the house where Goethe was born." "A depraved desire to be singular," said the rector. "I think he ought to forfeit a cow to Mrs. Baker. Rhoda, my love," glancing furtively at his watch, "our friends are all here. Todd is usually more punctual." Mrs. Ferrers, Lena, and Mrs. Turchill had strolled out to join the others. The prim rustic matron was looking at Daphne with astonishment rather than admiration. She was pretty, no doubt. Mrs. Turchill had never seen a more transparent complexion or lovelier eyes, but there was a reckless vivacity about the girl's manner which horrified the thoroughly British matron. "Daphne," said Edgar, "I hope you haven't forgotten my mother." "Mother, this is Daphne." Mrs. Turchill drew back a pace or two with extreme deliberation, and sank gracefully in the curtsy which she had been taught by the Leamington dancing master, an undoubted Parisian, 35 years ago. After the curtsy she extended her hand and allowed Daphne to shake it. "Come, Mrs. Turchill," said the rector, offering his arm. "Goring, bring Miss Lawford. Turchill will take care of my wife, and Daphne—" He paused, smiling at the fair young face and slender girlish figure in soft white muslin. "Daphne shall have my other arm and sit on my left hand. I feel there is a bond of friendship between us now that I find she is so fond of Shakespeare." "I'm afraid I know Hamlet's soliloquies better than I do my duty to my neighbour," said Daphne on the way to the dining-room, remembering how the rector used to glower at her under his heavy brows when she broke down in that portion of the church catechism. Mrs. Ferrers, from her opposite seat at the oval table, had a full view of her husband's demeanour across the roses and maidenhair ferns and old Derby crimson and purple dessert dishes. It was rather trying to her to see that he devoted himself entirely to Daphne during the pauses of the meal, and that, while he, as in duty bound, provided for all Mrs. Turchill's corporeal needs, and was solicitous that she should do ample justice to his wines and his dishes, he allowed her mind to starve upon the merest scraps of speech dropped into her ear at long intervals. Nor was Edgar much better behaved to Mrs. Ferrers, for he sank into such a slough of despond at finding himself separated from Daphne, that his conversational sources suddenly ran dry, and Rhoda's lively inquiries about the plays and pictures he had just been seeing elicited only the humiliating fact that she, who had not seen them, knew a great deal more about them than he who had. "What do you think of the Millet landscape?" she asked. "Was there a landscape by Millet? I thought he was a portrait painter." This looked hopeless, but she tried again. "And Frith's picture? You saw that, of course?" "No, I didn't," he replied, brightening, "but I saw the people looking at it. It was immensely good, I believe. There was a railing, and a policeman to make the people move on. My mother was delighted. She and another lady trod on each other's gowns in their eagerness to get at the picture. I believe they would have come to blows if it hadn't been for the policeman." "And there was Miss Thompson's picture?" "Yes, and another crowd. That is the sort of picture mother enjoys. I think the harder the struggle is, the better she likes the picture." Gerald and Madeline were sitting side by side, talking as happily as if they had been in Eden. All the world might have heard their conversation. There were no secrets. There were no exchange of confidences, and yet they were as far away from the world about them, and as completely out of it, as if they had been in the planet Venus, rising so calmly yonder above the willows, and sending one tremulous arrow of light deep down into the dark brown river. For these two, Mrs. Todd's most careful achievements were as nothing. Her sole au gratin might have been served with horseradish sauce, or fried onions. Her vol au vent might have been as heavy as suet pudding. Her blanquette might have been bill sticker's paste. Her souffle might have been flavoured with peppermint instead of vanille, and they would hardly have discovered that anything was wrong. And what delight it was by and by to wander out into the cool garden, leaving the rector to prose to poor Edgar over his chambertin, and to lose themselves in the shadowy shrubbery, where the perfume of golden broom and mock orange seemed intensified by the darkness. Daphne sat in the quaint old candle-lit drawing-room conversing with the two matrons. Aunt Rhoda inclined to lecture, Mrs. Turchill inclined to sleepiness, having eaten a more elaborate dinner than she was used to, and feeling an uncomfortable tightness in the region of her velvet waistband. Edgar got away from the rector as soon as he decently could, and came to the relief of the damsel. "Well, mother, how are you and Daphne getting on?" he asked cheerily. "I hope you have made her promise to come and see you at Hawksyard." Mrs. Turchill started from semi-somnolence, and her waistband gave a little creak. "I shall be delighted if Madeline will bring her sister to call on me some day," she replied stiffly, addressing herself to nobody in particular. "Call on you? Some day? What an invitation!" cried Edgar. "Why, mother, what has become of your old-fashioned hospitality?" "I want Daphne to come and stay with you, and to run about the house with you, and help you in your dairy and poultry yard, and get used to the place." Get used to the place? Why should Daphne get used to the place? And for what reason was a fair-haired chit in a white frock suddenly projected upon Mrs. Turchill's cows and poultry, cows as sacred in her mind as if she had been a Hindu, poultry which she only allowed the most trusted of her dependents to attend upon? She felt a sudden sinking of the heart, which was much worse than after-dinner tightness. Could it be that Edgar, her cherished Edgar, was going to throw himself away upon such a frivolous chit as this? a mere schoolgirl, without the slightest pretension to deportment. Daphne all this time sat in a low basket chair by the open window, and looked up at Edgar with calm, friendly eyes. Chapter XIII of Asphodel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Asphodel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter XIII. After my might full fain would I you please. The day after the family dinner was hopelessly wet, so the expedition to Shottery, proposed by Edgar Turchill and seconded by Daphne, was indefinitely postponed. The summer fleeted by, the beautiful, bounteous summer, with her lapful of sweet-scented flowers. The corn grew tall, the hay was being carted in many a meadow within sound of Stratford bells, and the woods began to put on that look of dull uniform green which indicates the beginning of the end. For the sisters at South Hill, for Gerald Goring and Edgar Turchill, July and August had been one long holiday. There was so little in life for these young people to do except take their pleasure. Theirs was an existence of perpetual rose-gathering, and the roses of life budded and bloomed for them with an inexhaustible fertility. Perhaps Madeline was the only one among them who had any idea of duty. Edgar was an affectionate son, a good master, and a liberal landlord, but he had never been called upon to sacrifice his own inclinations for the welfare of others, and he had never given his mind to any of the graver questions of the day. To him it mattered very little how the labouring classes as a body were taught and housed, so long as the peasants on his own land had decent cottages and were strangers to want. It irked him not whether the mass of mankind were Jews or Gentiles, ritualists, dissenters, or rank unbelievers, so long as he sat in the old cloth-lined family pew on Sunday morning, assisting at the same service which had been all sufficient for his father, and seeing his dependents deporting themselves discreetly in their places in the gallery. His life was a narrow life, travelling in a narrow path that had been worn for him by the footsteps of his ancestors. He was a good man in a limited way, but he had never read the modern gospel, according to Thomas Carlyle, which after all is but an expansion of the parable of the talents, and he knew not that every man must work after some fashion or other, and do something for the time in which he lives. He was so thoroughly honest and true-hearted, that if the narrowness and uselessness of his life had been revealed to him, he would assuredly have girded his loins and taken up the pilgrim's staff. Never having had any such revelation, he took his pleasure as innocently as a schoolboy at home for the holidays, and had no idea that he was open to the same reproach which that man received who had buried the wealth entrusted to him. He was as near happiness in this bright summer tide as a mortal can hope to be. The greater part of his days were spent with Daphne, and Daphne was always delighted. True that she was changeable as the light July winds, and that there were times when she most unmercifully snubbed him. But to be snubbed by her was better than the smiles and blandishments of other women. She was given to that coyness and skittishness, the grata protervitas, which seemed to have been the chief fascination of the professional beauty of the Augustan era. She was as coy as Chloe, coquettish as Glycera, fickle as Lydia, who, supposing there was only one lady of that name, and she a real personage, was rather too bad. Daphne was half a dozen girls in one, sometimes welcoming her swain so sweetly that he felt sure she loved him, and the next day turning from him with scornful impatience, as if his very presence were weariness to her. He bore it all. Being her slave, what could he do, etc. He had Shakespeare's sonnets by heart, and was somewhat of the slavish lover therein depictured. His Lydia might flout him to-day, and he was just as ready to fetch and carry for her on the morrow. She had changed, and for the worse, since the sweet, fresh, early summer-tide, when they two had breakfasted tete-a-tete in the boat-house. She was not so even-tempered. She was ever so much more capricious and exacting, and she was prone to gloomy intervals, which any one other than a lover might have ascribed to sulks. Edgar wondered, not without sorrow, at the change, but it was not in him to blame her. He made all manner of excuses. Bad health was, perhaps, at the root of these discords. She might be a victim to obscure neuralgic pains and aches, which she heroically concealed from her friends, albeit her fair and fresh appearance belied the supposition. Perhaps it was the weather which made her occasionally cross. Who could go on in simpering placidity with the thermometer at 90 in the shade? "And then we spoil her," argued Edgar, urging his final plea. "She is so bewitching that one can't help spoiling her. Madeline spoils her. I am an idiot about her. And even Goring, for all his contemptuous airs and graces, is almost as easily fooled by her as the rest of us. If we were more rational in our treatment of her, she would be less faulty. But then her very faults are charming." It had been, or had seemed to be, an utterly happy summer for everybody at South Hill. 2 months of splendid weather, 2 months wasted in picnicking and excursionising, driving, boating, lawn tennis, tea drinking, journeying to and fro between South Hill and Goring Abbey to watch the progress of the hothouses, which, despite the unlimited means of their proprietor, progressed with a provoking slowness. For some little time after Gerald's arrival, Daphne had held herself as much as possible in the background. She had tried to keep aloof from the life of the two lovers, but this Madeline would not suffer. "You are to be in all our amusements, and to hear all our plans, dear," she told her sister one day. "I never meant that you and I should be less together, or less dear to each other, because of Gerald's return. Do you think my heart is not big enough to hold you both?" "I know it is, Lena, but I fancy Mr. Goring would like to have it all to himself, and would soon get to look upon me as an intruder if I were too much with you. You had better leave me at home to amuse myself on the river, or to play ball with Goldie, who is more than a person as to sense and sensibility." To this Madeline would not consent. Her love of her sister was so tempered with pity, so chastened and softened by her knowledge of the shadow that darkened the beginning of Daphne's life, that it was much deeper and stronger than the affection common among sisters. She wanted to make up to Daphne for all she had lost, for the cruel mother who had deserted her in her cradle, for the father's unjust resentment. And then there was the delightful idea that Edgar Turchill, that second best of men, whom she had rejected as a husband, would by and by be her brother, and that Daphne's future, sheltered and cherished by a good man's devoted love, would be as complete and perfect a life as the fairest and sweetest of women need desire to live. Madeline had quite made up her mind that Edgar was to marry Daphne. That he was passionately in love with her was obvious to the meanest capacity. Everybody at South Hill knew it, except perhaps Daphne herself. That she liked him with placid sisterly regard was equally clear. And who could doubt that time would ripen this sisterly regard into that warmer feeling which could alone recompense him for his devotion? Thus, against the girl's own better sense, it became an understood fact that Daphne was to be a third in all the lovers' amusements and occupations, and that Mr. Turchill was very frequently to make a fourth in the same. To Gerald Goring the presence of these two seemed in no wise obnoxious. Daphne's vivacity amused him, and he looked upon his old friend Turchill as a considerably inferior order of being, not altogether unamusing after his kind. He was not an exacting lover. He accepted his bliss as a settled thing. He knew that no rock on Cornwall's rugged coast was more securely based than his hold on Madeline's affection. He was troubled by no jealous doubts. His love knew no hot fits or cold fits, no quarrelling for the after bliss of reconciliation. There was nothing of the grata prota vitas in Madeline's gentle nature. Her well-balanced mind could not have stooped to coquetry. August was drawing to its close. It had been a month of glorious weather, such halcyon days as made the farmer's occupation seem just the most delightful calling possible for man. There was not much arable land within ken of South Hill, but what cornfields there were promised abundant crops, and one of the magnates of the land, who, in his dudgeon against a revolutionary readjustment of the game laws at that time looming in the dim future, had rough-ploughed 1,000 acres or so of his best land rather than let it under obnoxious conditions, may have thought regretfully of the corn that might have been reaped off those breezy uplands and in those fertile valleys, where at his bidding sprang cockle instead of barley. It was a month of holiday-making for everybody, for even the labour of the fields, looked at from the outside, seemed like holiday-making. Quiet little Stratford, flushed with spasmodic life by the arrival of a corps of artillery, tootled on trumpets and daddy-mammied on drums, while the horn of the Leamington coach blew lustily every morning and afternoon, and the foxhound puppy at nurse at the Red Horse found the middle of the highway no longer a comfortable place for his after-dinner nap. It was the season of American tourists, doing Stratford and its environs, guide-book in hand, and crowding into the Red Horse parlour after luncheon to see the veritable chair in which Washington Irving used to sit. There came a drowsy, sunny noontide when the lovers had no particular employment for their day. They had been reduced to playing billiards directly after breakfast, until Gerald discovered that it was too warm for billiards, whereupon the four players, Lena, Daphne, Gerald, and Turchill, repaired to the garden in search of shade. "Shade!" cried Daphne indignantly. "Who wants shade? Who could ever have too much of Phoebus Apollo? Not I. We see too little of his godlike countenance, and I would never turn my back upon him." She seated herself upon the burnt grass in the full blaze of the sun, while the other three sat in the shadow of an immense Spanish chestnut, which grew wide and low, making a leafy tent. "This is a horrid idle way of spending one's day," said Daphne, jumping up with sudden impatience, after they had all sat for half an hour, talking lazily of the weather and their neighbours. "Is there nothing for us to do?" "Yes, you excitable young person," answered Gerald. "Since your restless temper won't let us be comfortable here, we'll make you exert yourself elsewhere. The river is the only place where life can be tolerable upon such a day as this. The nicest thing would be to be in it. The next best thing, perhaps, is to be on it. You shall row us to Stratford Weir, Miss Daphne." "I should like it of all things. I am dying for something to do," responded Daphne, brightening. "You'll take an oar, won't you, Edgar?" "Of course, if you'd really like to go. By the by, suppose we improve the occasion by landing at Stratford and walking Gerald over to Shottery to see Anne Hathaway's cottage." "Delicious!" cried Daphne. "It shall be a regular Shakespearean pilgrimage. We'll take tea and things, and have kettledrum in Mrs. Baker's house place. She'll let me do what I like, I know. And Mr. Goring shall carry the basket as a punishment for his hideous apathy. And we'll talk to him about Shakespeare's early life all the way." "Shakespeare's life, forsooth!" cried Gerald scornfully. "Who is there that knows anything about it? Half a dozen entries in a parish register, a few traditional sayings of Ben Jonson's, and a pack of sentimentalists, English and German, evolve out of their inner consciousness a sentimental biography. We may picture him as a youth going across the fields to Shottery, because it is the shortest way, and a man of his titanic mind would naturally have taken it. Yes, over the same meadows we tread this day, on the same ground, if not actually on the same grass. Or again, seeing that apostle spoons were still in common use in the reign of Elizabeth, it may be fairly concluded that the immortal poet used one for his bread and treacle. For who shall affirm that he did not eat bread and treacle, that the inspired lad of the Stratford Grammar School had not the same weaknesses and boyish affections as his schoolmates? Who would not love to possess Shakespeare's spoon, or to eat out of Shakespeare's porringer? That is the kind of rot which clever men write about Shakespeare, and I think it is because I have been overdosed with such stuff that I have learnt to detest the bard in his private character." "You are a hardened infidel, and you shall certainly carry the basket." "What, madam? Would you degrade me to a hireling's office? Gregory, o' my word, we will not carry coals." "There, you see," cried Daphne triumphantly. "You can't live without quoting him. He has interwoven himself with our daily speech." "Because we are parrots without ideas of our own," answered Gerald. "Oh, I am proud of belonging to the soil on which he was reared. I wish there was one drop of his blood in my veins. I envy Edgar because his remote ancestry claims kin with the Ardens. I almost wish I were a Churchill." "That would be so easy to accomplish," said Edgar softly, blushing at his own audacity. Daphne noticed neither his speech nor his confusion. She was all excitement at the idea of an adventurous afternoon, were it only a visit to the familiar cottage. "Madeline, dearest, may I order them to pack us a really nice tea?" she asked. "Yes, dear, if we are all decided upon going." "It seems to me that the whole thing has been decided for us," said Gerald, smiling indulgently at the vivacious face, radiant in the broad noonday light, the willowy figure in a white gown flecked and checkered with sunshine. "You order me to row you down the Avon," said Daphne, "and I condemn you to a penitential walk to Shottery. You ought by rights to go barefoot, dressed in a white sheet, only I don't think it would become you." "It might be too suggestive of the Turkish bath," said Gerald. "Well, I submit, and if needs be I'll carry the basket, provided you don't plague me too much about your poet." "I move an amendment," interposed Edgar. "Sir Vernon is to take the chair at Warwick at the yeomanry dinner, so Miss Lawford is off duty. Let us all go on to Hawksyard and dine with the old mother. It'll delight her, and it won't be half bad fun for us. There'll be the harvest moon to light you home, Madeline, and the drive will be delicious in the cool of the cockchafers, cried Gerald. They are particularly cool at that hour, come banging against one's nose with ineffable assurance. Say you'll come, Lena, pleaded Edgar, and I'll send one of Sir Vernon's stable boys to Hawksyard on my horse, with a line to the mater, if I may. I should enjoy it immensely, if Gerald likes, and if you are sure Mrs. Turchill would like to have us. I think I'd better be out of it. I'm not a favourite with Mrs. Turchill, said Daphne bluntly. Oh, Daphne, cried Turchill ruefully. Oh, Edgar, cried Daphne, mocking him, can you lay your hand upon your heart and declare, as an honest man, that your mother likes me? Perhaps not quite so much as she will when she knows more of you, answers the squire of Hawksyard, as red as a turkey-cock. The fact is, she so worships Madeline that you are a little thrown into the shade. Of course. How could anyone who likes Madeline care about me? It isn't possible, retorted Daphne, with a somewhat bitter laugh. If I were one of a boisterous brood of underbred girls, I might have a chance of being considered just endurable. But as Lena's sister, I am as the shadow to the sunlight. I am like the back of a beautiful picture, a square of dirty canvas. If you're fishing for compliments, you're wasting trouble, said Gerald. It is not a day on which any man will rack his brains in the composition of pretty speeches. May I write the note? May I send the boy? Asked Edgar. Lena looked at her lover, and finding him consented, whereupon Edgar hurried off, intensely pleased, to make his arrangements. So far, he had been disappointed in the hope of seeing Daphne a frequent guest at Hawksyard, the petted companion and plaything of his mother. He had made for himself an almost Arcadian picture, Daphne basking on the stone bench in the Baconian garden, amusing herself with the poultry, even milking a cow on occasion, and making junkets in the picturesque old dairy. He had fancied her upstairs and downstairs in my lady's chamber, unearthing all Mrs. Turchill's long-hoarded treasures of laces and ribbons, kept to be looked at rather than to be worn, sorting the house linen, which would have stocked a Swiss hotel, and which ran the risk of perishing by slow decay upon its shelves, or ever it was worn by usage. He had pictured her accepted as the daughter of the house, waking the solemn old echoes with her glad young voice, fondling his dogs, riding his hunters in the green lanes and across the level fields. She was pining to ride, but of the 6 horses at South Hill there was not one which Sir Vernon would allow her to mount. The pleasant picture was as yet only a phantasm of the mind. Mrs. Turchill had not yet taken to Daphne. She was a good woman, truthful, honest, kind-hearted, but she had her prejudices and was passing obstinate. I don't deny her prettiness, she said, when Edgar tried to convince her that not to admire Daphne was a fault in herself, but she is not a girl that I could ever make a friend of. That's because you don't take the trouble to know her, mother. If you would ask her here oftener— I hope I know my place, Edgar, said the mistress of the Grange stiffly. If Miss Daphne Lawford wishes to improve my acquaintance, she knows where to find me. But Daphne had taken no pains to secure to herself the advantages of Mrs. Turchill's friendship. There was no particular reason why she should go to Hawksyard, so, after one solemn afternoon call with Madeline, on which occasion they were received with chilling formality in the best drawing-room, an apartment with an 8-foot oak dado, deeply recessed mullioned windows, and a state bedroom adjoining, Daphne went there no more. and now here was a splendid opportunity of making her at home in the dear old house, and of showing her all the surroundings which its master loved and cherished. "Best of mothers," wrote Edgar, "I am going to take you by storm this afternoon. We, Lena, Daphne, Mr. Goring, and I, are going to Shottery, and propose driving on to Hawksyard afterwards. Get up the best dinner you can at so short a notice, and give us your warmest welcome. You had better put out some of Hirsch's Liebfraumilch and a little dry sham for Goring. The girls drink only water. Let there be syllabubs and junkets and everything pastoral. Don't ask anyone to meet them," added Edgar, with a dread of having the local parson projected onto his love-feast. "We want a jolly, free and easy evening. Dinner at 8. Your loving, Ted." This brief epistle was handed to Mrs. Turchill just as she was sitting down to luncheon. Her first idea was to strike. Her son might have brought home half a dozen of his bachelor friends, and it would have been a pleasure to her to kill fatted calves and put out expensive wines. She would have racked her brain to produce an attractive menu, and taxed the resources of poultry yard and dairy to the uttermost. But to be bidden to prepare a feast for Madeline, who had rejected her paragon son, for the rival who had supplanted him, and for Daphne, whom she most cordially disliked, was something too much. She sat at her simple meal, bridling and murmuring to herself in subdued revolt. She was tempted to ring for Deborah and confide her wrongs to that sympathetic ear, but discretion and her very genuine love for her son prevailed, and instead of summoning Deborah, she sent for the cook, and announced the dinner party as cheerfully as if it were the fulfilment of a long-cherished desire. Daphne ran down to the boat-house before the others had finished luncheon, and with Bink's assistance made her boat a picture of comfort. Gerald was excused from the burden of the basket, as that could be conveyed in the carriage which was to pick up the party at Shottery and take them on to Hawksyard. The old name of the boat had been erased for ever by workmanlike hands the day after Daphne's futile attempt to obliterate it. Nora Creina now appeared in fresh gilding above the deposed emperor. "You ought not to have altered it," said Gerald. "There was something original in calling your boat after a bloodthirsty lunatic. Nora Creina is the essence of Cockneyism." "It was the boat builder's suggestion," Daphne answered indifferently. "What's in a name?" "True, your boat by any other name would go as fast." Daphne had to wait some time by the water's edge before the other three came quietly strolling across the meadow. She had been sculling gently up and down under the willows while she waited. "Now then, Empress," said Gerald, when he had arranged Lena's shawls and settled her comfortably in her place, "you are to sit beside your sister. Edgar and I will take an oar apiece, while you and Lena amuse us with your conversation." This nickname of Empress was a reminiscence of Daphne's adventure in Fontainebleau Forest. It matched very well with her occasional imperiousness, and the association was known only to Gerald Goring and herself. It amused him when he was in a mischievous humour to call her by a name which she never heard without a blush. "I thought I was to row you," said Daphne. "No, Empress. As it's all downstream, we of the sterner sex will relieve you of the duty. Besides, you could never row comfortably in that go-to-meeting get-up," said Gerald, looking critically at Daphne's straw-coloured Indian silk, embroidered with scarlet poppies and amber wheat ears, and fluffy with soft lace about the neck and arms, and the Swiss milkmaid's hat with its wreath of cornflowers. "I could not wear a boating dress, as we are to dine with Mrs. Turchill," said Daphne. "You might have worn what you liked," protested Edgar eagerly, "but you look so lovely in that yellow gown that I should be pleased for my mother to see you in it. She is weak about gowns. I believe she has a wardrobe full of gorgeous attire, which she and Deborah review once a week, but which nobody ever wears." "The gowns will do for the chair covers of a future generation," said Gerald. "All the chair covers in my mother's morning room are made out of the court trains of her grandmothers and great-aunts. I believe a court mantle in those days consumed 2½ yards of stuff." He had taken off his coat and bared his arms to above the elbow. "What a splendid stroke you pull still, Goring," said Edgar admiringly, "and you have the wrist of a navvy." "One of my paternal inheritances," answered Gerald coolly. "You know my father was a navvy." At which frank speech everybody in the boat blushed, except the speaker. "He must have been a glorious fellow," faltered Edgar, after an awkward pause. "Any man who can make $1 million of money and keep it without leaving speck or flaw upon his good name must be a glorious fellow," answered Gerald, with more heartiness than was usual to him. "My father lived to do good to others as well as to himself, and went down to his grave honoured and beloved. I wish I were more like him." "That's the nicest thing I ever heard you say," exclaimed Daphne. "Approbation from Sir Hubert Stanley," murmured Gerald. "I am beginning to feel proud of myself." They landed at the boat builder's below the bridge, hard by that decayed old inn, which must have seen courtlier company than the waggoners and wayfarers who drink there now. Then they crossed Sir Hugh Clopton's granite bridge and walked through the quiet town to the meadows that lead to Shottery. It is but a mile from the town to the village, a mile of meadow pathway, every step of which is haunted by ghostly footsteps, the sacred way of English literature. "It's no use telling me not to talk about him," cried Daphne, as she jumped lightly from the top of a stile, the ascent whereof tested the capacity of a fashionable frock. "I cannot tread this ground without thinking of him. I am positively bursting with the idea of him." "Which is the fortunate he whose image haunts you?" asked Gerald, with that languid upward twitch of his dark brows which gracefully expressed a mild drawing-room cynicism. "Do these fields suggest grave thoughts about tenant right, or game laws, or the land question generally? Is it Beaconsfield or Gladstone whose eidolon pursues you?" "Please don't be disgusting," cried Daphne. "Can one think of anybody in these meadows except—" "The inevitable William. A man does not live near Stratford with impunity. He must be dosed. Well, child, what are you bursting to say?" "I have been thinking what a happiness it is to know that the dear creature travels so little," responded Daphne, "and that whether he talks of Bohemia, or France, or Germany, Rome, Verona, Elsinore, or Inverness—" "Somebody wrote a treatise an inch thick to show that Shakespeare may have gone to Scotland with the King's Players, but I fancy he left his case as hypothetical as he found it," interjected Gerald. "Whether he talks of Athens or Africa, he really means Warwickshire," pursued Daphne. "It is his own native county that is always present to his mind. Florizel and Perdita make love in our meadows. There is the catalogue of flowers just as they bloom to-day, and Rosalind's cottage was in a lane near the few old oaks which still remain to show where Arden Forest once stood. And poor Ophelia drowned herself in one of the backwaters of our Avon. I can show you the very willow growing aslant the brook." "A backwater isn't a brook," murmured Edgar mildly. "I allow that local colour is not our William's strong point," answered Gerald. "Not being a traveller, he would have done better had he never ventured beyond the limits of his Warwickshire experience, for in that case he would not have imagined lions in the street of Rome, or a sea-coast in Bohemia." "Wait till you write a play or novel," retorted Daphne, "and you'll find you'll have to adapt yourself to circumstances." "That's exactly what your divine Chapter 14 of Asphodel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Asphodel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 14. Love is a thing as any spirit free. Past a garden or two and a few cottages, a long garden wall with heavy coping, shutting in treasures of fruit and vegetables, an old inn, a new schoolhouse built at the corner of a lane, shaded by as stately an avenue of elms as any nobleman need desire for the approach to his mansion. And yet mansion there is none at the end of this verdant aisle. The lane is only an accommodation road, leading to somebody's farm. A youthful monitor is trying to drill some small boys in front of the school porch, and the small boys are defying him, whereat a shrill-voiced woman, unseen in the interior of the school, calls out an occasional word of reproof. All the houses in the little village belong to the past. They have the grace of a day that is dead. In a farm garden, a buxom servant in a kilted petticoat is feeding a family of gigantic hens and chickens with something thick and slab out of an iron pot. Daphne and her companions felt that there could have been little change since the old romantic Elizabethan time. The village lay off the beaten tracks. 3 or 4 modern houses, scattered about here and there in spacious gardens, were the only addition time had made to Shottery. They walked briskly along the narrow road, across the bridge where the shallow streamlet came tumbling picturesquely over grey stones. Then a few paces, and before them stood the little block of cottages which genius has transformed into a temple. Whether the building was originally one house, it were difficult to decide. The levels are different, but a variety in levels was the order of that day. The whole block is a timber-framed structure, a panelled house, the panels filled with daub and wattle. Jutting casements, diamond-paned, look out upon an ancient garden and an ancient well. Beside the house and garden there is an old orchard, where on this day a couple of sheep are placidly nibbling the sweet grass. The cottage is almost smothered in greenery. Honeysuckle, jasmine, roses hang about the walls as if they loved them. The old timber porch is curtained with flowers. The South Hill carriage was waiting in the lane when Daphne and her companions arrived. The basket had been duly delivered over to Mrs. Baker. She was standing at the door awaiting them with a smiling welcome. "So glad to see you, ladies. The kettle's on the boil, and you can have your tea as soon as you please." "Thanks, you dear thing," cried Daphne. "But isn't it almost sacrilege to drink tea in his room?" "It isn't everybody I'd let do it, miss. Not any of those Americans. Though I must say they're uncommonly civil, and know more about Shakespeare than the common run of English do. and are more liberal in their ways too," added Mrs. Baker, with a lively remembrance of half-crowns from transatlantic visitors. "Mrs. Baker," began Daphne in a solemn tone, laying a little tawny-gloved hand lightly on the collar of Gerald's coat, "you see this man?" "Yes, miss, and a very nice-looking gentleman he is for anybody to look at," answered Mrs. Baker smirkingly, making up her mind that the tall, dark-eyed gentleman must belong to one or other of the two young ladies. "He may be nice to the outward eye," said Daphne gravely, "but he is dust and ashes inside. He is anathema maranatha, or he ought to be, if there were anybody in Warwickshire who knew how to anathematise him properly. He lives in this county, within 12 miles of this house, and he has never been to see the ingle nook where Shakespeare courted his wife. I'm afraid it won't make the faintest impression upon his callous mind when I tell him that you are a lineal descendant of the Hathaways, and that this house has never been out of a Hathaway's possession since Shakespeare's time." "I appreciate the lady for her own sake, and don't care a jot for her ancestry," answered Gerald, with a friendly air. They followed Mrs. Baker into the house-place, where all was cool and shadowy after the glare of sunshine outside. It was a low but somewhat spacious room, with casements looking back and front, recessed casements, furnished with oaken seats, one of which was known as the lovers' seat, for here, the lovers of the present day argued by analogy, William and Anne must have sat to watch many a sunset and many a moonlit sky. Here they must have whispered their foolish lovers' talk in the twilight, and shyly kissed at parting. The fireplace was in a deep recess, a roomy ingle nook where half a dozen people could have gathered comfortably round the broad open hearth. On one side of the ingle nook was a cupboard in the wall, known as the bacon cupboard. On the other, the high-backed settle. Opposite the fireplace there was a noble old dresser, polished oak or mahogany, with turned legs and a good deal of elaborate carpentry. A dresser which was supposed to be Elizabethan, but which was suggestive rather of the Carolean period. The dark brown panels made an effective background for an old willow dinner service. Daphne made Mr. Goring explore every inch of the house which Mrs. Baker was able conveniently to show. She led him up a breakneck little staircase, showed him lintels and doorposts and locks and bolts, which had been extant in Shakespeare's time, made him admire the queer little carved four-poster, which was even older than the poet's epoch, and the old fine linen sheet, richly worked by patient fingers, which had been in the family for centuries, only used at a birth or a death. She excused him from nothing, and he bore the infliction with calm resignation, and allowed her to lead him back to the house-place in triumph. Madeline and Edgar Turchill were sitting in the lovers' seat, talking, after having unpacked the basket, and made all preparation for tea, assisted by Mrs. Baker's modest handmaiden. "Now, Mr. Goring," said Daphne, when she and Gerald and the old lady had rejoined the others, "how do you feel about that Channel Island cow?" "Oh, I am content," answered Gerald, laughing at her. "I submit to the extortion. You carry matters with such a high hand that if you were to demand all my flocks and herds, I should hardly feel surprised." "Mrs. Baker," said Daphne, with a business-like air, "this gentleman is going to give you a cow." "Oh, miss, you don't mean it, surely?" murmured Mrs. Baker, overcome with confusion. "Yes, a lovely fawn-coloured, hazel-eyed Alderney. Don't refuse her. He can as well afford to give you a cow as I can to give you a neck-ribbon. When would you like the animal sent home? Tomorrow morning? Yes, of course, tomorrow morning. You hear, Mr. Goring? And now you may consider yourself forgiven, and I'll show you the visitors' book and all the interesting autographs." They went over to the table near the window and turned the leaves of that volume. Alas, how many a hand that had written in it was now dust! Here was the signature of Charles Dickens, nearly 30 years old, and pale with age. But the descendant of the Hathaways remembered the day when it was written, and recalled the visit with pride. "He took the book out into the garden, and sat on the stone slab over the well to write his name," she said. "I remember how full of life and fun he and Mr. Mark Lemon were. He was laughing as he wrote, and he looked at everything, and was so pleased and so pleasant." Sir Walter Scott's name was in an older book. Both of these were as dead and as undying as Shakespeare, and compared with these two immortal names, all the rest of the signatures in the big book were zero. It was the merriest tea-party imaginable. Mrs. Baker's best Pembroke table had been brought into the middle of the room. Her best teapot and cups and saucers was set out upon it. Cakes and hothouse fruit had been liberally supplied by Mrs. Spicer. Daphne whispered in her sister's ear a request that Mrs. Baker might be invited to join them, to which Madeline nodded a smiling assent. Was not the descendant of the Hathaways a lady by right of her gentle manners and ancient descent? She belonged to a class that is an honour to the land, the honest, independent yeoman who tills the soil his forefathers cultivated before him. The birth and death sheet in the oak chest upstairs was like a patent of nobility. And yet perhaps not one of these agricultural Hathaways had ever enjoyed as large an income as a first-class mechanic in a manufacturing town, a man who dies and leaves not a rap behind him to show that he was once respectable. They had been upheld in their places by the pride of race, which the mechanic knows not. Mrs. Baker was installed in the place of honour in front of the tea-tray, and asked everyone in her nice old-fashioned way whether their tea was to their liking. Upon being coaxed to talk, she told stories about the defunct Hathaways, and explained how the house that had once been all one dwelling-place had come to be divided. It was Daphne and she who supplied the conversation. The two young men looked on amused, Edgar openly admiring the bright, changeful face under the little Swiss hat. Lena was pleased that her sister should be so innocently glad. "Oh, how happy I am!" cried Daphne suddenly, in a pause of the talk, clasping her hands above her head in a kind of ecstasy. "If it could only last!" "Why should it not last?" asked Edgar in his matter-of-fact way. Gerald looked at her gravely, with a puzzled look. Yes, this was the girl who had stood in the dazzling sunshine beside the lake at Fontainebleau, in whose hand he had read the forecast of an evil fate. God help her, he thought. She is so impulsive, such a creature of the moment. How is such a one to travel safely through the thorny ways of life? Happily, there seems little fear of thorniness for her footsteps. Here is my honest Churchill dying for her, and just the kind of man to make her an excellent husband, and give the lie to palmistry. Yet it seems a commonplace fate, almost as vulgar as the Italian warehouse in Oxford Street. He sat musing thus in the lazy afternoon atmosphere, and watching Daphne with something of an artistic rather than an actually friendly interest. It seemed a shallow nature that must be always expressing itself in speech or movement. There could be no depth of thought allied with such vivacity, keenness of feeling perhaps, but for the moment only. Nobody was in a hurry to leave the cottage, Tea-drinking is of all sensualities the most intellectual. The mind is refreshed rather than the body. There was nothing coarse in the meal. The golden tinge of the almond pound cake, a masterwork of Mrs. Spicer's, contrasted with the purple bloom of grapes and blue gages, the olive tint of ripe figs. "We are making such a tremendous meal that I'm afraid we shall none of us do justice to my mother's dinner," remonstrated Edgar at last, "and that will make her miserable." "7:15, said Gerald, stealing a glance at a little effeminate watch. "Don't you think it is time we should descend from this Shakespearean empyrean to common earth?" This was the signal for a general move. The heavy, comfortable-looking old carriage-horses had been walked up and down in shady places, while the portly coachman dozed on his box, and the more vivacious footman execrated the plise. And now the landau bowled briskly along the smooth high road to Hawksyard, containing as cheerful a quartet as ever went out to dinner. Madeline was delighted to see her sister so happy, delighted at Edgar's obvious devotion. She had no doubt that his love would be rewarded in due course. It is in a woman's nature to be grateful for such honest affection, to be won by such disinterested fidelity. The brazen hands of the old clock at Hawksyard indicated 7:15 as the carriage drove across the bridge and under the arched gateway into the quadrangular garden, with its sunk pathways and shallow steps and border lines of crumbling old stone. Mrs. Turchill was standing on the threshold, a dignified figure in a grey poplin gown and old thread-lace cap and ruffles, ready to receive them. She gave Madeline her blandest smile, and was tolerably gracious to the rival who had spoiled her son's chances. But she could not bring herself to be cordial to Daphne. Her silk bodice became as rigid as an Elizabethan corset when she greeted that obnoxious damsel. She had a shrewd suspicion that it was for her sake the fatted calf had been killed, and all the available cream in the dairy squandered upon sweets and made dishes, with a reckless disregard of next Saturday's butter-making. Yet, as Daphne shyly put out her hand to accept that cold greeting, too sensitive not to perceive the matron's unfriendliness, Mrs. Turchill could but own to herself that the minx was passing lovely. The brilliant grey eyes, shadowed with dark lashes, the dark brows and golden hair, the complexion of lilies and roses, the sensitive mouth, the play of life and colour in a face that varied with every thought. Yes, this made beauty which even Mrs. Turchill could not deny. "Handsome is that handsome does," thought the dowager. "God forbid that my boy should trust the happiness of his life to such a butterfly." Inwardly rebellious, she had nevertheless done her duty as a good housekeeper. The old oak dadoed drawing-room was looking its prettiest, brightened by oriental jars and bowls of scarlet geraniums and creamy roses, lavender and honeysuckle. The silver chandelier and fire-irons were resplendent with recent polishing. The diamond-paned lattices were opened to admit the scent of heliotrope and mignonette from the garden on the other side of the moat, while one deeply recessed window, looking into the quadrangle, let in the perfume of the old-world flowers Francis Bacon loved. Edgar insisted upon showing Daphne the house during the 10 minutes before dinner. "You have only been here once," he said, "and my mother did not show you anything." After the two girls had taken off their hats in the state bedchamber next the drawing-room, a room whose walls were panelled with needlework executed by an ancestress of Edgar's in the reign of Charles I, They all went off to explore the house, ascending a steep secret stair which they entered from a door in the panelling of the dining-room, exploring long slippery corridors and queer little rooms that opened mysteriously out of other rooms, and triangular dressing-closets squeezed into a corner between a chimney and an outer wall, laughing at the old furniture, the tall toppling four-post bedsteads, the sage-green tapestry, the capacious old grates, or still older brazen dogs, the inimitable Dutch tiles. "It must be heavenly to live in such a funny old house," cried Daphne, as they came cautiously down the black oak staircase, slippery as glass, pausing to admire a ramshackle collection of Indian curios and Japanese pottery on the broad window ledge half-way down. "If you would only try it," murmured Edgar close in her ear, and looking ineffably sheepish as he spoke. Again the all-significant words fell unheeded. She skipped lightly down the remaining stairs, protesting she could get accustomed to them in no time. "So light a foot will ne'er wear out the everlasting flint," said Gerald. "Didn't I tell you so? You can't live without quoting him," cried Daphne triumphantly. The dinner went off merrily. It was a capital dinner in a good old English style, ponderous but excellent. There were none of those refinements which distinguished the board over which Mrs. Ferrers presided. The attempts at elegance smacked of a banished era. A turbot decorated with sliced lemon and barberries, a befrilled haunch exhibiting its noble proportions in a heavy silver dish, a superabundance of creams and jellies and trifles and syllabubs, an elaborate dessert lying in state on the sideboard, to be slowly and laboriously transferred to the polished oak after the cloth was drawn, and the coachman to help wait at table. The whole thing was rustic and old-fashioned, and Edgar was afraid Daphne was secretly turning it all into ridicule. Yet she seemed happy, and she said so much in praise of Hawksyard and of the perfect order in which the house was kept, that Mrs. Turchill's heart began to soften towards her. "You seem fond of the country and of countrified ways, Miss Daphne," said the matron relentingly. "Yet I should have thought a young lady like you would have been pining for London and balls and theatres." "I never was at a dance in my life," answered Daphne, "and only once at a theatre, and that was the great opera house in Paris. I don't think I should ever care to go to a meaner theatre. My thoughts went up so high that night, I shouldn't like to let them down again by seeing trumpery." "The London theatres are very nice," said Mrs. Turchill, not quite following Daphne's idea, "but they are rather warm in summer. Yet one likes to go up to town in the height of the season. There is so much to see." "Mother's constitution is cast iron when she gets to London," said Edgar. "She is up at 6 every morning, and goes to the picture galleries as soon as the doors are opened, and does her morning in Hyde Park, and her afternoon in Regent Street, shopping or staring in at the shop windows, and eats her dinner at the most crowded restaurant I can take her to, and winds up at the theatre. I believe she'd accept a lobster supper in the Haymarket if I were to offer one." "Has Miss Daphne Lawford never been in London?" asked Mrs. Turchill. "Oh, please don't call me Miss. I am never anything but Daphne to my friends." "You are very kind," answered Mrs. Turchill, stiffening, "but I don't think I could take so great a liberty with you on such a short acquaintance." "Short acquaintance?" echoed Daphne, laughing. "Why, you must have known me when I was in my cradle." Mrs. Turchill grew suddenly red, as if the idea were embarrassing. "I was invited to your christening," she said, "but afterwards there were circumstances. Sir Vernon was so often abroad, we did not see much of you." "If you wish me to feel at home at Hawksyard, you must call me Daphne, please," said the girl gently. Mrs. Turchill did not wish her to feel at home at Hawksyard, yet she could not refuse compliance with so gracious a request. The ladies rose to retire, Edgar opening the door for them. "Do you want any more wine, Turchill?" asked Gerald. "No, not particularly, but you'll try that other claret, won't you?" "Not a drop of it. I vote we all adjourn to the garden." So they all went out together into the twilit quadrangle, where the old-fashioned flowers were folding their petals for night and slumber, while the moon was rising above a cluster of stone chimneys. Mrs. Turchill walked once round the little enclosure, discoursing graciously with Madeline, and then confessed to feeling chilly and being afraid of the night air, although a very clever doctor, with somewhat new-fangled ideas, had told her that the air was as good by night as by day, provided the weather were dry. "I think I'll go indoors and sit in the drawing-room till you come in to tea," she said. "I hope you won't think me rude." Madeline offered to go with her, but this Mrs. Turchill would not allow. "Young people enjoy a moonlight stroll," she said. "I liked it myself when I was your age. There's no occasion for any of you to hurry. I shall amuse myself with the Times. I haven't looked at it yet." The four being left together naturally divided themselves into two couples. Gerald and Lena seemed fascinated by the flowery quadrangle, with its narrow walks and ancient dial on which the moon was now shining. They strolled slowly up and down the paths, or lingered beside the dial, or stood looking down at the fish-pond. Daphne's restless spirit soon tired of these narrow bounds. "Is there nothing else to look at?" she asked. "There are the stables, and the dairy, and the farmyard, but you must see those by daylight. You must come here for a long day," said Edgar eagerly. "Would you like to see the garden on the other side of the moat?" "Above all things." "It's very flat," said Edgar apologetically. "All the better for tennis." "Yes, the lawn would make a magnificent tennis ground. We might have 8 courts if we liked, but it is a very commonplace garden after South Hill." "Don't apologise. I'm sure it's nice. A dear old-fashioned sort of garden, hollyhocks and sunflowers and things." "My old gardener is rather proud of his hollyhocks." "Precisely. I knew he would be. And that horrid McCloskey will hear of nothing but the newest inventions in flowers. He gives us floral figures in Euclid, floral hearthrugs sprawling over the lawn, as if one of the housemaids had taken out a Persian rug to dust it, and had forgotten to take it in again. He takes tremendous pains to build up beds like supper dishes, ornamental salads, don't you know, and calls that high art gardening. I would rather have your hollyhocks and sunflowers, and the old-fashioned scented clematis climbing about everywhere in a tangled mass of sweetness." "I'm glad you like antiquated gardens," said Edgar. They went under the archway, which echoed the sound of their footsteps, and round by a gravelled walk to the spacious lawn, and the long border, which was the despair of the gardeners when they tried to fill it, and which yet provided flowers enough to keep all the sitting-rooms bright and sweet with summer bloom. The moon was high above Hawksyard by this time, a glorious harvest moon, pouring down her golden light upon tree and flower, and giving intensity to the shadows under the wall. The waters of the moat looked black, save where the moonbeams touched them, and yonder under the tall spreading walnut boughs The gravel walk was all in shadow. Daphne paced the lawn, disputing as to how many tennis courts one might have on such an extensive parallelogram. She admired the height of the hollyhocks, and regretted that their colour did not show by moonlight. The sunflowers appeared to better advantage. "What awful stories poets tell about them," said Daphne. "Just look at that brazen-faced creature, smirking at the moon, just as if she had never turned her head sunwards in her life." Edgar was in a sentimental mood, and inclined to see things from a sentimental point of view. "It mayn't be botanically true," he said, "but it's a pretty idea all the same." And then he trolled out in a fine baritone, "No, the heart that has truly loved never forgets, but as truly loves on to the close, as the sunflower turns on her god when he sets, the same look which she turned when he rose." "What's the use of singing that when you know it isn't true?" cried Daphne contemptuously. "Do you suppose a stiff-necked thing like that, with a stalk 1/4 of an inch in diameter, could turn and twist from east to west every day without wringing its head off? The idea is obviously absurd. What lovely old walnut trees!" she exclaimed, looking across the lawn. "Centuries upon centuries old, are they not?" "I believe they were planted soon after George III came to the throne." "Is that all? They look as old as the Wrekin." They strolled across the wide lawn and in among the shadows of the old trees. The cows were moving stealthily about in the meadow on the other side of the fence, as if sleep were the last thing they ever thought of. "And you really like Hawksyard?" demanded Edgar earnestly. "Like it? I think it is quite the most delicious place I ever saw. Those high dados, those deep-set stone mullioned windows, those eccentric little bedrooms, that secret staircase, so sweetly suggestive of murder and treason. The whole place is so thoroughly original." "It is one of the few moated granges left in England," said Edgar, with an air of conscious merit. "It is quite too lovely." "Daphne, do you really mean what you say?" he asked with sudden intensity. "Are you only talking like this to please me, out of kindness?" "If I have a fault, it is a habit of blurting out what I think, without reference to other people's feelings. I am thoroughly in earnest about Hawksyard." "Then be its mistress," exclaimed Edgar, taking her hand and trying to draw her towards him. "Be queen of my house, darling, as you have long been sovereign of my heart. Make me the happiest man that ever yonder old roof sheltered, the proudest, the most entirely blessed. Daphne, I am not poetical or clever. I can't find many words, but I love you, I love you." She laughed in his face, a clear and silvery peal, laughed him to absolute scorn, yet without a touch of ill nature. "My dear Edgar, this is too much," she cried. "A few months ago you were fondly, devotedly, irrevocably in love with Lena. Don't you remember how we sympathised that afternoon in the meadows? This is the sunflower over again, first to the sun and then to the moon. No, dear Edgar, never talk to me of love. I have a real, honest regard for you. I respect you, trust you as my very brother. It would spoil all if you were to persist in talking nonsense of this kind." She left him, planted there, mute as a statue, frozen with mortification, humiliation, despair. He either fears his fate too much, or his deserts are small, who dares not put it to the touch, to win or lose it all. He had tried his fate, hopefully, confidently even, lured on by her deceptive sweetness, and all was lost. She had run lightly off. She was on the other side of the lawn before he stirred from the attitude in which she left him, his hands clenched, his head bent, his eyes staring stupidly at the gravel walk. "She does not care a straw for me," he said to himself, "not a straw. And I thought she had grown fond of me. I thought I had but to speak." A friendly hand touched him lightly on the shoulder. It was Gerald, the man for whom fate had reserved all good things, unbounded talents, unbounded wealth, the love of a perfect woman. "Cheer up, old fellow," said Gerald heartily. "Forgive me if I heard more than you intended me to hear. Mrs. Turchill sent me in quest of you and Daphne, and I came up just as you—" "Just as I made an ass of myself," interrupted Edgar. "It doesn't matter. I don't mind a bit your knowing. I have no pride of that kind. I am proud of loving her, even in vain." "Don't be downhearted, man. A girl of that kind must be played as an expert angler plays a frisky young salmon. She has refused you tonight. She may accept you 3 months hence." "She laughed at me," said Edgar, with deepest despondency. "It is her disposition to laugh at all things. You must have patience, man, patience and persistence. My love is but a lassie yet. Thy beloved one still delights in the green fields. Her tender neck cannot bear the yoke. Wait, and she will turn to thee as the sunflower turns to the sun," concluded Gerald, having vainly sought a better comparison. "It doesn't," cried Edgar dejectedly. "That is what we've just—"
Chapter 15 of Asphodel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Asphodel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 15. Not for your Linage, nay, for your Richesse. The 2 young men walked up and down under the walnut trees for nearly an hour, Gerald Goring playing the unaccustomed part of consoler. He liked Edgar Turchill with an honest liking. There was a shade of condescension, of unconscious patronage in the feeling, but it was thoroughly sincere. The Saxon squire was, of course, distinctly on a lower intellectual level than the man of mixed race, the man whose father had thrust himself into the front ranks of life by the sheer force of will and brains, unaided by conventional training of any kind, whose mother had been the last development of a family reared in courts and palaces. Compared with the quicksilver that flowed in his own veins, Edgar Turchill's blood was a fluid that smacked of the vegetable kingdom, watery stuff, such as oozes out of a turnip or a cabbage when the cook-maid cuts it. Yet the man could feel, and so keenly that Gerald was touched with tender pity. "Don't be downhearted, old fellow," he said, walking slowly under the spreading boughs, with his hand resting affectionately upon Turchill's shoulder. "Be sure things will work round in time. She is a pert, capricious minx, but she cannot help being fond of you if you are only patient." "I would wait for her as Jacob waited for Rachel, if I were as sure of winning her," answered Edgar, "but I'm afraid there's no chance. If she detested me, if the very sight of me were odious to her, there might be some hope, but she likes me. She is even fond of me in a calm, sisterly way. If you knew how sweet she was to me in the spring before you came, She had no fits of temper then, when I taught her sculling, how she used to boil a kettle down in the boat house, and—" "Yes, it was awfully nice of her," interjected Gerald, somewhat impatiently, having heard the story of these boat house breakfasts several times before. "If she were less kind, I should have more hope," pursued Edgar. "I think I shall go away, out of the country, where I shall never see her lovely face. I have a great mind to go to India and shoot big game." "And stick pigs? A curious cure for the heartache. No, old fellow, stay at home and bide your time. That's your game." "I could never look her in the face after to night," said Edgar. "Nonsense, man. Treat this capricious minx as coolly as if nothing had ever been said about love and despair. Let her think to night's avowal the consequence of too much wine, a mere after dinner outburst of sentiment. Look her in the face, forsooth. If you are a wise man, you may make her ashamed to look you in the face before she is 6 months older. You have spoilt her by your flatteries and foolings and compliances. Give her a little of the rough side of your bark. She professes to care for you as a brother, quotha! Treat her with brotherly discourtesy, brotherly indifference. Be as candid about her faults and follies as if you were her very brother. When she finds you can live without her, she will begin to languish for the old adulation." "I love her too well to be such a Jesuit," said Edgar. "Pshaw! Do you suppose Petruchio did not love Kate? He knew there was but one way of taming his fair shrew, and he used the wisdom Heaven had given him." "I couldn't act a part where she is concerned," argued Edgar. "She would find me out in a moment." They talked for a long time upon the same subject, wearing the theme threadbare, travelling backwards and forwards over the same line of argument, while the moon climbed higher and higher in the cloudless blue. And in the end Edgar acknowledged that it would be a foolish thing to leave his farm before the harvest was all in, or his mother before she had enjoyed her annual fortnight at the seaside, or to uproot himself violently from his native soil in the vain hope of curing his heart wound. He had tried foreign air for his malady before, and foreign air had done nothing for him, and this time he believed the wound to be ever so much deeper. A lifetime in a strange country would hardly heal it. At last Edgar consented to be led despondently back to the house, which he had left a little while ago with his heart beating high, full of hope and delight. They found the three ladies seated in the quaint old drawing room, dimly lighted by a dozen or so of candles in the silver sconces against the wall. There was nothing so distinctly modern as a moderator lamp at Hawksyard. Mrs. Turchill was enlarging mildly in a lowered voice upon the various shortcomings of her servants, who, although old servants and infinitely better than other people's, were yet so far human in their faultiness as to afford food for conversation. Madeline was listening with polite interest, throwing in an encouraging word now and then, which was hardly needed, for Mrs. Turchill's monologue would have gone on just the same without it. Daphne, exhausted by a long day's vivacity, had fallen asleep, bolt erect in a straight-backed cherry-wood chair. Gerald Goring remembered that day at Fontainebleau, when he had told himself that Daphne asleep would be a very commonplace young person. Yet, as he looked at her to night, he was fain to own that even in slumber she was lovely. Was it some trick of candlelight and shadow which gave such piquancy to the delicate features, which gave such expression to the dark pencil brows and drooping eyelids? The bright hair, the pale yellow gown, the exquisite fairness of the complexion, gave a lily-like loveliness to the whole figure, so pale, so pure, so little earthly. "Poor Edgar!" sighed Mr. Goring. "He is very much to be pitied. How desperately I could have loved such a girl, if I had not already adored her opposite! And how I would have made her love me," he added, remembering all their foolish talk, and how easy it had seemed to him to play upon that sensitive nature. "I am afraid the tea is cold," said Mrs. Turchill. "You gentlemen have been enjoying your cigars in the walnut walk, I suppose." The clatter of cups and saucers startled Daphne. She opened her eyes, and saw Edgar looking at her with piteous reproachfulness. She could calmly sleep just after giving him his death wound. There was a refinement of cruelty in such indifference. Then he suddenly remembered Gerald's advice, and tried to seem equally at his ease. "I'll wager mother has been bemoaning the vices of the new dairymaid, and the ingratitude of the old one in going away to be married," said he. "That's what sent you to sleep, wasn't it, Daphne?" "I was tired. We had such a long afternoon," she answered wearily. "The carriage has been waiting half an hour," said Madoline. "I think we had better put on our hats, and then say good night." "Mr. Goring will drive home with you, of course," said Mrs. Turchill. "Yes, I am going to see them safe home, Mrs. Turchill," answered Gerald. "I am to stay at South Hill to night, and hear Sir Vernon's account of the yeomanry dinner." Edgar, who had just been talking of eternal banishment, was longing to ask for the fourth seat in the landau. The walk home between midnight and morning would be delightful. "I should have liked to hear about the dinner," he began dubiously, and then, meeting Gerald's eye, quailed beneath its friendly ridicule, and said no more. He escorted Daphne to the carriage, helped to arrange her wraps with a steady hand, though his heart beat passionately all the time, and bade her good night in so thoroughly cheery a voice that she wondered a little to find how easily he had taken her rejection of him. "Poor dear Edgar," she said to herself, as they drove along the shadowy Warwickshire lane through the calm beauty of the summer night. "I daresay it was only an impulse of the moment, or perhaps it was the moon that made him propose to me. Yet he seemed awfully in earnest, and I was afraid I might have offended him by laughing. But after being devoted to Lina, and making me the confidant of his grief, it was certainly rather impertinent to offer himself to me. But he is a dear, good-natured creature all the same, and I should be sorry to offend him." She was silent all the way home, sitting in her comfortable corner of the carriage, wrapped to her chin in her soft white shawl, to all appearance asleep. Yet not once did her senses lose themselves in slumber. She was listening to the happy lovers as they talked of the past, that part of the past which they had spent asunder. Gerald had been talking of a long mule ride in Switzerland under just such a moonlit sky. It was no tremendous mountain ascent, only a ride from Evian up to a village at the foot of the Dent d'Auge, to look down upon Lake Leman and its lovely shores bathed in moonlight, the long dark range of the Jura rising like a wall on the western side, picturesque villages on the banks gleaming in the silver light, with their old church towers half hidden by masses of dark foliage, one lonely boat with its twin sails skimming like a swallow across the moonlit water. "It must have been delicious," said Lina. "It was very nice, except that you were not there. But one thing want these banks of Rhine." "And did you really miss me at such moments, Gerald, when you were looking at some especially lovely scene? Had you really and truly a feeling that I ought to have been by your side?" "Really and truly. The better half of myself was missing. Pleasure was only a one-sided affair. As that moon will appear next week, an uncomfortable-looking fragmentary kind of planet." "I love to hear of your travels, Gerald," said Lina softly. "Have you told me all about them, do you think?" "All that's worth telling, I fancy," he answered lightly, with an involuntary glance at Daphne to see if she were really asleep. There was no quiver of the dark lashes, no movement in the restful figure. Her face had that pale, unearthly look which all faces had in the moonlight. A pain shot through his heart as he thought that it was thus she would look in death. It was one of those involuntary flashes of thought which sometimes flit across a mind unacquainted with actual sorrow, the phantom of a grief that might be. When they arrived at South Hill, Daphne wished her sister and Mr. Goring a brief good night, and went straight to her room. She had no motive for awaiting her father's home coming. He would have nothing to say to her. His only greeting would be a look which seemed to ask what business she had there. It was on the stroke of 11. Madeline and Gerald walked up and down the gravel drive in front of the house, waiting for the carriage from Warwick, and during this interval Mr. Goring told his sweetheart how Edgar Turchill had been rejected by Daphne. Madeline was deeply distressed by this news. She had made up her mind that her sister's life was to be made happy in this particular way. She had imagined a fair and peaceful future in which she would be living at the Abbey and Daphne at Hawksyard, not a dozen miles apart. And now this wilful Daphne had rejected the moated Grange and its owner, and that fair picture of the future had no more reality in it than a mirage city seen from the dreary sands of a desert. ' I thought she was attached to him,' said Madeline, when she had been told the whole story. ' She has encouraged him to come here. She has always seemed happy in his company. Half her life, since she came from school, has been spent with him. In sober earnest, darling, I'm afraid this fascinating little sister of yours is an arrant coquette. She has flirted with Edgar because there was no one else to flirt with.' ' Please don't say that, Gerald, for I know you are mistaken,' answered Madeline eagerly. ' Daphne is no flirt. She looks upon Edgar as a kind of adopted brother. I've always known that, but I fancy that this friendly, trustful feeling of hers would lead in time to a warmer attachment. As to coquetry, she does not know what it means. She is thoroughly childlike and innocent.' ' Possibly, dearest. Yet in her childishness she knows how to fool a man as thoroughly as Ninon de l'Enclos could have done after half a century's practice. However, I hope Edgar will stand his ground and bring this wayward puss to her senses.' ' I cannot understand how she can help liking him,' mused Madeline. ' He is so good, so frank and brave and true, all noble qualities and deserving a woman's affection. Yet the sentimental history of the human race tends to show that a man endowed with all those virtues is not the most dangerous to the fair sex.' ' Gerald,' said Lina, ' I have an idea that pride is at the bottom of Daphne's refusal.' ' Why pride ? What kind of pride ?' 'She has harped a good deal at different times upon her penniless position, has called herself a pauper, half in joke, half in earnest, but with a bitterness of tone that wounded me. She may think that as Edgar is well off, and she has no fortune, she ought not to accept him.' ' My dearest love, what an utterly quixotic idea ! The only thought a pretty young woman ever has about a man's wealth is that when she shall be his wife she can have more frocks than the common run of women. There is no sense of obligation. She is so conscious of the boon she bestows that she accepts his filthy lucre as a matter of course. I don't think that would be Daphne's way of thinking. Dearest, if she were wholly your sister, I should say not. But as she is only your half sister, I can suppose her only about half as good again as the ruck of womankind. You are very rich, are you not, Gerald ?'' Well, yes. It would take a large amount of idiocy on my part to spoil the income my father left me. It might be done, no doubt, if I went into the right circles. My ruin would be only a question of so many years and so many race horses. But while I live as I am living now, there is very little chance of my becoming acquainted with want.' ' I know, dear, and I don't think it was for the sake of my fortune you chose me. Was it, Gerald ?' 'My dearest love, I only wish some old nurse would turn up on your wedding morning and tell you that you are not the Lady Clare, so that I might prove to you how little wealth or position influence my choice. I think I know what you are going to say, Lina. As I have more money than you and I together, indulge our caprices as we may, are ever likely to spend, why not give your fortune to Daphne?' ' Dear Gerald, how good of you to guess my wish. I should like to divide my fortune with my sister when I come of age.' I don't want to give her all, for half would be ample, and I am so accustomed to the idea of independence that I should hardly like to be a pensioner even upon you. Will you speak to the lawyers, Gerald, and find out how the gift had better be made?" "Yes, dear, I'll settle everything with the men of law. It seems to me that you can do just what you like as soon as you come of age, but you'll have to wait till then. Only ascertain that it can be done, Gerald, and then I can tell Daphne, and she will no longer fancy herself a pauper. It may influence her in her conduct to Edgar." "It may," answered Gerald dubiously, "but somehow I don't think it will. Edgar must win the game off his own bat." The sisters were alone together in Madoline's morning room after breakfast next day. Gerald had gone to the Abbey to look after the builders and settle various matters with his steward. Daphne was sitting half in and half out of the balcony, idle, as was natural to her, but listless and discontented looking, which was a state of mind she did not often exhibit. There was no Edgar this morning, and she missed her faithful slave. Perhaps he meant never to come to South Hill any more, in which case it would be difficult for her to get rid of her life. "Daphne," began Madoline gravely, "I have heard something which has made me very unhappy, which has altogether surprised and disappointed me. I am told that Edgar proposed to you last night, and that you refused him." "Did he send you the news in a telegram?" asked Daphne, flaming red. "I don't see how else you could have heard it." "No matter how I heard it, dear. It is the truth, I suppose." "Yes, it is the truth, but I despise him for telling you," answered Daphne angrily. "It was not he who told me. It was Gerald, who by accident overheard the end of your conversation with Edgar, and who—" "What? He has been interfering, has he?" cried Daphne, looking still more angry. "It is supremely impertinent of him to busy himself about my affairs." "Daphne, is that the way you speak of my future husband, your future brother? He has no right to dictate whom I am to accept or reject. What can it matter to him?" "He does not presume to dictate, but it does matter a great deal to him that my sister should choose the path in life which is most likely to lead to happiness." "How can he tell which path will lead me to happiness? Does he suppose that I am going to have a husband chosen for me, as if I were a wretched French girl educated in a convent?" "He thought, just as I thought, that you could hardly help liking such a thoroughly good fellow as Edgar. A man so devoted to you, so unselfish, such a good son." "What have I to do with his virtues? I don't care a straw for him, except as a friendly sort of creature who will do anything I ask him, and who is very nice to play tennis or billiards with. He ought not to be offended at my refusing him. It would have been all the same had he been anyone else. I shall never marry." "But why not, Daphne?" "Oh, for no particular reason, except perhaps that I am too fond of my own way, and shouldn't like a master." "Daphne, there is something in your tone that alarms me. It is so unnatural in a girl of your age. While you were at Asnieres, did you ever see anyone? You were such a child that it seems foolish to ask such a question, but was there anyone at Asnieres whom I fell in love with?" "No, dearest, there was no one at Asnieres." Madame Tolmache was most judicious in her selection of masters. I don't think the most romantic schoolgirl, fed upon 3-volume novels, could have fancied herself in love even with the best looking of them. "I can't make you out, Daphne, yet I think you might be very happy as Edgar Turchill's wife. It would be so nice for us to be living in the same county, within a few miles of each other." "Yes, that would be nice, and it would be nicer to be at Hawksyard than to stay at South Hill when you are gone. Yet, you see, I have too much self-respect to perjure myself and pretend to return poor Edgar's affection." "I've been thinking, Daphne, that perhaps some sense of mistaken pride may stand between you and Edgar." And then falteringly, ashamed of her own generosity, Madoline told her sister how she meant to divide her fortune. "What!" cried Daphne, turning pale. "Take his money? Not a sixpence. Never speak of it. Never think of such a thing again." "Whose money, dear? It is mine, and mine alone. I have the right to do what I like with it." Would you dispose of it without asking Mr. Goring's leave, without consulting him?" "Hardly, because I love him too well to take any step in life without asking his advice, without confiding fully in him. But he goes with me in this heart and soul, Daphne. He most thoroughly approves my plan." "You are very good. He is very generous. But I will never consent to accept sixpence out of your fortune. You may be as generous to me as you like, as you have always been, darling. You may give me gloves and frocks and pocket money while you are Miss Lawford. But to rob you of your rights, to lessen your importance as Mrs. Goring, to feel myself under an obligation to your husband, not for all this wide world. Not if money could make me happy, which it could not," she added with a stifled sob. "Daphne, are you not happy?" questioned Lina, looking at her with sudden distress. "My bright one, I thought your life here was all gladness and pleasure. You have seemed so happy with Edgar, so thoroughly at your ease with him, that I fancied you must be fond of him." "Should I be thoroughly at my ease with a man I loved, unless our attachment were an old story, a settled business like yours and Mr. Goring's?" "Why will you persist in calling him Mr. Goring?" "Oh, he is such a grand personage, the owner of an abbey with cloisters and half a mile of hot houses. I could not bring myself to call him by his Christian name." "As if the abbey and the hot houses made any difference. Well, darling, I am not going to worry you about poor Edgar. You must choose your own way of being happy. I would not for all the world that you should marry a man you did not love, but I should have been so glad if you could have loved Edgar. And I think, dear, that unintentionally, unconsciously even, you have done him a wrong. You have led him to believe you like him." "And so I do like him, better than anyone in the world, after my own flesh and blood." "Yes, dear, but he has been led to hope something more than that. I fear he will feel his disappointment keenly." "Nonsense, Lina. Don't you know that 6 months ago he was still suffering from his disappointment about you? And now you imagine he is going to break his heart for me. A heart so easily transferred cannot be easily broken. It is a portable article. No doubt he will carry it somewhere else." She kissed her sister and ran out of the room, leaving Madoline anxious and perplexed, yet not the less resolved to endow Daphne with half her wealth as soon as she came of age. "Providence never intended that two sisters should be so unequally circumstanced," she said to herself. Willy nilly, Daphne Chapter 16 of Asphodel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Asphodel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 16. No man may alway have prosperitee. Edgar Turchill did not go to the other end of the world to hide his grief and mortification at the second overthrow of his fondest hopes. He absented himself from South Hill for nearly a month, yet so contrived as that his absence should not appear the result of pride or anger. Mrs. Turchill's annual seaside holiday was as much an institution as the opening of Parliament or the Derby, and she expected on all such occasions to be escorted and accompanied by her only son. She liked a fashionable watering place where there was a well-dressed crowd to be seen on parade or pier. She required to have her leisure enlivened by a good brass band, and she would accept nothing less in the way of lodgings than an airy, bay-windowed drawing-room in the very best part of the sea front. "If I am not to come to the seaside comfortably, I would rather stay at home," she said to her confidante Deborah, an axiom which Deborah received as respectfully as if it had been Holy Writ. "Of course, mum. Why should you come away from Hawk's Yard to be cramped or moped?" said Deborah. "You've all you can wish for there." Such murmurings as these had arisen when Edgar, sick to death of Brighton and Eastbourne, Scarborough, and Torquay, had tempted his mother to visit some more romantic and less civilized shore, where the accommodation was of the rough and ready order, and where there was neither parade nor pier for the exhibition of fine clothes to the music of brazen bands. For picturesque scenery Mrs. Turchill cared not a jot. All wild and rugged coasts she denounced sweepingly as dangerous to life and limb, and therefore to be avoided. The wildest bit of scenery she could tolerate was Beachy Head, and even that grassy height she deemed objectionable. Nor did she appreciate any watering place which could not boast a smart array of shop windows. She liked to be tempted by trumpery modern Dresden, or to have her love of colour gratified by the latest invention in bonnets and parasols. She liked a circulating library of the old-fashioned Miss Burney type, where she could dawdle away an hour looking at new books and papers, soothed by the sympathetic strains of a musical box. She liked to have her son, well dressed and in a top hat, in attendance upon her during her afternoon drive in the local fly along a smooth, chalky high road leading to nowhere in particular. She liked to attend local concerts, or to hear Miss Snevillici, the renowned Shakespearian elocutionist, read the trial scene in The Merchant of Venice, followed by Tennyson's Queen of the May. To poor Edgar this seaside holiday seemed always a foretaste of purgatory. It was ever so much worse than the fortnight's hard labour in London, for in the big city there were sights worth seeing, while here, at the stereotyped watering place, life was one dismal round of genteel inactivity. But this year Edgar was seized with a sudden desire to hasten the annual expedition. "Mother, I think this lovely weather must break up before long," he said briskly, with a laborious affectation of cheerfulness, as he sat at dinner with his parent on the day after Daphne's cruelty. "What should you say to our starting for the seaside to morrow?" "To morrow? My dear Edgar, that would be quite impossible. I shall want a week for packing." "A week? Surely Deborah could put your things into a portmanteau in 6 hours as easily as in 6 days." "You don't know what you are talking about, my dear. A lady's wardrobe is so different from a man's. All my gowns will want looking over carefully before they are packed, and I must have Miss Piper over from Warwick to do some alterations for me. The fashions change so quickly nowadays, and some of my laces will have to be washed, and I'm not sure that I shall not have to drive over to Leamington and order a bonnet. I should not like to disgrace you by appearing on the parade with a dowdy bonnet." Edgar sighed. He would have liked to go to some wild Welsh or Scottish coast far from beaten tracks. He would have liked some seaside village in the south of Ireland, Dunmore or Traymore or Kilkee, some quiet retreat nestled in a hollow of the cliffs, where as yet never brass band nor fashionable gowns had come; a place to which people came for pure love of fine air and grand scenery, and not to show off their clothes or advertise their easy circumstances. But he knew that if he took his mother to such a place she would be miserable, so he held his peace. "Where would you like to go this year?" he said presently. "Well, I have been considering that point, Edgar. Let me see now. We went to Brighton last year." "Yes," sighed Edgar, remembering what a treadmill business the lawn had seemed to him, how ineffably tiresome the aquarium, how monotonous the shops in the King's Road, and the entertainments at the Pavilion. "And to Scarborough the year before." "Yes," with a still wearier sigh. "And the year before that to Eastbourne, and the year before that to Torquay. Don't you think we might go to Torquay again this year? I hear it is very much improved." "Very much built upon, I suppose you mean, mother. More smoky chimneys, more hotels, more churches, longer streets. I should think, judging by what it had come to when we saw it, that by this time Torquay must be a very good imitation of Bayswater. However, if you like Torquay—" "It is one of the few places I do like." "Then let it be Torquay by all means. I'll tell you what I'll do, mother. I'll run down to Torquay to morrow, find some nice lodgings for you. I think by this time I know exactly what you want in that way, and engage them for any day you like to name." "That's very kind of you, Edgar. But be sure you get some reference as to the landlady's character, so that you may be certain there has been no fever case in the house during the last 12-month. And it would be as well to get a local architect to look at the drains. It would be a guinea well spent." "All right, mother. I'll do anything you like. I am longing for a blow of sea air." "But it will be at least a week before I can come. What will you do with yourself in the meantime?" "Oh, I shall contrive to amuse myself somehow. I might go on to Dartmouth and charter a boat and go up the Dart. I want very much to see the Dart. Only say on what day I may expect you at Torquay." "Am I to travel alone, Edgar?" "You'll have Deborah, and the journey won't be difficult. You'll join the express at Swindon, don't you know? If you think I can trust to Deborah's care of the luggage," said Mrs. Turchill, dubiously. "She's very steady." "Steady? Well, she ought to be at her age. You've only to get the luggage labelled, you see, mother." "I never trust to that," answered the matron, solemnly. "I like Deborah to get out at every station where the train stops, and see with her own eyes that my luggage is in the van. Railway people are so stupid." Edgar did not envy Deborah. Having thus adroitly planned an immediate departure, he was off soon after daybreak next morning, and arrived at Torquay in time for dinner. He perambulated the loneliest places he could find all the evening, brooding over his disappointment, and wondering if there were any foundation for Gerald Goring's idea that Daphne was to be won by him even yet. He slept at the Imperial, and devoted the next morning to lodging hunting, till his soul sickened at the very sight of the inevitable housemaid, who can't answer the most general inquiry, not so far as to say how many bedrooms there are in the house, without reference to the higher powers, and the inevitable landlady who cannot make up her mind about the rent till she has asked how many there are in family, and whether late dinners will be required. Before sundown, however, after ascending innumerable flights of stairs and looking into a dismal series of newly furnished rooms, he found a suite of apartments which he believed would satisfy his mother and Deborah; and having engaged the same for a period of 3 weeks, he went down to the water's edge, to a spot where boating men most did congregate, and there negotiated the hire of a rakish little yawl, just big enough to be safe in a summer sea. In this light craft he was to sail at 6 o'clock next morning, with a man and a boy. How Daphne would enjoy knocking about this lovely coast in just such a boat, he thought. If she were my wife, I would buy her as pretty a yacht as any lady could desire, and she and I would sail half round the world together. She must be tired of the Avon, poor child. Daphne was very tired of the Avon. Never had the days of her life seemed longer or drearier than they seemed to her just now, when her faithful slave Edgar was no longer at hand to minister to her caprices. A strange stillness seemed to have fallen upon South Hill. Sir Vernon was laid up with that suppressed gout which Daphne fancied was only another name for unsuppressed ill temper, so closely did the two complaints seem allied. At such times Madeline was more than ever necessary to his well-being. She sat with him in the library, she read to him, she wrote his letters, and was in all things verily his right hand. The most pure and perfect filial love sweetened an office which would have seemed hard to an ungrateful or cold-hearted daughter. Yet in the close retirement of the stern-looking, business-like chamber, with its prim bookshelves and standard literature, not a book which every decently read student does not know from cover to cover, she could but remember the bright summer days that were done, the aimless wanderings in meadow and wood, the drives to Goring Abbey, the tea-drinkings in the cloisters or in the gardens, the happy season which was gone. The knowledge that this one happy summer, the first she and Gerald had ever spent together as engaged lovers, was ended and over, made her feel as if some part of her own youth had gone with it, something which could never come again. It had been such an utterly happy period, such peerless weather, such a fair gladsome earth teeming with all good things, even the farmers ceasing to grumble and owning that for once in a way there was hope of a prosperous harvest. And now it was over. The corn was reaped, and sportsmen were tramping over the stubble. The plough horses were creeping slowly across the hill. The sun was beginning to decline soon after 5 o'clock tea. Breathings of approaching winter sharpened the sweet morning breezes. Autumnal mists veiled the meadows at eventide. Gerald Goring had gone to Scotland to shoot grouse. It seemed to Daphne, prowling about gardens and meadows with Goldie in a purposeless manner, that was the essence of idleness, as if the summer had gone in a breath. Yesterday she was here, that glorious, radiant, disembodied goddess we call summer. Yesterday she was here, and all the lanes were sweetened with lime blossoms, and the roses were being wasted with prodigal profusion, and the river ran liquid gold, and to sit on a sunny bank was to be steeped in warm delight. To-day there were only stiff-looking dahlias, and variegated foliage, and mouse-colored plants and house-leek borders in the gardens where the roses had been. And to sit on a grassy bank was to shiver or to sneeze. The river had a dismal look. There had been heavy rains within the last few days, and the willowy banks were hidden under dull mud-coloured water. There was no more pleasure in boating. You may oil her, or varnish her, or do anything that is proper to be done with her before you put her away for the winter, Bink,' Daphne said to her faithful attendant. ' I shan't row any more this year.' ' Lor, miss, we may have plenty more fine days yet.' ' I don't care for that. I am tired of rowing. Perhaps I may never row again.' She went into luncheon yawning and looking much more tired than Madeline, who had been writing letters for her father all the morning. ' I wish I were a hunting young woman, Lina,' she said. ' Why, dear ?'' Because I should have something to look forward to in the winter.' ' If you could only employ yourself more indoors, Daphne.' ' Do I not employ myself indoors ? Why, I play billiards for hours at a stretch, when I have any one to play with. I practised out of the way strokes for an hour and a half this morning. I am sure, dear, you would be happier if you had some more feminine amusements. If you were to go on with your water colour painting, for instance. Gerald could give you a little instruction when he is here. He paints beautifully. I'm sure he would be pleased to help you." "No, dear, I have no talent. I like beginning a sketch, but directly it begins to look horrid, I lose patience, and then I begin to lay on colour in a desperate way, till the whole thing is the most execrable daub imaginable, and then I get into a rage and tear it into 1,000 bits. It's just the same with my needlework. There always comes a time when I get my thread entangled and begin to pucker, and the whole business goes wrong. I have no patience. I shall never finish anything. I shall never achieve anything. I am an absolute failure." "Daphne, if you only knew how it pains me to hear you talk of yourself like that." "Then I won't do it again. I would not pain you for the wealth of this world, not even to have it always summer, instead of a dull, abominable, shivery season like this. Gerald says it is lovely in Argyllshire, balmy and warm, almost too hot for walking over the hills." "He is enjoying himself, I suppose," said Daphne coldly. "Yes, he is having capital sport. Shooting those birds that make our dining room smell so nasty every evening, and helping to stock Aunt Rhoda's larder. He does not intend to stay after the end of this month. He will be home early in October." Daphne did not even affect to be interested. She was feeding Goldie, who was allowed to come in to luncheon when Sir Vernon was not in the way. "I had a letter from Mrs. Turchill this morning," said Lina. "She is enjoying herself immensely at Torquay. Edgar is very attentive and devoted to her, going everywhere with her. He is a most affectionate son." "And a good son makes a good husband, doesn't he, Lina? Is that idea at the bottom of your mind when you talk of his goodness to his very commonplace mother? I don't want to talk of him, Daphne, to any one who values him so little as you do." "But I value him very much, almost as much as I do Goldie, but not quite, not quite, my pet," she added reassuringly to the dog, lest he should be jealous. "I have missed him horribly. No one to tease, no one to talk nonsense with. You were so sensible that I could not afford to shock you by my absurdities, and Mr. Goring is so cynical that I fancy he is always laughing. I miss Edgar every hour of the day." "And yet I don't care one little straw for him, in the kind of way you care for Mr. Goring," said Daphne, with a sudden blush. Lina sighed and was silent. She had not abandoned all hope that Daphne would in time grow more warmly attached to the faithful swain, whose society she evidently missed sorely in these dull autumnal days, during which the only possible excitement was a box of new books from Mudie's. More voyages to the North Pole, more 3 weeks on the top of the biggest pyramid, more memoirs of Philip of Macedon's private secretary, cried Daphne, sitting on the ground beside the newly arrived box, and tossing all the instructive books on the carpet after a contemptuous glance at their titles. "Here is Browning's new poem, thank goodness, and a novel, My Only Joe. Told in the first person and present tense, no doubt. Nice and light and lively. I think I'll take that and Browning, if you don't mind, Lina, and you shall have all the travels and memoirs." With the help of novels and poetry, and long rambles even in the wild showery weather, waterproofed and booted against the storm, and wearing a neat little felt wideawake which weather could not spoil, Daphne contrived to get through her life somehow, while her faithful slave was away. Was it indeed he whom she missed so sorely? Was it his footfall which her ear knew so well, his step which quickened the beating of her heart and brought the warm blood to her cheek? Was it his coming and going which so deeply stirred the current of her life. Life had been empty of delight for the last 3 weeks, but was it Edgar's absence made the little world of South Hill so blank and dreary? In her heart of hearts Daphne knew too well that it was not. Yet Edgar had made an important element in her life. He had helped her, if not to forget, at least to banish thought. He had sympathized with all her frivolous pleasures, and made it easier for her to take life lightly. "If I were once to be serious, I should break my heart," she said to herself as she sat, curled up on the fluffy white rug by one of the morning room windows, her thoughts straying off from My Only Joe, which was the most frothy of fashionable novels. Mrs. Turchill was so delighted with Torquay in its increased towniness and shoppiness, its interesting ritualistic services, at which it was agreeable to assist once in a way, however a well-regulated mind might disapprove all such papistical innovations, that October had begun before she and her son returned to Hawksyard. Edgar had been glad to stay away. He shrank with a strange shyness from meeting Daphne, albeit he was always longing for her, as the hart for water brooks. He amused himself knocking about in his little yawl-rigged yacht, thinking of the girl he loved. Mrs. Turchill complained that he had grown selfish and inattentive. He rarely walked with her on the parade. He refused to listen to the town band. He went reluctantly to hear Miss Snevillici, and slumbered in his too conspicuous front seat while that lady declaimed the balcony scene from Romeo and Juliet. "If it were not for Deborah, I should feel horribly lonely," complained Mrs. Turchill, "and it is not right that I should be dependent upon a servant for society." Gerald had not yet returned. He had gone on a yachting expedition with an old college chum. He was enjoying the wild free life, and his letters to Madeline were full of fun and high spirits. "Next year we shall be here together, perhaps," he wrote. "I think you would like the fun. It would be so new to you after the placid pleasures of South Hill. And what a yacht we would have! This I am now upon is a mere cockle shell to the ship I would build for my dear love. There should be room enough for you and all your pets, Fluff and the squirrel, your books, your piano, and for Daphne too, if she would like to come. Only she is such a wild young person that I should live in constant fear of her falling overboard." Madeline read this passage to Daphne laughingly. "You see that he remembers you, dear. The thought of you enters into his plans for the future." "He is very kind. I am much obliged to him," Daphne answered icily. It was not the first time she had responded coldly to Madeline's mention of her lover. Her sister felt the slight against her idol, and was deeply wounded. "Daphne," she said in a voice that was faintly tremulous in spite of her effort to be calm, "you have said many little things lately, or perhaps it is hardly what you have said, but only your looks and tones, which make me think that you dislike Gerald." "Dislike him? No, that is impossible. He has all the attributes which make people admired and liked." "Yet I don't think you like him." "It is not in my nature to like many people. I like Edgar. I love you with all my heart and soul. Be content with that, darling," said Daphne, kneeling by Madeline's side, resting the bright head with its soft silken hair on her shoulder, the face looking downward and half hidden. "No, I cannot be content. I made up my mind that Gerald was to be as dear to you as a brother, as dear as the brother you lost might have been, had God spared him and made him all we could wish. And now you set up some barrier of false pride against him." "I don't know about false pride. I can hardly be very fond of a man who ridicules me, and treats me like a child or a plaything. Affection will scarcely thrive in an atmosphere of contempt." "Contempt? Why, Daphne, what can have put such an idea into your head? Gerald likes and admires you. If you knew how he praises your beauty, your fascinating ways. You would not have him praise you to your face, would you? My pet, I should be sorry to see you spoiled by adulation.' ' Do you suppose I want praise or flattery ?' cried Daphne angrily. ' I want to be respected. I want to be treated like a woman, not a child. I Forgive me, Lina dearest. I daresay I am disagreeable and ill-tempered.' ' Only believe the truth, dear. Gerald has no thought of you that is not tender and flattering. If he teases you a little now and then, it is only as a brother might tease you. He wishes you to think of him in every way as a brother. It always wounds me when you call him Mr. Goring.' ' I shall never call him anything else,' said Daphne sullenly. ' And if you do not marry as soon as I do, I shall never marry.' ' Dearest, forgive me for not believing that. If you are not married next year, you will have a second home at the Abbey. Gerald and I have chosen the rooms we intend for you, the dearest little boudoir over the porch, with an oriel window, just such a room as will delight you. You are all that is good, but I don't suppose I shall be able often to take advantage of your kindness. When you are married it will be my duty to dance attendance upon papa, and to try and make him like me. I don't suppose I shall ever succeed, but I mean to make the effort, however unpleasant it may be to both of us.' ' My sweet one, you are sure to win his love. Who could help loving you ?' 'My father has helped it all this time,' answered Daphne, still moody and with downcast eyes. Edgar and his mother stayed away till the third week in September. When they came back to Hawksyard, cub hunting was in full swing, and Mr. Turchill rose at 5 o'clock 3 mornings a week to ride to the kennels. He rode with 2 sets of hounds, making nothing of distance. He bought himself a 5th hunter, having 4 good ones already, which was naturally supposed to overtop all the rest in strength, pace, and beauty. His mother began to fear that the stables would be her son's ruin. 3,000 a year was considered a large income when your father and I were married, she said, but it is a mere pittance now for a country gentleman in your position. We ought to be careful, Edgar.' ' Who said we were going to be careless, mother mine ? I am sure you are a model among housewives,' said Edgar lightly. ' You've taken on a new man in the stable, I hear, Edgar, to attend to your new horse, I suppose. Only a new boy at 14 bob a week, mother. We were rather short handed.' ' Short handed, with 4 men ?' Edgar could not stop to debate the matter. It was 9 o'clock, and he was eating a hurried breakfast before starting on his useful covert hack for Snitterfield, where the hounds were to meet. It was to be the first meet of the season, an occasion for some excitement, pleasant to see all the old company, with a new face or two, perhaps, among them, and a sprinkling of new horses, young ones whose education had only just begun. Edgar was going to exhibit his new mare, an almost thoroughbred black, and was all aglow with pride at the thought of the admiration she would receive. He looked his best in his well-worn red coat, new buckskins, and mahogany tops. ' I hope you'll be careful, Edgar,' said his mother, hanging about him in the hall, ' and that you won't go taking desperate jumps with that new mare. She has a nasty, vicious look in her hind legs, and yesterday, when I opened the stable door to speak to Baker, she put back her ears.' ' A horse may do that without being an absolute fiend, mother. Black Pearl is the kindest creature in Christendom. Good bye.' ' Dinner at 8, I suppose,' sighed Mrs. Turchill, who preferred an earlier hour. ' Yes, if you don't mind. It gives me plenty of time for a bath. Ta ta.' He had swung himself on to the thick-set chestnut roadster, and was trotting merrily away on the other side of the drawbridge before his mother had finished her regretful sigh. The groom had gone on before with Black Pearl. These hunting mornings were the only occasions on which Mr. Turchill forgot his disappointment. The keen delight of fresh air, a fast run, pleasant company, familiar voices, brushed away all dark thoughts. For the moment he lived only to fly across the level fields, in a country which seemed altogether changed from the scene of his daily walks and rides, all familiar things, hedges, hills, commons, brooks, taking a look of newness, as if he were galloping through a newly invented world. For the moment he lived as the bird lives, a thing of life and motion, a creature too swift for thought or pain or care. Then, after the day's hard riding, came the lazy homeward walk side by side with a friend, and friendly talk about horses and dogs and neighbors. Then a dinner, for which even a lover's appetite showed no sign of decay. Then pleasant exhaustion, a cigar, a nap, and a long night of dreamless rest. No doubt it was this relief afforded by the hunting season which saved Mr. Turchill from exhibiting himself in the dejected condition which Rosalind declared to be an essential mark of a lover. No lean cheek or sunken eye, neglected beard or sullen spirit, marked Edgar when he came to South Hill. He seemed so much at his ease, and had so much to tell about that first meet at Snitterfield, and the delightful run which followed it, that Daphne was confirmed in her idea that in affairs of the heart Mr. Turchill belonged to the weathercock species. If he could get over your rejection of him, you may suppose how easily he would get over mine, she said to her sister. Yet she was very glad to have Edgar back again, to be able to order him about, to beat him at billiards, or waltz with him in the dusky hall between 5 o'clock tea and the dressing bell, while Lina played for them in the morning room. In this one accomplishment Daphne was teacher, and a most imperious mistress. If you expect me to be seen dancing with you at
Chapter 17 of Asphodel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Asphodel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 17. And in my heart, wondering, I began. For a man to waltz in the gloaming with a girl whom he passionately loves and who has contemptuously rejected him is a kind of pleasure too near the edge of pain to be altogether blissful. Yet Edgar came every non-hunting day to South Hill, and was always ready to dance to Daphne's piping. He was her first partner since the little crabbed old French master at Asnieres, who had taken a few turns with her now and then, fiddling all the time, in order to show his other pupils what dancing meant. He declared that Daphne was the only one of them all who had the soul of a dancer. Elle est née sylphide. She moves in harmony with the music. She is part of the melody, he said, as he scraped away at the languishing Duc de Reichstad valse, the tune to which our grandmothers used to revolve in the days when the newly imported waltz was denounced as an iniquity. The Grand Hunt Ball, which took place only once in 2 years at Stratford Town Hall, was to be held in the coming January, and Sir Vernon had consented that Daphne should appear at this festivity, chaperoned by her aunt and accompanied by her elder sister. It was an assembly so thoroughly local that Mrs. Ferrers felt it a solemn duty to be present. Even her parochial character, which to the narrow-minded might seem incongruous, made it, she asserted, all the more incumbent upon her to be there. A clergyman's wife ought to show her interest in all innocent amusements, she said. If there were any fear of doubtful people getting admitted, of course I would sooner cut off my feet than cross the threshold. but where the voucher system is thoroughly carried out—" "There are sure to be plenty of pretty girls," said the rector, "and I believe there's a capital card-room. I've a mind to go with you." "If it was summer, Duke, I should urge it on you as a duty, but in this severe weather the change from a hot room—" "Might bring on my bronchitis. I think you're right, Rhoda, and the champagne at these places is generally a doubtful brand, while of all earthly delusions and snares, a ball supper is the most hollow. But I should like to have seen Daphne at her first ball. I am very fond of little Daphne." "I am always pleased for you to be interested in my relations," replied Mrs. Ferrers with a sour look, "but I must say, of all the young people I ever had anything to do with, Daphne is the most unsatisfactory." "In what way?" asked Mr. Ferrers, looking lazily up from his teacup. It was afternoon tea-time, and the husband and wife were sitting tete-a-tete before the fire in the rector's snug study, where the old black oak shelves were full of the most delightful books, which he was proud to possess, but rarely looked at inside. The outsides, beautiful in tawny and crimson leather, tooled and gilded and labelled and lettered, regaled his eye in many a lazy reverie when he reposed in his armchair and watched the firelight winking and blinking at those treasuries of wit and wisdom. "In what way is Daphne troublesome, my dear?" repeated the rector. "I am interested in the puss. I taught her catechism." "I wish you had taught her the spirit as well as the letter," retorted Mrs. Ferrers tartly. "The girl is an absolute pagan. After flirting with Edgar Turchill in a manner that would have endangered her reputation had she belonged to people of inferior position, she has the supreme folly to refuse him." "What you call folly may be her idea of wisdom," answered the rector. "She may do better than Turchill, a young man of excellent family, but with very humdrum surroundings, and a frightful dead weight in that mother, who I believe has a life interest in the estate, which would prevent his striking out in any way till she is under the turf. Such a girl as Daphne should do better than Edgar Turchill. She is wise to wait for her chances. How worldly you are, Marmaduke! It shocks me to hear such sentiments from a minister of the gospel." "My dear, he who was in every attribute a model for ministers of the gospel boasted that he was all things to all men. When I discuss worldly matters, I talk as a man of the world. I think Daphne ought to make a brilliant marriage. She has the finest eyes I have seen for a long time, always excepting those which illuminate my own fireside," he added, smiling benignly on his wife. "Oh, pray make no exception," she answered snappishly. "I never pretended to be a beauty, though my features are certainly more regular than Daphne's. I am a genuine Lawford, and the Lawfords have had straight noses from time immemorial. Daphne takes after her unhappy mother." "Ah, poor thing," sighed the rector. "She was a lovely young creature when Lawford brought her home." "Daphne resembles her to a most unfortunate degree," said Aunt Rhoda. "A sad story," sighed the rector, "a sad story." "I think it would better become us to forget it," said his wife. My love, it was you who spoke of poor Lady Lawford. Marmaduke, I am disgusted at the tone you take about her. Poor Lady Lawford, indeed. I consider her quite the most execrable woman I ever heard of. She was beautiful. Men told her so, and she believed them. She was tempted, and she was weak. Execrable is a hard word, Rhoda. She never injured you. She blighted my brother's life. Do you suppose I can easily forgive that? You men are always ready to make excuses for a pretty woman. I heard of Colonel Kirkbank the other day. Lady Hetheridge met him at Baden. A wreck. They say he is immensely rich. He is never married, it seems. That at least is a grace in him. His honour rooted in dishonour stood, and faith unfaithful kept him falsely true. You are in a sentimental mood this evening, Marmaduke, sneered Rhoda. One would suppose that you had been in love with my brother's second wife. She has been so long in her grave that I don't think you and I need quarrel if I confess that I admired her. There is a look in Daphne's face now she has grown up that recalls her mother almost painfully. I hope Todd won't burn that pheasant, Rhoda. I'm afraid she is getting a little careless. The last was as dry as a stick. Scotland made up for a chilly and inferior summer by an altogether superior autumn. The days were ever so much fairer and longer on that wild north coast than they were in Warwickshire, and, tempted by the beauty of sky and sea, backed by the urgent desire of his bachelor friend, the skipper of the smart schooner-rigged yacht Kelpie, Gerald Goring stayed much longer than he had intended to stay, atoning, so far as he could atone, for his prolonged absence by writing his betrothed the most delightful letters, and sending a weekly packet of sepia sketches, which reflected every phase of sea and sky, rock and hill. To describe these things with his brush was as easy to Gerald as it is to other men to describe with their pens. It is an idle, dreamy life, he wrote, when I am not shooting landfowl on the hills or waterfowl from my dinghy. I sit on the deck and sketch, till I grow almost into a sea vegetable, a zoophyte, which contracts and expands with a faintly pleasurable sensation, and calls that life. I read no end of poetry, Byron, Shelley, Keats, and that book whose wisdom and whose beauty no amount of reading can ever dry up, Goethe's Faust. I want no new books. The old ones are inexhaustible. Curiosity may tempt me to look at a new writer, but in an age of literary mediocrity I go back for choice to the Titans of the past. Do you think I am scornful of your favourites, Tennyson and Browning? No, love, they too are Titans, but we shall value them more when they have received the divine honours that can only come after death. I am longing to be with you, and yet I feel that I am doing myself a world of good in this rough open-air life. I was getting a little moped at the Abbey. The place is so big and so dreary, like the palace of the Sleeping Beauty, waiting to wake into life and brightness at the coming of love and you. The lonely rooms are haunted by my dear mother's image and by the sense of my loss. When you come, I shall be so happy in the present that the pain of past sorrow will be softened. I sit sketching these romantic caves, where we earn our dinner by shooting the innocent rock pigeons, and thinking of you and of my delight in showing you this coast next autumn. Yes, love, we will have a yacht. I know you are fond of the sea. Your sister is a fanatic in her love of the water. How she will delight in these islands!" He thought of Daphne sometimes as he sat in the bow of the boat, lulled almost to slumber by the rise and fall of the waves gently lapping the hull. His brush fell idle across the little tin colour box, and he gave himself up to listless reverie. How Daphne would love this free, unfettered life, a life in which there were no formalities, no sitting prim and straight at an orderly dinner-table, no conventional sequence of everyday ceremonies in a hideous monotony. It was a roving gypsy life, which must needs please that erratic soul. Poor little Daphne! It is strange that she and I don't get on better, he said to himself. We were such capital friends at Fontainebleau. Perhaps the recollection of that day is in some way disagreeable to her. She's been very standoffish to me ever since, except by fits and starts. There are times when she forgets to be formal, and then she is charming. Yes, there had been times when all that was picturesque and poetical in her nature asserted itself, and when her future brother-in-law succumbed to the spell and admired her just a little more warmly than he felt to be altogether well for his peace, or perchance for hers. Perhaps he too had been somewhat formal, had fenced himself round with forms and ceremonies, lest some lurking sentiment, which he had never dared to analyse, or even to think about, should grow stronger. He wanted to be honest, he wanted to be true and loyal, but the lovely young face, so piquant, so entrancing in its exquisite girlishness, came across his fancies too often for perfect repose of conscience. The memory of those 2 summer days at Fontainebleau, idle, foolish, unconsidered hours, was an ever-present part of his mind. It was so small a thing, yet it haunted him. How much better it would have been, he thought, if Daphne had been more candid, had allowed him to speak freely of that innocent adventure. Concealment gave it a flavour of guilt. 100 times he had been on the point of letting out the secret by this or that allusion, when Daphne's blush and the quiver of Daphne's lip had startled him into caution. This made a secret understanding between them, in spite of his own desire to be honest, and it worried him to think that there should be any such hidden bond. Madeline was the love of his life, the hope and glory of his days. He had no doubt as to his feelings about her. From his boyhood he had admired, revered, and loved her. He was only 3 years her senior, and in their early days the delicately nurtured, carefully educated girl, reared among grown-up people and far in advance of her years, had seemed in all intellectual things the boy's superior. Lady Geraldine was idle and self-indulgent. She petted and spoiled her son, but she taught him nothing. Had he not a private tutor, a young clergyman who preferred the luxurious leisure of the abbey to the hard work of a curacy, and was not his education sufficiently provided for when this well-recommended young Oxonian had been engaged at a munificent salary? The young Oxonian was as fond of shooting, billiards, cricket, and boating as his pupil, so the greater part of Gerald's early youth was devoted to these accomplishments, and it was only the boy's natural aptitude for learning whatever he wished to learn which saved him from being a dunce. At 15 he was transferred to Eton, where he found better cricketing and a better river than in Warwickshire. From Lady Geraldine the boy had received no bent towards high thoughts or a noble ambition. She loved him passionately, but with a love that was both weak and selfish. She would have had him educated at home, a boudoir sybarite, to lie on the Persian rug at her feet and read frivolous books in fine bindings, to sit by her side when she drove, to be pampered and idolized and ruined in body and soul. The father's strong sense interfered to prevent this. Mr. Giles Goring was no classic, and he was a self-taught mathematician, while the boy's tutor had taken honours in both branches of learning. But he was clever enough to see that this luxurious home education was a mockery, that the lad was being flattered by an obsequious tutor and spoiled by a foolish mother. He sent the Oxonian about his business, and took the boy to Eton, not before Lady Geraldine had done him as much harm as a doting mother can do to a beloved son. She had taught him, unintentionally and unconsciously perhaps, to despise his father. She had taught him to consider himself, by right of his likeness to her and his keen sympathy with all her thoughts and fancies and prejudices, a sympathy to which she had as unconsciously trained and schooled him, belonging to her class and not to his father's. The low-born father was an accident of his life, a good, endurable man, and to be respected, after a fashion, for his lowly worth, but spiritually, eclectically, aesthetically, of no kin with the son who bore his name, and who was to inherit, and perhaps waste, his hard-won wealth. The mother and son had a code of signals, little looks and subtle smiles, with which they communicated their ideas before the blunt, plain-spoken father. Lady Geraldine never spoke against her husband, nor did she descend even in moments of confidence to vulgar ridicule. "So like your father," she would say, with her languid smile, of an honest, unconventional act or speech of Mr. Giles Goring's. And it must be confessed that Mr. Giles Goring was one of those impulsive, outspoken men who do somewhat exercise a wife's patience. Lady Geraldine never lost her temper with him. She was never rude. She never overtly thwarted his wishes or opposed his plans, but she shrugged her graceful shoulders and lifted her delicately pencilled eyebrows, and allowed her son to understand what an impassable gulf yawned between her, the daughter of 100 earls, or at least half a dozen, and the self-made millionaire. Escaping from the stifling moral atmosphere of his mother's boudoir, Gerald found his first ideas of a higher and a nobler life at South Hill. At the Abbey he had been taught to believe that there were two good things in the world, rank and money, but that even rank, the very flower of life, must droop and fade, if not manured with gold. At South Hill he learned to think lightly of both, and to aspire to something better than either. For the sake of being praised and admired by Madeline, he worked almost honestly at Eton and Oxford. She kindled his ambition, and inspired by her, his youth and talent blossomed into poetry. He sat up late at nights writing impassioned verse. He dashed off wild stanzas in the two-thirza style, when his brain was fired by the mild orgies of a modern wine, and the fiercer rapture of a modern bear fight. And Madeline was his only Thyrza. He was not a man who can find his Egeria in every street. For a little while he fancied that it was in him to be a second Byron, that the divine breath inflated his lungs, that he had but to strike on the kithera for the divine accords to come. He strummed cleverly enough upon the sacred strings, spoiled a good deal of clean paper, and amused himself considerably. Then, failing, in consequence of an utter absence of the critical faculty, to win the prize for English verse, he turned his back upon the muses, and henceforward spoke with ridicule of his poetic adolescence. Still the muse had exercised her elevating influence, and inspired by her and by Madeline, Gerald Goring had learned to despise those lesser aims which his mother had held before him as the sublimities of life. He was fond of art, and had a marked talent for painting, but as he never extended his labours or his studies beyond the amateur's easy course, he was not likely to rise above the amateur's level. Why should a man who is sure to inherit $1 million submit to the drudgery of severe technical training in order to take the bread out of the mouths of painters who must needs live by their art? Gerald painted a little, now landscape, now figure, as the spirit moved him, sculptured a little, poetized a little, set a little song of his own to music now and then to please Lena, and was altogether accomplished and interesting. But he would have liked to be great, to have had his name bandied about for praise or blame upon the lips of men, and it irked him somewhat to know and feel that he was not of the stuff which makes great men, or, in other words, that he entirely lacked that power of sustained industry which can alone achieve greatness. For his own inward satisfaction, and for Lena's sake, he would have liked to distinguish himself, but the pathway of life had been made fatally smooth for him. It lay through a land of flowery pastures and running brooks, a happy valley of all earthly delights. And how could any man be resolute enough to turn aside from all sensuous pleasures, to climb rugged rocky hills, in pursuit of some perchance unattainable spiritual delight? There was so much that wealth could give him, that it would have been hardly natural for Gerald Goring to live laborious days for the sake of the one thing which wealth could not give. He had just that dreamy, poetic temperament which can clothe sensual joys with the glory and radiance of the intellectual. Politics, statecraft, he frankly detested. Science he considered an insult to poetry. He would have liked the stir and excitement, the fever and glory of war, but not the daily dry-as-dust work of a soldier's life, or the hardships of campaigning. He was not an unbeliever, but his religious belief was too vague for a churchman. Having failed to distinguish himself as a poet, and being too idle to succeed as a painter, he saw no royal road to fame open to him, and so was content to fall back from the race and enjoy the delicious repose of an utterly aimless life. He pictured to himself a future in which there should be no crumpled rose-leaf, a wife in all things perfect, fondly loved, admired, respected, children as lovely as a poet's dream of childhood, an existence passed amidst the fairest scenes of earth, with such endless variety of background as unlimited wealth can give. He would not, like Tiberius, build himself a dozen villas upon one rock-bound island, but he would make his temporary nest in every valley and by every lake, striking his tents before ever satiety could dull the keen edge of enjoyment. Nor should this ideal life, though aimless, be empty of good works. Madeline should have carte blanche for the gratification of her benevolent schemes, great or small, and he would be ready to help her with counsel and sympathy, provided always that he were not called upon to work, or to put himself en rapport with professional philanthropists, a most useful class, no doubt, but obnoxious to him as a lover of ease and pleasure. He had looked forward with placid self-satisfaction to this life ever since his engagement, and indeed for some time before that solemn betrothal. From his boyhood he had loved Madeline, and had believed himself loved by her. Betrothal followed almost as a matter of course. Lady Geraldine had spoken of the engagement as a settled thing, ever so long before the lovers had bound themselves each to each. She had told Lena that she was to be her daughter, the only girl she could love as her son's wife, and when Gerald was away at Oxford, Lena had spent half her life at Goring with his mother, talking about him, worshipping him, as men are worshipped sometimes by women infinitely above them. From the time of his engagement, nay, from the time when first his boyish heart recognized a mistress, Gerald's affection for Madeline had known no change or diminution. Never had his soul wavered, nor did it waver in his regard and reverence for her now, as he sat on the sunlit deck of the Kelpie in this fair autumn weather, his brush lying idle by his side, his thoughts perplexed and wandering. Yet there was a jar in the harmony of his life, a dissonant interval somewhere in the music. The thought of Daphne troubled him. He had a suspicion that she was not happy. Gay and sparkling as she was at times, she was prone to fits of silence and sullenness, unaccountable in so young a creature, unless it were that she cherished some secret grief, and that the hidden fox so many of us carry had his tooth in her young breast. He was no coxcomb, not in the least degree inclined to suppose that women had a natural bent towards falling in love with him, yet in this case he was troubled by the suspicion that Daphne's standoffishness was not so much a token of indifference or dislike as the sign of a deeper feeling. She had been so variable in her manner to him, now all sweet, and anon all sour, now avoiding him, now showing but too plainly her intense delight in his presence by subtlest signs, by sudden blushes, by loveliest looks, by faintly quivering lip or trembling hand, by the swift lighting up of her whole face at his coming, by the low veiled tones of her soft sweet voice. Yes, by too many a sign and token, fighting her hardest to hide her secret all the time, she had given him ground for suspecting that she loved him. He recalled with unspeakable pain her pale, distressed face that day of their first meeting at South Hill, the absolute horror in her widely opened eyes, the deadly coldness of her trembling hand. Why had she called her boat by that ridiculous name, and why had she been so anxious to cancel it? The thought of those things disturbed his peace. She was so lovely, so innocent, so wild, so wilful. "My bright spirit of the woods," he said to himself, "I should like your fate to be happy, and yet. He dared not shape his thought further, but the question was in his mind, would I like her fate to be far apart from mine? Why had she rejected Edgar Turchill, a man so honestly, so obviously devoted to her, able, one might suppose, to sympathise with all her girlish fancies, to gratify every whim? She ought to like him. She must be made to like him, he said to himself, his heart suddenly aglow with virtuous, almost heroical resolve. His heart had thrilled that night in the shadow of the walnut boughs, when he heard Daphne's contemptuous rejection of her lover. He had been guiltily glad, and yet he was ready to do his duty. He was eager to play the mediator and win the girl for that true-hearted lover. He meant to be loyal. Poor Daphne, he sighed. Her cradle was shadowed by a guilty mother's folly. She had been cheated out of her father's love. She need have something good in this life to make amends for all she has lost. Edgar would make an admirable husband. The Kelpie turned her nose towards home next day, and soon Gerald was dreamily watching the play of sunbeam and shadow on the heathery slopes above the Kyles of Bute, very near Greenock, and the station and the express train that was to carry him home. He turned his back almost reluctantly on the sea life, the unfettered bachelor habits, though he longed to see Madeline again, almost as fondly as he had longed for her 4 months ago when he was leaving Bergen. Yet there was a curious, indefinable pain mingled with the lover's yearning. An image thrust itself between him and his own true love. A haunting shape was mingled with all his dreams of the future. Pray God she may marry soon, and have children, and get matronly and dull and stupid, he said to himself savagely, and then I shall forget the Dryad of Fontainebleau. He travelled all night and got to Stratford early in the afternoon. He had given no notice of his coming either at the Abbey or South Hill, and his first visit was naturally to the house that held his betrothed. His limbs were cramped and stiffened by the long journey, and he dispatched his valet and his portmanteau to Goring in a fly, and walked across the fields to South Hill. It was a long walk, and he took his time about it, stopping now and then to look somewhat wistfully at the brown river on whose breast the scattered leaves were drifting. The sky was dull and grey, with only faint patches of wintry sunlight in the west. The atmosphere was heavy, and the year seemed ever so much older here than in Scotland. He passed Baddesley and Arden, with only a glance across the smooth lawn at the rectory, where the china asters were in their glory, and the majolica vases under the rustic verandah made bright spots of colour in the autumn gloom. Then, instead of taking the meadow path to South Hill, he chose the longer way, and followed the windings of the Avon, intending to let himself into the South Hill grounds by the little gate near Daphne's boat-house. He was within about 1/4 mile of the boat-house when he saw a spot of scarlet gleaming amidst the shadows of the rustic roof. The boat-house was a thatched erection of the Noah's Ark pattern, and the front was open to the water. Below this thatched gable end, and on a level with the river, showed the vivid spot of red. Gerald quickened his pace unconsciously, with a curious eagerness to solve the mystery of that bit of colour. Yes, it was as he had fancied. It was Daphne, seated alone and dejected on the keel of her upturned boat. The yellow collie darted out and leapt up at him, growling and snapping as he drew near her. Daphne looked at him, or he so fancied, with a piteous, half-beseeching gaze. She was very pale, and he thought she looked wretchedly ill. "Have you been ill?" he asked eagerly as they shook hands. "Quiet, you mongrel," to the suspicious Goldie. "Never was better in my life," she answered briskly. "Then your looks belie you. I was afraid you'd been seriously ill. Don't you think if I had Lena would have mentioned it to you in a postscript or a nota bene or something?" "Of course." "I detest cold weather, and I am chilled to the bone in spite of this thick shawl," she answered lightly, glancing at the scarlet wrap which had caught Gerald's eye from afar. "I wonder you choose such a spot as this for your afternoon meditations. It is certainly about the dampest and chilliest place you could find." "I did not come here to meditate, but to read," answered Daphne. "I have got Browning's new poem, and it requires a great deal of hard thinking before one can quite appreciate it. And if I tell you that Aunt Rhoda is in the drawing-room and means to stick there till dinner-time, you will not require any further reason for my being here. That's dreadful. Yet I must face the Gorgon. I am dying to see Lena." "Naturally, and she will be enraptured at your return," answered Daphne in her most natural manner. "She has been expecting you every day in the hour." "Eh?" "For in a minute there are many days. Shakespeare. Thank God, I don't object to the Bard of Avon half so strongly now. I have been in a country where everybody quotes an uncouth rhymester whom they call Bobby Bairns. Shakespeare seems almost civilized in comparison. Will you walk up to the house with me?" She looked down at her open book. She had not been reading when he came unawares upon her solitude. He had seen that, just as surely as he had seen the faint, convulsive movement of her throat, the start, the pallor that marked her surprise at his approach. He had acquired a fatal habit of watching and analysing her emotions, and it seemed to him that she had brightened since his coming, that new light and colour had returned to her face, almost as you may see the revival of a flower that has drooped in the drought, and which revivifies under the gentle summer rain. She looked at her book doubtfully, as if she would like to say no. "You had better come with me. It is nearly tea-time, and I know you are dying for a cup of tea. I never knew a woman that wasn't. Exhausted nature tells me that it is tea-time. Yes, Chapter 18 of Asphodel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Asphodel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 18. Love will not be constrained by mastery. A man who lives within easy reach of 2 good packs of foxhounds, and in a fair hunting country on the very edge of the shires, can hardly mope, albeit he may feel that, in a general way, his heart is broken. Thus it was with Edgar Turchill, who hunted 4 days a week, and came to South Hill on the off days to suffer, and to enjoy all those hot fits and cold fits, those desperate delights plucked from the jaws of pain, which a man feels when he adores a girl who does not care a straw for him. He had been rejected, even with contumely, as it seemed to him, yet so dearly did he delight in Daphne's society, that if he were destined never to win her for his own, the next best blessing he asked from fate was to be allowed to dangle about her for ever, to fetch and carry, to be snubbed and laughed at and patronized as it pleased her wilful humour. The autumn and early winter were mild, a capital season for hunting. "What selfish creatures you sporting men are!" cried Daphne one morning, looking gloomily out at the gloomy November day. "So long as you can go galloping over the muggy fields after innocent foxes, you don't care how dreary the world is for other people. We want a hard frost, for then we might have some skating on the pond. I wish the Avon would freeze, so that we could skate to Tewkesbury." "I dare say we shall have plenty of hard weather in January," said Edgar apologetically. It was one of his off days, and he had ridden over to South Hill directly after luncheon. "You ought to hunt, Daphne." "Of course I ought, but Sir Vernon does not see it in the same light. When I mildly suggested that I thought you wouldn't mind lending me a horse—" "Mind!" cried Edgar. "That little mare of mine would carry you to perfection. She's so clever, you'd have nothing to do but to sit upon her." "Exactly. It would be a foretaste of paradise. But at my hinting such a possibility, my father gave me a look that almost annihilated me." "You may be more independently situated next season," suggested Mr. Goring. looking up from the billiard-table, where he was amusing himself with a few random strokes, while Madeline was putting on her hat and jacket for a rustic ramble. "You may have your own stable, perhaps, and a nice sporting husband to look after it for you." Daphne reddened angrily at the suggestion, while poor Edgar put on his sheepish look and took refuge at the billiard-table. "Are you coming out for a walk, Empress?" asked Gerald carelessly. "I don't know. It's such dreary work, prowling about a wintry landscape. I think I shall stay at home and read." "You'd better come," pleaded Edgar, feeling that he would not be allowed the perilous bliss of a tete-a-tete afternoon with her, and that if such bliss were permissible, the pleasure would be mixed with too deep a pain. Out in the fields and lanes with Goring and Madeline, he might enjoy her society. She half consented to go, and then, discovering that Madeline was going to make some calls, changed her mind. "I'll go to my room and finish my 3rd volume," she said. "What a misanthrope you are, Daphne, a female Timon." "I think I shall call you Timonia henceforward," retorted Gerald. "When it is a question of making ceremonious afternoon visits, I rather hate my fellow creatures," replied Daphne with charming frankness. "The nicest people one knows are not half so nice as the figments of fancy one meets in a book, and if the book person waxes stupid, we can shut him up, which one can't do to a living friend." So Daphne wished Mr. Turchill good day and went off to her own den, the pretty chintz draperied bedroom, with its frivolities and individualities in the way of furniture and ornament, and its privileged solitude. Edgar, feeling that he might be a nuisance to the other two if he offered to accompany them, prepared to take his leave, yet with a lingering hope that Madeline would ask him to remain. Her kindness divined his wish, and she asked him to stay to dinner. "You're very kind," he faltered, having dined at South Hill once in the current week, and sorely afraid that he was degenerating into a sponge. "But I've got a fellow to see at Warwick. I shall have to dine with him, but if you'll let me come back in the evening for a game at billiards." "Let you? Why, Edgar, you know my father is always glad to see you." "He is very good, only I'm afraid of becoming a nuisance. I can't help hanging about the place." "We are always pleased to have you here, all of us." Edgar thanked her warmly. He had fallen into a dejected condition, fancying himself of less account than the rest of men since Daphne had spurned him, a creature to be scorned and trampled underfoot. Nor did Daphne's easy kindness give him any comfort. She had resumed her tone of sisterly friendship. She seemed to forget that he had ever proposed to her. She was serenely unconscious that he was breaking his heart for her. Why could he not get himself killed or desperately hurt in the hunting field, so that she might be sorry for him? He was almost angry with his horses for being such clever jumpers and never putting his neck in peril. A pearl across a bullfinch, a broken collarbone, might melt that obdurate heart, and a man may get through life very well with a damaged collarbone. "I'm afraid the collarbone wouldn't be enough," mused Edgar. "It doesn't sound romantic. A broken arm worn in a sling might be of some use." He would have suffered anything, hazarded anything, to improve his chances. He tried to lure Daphne to Hawksyard again, tempting her with the stables, the dogs, the poultry-yard, but it was no use. She had always some excuse for declining his or his mother's invitations. She would not even accompany Lena when she went to call upon Mrs. Turchill. She had an idea that Edgar was in the habit of offering his hand and heart to every young lady visitor. "He made such an utter idiot of himself the night we dined there," she said to Lena. "I shall never again trust myself upon his patrimonial estate. On neutral ground I haven't the least objection to him." "Daphne, is it kind to speak of him like that, when you know that he was thoroughly in earnest?" "He was thoroughly in earnest about you before. True love cannot change like that." "Yet I am convinced that he is true, Daphne," Lena answered seriously. Autumn slipped into winter. There was a light frost every night, and in the misty mornings the low meadows glittered whitely with a thin coating of rime, which vanished with those early mists. There was no weather cold enough to curdle the water in the shallow pond yonder by the plantation, or to stop Lord Willoughby's hounds. Daphne sighed in vain for the delight of skating. Christmas at South Hill was not a period of exuberant mirth. Ever since his second wife's death, Sir Vernon Lawford had held himself as much aloof from county society as he conveniently could, without being considered either inhospitable or eccentric. There was a good deal done for the poor, in a very quiet way, by Madeline, and the servants were allowed to enjoy themselves, but of old-fashioned festivity there was none. Mr. and Mrs. Ferrars were asked to dine on Christmas Day. Aunt Rhoda suggested that they should be asked, and accepted the invitation in advance, in order, as she observed, that the bond of family union might be strengthened by genial intercourse upon that sacred anniversary. Gerald was of course to be at South Hill, where at all times he spent more of his waking hours than at Goring Abbey. Edgar had spoken so dolefully of the dullness of a Christmas Day at Hawksyard that Madeline had been moved by pity to suggest that Mrs. Turchill and her son might be invited to the family feast. "That will make it a party," said Sir Vernon, when his daughter pleaded for this grace, "and I am not well enough to stand a party." He was not well. Of that fact there could be no doubt. He had been given to hypochondriacal fancies for the last 5 years, but there was a certain amount of fact underlying these fancies. The effeminately white hand was growing more transparent. The capricious appetite was more difficult to tempt. The slow promenade on the garden terrace was growing slower. The thin face was more drawn. The aquiline nose was sharper in outline. There was a chronic complaint of some obscure kind, vaguely described by a London specialist, and dimly understood by the family doctor, which must eventually shorten the baronet's life. But his mind was so vigorous and unbending, his countenance so stern, his manner so uncompromising, that it was difficult to believe that death had set his mark upon him. To his elder daughter alone he revealed the one tender feeling left in him, and that was his very real affection for herself, a love that was chastened and poetized by his reverent and regretful memory of her mother. "Dear father, it need not be a party because of the Turchills. Edgar is like one of ourselves, and Mrs. Turchill is so very quiet." Ask them, Lena, ask them, if it will be any pleasure to you. I think it will please Edgar. He says Hawksyard is so dreary at Christmas. If people had not set up a fictitious idea of Christmas gaiety, they would not complain of the season being dull, said Sir Vernon, somewhat impatiently. That notion of unlimited junketing doesn't come from any real religious feeling. Peace on earth and goodwill towards men doesn't mean snapdragon and childish foolery. It is a silly myth of the Middle Ages which sticks like a burr to the modern mind. It is a pleasant idea that kindred and old friends should meet at that sacred time, argued Lena gently. Yes, if kindred in a general way could meet without quarrelling. That there should be a good deal done for the poor at Christmas I can understand and approve. It is the central point of winter, and then there is the divine association which beautifies every gift. And that children should look forward to Christmas as an extra birthday in every nursery is a pretty fancy enough. But that men and women of the world should foregather and pretend to be fonder of one another on that day than at any other season is too hollow a sham for my patience. Madeline wrote a friendly invitation to Mrs. Turchill, and gave her note to Edgar to carry home that evening. "It's awfully good of you," he said ruefully, when she told him the purport of her letter, "but I'm afraid it won't answer. Mother stands on her dignity about Christmas Day, and I don't think wild horses would drag her away from her own dining-room. I shall have to dine tete-a-tete with her, poor old dear, and we shall sit staring at the oak panelling and pretending to enjoy the plum pudding, made according to the old lady's own particular recipe, handed down by her grandmother. There's been an agreeable sameness about our Christmas dinner for the last 10 years. It is as solemn as a druidical sacrifice. I could almost fancy that Mother had been out in the woods at daybreak cutting mistletoe with a golden sickle." Edgar was correct in his idea of his mother's reply. Mrs. Turchill wrote with much ceremony and politeness that, delighted as she and her son would have been to accept so gratifying an invitation, she must on principle reluctantly decline it. She never had dined away from her own home on Christmas Day, and she never would. She considered it a day upon which families should gather round their own firesides, etc., 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 and remained with affectionate regards, etc. "How can a family of 2 gather round the fireside?" asked Edgar dolefully. "The dear old mother writes rank nonsense." "Don't be downhearted, Turchill," said Gerald. "Perhaps by Christmas 12th you may be a family of 3, and the year after that a family of 4, and the year after that 5. Who knows? Time brings all good things." "I am just as grateful to you, Madeline, as if Mother had accepted," said Edgar, ignoring his friend's speech, though he blushed at its meaning. "It will be ineffably dreary. If the old lady should go to bed extra early, she sometimes does on Christmas Day, I might ride over just in time for a rattling good game of billiards," interjected Gerald. "Lena and I are improving. You and Daphne needn't give us more than 25 in 50. I'll have a horse ready saddled. Mother likes me to read some of the verses in the Christian Year to her after tea. I'm afraid I'm not a good reader, for Keble and I always send her to sleep." "Be particularly monotonous on this occasion," said Daphne, "and come over in time for a match." You wouldn't be shocked if I came in as late as 10 o'clock? I mean to sit up till 2, protested Daphne. It is my first Christmas at home since I was in the nursery. It must be a Shakespearean Christmas. We'll have a wassail bowl, roasted apples bobbing about in warm negus, or something of that kind. I shall copy out some medieval recipes for Spicer. Come as late as you like, Edgar. Papa is sure to go to bed early. Christmas will have a soporific effect upon him, as well as upon Mrs. Turchill, no doubt. And the Ferrers people will go when he retires, and we can have no end of fun in the billiard-room, where not a mortal can hear us. You seem to be providing for a night of riot, a regular orgy. Something almost as dissipated as Nero's banquet on the Lake of Agrippa, said Gerald, laughing at her earnestness. Why should not one be merry for once in one's life? Why indeed, cried Gerald. Vogue la guerrière, forget me not invoquant la gallière. There's a line from an early English poet for you, my Shakespearean student. Christmas Day was not joyless. Daphne, so fitful in her mirth, so sudden in her intervals of gloom, periods of depression which Sir Vernon, Aunt Rhoda, and Madeline's confidential maid and umquhile nurse Mowser stigmatized as sulks, was on this occasion all sunshine. I have made up my mind to be happy, she said at breakfast, which meal she and Madeline were enjoying alone in the bright cheery room, the table gay with winter flowers and old silver, a wood fire burning merrily in the bright brass grate. Even my father's coldness shall not freeze me. Last Christmas Day I was eating my heart at Asnieres, and envying that vulgar Dib, whose people had had her sent home, and hoping savagely that she would be ever so sick in crossing the Channel. There I was in that dreary, tawdry schoolroom, with 6 mahogany-coloured girls from Toulon and Toulouse and Carcassonne, and now I am at home and with you, and I mean to be happy. Discontent shall not come near me to-day, and you will taste my wassail bowl, won't you, Lena? Yes, dear, if it isn't quite too nasty. Lena had given her younger sister licence for any kind of medieval experiments in conjunction with Mrs. Spicer, and there had been much consultation of authorities, Knight and Timms and Washington Irving, and a good deal of messing in the spacious still-room, with a profligate consumption of lemons and sherry and spices and russet apples. With the dinner at which her father and the rectory people were to assist, Daphne ventured no interference, but she had planned a Shakespearean refection in the billiard-room at midnight, if they could only get rid of Aunt Rhoda, whose sense of propriety was so strong that she might perhaps insist upon staying till the 2 young men had taken their departure. I wish we could have old Spicer in to matronize the party, said Daphne. She looks lovely in her Sunday evening gown. She would sit smiling benevolently at us till she dropped asleep, instead of contemplating us as if she thought the next stage of our existence would be a lunatic asylum, as Aunt Rhoda generally does when we are cheerful. I'm afraid you must put up with Aunt Rhoda tonight, Daphne, answered Madeline. She has suggested that she and the rector should have the blue room, as the drive home might bring on his bronchitis. His bronchitis, indeed, cried Daphne. He appropriates the complaint as if nobody else had ever had it. So they're going to stay the night. Of all the cool proceedings I ever heard of, that is about the coolest. And Aunt Rhoda's one of those people who are never sleepy. She will sit us out, however late we are. Never mind, the banquet will be all the more classical and complete. Aunt Rhoda will be the skeleton. Daphne contrived to be happy all day in spite of Mrs. Ferrers, who was particularly ungracious to her younger niece, while she was lavish of compliments and pretty speeches to the elder. The faithful slave Edgar was absent on duty, going to church twice with his mother, dining with her, devoted to her altogether, or as much as he could be with a heart that longed to be elsewhere. But Daphne hardly missed him. Gerald Goring was in high spirits, full of life and talk and fun, as if he too had made up his mind that this great day in the Christian calendar should be a day of rejoicing for him. They all went to church together in the morning, and admired the decorations, which owed all their artistic beauty to Madeline's taste, and were in a large measure the work of her own industrious fingers. They joined reverently in the liturgy, and listened patiently to the rector's sermon, in which he aired a few of those good old orthodox truisms which have been repeated time out of mind by rural incumbents upon Christmas mornings. After luncheon they all three went on a round of visits to Madeline's cottagers, those special old established families to whose various needs, intellectual and corporeal, she had ministered from her early girlhood, and who esteemed a Christmas visit from Miss Lawford as the highest honour and privilege of the year. It was pleasant to look at the tidy little keeping rooms, where the dressers shone with a bright array of crockery, and the hearths were so neatly swept, and the pots and pans and brass candlesticks on the chimney-piece, and the little black-framed scriptural pictures were all decorated with sprigs of ivy and holly. Pleasant the air of dinner and dessert which pervaded every house. Daphne had a basket of toys for the children, a basket which Gerald insisted upon carrying, looking into it every now and then, and affecting an intense curiosity as to the contents. The sky was dark, save for one low red streak above the ragged edge of the wooded lane, when they went back to afternoon tea. And what a comfortable change it was from the wintry world outside to Madeline's flowery morning room, heavy with the scent of hyacinths and Parma violets, and bright with blazing logs. The low Japanese tea-table was drawn in front of the fire, and the basket chairs stood ready for the tea-drinkers. "I was afraid Aunt Rhoda would be here to tea," said Daphne, sinking into her favourite seat on the fender-stool in the shadow of the draped mantelpiece. "Is it not delicious to have this firelight hour all to ourselves? I always feel that just this time, this changeful light, stands apart from the rest of our lives. Our thoughts and fancies are all different somehow. They seem to take the rosy colour out of the fire. They are dim and dreamy and full of change, like the shadows on the wall. We are different. Just now I feel as if I had not a care." "And have you many cares at other times?" asked Gerald scoffingly. "A few. The fear that your ball dress may not fit, or that some clumsy fox-hunting partner may smash the ivory fan which Lena gave you yesterday." "Man is born to trouble as the sparks fly upward," answered Daphne sententiously. "Do you think because I live in a fine house, and have food and raiment found for me, that I do not know the meaning of care? Well, I should fancy there's a long way between your comprehension of the word and that of a Whitechapel sempstress, a widow with 5 small children to keep and a lodging to pay upon the produce of her needle, with famine or the workhouse staring her in the face. "It is the hour for telling ghost stories," exclaimed Daphne, kneeling at her sister's side to receive her cup and saucer, and trifling daintily with the miniature Queen Anne tongs as she helped herself to sugar. "Lena, tell us the story of this house. It ought to be haunted." "I am thankful to say I have never heard of any ghosts," answered Madeline. "Every house that has been lived in 50 years must have some sad memories, but our dead do not come back to us except in our dreams." "Mr. Goring, I insist upon a ghost story," said Daphne. "On this particular day, at this particular hour, in this delicious half-light, a story of some kind must be told." "I delight in ghost stories, good grim old German legends," answered Gerald languidly, looking deliciously comfortable in the depths of an immense armchair, so low that it needed the dexterity of a gymnast to enable man or woman to get in or out of it gracefully. A downy cushioned nest when one was there. "I adore phantoms and fiends and the whole shop full, but I never could remember a story in my life." "You must tell one tonight," cried Daphne eagerly. "It need not be ghostly. A nice murder would do, a grisly murder. My blood begins to turn cold in advance." "I am sorry to disappoint you," said Gerald, "but although I have made a careful study of all the interesting murders of my age, I could never distinctly remember details. I should get hideously mixed if I tried to relate the circumstances of a famous crime. I should confound Rush with Palmer, the Mannings with the Greenacres, put the pistol into the hand that used the knife, give the dagger to the man who pinned his faith on the bowl. Not to be done, Daphne. I am no raconteur. You and Lena had better amuse me. One of you can tell me a story, something classical, John Gilpin, or the old woman with her pig." "John Gilpin? A horridly cheerful sing-song ballad, and in such a fantastic dreamy light as this? I wonder you have not more sense of the fitness of things. Besides, it is your duty to amuse us. A story of some kind we must have, mustn't we, Lena, dearest?" "It would be very pleasant in this half-light," answered Lena softly, quite happy, sitting silently between those two whom she loved so dearly, pleased especially at Daphne's brightness and good humour, and apparently friendly feeling for Gerald. "You hear?" exclaimed Daphne. "Your liege lady commands you." "A story," mused Gerald in his laziest tone, with his head lying back on the cushions and his eyes looking dreamily up at the ceiling, where the lights and shadows came and went so fantastically. "A story, ghostly or murderous, tragical, comical, amorous, sentimental. Well, suppose now I were to tell you a classical story as old as the hills, or as the laurel bushes in your garden, the story of your namesake, Daphne." "Namesake," echoed the girl, with her golden head resting against the arm of her sister's chair, her eyes gravely contemplative of the fire. "Had I ever a namesake? Could there be another set of godfathers and godmothers in the world stupid enough or hard-hearted enough to give an unconscious innocent such a name as mine? The namesake I am thinking of lived before the days of godfathers and godmothers, answered Gerald, still looking up at the ceiling with a dreamy smile on his face. She was the daughter of a river god and a naiad, a wild, free-born, untamable creature, beautiful as a dream, variable as the winds that rippled the stream from which her father took his name. Wooers had sought her, but in vain. She loved the wood and the chase, all free and sylvan delights, the unfettered life of a virgin. She emulated the fame of Diana. She desired to live and die apart from the rude race of men, a woodland goddess among her maidens. Often her father said, "Daughter, thou owest me a son." Often her father said, "Child, thou owest me grandchildren." She, with blushing cheeks, hung on her father's neck and repulsed the torch of Hymen as if it were a crime to love. "Let me, like Diana, live unwedded," she pleaded. "Grant me the same boon Jove gave his daughter." "Sweet one," said the father, "thy duty forbids the destiny thy soul desires. Love will find thee out." The river god spoke words of fatal truth. Love sought Daphne, and he came in a godlike form. Phoebus Apollo was the lover. Phoebus, the spirit of light and music and beauty. He saw her, and all his soul was on fire with love. The dupe of his own oracles, he hoped for victory. He saw Daphne's hair floating carelessly upon the wind, the eyes like shining stars, the sweet lips which it was pain to see and not to kiss. But lighter than the wind the cruel nymph fled from him. In vain he called her, in vain he tried to stop her. "Stay, sweet one," he cried, "it is no enemy who pursues thee." So flies the lamb, the wolf, the hind, the lion, the trembling dove from the strong winged eagle. But 'tis love bids me follow. Stay thy steps, suspend thy flight, and I will slacken my pursuit. Foolish one, thou knowest not whom thou fliest. No rude mountaineer or ungainly shepherd pursues thee, but a god before whose law Delphos, Claros, and Tenedos obey, the son of high Jove himself, the deity who reveals the past, the present, and the future, who first wedded song to the stringed lyre. My arrows are deadly, but a deadlier shaft has pierced my heart. Thus and much more he pleaded, yet Daphne still fled from him, heedless of the briars that wounded her naked feet, the winds that lifted her flowing hair. The breathless god could no longer find words of entreaty. Maddened by love, he followed in feverish haste. He gained on her, his breath touched her floating tresses. The inexorable nymph felt her strength failing. With outstretched arms, with beseeching eyes, she appealed to the river. "O Father, if thy waves have power to save me, come to my aid. O Mother Earth, open and fold me in thine arms, or by some sudden change destroy the beauty that subjects me to outrage. Scarcely was the prayer spoken when a heavy torpor crept over her limbs. The nymph's lovely shoulders covered themselves with a smooth bark. Her hair changed to leaves, her arms to branches, her feet, a moment before so agile, became rooted to the ground. Yet Phoebus still loved. He felt beneath the bark of the tree the heartbeat of the nymph he adored. He covered the senseless tree with his despairing kisses. And then, when he knew that the nymph was lost to him for ever, he cried, "If thou canst not be my wife, thou shalt be at least Apollo's sacred tree. Laurel, thou shalt for ever wreathe my hair, my lyre, my quiver. Thou shalt crown Rome's heroes. Thy sacred branches shall shelter and guard the palace of her Caesars. And as the god, thy lover, shines with the lustre of eternal youth, so too shalt thou preserve thy beauty and freshness to the end of time." "Poor Daphne," sighed Lena. "Poor Apollo, I think," said Gerald. "He was the loser. What do you think of my story, Mistress Daphne?" "I rather like my namesake," answered Daphne deliberately. "She was thorough. When she pretended to mean a thing, she really did mean it. There is a virtue in sincerity." "And obstinacy is a vice," said Gerald. "I consider the river god's daughter a pig-headed young person, whose natural coldness of heart predisposed her to transformation